I traveled to a world where demons and monsters roamed freely. I thought he was just an ordinary swordsmith. Unexpectedly awakened the overpowering blade merchant system. At the very beginning, I discovered a debt dating back 1,000 years. The debtor turned out to be the millennium-old zombie king on the verge of awakening, and ensured absolute safety throughout my debt collection process. It granted me the divine-level heavenly insight technique, enabling me to perceive the fortunes of all things. While the so-called experts and official powerhouses were still panicking over how to deal with the zombie king, I had already quietly approached the ancient bronze coffin radiating an aura of terror, account book in hand. Under the stunned gazes of everyone present, I calmly spoke, not to declare war, but to collect a debt. Chapter 1, The Blade Seller, the ancient zombie for a millennium. Great Xia, Feng City, on a certain secluded street. Late at night. By this time, all other shops had closed. Only one store selling cold weaponry remained open. Straight swords, kudeo, ring pommel sabers, two-handed broadswords, tang swords, Japanese katanas. Various knives hung in the shop, their cold glimmer in the slightly chilly late night sending shivers down one's spine. Chen Xian was sitting in the middle of the shop, looking at the jade book in his hand. Next to it lay a stack of old newspapers, recording many significant events. Chen Xian's attractive brows furrowed slightly. He had originally thought this world was an ordinary technological society. The original owner of this body inherited blade forging techniques passed down from ancestors. In his past life, he was born into a distinguished family of swordsmanship. I've seen a lot and been through a lot. Yet, I had never encountered any of these things that existed in this world. Chen Xian glanced at the pile of old newspapers beside him. January 3rd, a family of 5 in Lincheng found mysteriously decapitated with hearts removed, suspected to be the work of a wanted criminal. January 11, Mingcheng meat processing plant, hundreds of tons of frozen meat vanished overnight from the cold storage, and 2 night shift security guards went missing, suspected to be a gang-related crime. March 6, Xinqing Bridge split in half during the day. Several witnesses claimed to have seen a white-bearded old man cleave it apart with a sword, but experts dismissed it as a bizarre natural phenomenon caused by magnetic field fluctuations. Later, the same witnesses retracted their statements, admitting they must have been mistaken. On the night of April 29, terrifying wails were heard in the mountainous area of Fengqing suburbs, frightening several farm dogs to death from shock. According to experts, these sounds were actually caused by strong winds passing through the valley, mistaken for terrifying screams. May 3rd, outskirts of Minchang. He had initially thought so too. These are just sensational stories fabricated by unscrupulous media to attract attention. Until he came across this jade book his predecessor had cherished. After prolonged research, the predecessor found nothing. And he'd UVE discovered the credit knife seller's ledger. Special profession credit blade trader discovered. System activated. Automatically employed. The debt collector's ledger contains the divine power heavenly aura gazing technique. Skill heavenly vision art has been automatically mastered. Thank goodness I have the golden finger. Otherwise, even if I could be considered a master swordsman of my generation, I'm afraid unraveling its secrets would still be beyond my reach. Kept in the dark about the truth of the world. Chen Xian tried to recall his predecessor's family background. Yet no matter how hard he tried to remember, it was just an ordinary family of swordsmiths. Only this jade book has been passed down through generations. It is said to contain the secret formula for forging legendary divine weapons. Thinking of this, Chen Xian couldn't help but laugh. The world perpetuates errors through hearsay. The next moment, the jade book in his hand turned into scattered points of light, absorbed by the system. Then a status panel appeared before his eyes. System has absorbed the credit knife seller's ledger. Below is the host's status panel. Host, Chen Xian. Occupation, credit knife seller. Cultivation, none skill, heaven's insight technique, divine power. Mission, optional. Note, the credit book of the knife sellers has been incorporated into the task system. Heaven Manchi observation technique? Interesting. Chen Xian walked out of the shop, walking to the empty intersection, silently activating the heavenly vision technique. The next moment, boom! Chen Xian's vision instantly transformed into another world. Black, gray, red. A towering black pillar of energy surged skyward like a colossal pillar holding up the heavens. That is, the direction of Feng Mountain in Fengcheng. Chen Su recalled that news item from the old newspaper. At night in the mountainous outskirts of Fengcheng, terrifying wails were heard, scaring several farm hunting dogs to death from fright. Terrifying wails. An expert, huh? Chen Xian's lips curled into a cold sneer. Indeed, that sealed mountain harbored something utterly terrifying. To prevent the public from learning the truth, the authorities feared it would incite social unrest. Just push the expert out to hide all this. Chen Xian was about to turn back. The system suddenly popped up a message, making him involuntarily widen his eyes in shock. Discovered millennia-sealed mountain ancient corpse. Discovering a millennium-old debt. Debt transformed into a mission. Mission, demand knife money from the millennia-sealed mountain ancient corpse. Ancient knife debt, the millennia-old corpse's infused blood refined for 1,000 years. System reward, eternal corpse control talisman. Is this millennial ancient zombie also a debtor? Chen Xian was somewhat stunned. Although zombies exist beyond the 3 realms and outside the 5 elements, shunned by the will of heaven, their lifespans stretch endlessly long. But in essence, zombies are lifeless. They're dead. How can you collect debt from the dead? This knife seller is quite interesting. Even in death, debts for knives must be repaid. However, the strength of a 1,000-year ancient zombie is certainly no trivial matter. I might not be able to get the knife money. Chen Xian looked at the system panel. He doesn't believe the system would assign him a suicide mission. As expected, a system prompt soon appeared. Note, the system never issues suicide missions. Note, tomorrow, feel free to demand payment from the ancient stiff. There's absolutely no life-threatening danger. Note, please make good use of the heaven-manchi observation technique. Seeing the system prompt, Chen Xian couldn't help but smile. Just as I thought, the system operates exactly like I imagined. Go ahead tomorrow? No risk to life? Does the system mean that I can act as arrogantly as I want, and it'll handle the consequences? And also, master the use of heaven-manchi observation? Chen Xian suppressed these doubts. You'll find out tomorrow. All he needs to do now is find the family records passed down through generations. Information regarding the ancient tomb sealed in Fengcheng. The next day, Daxia, Fengcheng, Feng Mountain. Chen Xian stood atop Feng Mountain, carrying a drawn tang sword on his back. He followed the celestial divination technique. He easily found an entrance to the sealed ancient tomb. And it's the kind without any danger at all. You must know, within such an ancient tomb that dates back thousands of years, it is fraught with peril, various mechanical traps, and there were also toxic gases and poisons. Any one of them could easily be lethal. Safety is out of the question. After Chen Xian activated the heaven-manchi perception technique, a twisted path paved with white light appeared before him. No danger at all. This is the power of the heavenly insight art. And this was merely one insignificant use of the heavenly insight art. Ha! A few rays of light suddenly appeared in Chen Xian's vision. He couldn't help but let out a sound of puzzlement. This is a desolate mountain wilderness, especially with last month's terrifying wailing legend. How can there still be someone appearing here? And, in his line of sight, within those beams of light, there was one particularly striking, resembling a soaring sword energy striking straight into the heavens. Faintly, it even seemed capable of suppressing the towering, pitch-black, ink-like pillar representing the millennial ancient zombie. So that's the might of the strong in this world. Are you here to kill or seal this 1,000-year-old zombie? Is this the reason the system said there was no life-threatening danger? Chen Xian didn't think that far ahead. He simply quickened his pace in silence. With the system's guarantee, he wasn't worried about his life safety. He only worried that this 1,000-year-old zombie might be killed or sealed in advance by that powerful figure, resulting in his inability to recover the knife payment. Chapter 2, The Tomb of Jinbei Wang Jiqi. Hello everyone, this is Fengshan. That's the place where the terrifying wailing legends came from not long ago. A vibrant and youthful-looking, energetic beauty greeted the live-streaming camera with a smile. Today, our exploration site is the Fengshan Ancient Tomb. Accompanying me are 2 government inspectors, as well as Mr. Jianhe, an archaeologist well-versed in history who has participated in several archaeological excavations. Yang Min adeptly greeted the camera. Simultaneously, she introduced the 2 robust young men standing beside her. There was also a meticulously dressed gentleman resembling a scholarly old teacher, with a wooden long case strapped to his back, known as Mr. Jianhe. You're so beautiful, streamer. Passing by, leaving my mark. To be honest, I've seen the news about the terrifying whales on Fengshan Mountain, and it does seem a bit scary. Upstairs, didn't the experts already debunk the rumor? There's nothing scary about it, it's just caused by strong winds, a natural phenomenon. Experts? You still believe in experts these days? Don't believe +1. Ever since 10 people went missing one after another in a building in our neighborhood, and it only stopped after a monk in crimson gold kasaya came, I haven't trusted experts since then. I have a story too, come and listen to me. Stop arguing, can't you see these 2 burly men next to the streamer? They're clearly not ordinary cops. Take a closer look at their outfits. Do you see those strange symbols on the edges of their clothes? Those look like Taoist talismans, symbols with the power to ward off evil spirits. Yang Min glanced at the barrage of comments. She simply responded with a sweet smile. There was no intention to respond whatsoever. She was no ordinary streamer. Her family has ties to the Jingye Division. The Jingye Division is the superhuman institution of Great Xia tasked with handling supernatural incidents involving demons, ghosts, and other bizarre phenomena. Yang Min's livestream this time also came with a mission. In the internal archives of the Jingye Division, records have always existed about the millennium-old sealed mountain corpse. It's just that there hadn't been enough personnel to deal with it before. Moreover, this ancient corpse is relatively well behaved. I didn't cause trouble, that's why it hasn't been dealt with yet. But now it seems to be showing signs of awakening. Then it must be dealt with. This millennium-old zombie has an extraordinary craving for blood, especially after lying dormant for 1,000 years. Once awakened, it will go unchecked. It was practically a scene where 9 out of 10 households within 1,000 miles were deserted. Moreover, terrorist incidents are becoming increasingly frequent in Dacia and even worldwide. The situation has reached a point where it can no longer be concealed. So they treated this 1,000-year-old zombie as a chicken to be slaughtered, then broadcast live. Seize this opportunity to expose the truth to the whole society. At the same time, it demonstrates formidable power to deter those restless elements seeking to take advantage of the situation. The 2 people beside him were both Jingye division guards, existing as her protective bodyguard. And that Mr. Jianhe was the main force in slaying the 1,000-year-old ancient corpse. Day Patrol Envoy. The Jingye Guard structure is composed of 4 main ranks: Night Patrol Envoy, Day Patrol Envoy, and the Pillars of the Nation. These 4 major ranks form the backbone of the Jingye Guard's hierarchy. Even the most low-level Jingye Guards possess the ability to single-handedly kill ordinary zombies or evil spirits. Now, let's invite Mr. Jianhe to explain the sealed mountain ancient tomb. Yang Min smiled sweetly. The camera shifted to Mr. Jianhe, who looked like a scholarly old professor. The bespectacled Mr. Jianhe, wearing thin-rimmed round frames, stroked his beard. He glanced at the sealed ancient tomb, his eyes flickering with sword-like intensity. Then he began his explanation. This ancient mountain tomb has been passed down through legends. It is the tomb of Ji Qi, the Prince of Northern Defenses from the Great Feng Dynasty 1,000 years ago. He also held 2 other titles, Commander-in-Chief of the Imperial Armies and Supreme Pillar of the State. You probably wouldn't know about these details. But what comes next, you're surely all familiar with. The Blade Demon in Legend of the Heavenly Blade was a novel written with him as the prototype. A rather unremarkable minor prince from a collateral line of the royal family. He obtained a divine blade during a miraculous encounter. And so began the legendary path of slaying gods if they stood in his way, and cutting down Buddhas if they blocked his road. Throughout his life, he fought countless battles and rendered outstanding service. Unofficial histories record that all his power came from this divine blade, which was the result of a deal struck with a celestial being. Of course, this is merely a legend. After all, not even novels dare to write like this. Master Jianhe seemed somewhat dismissive of this unofficial history. He was already a figure of near-mythical swordsmanship. He knew all too well the source of his power. All extraordinary powers originate from within oneself. Even if it could endow objects with extraordinary powers, that's only temporary. Mr. Jianhe continued. And if I'm not mistaken, this ancient tomb is the final resting place of this legendary blade demon. After all, the name of Fengchang originates from the Great Feng Dynasty 1,000 years ago. After hearing Mr. Jianhe's introduction, the barrage in the livestream room instantly multiplied once more. Meanwhile, under the operation of the government, this rather ordinary mystery streaming channel was featured on the homepage of the live broadcast platform. It attracted a massive wave of traffic. What a legendary tale. The story of the blade demon Ji Qi being invincible under heaven wasn't made up after all? I just looked it up. Fengchang was actually the imperial capital of the Great Feng Dynasty 1,000 years ago. Damn, poster above is a legend. How'd you even find this info? So you're telling me the sealed mountain might genuinely be blade demon Ji Qi's tomb? To be honest, could it be that the blade demon Ji Qi has turned into a 1,000-year-old mummy? No, you're all missing the point. Looting ancient tombs is illegal. The streamer's days are looking more and more like a jail sentence. LOL. What if there really are zombies? Mr. Jianhe glanced at the live stream room where people were enthusiastically discussing, and the continuously soaring number of viewers. He shook his head inwardly. He wasn't sure whether the way the Night Watch arranged to reveal the truth of the world was appropriate. He was merely an executor. Exorcising demons and upholding the Tao are his true duties. Let's go. % down into the tomb. Jianhe directed 2 Jingye guards to dig at the spot he had designated. The Jingye division archives contain the internal blueprints of the Fengshan ancient tomb. However, even if following the blueprint, it also carries significant danger. Just as he had thought, dangers kept arising along the way. For him, these were all minor issues, but for Yang Min and the other 2 night watchers, there was still some danger. Moreover, in the audience's eyes, this journey was fraught with perils at every turn. Full of danger, poisonous scorpions, caltrops, and trap arrows, tomb beasts, subterranean rivers, giant serpents in the water. Master Jianhe also drew the ancient sword from the case on his back. He effortlessly neutralized each of these deadly threats that could easily kill an ordinary person. Moreover, he gained immense prestige, dubbed by netizens as the Old Sword Immortal. And this was also part of the Jingye division's plan. Meanwhile, Chen Xian leisurely arrived at the heart of the ancient tomb. This journey has been truly effortless. Under the path of exploring the art of observing celestial and human auras, there is no danger at all, especially when the system automatically learns the heaven-mankind chi observation technique. It also incidentally gave his body a marrow cleansing and meridian refining transformation. His constitution is far stronger than that of an ordinary person. This also indicates that the ancient tomb is extraordinarily vast. But the reason he walked all the way with such ease. Chapter 3: The Old Sword Immortal. Hey! In the heavenly vision state, 4 pillars of energy appeared before Qin Xian's eyes. 1 crimson, 2 azure, and 1 white gold that pierced the heavens like sword energy. Those are the people I observed outside. Just as I suspected. They've indeed come to slay this millennia-old ancient undead. Qin Xian silently moved closer toward Yang Min and her group. However, he did not reveal his presence. Moreover, the heavenly gaze technique possessed a passive effect. His aura was shielded by the heavenly mechanism. As long as he did not reveal himself, no one could possibly detect him. Everyone, look closely, this is Ji Qi's main tomb chamber. Within the main tomb chamber, Yang Min and his group now stood before the ancient coffin. It was a massive ancient coffin crafted entirely of bronze. Its surface was densely covered with strange, twisted runes. Yang Min held the camera in his hand. He kept moving closer and closer. The live stream was about to explode. How dare the streamer get so close to a 1,000-year-old coffin? Did you see those runes? That bizarre, twisted form, it radiates pure malevolence. Exactly. These can't possibly be symbols for reincarnation, they're terrifying runes. Maybe they're for corpse alchemy or sealing curses. Host, don't be reckless, get back now. Exactly. If you want to risk your own life, fine, but don't go unleashing a 1,000-year-old corpse and wreaking havoc on the whole area. And those 2 government officials standing by just watching the streamer rob a tomb without a word. An old sword immortal, don't just stand there frozen. Amidst the barrage of frantic comments, Yang Min commanded 2 night guard soldiers to try prying open the ancient bronze coffin. The live stream's viewership had already surged past 50 million. Essentially, 1/10 of the entire population of Great Xia was watching. Squeak! In the gloomy tomb chamber, an utterly terrifying, shuddering aura permeated the air. The moment the 2 Jingye guards touched the ancient bronze coffin with their specially treated gloves, a strange sound suddenly echoed. The entire bronze coffin began to shake violently. Wisp after wisp of black mist seeped out from the bizarre runes engraved upon the bronze coffin. What the hell is this? Ordinary zombies aren't like this. These 2 Jingye guards were veterans among the Jingye guards. They had slain ghostly creatures. They were formidable warriors who had burned zombies to ashes. Yet before this madly trembling bronze coffin, they couldn't help but feel a surge of dread. Especially those black vapors. They sensed that if left unchecked, it could instantly turn hundreds, even thousands of miles of common folk into walking corpses. Yang Min witnessed this scene. Couldn't help but feel a chill run down her spine. Her beautiful face was etched with solemnity. She discreetly avoided the camera and turned to look at Mr. Jianhe, asking anxiously, Master Jianhe, this ancient zombie seems extraordinary. Can you truly destroy it? Mr. Jianhe's expression was equally grave. With his strength, destroying a millennium-old ancient zombie was no difficult feat. But this ancient zombie, the blade demon Ji Qi, who held immense power and authority in life and was peerlessly formidable, seemed different. He believed the sword in his hand could slay the ancient undead. But upon seeing those eerie runes, and the terrifying, bizarre black mist, his once clear sword heart suddenly felt as if it had gathered dust. The last time it had been clouded like this was when he was defending the East Sea against an attack by the Sea King clan. Had it not been for a pillar of the nation arriving to slay several Sea Kings, and driven the Sea King clan back, he would likely have perished in that assault long ago. Mr. Jianhe felt a long-forgotten sense of tension. Yang Min watched Mr. Jianhe, who offered no response. His face was etched with anxiety. Her heart sank. This time, it seems we've really gone too far. Meanwhile, all the viewers in the livestream room witnessed this scene. Were absolutely blown away. Holy! Is it the camera shaking or the bronze coffin itself? Those eerie runes on the bronze coffin are emitting black smoke. Look at those 2 government officials, they're frozen in place. Hair is starting to grow on their bodies. No way! I heard zombies need to be kept in places saturated with yin energy and resentment for decades before they grow hair and become zombies. They've only absorbed a tiny bit of that black mist and already they're growing hair, turning into zombies. Just how terrifying must the entity inside that bronze coffin be? The streamer really messed up this time. If you really unleash a 1,000-year-old zombie to slaughter innocent people, you'll be a villain for all time. Yang Min had no time to pay attention to the comments now. Her entire focus was on the ancient bronze coffin. And the 2 Jingye guards. The 2 night watch guards stood too close to the bronze coffin. In the instant the black mist erupted. They inadvertently inhaled some of it. Now their faces were ashen, their pupils blood red, and an aura of evil emanated from their entire bodies. Long zombie teeth protruded from their mouths. Black hair sprouted all over their bodies. Creak, creak, creak. Both twisted their stiff necks simultaneously. Their blood-red eyes fixed on Yang Min and Mr. Jianhe. Roar! A furious roar erupted. Then its legs erupted with power. With overwhelming force, they lunged toward Yang Min. They had been transformed into zombies. Deprived of reason. Yet instinctively, they sensed the dangerous aura emanating from Mr. Jianhe. That aura of danger capable of effortlessly slaughtering them. So they instinctively chose the soft target. Ah! Yang Min was just an ordinary person. The black-haired zombie possessed a copper hard head and iron-clad arms, brimming with immense strength. The sheer force of its lunging attack was enough to terrify her into paralysis, unable to flee. She could only stand frozen in place, screaming. "Oomph! How dare you, wretched creature!" Mr. Jianhe snorted coldly. The long sword in his hand trembled lightly. In an instant, a torrent of sword energy swept across the surroundings like a raging river, instantly binding the two black-haired zombies transformed from the night guard. Trapped in place, unable to move. Roar! Roar! The two black-haired zombies bellowed incessantly, struggling desperately. Yet they could not budge the river like sword energy an inch. What is this? Sword energy. The old sword immortal is actually a sword immortal. No wonder the streamer dared to explore the tomb with crew members. They were prepared. This livestream has shot to the top of the charts. With zombies and sword immortals appearing, it still hasn't been shut down. If the authorities aren't involved, I won't believe it. Is the government trying to expose the world's true nature to society? This is amazing. Could the legendary Qingcheng, Wudong, and Kongtong mountains actually exist? I must seek a master and pursue the way. Ha, you're naive. Don't think switching systems will let you thrive. You have 3 minutes. I want all the information on the old sword immortal. The two black-haired zombies lunging madly at the streamer were subdued by the old sword immortal's sword chi. The viewers in the livestream room instantly breathed a sigh of relief. Some even found the time to crack jokes. Only a few noticed Mr. Jianhe's grave expression. Click. Clack. In the empty tomb chamber, the dull clanging of bones colliding like steel echoed through the chamber. Chapter 4, The Bronze Coffin. The bronze coffin ceased its trembling, just as everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Boom! The bronze coffin shattered explosively. A terrifying figure, shrouded in black mist from head to toe and clad in tattered armor, stood in the air like a god or demon. Demon Blade Princess Qi. Master Jianhe gazed through the swirling black mist. He saw the ancient undead, thousands of years old, wielding a pitch-black blade, a long sword that seemed to echo with the wails of countless vengeful spirits. The legend is true. Mr. Jianhe felt immense pressure surge through his heart. At that moment, the luminous sword heart no longer radiated its usual brilliance, as if shrouded by a heavy curtain. What year is this? Ji Qi's voice was muffled, like thunder cracking within a sealed chamber. And who are you? Mr. Jianhe's palm began to tremble slightly. He channeled the sword intent within his body. He managed to speak. This is now the Great Xia Dynasty, 1,000 years after the era of the Great Feng Dynasty. And I am the day patrol officer of the Great Xia's Night Watch Bureau. If you have any requests, Mr. Ji Qi, you may present them to me. I can represent the Great Xia in granting Mr. Ji Qi's reasonable requests. Hearing Master Jianhe's voice, and the sword intent inherent within it, Ji Qi finally turned his gaze toward the human before him. He ignored Mr. Jianhe's words. Instead, he spoke to himself. Sword cultivator? The sword intent of the long river? Transparent sword heart? With each term Ji Qi uttered, Mr. Jianhe's face grew paler. He never imagined this ancient figure from 1,000 years ago, now a millennia-old undead, had instantly seen through his true nature with a single glance. Correct. You are now qualified to be my servant. Ji Qi's voice was imperious. His towering frame stood poised for action. The black mist swirling around his body was completely absorbed by the demonic blade in his hand. The demonic blade appeared even more terrifying and grotesque. Impossible. Your strength is no different from mine. You rely solely on the power of that demon blade. What gives you the audacity to speak so arrogantly? Any one of us pillars of the Great Xia Empire could grind you into dust, scattering your soul to the winds and condemning you to eternal damnation. Under Ji Qi's gaze, Mr. Sword River, overwhelmed by an increasingly terrifying pressure, gritted his teeth until they nearly cracked. He roared in fury. Then, he unleashed his sword with brutal force. Boom! Platinum-hued sword energy surged forth like a torrential river, resembling the celestial waters of the Milky Way poised to engulf all in its path. It charged madly toward Ji Qi. The livestream's comments section was already thick with messages. Without turning off the comments, it was impossible to see what was happening in the livestream. Who knew the unofficial histories were the real story? Mr. Sword River claims to be the day-roaming envoy of the Night Quelling Bureau and mentions the Great Xia's state guarding pillars. I've never heard of any of this before. Even at this point, the livestream remains stable. Looks like this tomb expedition is truly an official government operation. But why did the authorities seem to misjudge the strength of the blade demon Ji Qi? It looks like Mr. Jianhe is struggling a bit. Hope the authorities have backup plans. Doubtful. After all, right before tens of millions of viewers, those two officials were turned into black-haired zombies. Sigh, I hope the pillars of the nation Mr. Jianhe mentioned appear soon to slay this ancient 1,000-year-old zombie before it runs amok. Outside the livestream, Great Xia, the imperial capital. The Jingya Bureau headquarters was also monitoring this livestream. The senior officers of the Nightwatch Bureau all wore grim expressions. One of them, his expression grim, spoke up. Retrieve the Nightwalker's file assessing the difficulty of this incident. Send him to the abyssal depths to confront the plague tide. If he survives, we'll overlook this mistake. Another voice spoke up. Let's proceed with this matter first. Given the current situation, what about Mr. Jianhe? The Dragon King guarding the North Sea has already gone to slay that ancient undead. Hopefully he'll arrive in time to save Mr. Jianhe. If we weren't short-handed, we wouldn't have sent only Mr. Jianhe on this live-streamed mission. Also, those unofficial records seem to be accurate. Retrieve all historical accounts related to other anomalous regions immediately. Have the Intelligence Division reassess everything. Supernatural incidents are escalating. This live operation was essentially a failure. Never mind. Our great Xia has the pillars of the nation to deter all petty criminals. Oh, and word is that the shroud once wrapped around the Holy Sun in the Western Sanctuary has shown signs of movement. The sun-roaming envoys present swiftly finalized the solution. Then they turned their attention back to the livestream. Boom! Facing the torrent of sword energy like a raging river, Ji Qi drew his sword with equal ferocity. In an instant, terrifying, sinister energy surged unchecked. Countless vengeful spirits transformed into streaks of cold light, slashing toward the river of sword energy. Boom! The two collided. The demonic blade's slash instantly shattered the river of sword energy unleashed by Master Sword River into countless fragments. Put! The unrestrained surge of demonic energy. Instantly, it knocked Mr. Sword River back, blood spurting from his mouth. Then his entire body slammed violently into the tomb chamber's stone wall. Clang! Mr. Jianhe's face darkened. This blow. The sword intent within him backfired violently. 1/10 to 1/12 of his bones shattered. If I take another strike from that ancient zombie maiden Ji Qi, I'd likely be gravely wounded. Mr. Jianhe smiled bitterly. He still had the strength to fight. But what good would that do? The river of sword energy he unleashed earlier was already the most powerful strike he could muster by channeling the sword intent and energy within his body. And Ji Qi's counterattack was merely a casual strike. This demon blade is simply too powerful. Though he couldn't defeat it. But with Mr. Sword River's discerning eye, he could easily discern. The source of power coursing through Ji Qi's entire being was none other than that legendary demon blade bestowed by the gods. Without that demonic blade, killing Ji Qi would be as easy as turning his hand. Alas! After all these years of ritual training, Ji Qi and that demon blade have likely fused into one utterly inseparable. Watching the terrifying might, Mr. Jianhe felt a wave of despair wash over him. Mr. Jianhe felt a wave of despair wash over him. At that very moment, a figure appeared handsome in appearance, yet seemingly ordinary figure, as if materializing out of thin air, standing before Mr. Jianhe, seemingly intent on blocking Ji Qi's blade. Who are you? Get out of the way. Get out of the way. I still have strength left to fight. Two voices rang out simultaneously from Yang Min and Mr. Jianhe. Yang Min assumed Chen Xian had been tailing them all the way from their journey here. Seeing him as an ordinary man, she didn't want him to die for no reason. She urgently shouted for him to flee. Mr. Jianhe detected not a single trace of power fluctuations emanating from Chen Xian. In the midst of this critical situation, he failed to notice. He couldn't detect Chen Xian's aura. The viewers in the livestream grew anxious. Clearly, even if Mr. Jianhe was outmatched, he could still hold out for a while. But for an ordinary person, would likely have died on the spot. What's wrong with this guy? How did he appear? I didn't notice him at all. Chapter 5, Versailles. Forget about that for now. This guy's about to die. Why is he still standing there? Doesn't he fear death? Probably just some delusional kid thinking he can save the world. Get out of here. Run while you still can, you might just survive. Chen Xian shook his head gently. Under the gaze of tens of millions of live viewers, along with Yang Min and Mr. Jianhe, he spoke softly to the blade demon Ji Qi. Ji Qi, do you recall the prophecy once spoken to you? You shall transcend the 3 realms, exist beyond the 5 elements, and possess boundless longevity. When Chen Xian uttered these words, everyone thought he'd lost his mind. What kind of prophecy was he spouting to a brutal, bloodthirsty ancient undead? Was he trying to trick this ancient undead creature? But then, something utterly astonishing unfolded. Upon hearing Chen Xian's words, Ji Qi, who had been poised to crush this mere insect, halted his motion. Instead, a look of excitement spread across his face. Her voice was high-pitched and urgent. How do you know that? Who are you, exactly? Who told you this prophecy? I've never told anyone about this. Seeing the ancient zombie's reaction, Chen Xian's lips curled into a faint smile. The fish had taken the bait. Next, he would unleash the heavenly gaze technique to instill a sense of unfathomable depth in the ancient corpse. to make it hesitate, afraid to strike. Then it would voluntarily return the blade money. After receiving the system reward, the eternal corpse control talisman, this ancient 1,000-year-old corpse would be entirely at his mercy. At that very moment, the viewers in the livestream, along with Yang Min and Mr. Jianha, were frozen in stunned silence. Especially Yang Min and Mr. Jianha. The reaction of the blade demon Jiqi gave them hope for survival. It is said that zombies truly exist beyond the 3 realms. Outside the 5 elements, they are simply beings rejected by the way of heaven. When blade demon Jiqi first heard this prophecy, she likely imagined herself destined for immortality and ancestral worship, never expecting to become a zombie. Serves him right. Look at his behavior. He tried to enslave Mr. Jianha the moment he arrived. He deserved to become a zombie. Speaking of which, who is this person? Do you know him? Exactly. Jiqi claims he never shared this prophecy with anyone, yet this man knows it. Have you considered this? Jiqi received a divine weapon from a celestial being. Now there's this prophecy. Could it be that the prophecy was left by that very celestial being? Now that you mention it, it's definitely possible. And this mysterious figure knows the prophecy. So this mystery person must have a deep connection to that divine being. The comment stream analysts exchanged rapid-fire remarks. Chen Xian was still regarded as the mysterious inheritor of ancient lore. Only now, amidst the great chaos of the world, has he descended from the mountains to walk among men. Combined with that demonic blade of boundless power, everyone's gaze toward Chen Xian instantly grew intense. Celestial Qi gazing technique. Chen Xian silently activated the heavenly gaze technique. He discovered that after activating it, not only did the entire world before his eyes transform, even he himself now projected an aura of profound mystery, like a reclusive sage beyond the mundane world. In the eyes of the live stream audience, this mysterious figure suddenly seemed like a reclusive sage, profound and unfathomable. To Yang Min, Chen Xian now appeared like an immortal cast down to the mortal world, his aura ethereal and elusive. To Mr. Jianha, Chen Xian's ordinary demeanor suddenly seemed ethereal. Not only that, that ethereal aura effortlessly wiped away the dust that had settled upon his transparent sword heart. Empowered by the transparent sword heart, Mr. Jianha gazed at Chen Xian's retreating figure. And the feeling it evoked was like that of the lofty, emotionless heavenly Tao. This sensation filled him with a tinge of dread. Yet it also brought him a sense of reassurance. In Jiqi's eyes, this was the aura of that mysterious old Taoist from 1,000 years ago. You truly are the successor of that venerable predecessor. I wish to meet that venerable master. A mere 1,000 years, that venerable predecessor must still be alive. If you let me meet that venerable master, I can spare these few men their lives. Jiqi's expression was filled with excitement. Though the method of transcending the 3 realms and existing beyond the 5 elements differed from what he had imagined, but the power of the demon blade was undeniably real. And the prophecy, it had truly come to pass. He wanted to meet that mysterious old Taoist, to continue pursuing power. Even if it meant sacrificing the primordialine blood within his heart, tempered over 1,000 years, he would not hesitate. Hearing Jiqi's words, Yang Min's beautiful eyes regained their spark. Filled with hope for survival, she prayed this mysterious figure would grant Jiqi's request. At that moment, tens of millions of viewers in the live stream room held their breath involuntarily. Tense and excited, they watched the scene unfold, not daring to breathe a single breath. Moreover, they too yearned to see this legendary figure who had bestowed the demon blade upon the Prince of the North. 1,000 years ago, he had transformed an ordinary youth into a towering figure of an empire. After 1,000 years of accumulated power, who could fathom the sheer terror that would unfold? Only Chen Xian knew. Their lineage had endured a historical rupture. The reason remains unknown. And the parents of their predecessors were merely ordinary people. And they had long since passed away. Only he remained. How could he possibly summon the ancestral spirits? But he must not panic. Empowered by the heavenly gaze technique, Chen Xian's every move radiated immense authority. As if he were the son of heaven himself. He gave a cold snort. As if the heavens themselves were enraged. You dare to meet my master? 1,000 years ago, you were but a nameless nobody. My master took pity on you, bestowing a broken blade and a prophecy to alter your fate. And now you dare threaten me with another's life? How dare you? The power bestowed upon you can be taken back at any moment. Pay the blade's price, and I'll spare your life. Chen Xian's voice grew more domineering with each utterance. His final words thundered like the wrath of heaven. They thundered into everyone's ears. The moment the words fell, the livestream erupted with excitement. Holy! This guy is insane. Is this just bragging? A broken sword, man, I want that broken sword too. You upstairs have no idea. What you see as a priceless treasure might just be a broken sword to someone else. Pay up for the blade, and I'll spare your life. So bossy. I want to have your baby. You're dreaming, upstairs. I've already started trying to conceive. No one can stop me. The power I gave you, I can take back any time. I wonder when I'll finally get to say those words. And that line, haven't you grasped its deeper meaning? Granting prophecy to reshape destiny's course. Exactly. It means the prophecy wasn't written based on existing fate. After that divine being bestowed the prophecy, Ji-Chi's destiny was altered, reshaped into the prophecy's form. Chapter 6, The Demon Blade of Unholy Aura. This is hilarious. Ji-Chi seems so overpowered, yet he doesn't even have the qualifications to meet someone else's master. But Ji-Chi is so powerful, is it really safe for this guy to talk like that? Exactly. What if Ji-Chi snaps and goes berserk, determined to take them down with him? What then? Ji-Chi is a millennia-old ancient undead, and he wields a demonic blade. In Yang Min's eyes, tension and unease instantly intertwined. She both hoped this mysterious figure could take down Ji-Chi and save them, yet feared this mysterious figure might be all show and no substance, angering Ji-Chi. Then no one would survive. Meanwhile, when the dust on Tongming Jianxin was wiped clean, had already entered a state of quiet meditation. The sword intent within his chest was poised to erupt, ready to unleash a sword strike that would shake the heavens at any moment. As for Ji-Chi, upon hearing Chen Xian's words, her initial reaction was panic, followed by unparalleled fury. Having occupied a high position for decades, after death he became an ancient corpse enduring for 1,000 years. The power within him could unleash devastation across 1,000 miles at any moment. Now he was being insulted by a mere junior. How could he possibly endure it? He must not draw his blade. Once he draws his blade, my true nature will be exposed, and everyone present will die. Chen Xian noticed Ji-Chi seemed poised to draw his blade. He couldn't help but frown. Using the power of the heavenly gaze technique, he silently communicated with the demonic blade. Since ancient times, it has been said that divine artifacts possess spirits. As one of the core supernatural abilities of the sword borrowers, the heavenly gaze technique could, in a sense, represent the very existence of the sword borrowers. The demonic blade had been forged by a blade borrower in the past. It naturally sensed the aura of the heavenly gaze technique unique to the sword borrowers. And the sword borrowers, who bestowed formidable power through their blades, they naturally left behind a contingency plan. It could be said that, if given sufficient time, this demonic blade might even betray its master outright. It would turn against Ji-Chi, returning to Chen Xian's grasp. But time is not on our side. Compounded by Ji-Chi's millennia of tempering and nurturing, all Chen Xian can manage at present is merely to create illusions of demonic blades that could be recalled by him at any moment. But such illusions are sufficient. The most crucial factor remains Ji-Chi's deep-seated fear and reverence for that generation of sword-lending masters. Power gained through improper means. Ji-Chi must have lived in constant dread day and night. Power vanished as suddenly as it had appeared, vanishing into thin air. Within the tomb chamber, Ji-Chi gently wielded the demonic blade. A single, graceful motion. Yet it sent Yang Min and tens of millions of viewers in the live stream room gasping in suspense. Ji-Chi is about to strike. Ji-Chi isn't backing down at all. Why not just use her background to suppress Ji-Chi? That'd be way easier. Why go head to head? She's messing up. I'm speechless. This move is just painful to watch. Honestly, I actually thought this mystery guy was strong before. Yang Min closed her eyes. They say you can see your own death when you die. She didn't want to see herself. Such a gruesome sight. Just as everyone had resigned themselves to the inevitable outcome, Mr. Jianhe slowly opened his eyes. Just as he prepared to counter Ji-Chi's sword strike, Chen Xian spoke again. His voice was as cold and indifferent as the laws of heaven. Ji-Chi, who gave you the audacity to raise a hand against me? Everything you possess was bestowed upon you by my master. Were it not for my master, you'd likely still be living like a lowly stray dog in the Grand Feng clan's ancestral hall. He bestowed upon you the demon blade and the prophecy only because he deemed you still useful. Otherwise, do you think you'd still be alive? Having spoken, Chen Xian gave a slight flick of his finger. You think, when I bestowed the demon blade upon you, did I have no means at all? The words had barely left his lips. Under Ji-Chi's horrified gaze, the demonic blade, once swirling with countless vengeful spirits and radiating boundless malevolence, remained utterly still in his grasp. Remained utterly still. Moreover, all the supernatural phenomena vanished. The boundless vengeful spirits and malevolent aura seemed as though they had never existed at all. This demon blade. My demon blade. How is this possible? I've honed it for 1,000 years, how could it refuse my command? Ji-Chi was overcome with terror. Even as a millennia-old ancient undead, his power was no less than any other being's. But when the demonic blade he relied on as his pillar lost its power, he found himself panicking. He was even at a loss. Chen Xian's haughty and disdainful voice echoed once more. Now, Do you still intend to attack me? You're nothing but a dog my master keeps. The bones I gave you were meant to fatten you up, to make you strong enough to hunt. Not so you could turn on your master. You still have some use. Offer up the blood of the ultimatine, and I'll spare your life. The rapid succession of twists left the live stream audience reeling. Even Yang Min and Mr. Jianhe were baffled. They couldn't fathom who this mysterious figure calling himself the sword borrower truly was. But I'm satisfied just to be alive. Yang Min opened his eyes once more. After Ji Qi lost the demonic blade's empowerment, she could sense the battle intent emanating from Mr. Sword River. This is unprecedented. Which meant Mr. Jianhe was confident enough to kill Ji Qi without the demon blade's power. She wanted to see what kind of pathetic state this ancient zombie, who had plunged her into despair countless times, would be in next. Meanwhile, the live stream audience was already in an uproar. However, after enduring multiple reversals and humiliating defeats, they dared not underestimate Qin Xian anymore. The blade borrower is incredible. Voice cracking. How dare this Ji Qi act so arrogant? It's just a dog. Dog? A zombie dog? Ha 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 ha. Come to think of it, the blade borrower is kind of an old-style profession, right? So, what exactly is blood? The raging inferno within Ji Qi's heart was instantly extinguished. He suddenly recalled his own lowly state back then, and his terror of that mysterious old Taoist. Ji Qi's voice no longer carried its previous deep, muffled tone. Subsequent plot: Ji Qi loses the demon blade, falling under Qin Xian's control. Ji Qi sacrifices the blade's essence and blood, granting Qin Xian the eternal corpse-controlling talisman to dominate Ji Qi. The authorities are stunned, the Jingye Bureau is shocked, and they attempt to uncover Qin Xian's true identity. The entire internet was stunned. Demons and spirits truly existed, zombies were real, and so was this mysterious blade lender whose age was unknown. Major sects opened their gates: Maoshan, Tianshi, Kongtong, Xingcheng. Western angels manifested, and the thunder of the gods roared. All because a demonic chaos was about to descend upon the world, though this truth would never reach ordinary folk. Some began questioning whether the Shadow Knight clan was all that formidable. Here, they were wildly courting enmity. Then the ghostly realm erupted. The headless ghost king attempted to slaughter the city to become the ghost emperor. This headless ghost king was once a debtor himself, an emperor of a fallen dynasty. Major sects arrived, even from the west, brimming with confidence. They streamed their battles live, only to retreat in defeat one by one, suffering casualties. At the critical moment, Qin Xian appeared. Chapter 7: The Madness of the Night Watch. The entire nation plunged into a frenzy. The existence of cultivators was now undeniable. The legends recorded in ancient texts of those who could fly on swords or even ascend to immortality were no longer mere myths. Sect gates opened, and the Great Xia Cultivation Academy was formally established. In a remarkably short time, schools sprang up in nearly every city. Countless ancient texts and classified documents began to be made available to the newly admitted students. People were filled with enthusiasm, yet few seemed to notice something else unfolding. Why had these secrets, hidden for centuries, resurfaced so abruptly? 1 month after resolving the millennia-old zombie crisis, a stealth fighter jet silently arrived at the sealed city. This modest city now housed a large contingent of Jingye Bureau elites, who moved about in plain clothes, concealed in every corner of the city. The reason for this was inextricably linked to Qin Xian. The sudden appearance of the Shadow Weaver, who had brought the millennium-old zombie Ji Qi, presented an extremely thorny problem for the Xia High Command. Who exactly was this young man? What was the legendary sword borrower? What kind of miraculous power did he wield? A single demonic blade could transform an ordinary mortal into a god of slaughter, a ruler of an empire. If the blade borrower's power is truly this formidable, could it rapidly produce countless terrifying warriors like Ji Qi? Consider this: even Mr. Jianhe, the official representative chosen by the government, was no match for Ji Qi wielding the demonic blade. Only pillars of the nation or ancient masters from major sects could hope to challenge such a level of power. Where could one find such figures? The mere appearance of one would be a tremendous surprise. Still no sign of the person? In the grand hall of the Fengcheng prefecture office sat an elderly man with snow-white beard. The old man had snow-white hair and a youthful complexion, his cheeks glowing with a healthy flush. His eyes sparkled with vitality as he sat clad in a plain robe, clutching a large whisk in his arms. Reporting to the chief commander, we have yet to locate him. This man's origins are highly unusual. We cannot uncover any information about him. Master Jianhe stood beside the elder, sword case in hand, his demeanor utterly deferential. This elder was the chief of the Jingye Bureau. It was said that in his prime, he had come within a hair's breadth of becoming a pillar of the nation, an absolutely formidable presence. Upon hearing Jianhe's report, the chief commander merely gave a slight nod. Indeed. Though this youth appears ordinary, his eyes possess a divine quality. Even through the video feed, gazing into them alone draws me in. If he chooses to evade us, he may well remain elusive for quite some time. Mr. Jianhe bowed his head slightly, seemingly deep in thought. Chief Administrator, what exactly is this Shindaoren faction? Why have we never heard of them before? Though Mr. Jianhe was not one for idle talk, this matter left him genuinely perplexed. This sect seemed utterly unknown to him. The sword borrower, to be precise, it's more like the inheritance of a specific profession. There are absolutely no records about the origins of this lineage, their cultivation methods, or the extent of their abilities. Not even in the records of the major sects? The last recorded appearance of a sword borrower was nearly 500 years ago. It said an elder from Mount Kongton had some connection with one and met him once, but after that, sword borrowers vanished entirely. The old man stroked his long beard and said no more. All direct records concerning the sword borrower were effectively non-existent. Even if all existing records were piled together, what could be found about the blade borrower was merely fragments woven into the tales of legendary figures. Besides the demon blade Princess Chi, over 10 terrifying figures linked to the blade borrower had been documented. Rumor had it several had ascended to immortality. If true, what purpose could the sword borrower have served? Our immediate priority is to rapidly enhance our strength. Those entities will likely emerge soon, yet we still lack a suitable candidate for the position of the 3 talents. Perhaps this sword borrower could lend us a hand. Zonsi waved his hand slightly. Mr. Jianhe nodded and turned to leave the room immediately. Meanwhile, Chen Xian, who had been holed up at home for a month, could no longer endure it. Staying cooped up in the room with Ji Qi any longer might suffocate him. Was it really appropriate to spend all day with a dead person? To be safe, Chen Xian had already retrieved Ji Qi's demonic blade. He wanted to carefully study this extraordinary artifact, taken from the hands of the former blade lender. A mere blade capable of transforming an ordinary person into a formidable powerhouse, this object was undoubtedly extraordinary. Yet despite Chen Xian's persistent attempts to communicate with the spirit within the demonic blade, he'd found nothing. Perhaps there was no spirit at all? The origins of the blade lending clan remained a mystery to Chen Xian even now. As for that so-called system, aside from assigning him a task when he obtained the Jade Book, it had remained completely silent ever since. If not for the system displaying more detailed, unlocked quests after the demon blade Ji Qi during his inspections, he might have even doubted whether he possessed any system at all. Staying cooped up at home isn't exactly ideal. Opportunities favor the prepared. If one could become immortal just by sitting around indoors, that would be nothing short of a miracle. During this period, Ji Qi, tasked with protecting Chen Xian, had come to realize she'd been completely duped by the fellow before her. At first, his aura had been genuinely intimidating, but upon reflection, Chen Xian hadn't revealed his true strength at all. Or rather, his physique was so frail it seemed as if he'd never cultivated at all. And indeed, that was the case. But now the die was cast. Ji Qi had become Chen Xian's puppet, forced to take things one step at a time. Chen Xian was rather speechless at Ji Qi's words. Didn't he already know that opportunities lay in the outside world? But now he'd been thrust into a hellish opening act. Stepping outside would inevitably draw the attention of the Night Watch, and trouble would surely follow. The #1 rule in the novel world: avoid trouble at all costs. Yet whether it was due to the protagonist's aura descending upon him or not, even though Chen Xian had been cautious to the extreme, even using the heavenly gaze technique to shield the area around his small shop, he still couldn't avoid the risk of being tracked down. Just as Chen Xian was debating whether to venture out and take his chances, a petite, adorably clumsy girl stumbled into the room. She collided head-on with Chen Xian. "You're the guy who sold knives on credit." From the Jingye Bureau. Chapter 8, The Celestial Fiend Approaches. Staring at the harmless-looking girl before him, Chen Xian felt momentarily dazed. She looked every bit the part of a schoolgirl who'd just slipped out of class, except for the monstrously large sword strapped to her back, a blade nearly as tall as she was. Even when held at an angle, it nearly dragged on the ground. Such a petite girl carrying this monstrously out-of-place sword was truly a sight to behold. But Chen Xian wouldn't underestimate her based on appearances. It wasn't just the Jingye Bureau investigating him lately. Chen Xian had also been secretly observing this mysterious organization that had finally surfaced. Every individual who had made it into the Jingye Bureau was far beyond what he could currently handle with ease. Although I have now mastered the art of reading the aura of heaven and man. But let's be honest, this sort of thing is ultimately just an auxiliary ability, not the kind of core power that can play a decisive role in a final showdown. The selection criteria for the Jingye Bureau are exceptionally stringent. Before the government officially decided to disclose these matters to the public, every individual admitted into the Jingye Bureau possessed extraordinary skills. They had all experienced strange occurrences to varying degrees, gaining mysterious powers as a result. In essence, they were individuals who had embarked on their cultivation journey without formal training, people often blessed with exceptional natural talent. One might even say their talents bordered on terrifying. Combined with the training provided by the Jingye Bureau, aside from those with family legacies, every individual selected from the common folk is a formidable force. So you're the blade borrower. Never expected to find you here, a weapons shop full of blades. Fits your identity perfectly. The girl, appearing rather carefree, circled the entire shop. Even as Ji-Chi watched her intently from the corner, she seemed utterly oblivious. "Little brat, I advise you to get out of here. This isn't where you belong. Otherwise, I'll turn you into a pile of rotten meat in the next second." Ji-Chi had a fiery temper and couldn't stand being ignored. To him, this was a provocation, and he was ready to take the girl down right then and there. Well, if it isn't Lord Ji-Chi. Who'd have thought you'd really be tamed by this debt-collecting blade? I'd heard legends about how formidable the king of his generation was, but looks like even after death, you still end up guarding someone's shop. Though the little brat spoke with a playful smile, every word she uttered felt like a knife stabbing into Ji-Chi's heart. "This infuriates me." Ji-Chi lunged forward, intent on tearing the brat to shreds. Despite her insolent demeanor, her strength was no match for Ji-Chi's current state. Even without his demonic blade, he was still several times stronger than an ordinary 1,000-year-old zombie king. However, Chen Xian naturally wouldn't let Ji-Chi simply eliminate this girl. Though she was just a child, she might prove useful later. As for the Jingye Bureau's intentions, Chen Xian could only speculate. Having someone like this by his side now would allow for better negotiations. At the very least, it would prevent him from appearing so passive when truly facing the full might of the Jingye Bureau's forces. "Hold on. I have something to discuss with this girl." Chen Xian signaled Ji-Chi to halt. Though resentment churned within her, she dared not show it outwardly, pausing her attack and waiting quietly to the side. Chen Xian approached the girl bearing the massive sword and gestured for her to sit on the sofa nearby. "Let me ask you this, what is your role within the Jingye Bureau?" "Just a lowly apprentice who barely passed. Though they gave me a nickname, Sword Knight." Though the girl wore a cheerful smile, something about her struck Chen Xian is off. Sword Knight, judging by how they assign titles, this must also be some kind of functional role within the Jingye Bureau. For instance, a formidable figure like Mr. Sword River was classified as a day patrol officer. Sword Wanderer sounded like a combatant title too, implying she should be significantly stronger than the average night watch guard. Sounds decent enough. You must have some skill. I have a few questions now. Answer honestly, or you won't be leaving this door. Facing Chen Xian's threats, the girl seemed oblivious, sitting casually on the sofa and fiddling with a model toy nearby. Just ask whatever you want. Faced with the girl's attitude, even Chen Xian felt a surge of irritation. Still, he didn't lose his composure. He sat down opposite her and studied her. "What exactly is the Jingye Bureau? What kind of work do you primarily handle? What is the Jingye Bureau?" To be precise, it's a special department formed to deal with strange phenomena. We handle all sorts of things: supernatural crimes, paranormal occurrences, bizarre demons and monsters, maybe even aliens. So compared to the 8 gates, you're the ones handling matters that can't be discussed openly, right? You could say that. We get involved in all matters concerning practitioners. While the 8 gates are part of that, their functions differ from ours, though they share similarities. Alright, let me ask you this, why exactly did you seek me out? Lately, he's spared no expense, manpower, resources, wealth to track me down. Casting this massive net across this small, sealed city, it's making me feel incredibly insecure. To my surprise, the girl burst out laughing. What a joke. You're a big shot now. You've shaken the entire Great Xia, the entire world. You vanished without a trace, only to reappear and take down the 1,000-year-old zombie king, and not just any, but the Demon Blade Princess Qi. Anyone in your position would be the talk of the town. We have no records of you whatsoever. With such a sudden emergence, such a sensational feat, and you even revealed yourself to all viewers before the livestream, how could we not come looking for you? What do you want from me? It's simple. We want to understand what exactly the blade borrower profession entails. Is it the legacy of a sect, or the legacy of some extraordinary being? Right now, we desperately need power. As one of the top combat forces, you should be well aware of what this world is about to face. This time, it was the girl who turned the tables and questioned Chen Xian. What exactly is this world facing? Why don't you tell me? If you can convince me, I might even help you. Chen Xian smiled faintly, but his heart skipped a beat. Could it be that something truly catastrophic was about to unfold? He had been restless for quite some time now. Even using the heavenly gaze technique, he hadn't detected any anomalies. But that was only because his power was still too weak to discern reality from illusion, present from future. The heavenly demon approaches. Chaos will engulf the land. The people will suffer, reduced to misery. If we lack the strength to fight back, this world will be utterly destroyed. Chapter 9, The White Snake Arrives. You must have noticed by now the danger we face. It's not just the subdued zombie king by your side. Several legendary great demons have also stirred. Recently, a colossal white serpent appeared at the Kunlun outpost, likely possessing the power of a demon king. Master Jian, his junior disciple, has been dispatched to handle it, but there's been no word yet. As she spoke, Chen Xian could clearly sense the girl's expression growing grave. Chen Xian thought to himself, Mr. Jianhan must be a truly formidable figure. While he might not match Ji-Chi, who wields the demon blade, he was certainly no ordinary opponent. His junior disciple surely wouldn't be weak either. If it truly was a demon king, then this matter was far from straightforward. Success would be ideal, but failure might necessitate invoking that so-called pillar of the nation they spoke of. Mr. Sword Borrower, I cannot gauge the full extent of your abilities. But I trust that as a human, you would not stand idly by while our race faces impending calamity. Should you agree to assist us, the Jingya Bureau will not cause you any trouble. The young woman sat up straight, her expression turning serious as she looked intently at Chen Xian. Without hesitation, Chen Xian pledged his support for the human race. I hope you remember your promise. After delivering these words, the girl made no further delay and turned to leave immediately. Chen Xian did not attempt to stop her, allowing her departure as he began contemplating his next course of action. Based on the information she had just shared, chaos engulfing the world seemed inevitable. The sole condition for survival would be possessing overwhelming power, whether facing attacks from foreign tribes or internal strife among the human race. Those without strength would find no foothold. My sword technique has improved greatly, but I haven't truly embarked on the path of cultivation. Where can I find the methods for cultivation? How should I seek them out? And to whom should I turn for guidance? What troubled Chen Xian most now was his inability to cultivate. More accurately, he lacked the method to cultivate. Even when he had asked Ji Qi, the fellow had been evasive and non-committal. For Ji Qi himself had gained his power only after obtaining the demonic blade and achieving enlightenment through it. How to cultivate, how to awaken, how to begin each person's path was different. Chen Xian retrieved the jade book. Currently, only one page could be opened. It detailed Ji Qi's life story, chronicling his journey. Traces of clues seemed hidden within. Ji Qi's mission remained unfinished, suggesting this might be his own beginner's trial. Only by completing it all could he obtain the cultivation method. Chen Xian pored over every detail about Ji Qi, yet noticed something amiss. Additional text had appeared. Shortly after obtaining the demonic blade, Ji Qi gained immense power. During this period, he had journeyed to the Kunlun Mountains, where he reportedly clashed fiercely with a demon king residing there. Both parties suffered severe injuries, and the demon king mentioned seemed to be a white snake. Do you remember battling that white snake in Kunlun all those years ago? Chen Xian turned to face Ji Qi, as if he had grasped some crucial detail. Unfortunately, having transformed into the zombie king, Ji Qi could no longer recall many events from his previous life. The zombie king Ji Qi and the living demon blade Ji Qi were, in essence, two distinct beings. The memories within this body seem to have some reaction to this white snake, but I don't recall the details. Could it be we need to make another trip to Kunlun? Ji Qi was puzzled, yet an inexplicable feeling urged him. To grow stronger, he must let go of his attachment to the demon blade's power. Perhaps retracing the path of his past life could offer some insight. If that's truly the case, then a trip there is indeed necessary. Chen Xian smiled faintly, closing the jade book before hurrying to the nearby safe. He unlocked it and retrieved several items inside. Though his shop was modest, business was steady. Swords and blades weren't everyday purchases, but when sold, they commanded substantial sums. Over the years, he had managed to save up a decent sum. Now was the time for those savings to serve their purpose. With the money secured, Chen Xian slung the demonic blade across his waist. According to Ji Qi, this blade possessed an unfathomable power, one that seemed capable of devouring a person's mind. Before and after acquiring it, the owner had become almost unrecognizable. Yet this power appeared to have no effect on Chen Xian, who could only attribute it to his identity as a blade lender. Just as they finished packing and prepared to depart, a sudden commotion erupted outside. Chen Xian's heart skipped a beat. Rushing to the door, he flung it open and peered out. His face drained of color at the sight. The sky above was churning with dark, thunderous clouds, thick and oppressive as if the entire heavens were crushing down upon the world. Within that dense blackness, a lone, white rainbow-like streak twisted and rolled. Even without activating his heavenly spirit gazing technique, he could sense the overwhelming killing intent and fury. It felt as though an unparalleled demonic beast, a world-devouring calamity, was churning within. This feeling is so familiar. I swear I've sensed this aura before. Ji Qi's expression also shifted. Standing behind Chen Xian, he gazed up at the cloud-choked sky. Suddenly, a flash of white light streaked across the heavens, followed by the emergence of a colossal serpent head as large as an entire apartment complex. It was a white serpent, its left eye blinded, the right eye blazing with a blood-red ferocity. Its gaping maw seemed poised to swallow the entire city whole. Ji Qi. You despicable rat. You ambushed me back then. Today, I come for vengeance. Show yourself. I know you've survived this long. The white serpent actually spoke human words. Each syllable boomed like a great bell exploding beside their ears. Those untrained commoners couldn't withstand such force. Within the vicinity closest to the serpent, tens of thousands suffered casualties instantly. Some died instantly, their brains shattered, while most survivors lost their hearing on the spot, their internal organs shaken until they bled. Looks like we didn't even have to go looking for it, this thing came right to us. Chen Xian spread his hands helplessly. Chapter 10, Heaven-Shattering Power. It's the white snake near the Kunlun outpost. He actually came all the way here. We're done for. This creature is likely even more powerful than that zombie king. Did you hear what he said? It sounded like he was calling Ji-Chi's name. Could this creature be the legendary Kunlun White Snake Demon King who battled Ji-Chi, leaving both gravely wounded? Those stories were actually true. The survivors scattered in all directions, desperate to flee the city. The White Serpent's colossal form hovered over the sealed city, poised to wipe out every last one of them at any moment. That bastard actually made it to the sealed city. Looks like something's gone wrong with the Sword Rain operation. The chief slowly opened his eyes, seemingly unfazed by the colossal creature circling overhead. Mr. Sword River stood atop a high-rise building, his gaze fixed on the white form in the sky. The sword case clutched tightly to his chest trembled slightly. Assemble everyone at the 8 gates. Bring that thing down. The city lockdown headquarters issued an urgent mobilization order. The once majestic 8 gates compound began to rumble as 5 massive cannons, each over 30 meters long, rose from the ground. To counter potential threats from great demons or monsters, every district was equipped with the Supreme 5 Elements cannon. Powered by the energy of cultivators, these weapons unleashed devastating power, comparable to a single strike from a sword immortal. Holy crap! We've got something this badass in our city? Those near the 8 gates gaped in astonishment at the 5 cannons, each radiating a distinct color. This thing probably won't cut it. Chen Xian activated his heavenly gaze technique to observe the 5 elements cannon in the distance. Its power was undeniably formidable, but the White Serpent was no longer a mere demon king. Its form wavered between existence and nothingness, clearly on the verge of entering the void. Scientifically speaking, the serpent now existed in a state between physical and energy form, rendering conventional attacks nearly useless. This creature had spent 1,000 years nearing the transition from demon king to demon immortal. Even the most basic immortal could directly ignore or even reverse physical laws. See how much stronger this creature is compared to you now? Chen Xian turned to look at Ji-Chi beside him. Ji-Chi's expression was grim. 1,000 years ago, that white snake had nearly killed him. If not for the sudden surge of power from the demon blade, he would have been finished long ago. Now, a millennium had passed, and the white snake's power had grown even more terrifying. Even at his peak, Ji-Chi would likely struggle to prevail. If you give me the demon blade, I can fight it. Yet Ji-Chi showed no fear at this moment. Though his expression was grave, a fierce fighting spirit surged within him. The demon blade bears 3 stars that bind its power. Only by activating these stars can its true might be unleashed evil, lust, and malice. That white snake is the embodiment of utter wickedness. Back then, you used its blood to awaken the malice star upon the blade. Now, only by dispelling the power of that star can we drive the white snake back. After days of silence, the system suddenly transmitted information into Chen Xian's mind. Only 3 branches of the demon blade Ji-Chi quest remained: return the blade to its origin and retrieve it. That was the true duty of a blade borrower. Prepare for a showdown with that bastard. Let the Jingya Bureau see we're not to be trifled with. Chen Xian drew the demon blade from his waist and tossed it to Ji-Chi. The moment she grasped it, her aura surged skyward like an emperor poised to rule the heavens and earth. Though you are a slave under my command, I desire more than merely a 1,000-year-old zombie king. Only by truly growing stronger can you attain the ultimate mystery. Chen Xian drew a deep breath and released the blade's restraints. Instantly, the surging black aura engulfed half the sky, a thick, rolling torrent of darkness like a colossal inkblot. In that instant, the entire city's atmosphere shifted. Demon Blade Ji-Chi has reached such terrifying heights. Ji-Chi's aura sent shockwaves through everyone present. In this state, she surpassed even her previous peak strength. The power of the malevolent star within the demonic blade erupted wildly. Harnessing this force, Ji-Chi soared into the air, hovering mid-sky. The white snake's soul remaining eye flashed with savage intent. This man before her had gravely wounded her, destroying one eye in a century of cultivation. She would not rest until vengeance was exacted. Yet the recovery of a great demon was far slower than that of Ji-Chi, wielding the demon blade. 1,000 years have passed. I thought you'd ascended to immortality. Instead, you've become a zombie. Ha 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 ha. The great serpent roared with laughter. Ji-Chi's expression remained serene, seemingly unfazed by the taunt. Yet, ever since he began unleashing the power from the demonic blade, an inexplicable sensation had taken hold. His true self was slowly returning. The Ji-Chi who had once bowed to others yet harbored grand ambitions seemed to be struggling deep within his heart. For a moment, Ji-Chi felt lost. Had the demon blade truly elevated him, or had it been his ruin? This blade can elevate you above all others, yet you shall cease to be yourself. Beyond the 3 realms, you shall exist only in the void. The old Taoist's words echoed in his ears once more. Bitterness filled Ji-Chi's heart. What exactly was this demonic blade? He felt he was beginning to understand. White Snake, how long will you dwell on the grudges of 1,000 years? Must I slay you to satisfy your desires? Ji-Chi gripped the demonic blade as he spoke slowly. This time, the overwhelming killing intent and malevolence that had consumed him were gradually fading. Rather than a ruthless demon, the Ji-Chi before them now resembled a towering giant, a true emperor. Ji-Chi, spare me this nonsense. Take this. The white snake roared furiously, spewing a rainbow-like stream of crimson light that shot straight toward Ji-Chi. Ji-Chi gave his blade a slight shake, enveloping himself in intense black light. In an instant, a colossal giant Ji-Chi soaring 500 meters tall materialized mid-air. The crimson beam slammed into the colossal figure, causing only a slight tremor in his form. A Dharma form? Similar, but not the same. The power of the demon blade, then? Interesting. Several voices suddenly echoed in Chen Xian's ears. He frowned slightly. Through the feedback of his heavenly vision technique, he realized these speakers weren't even within the sealed city. They were individuals of immense power communicating through telepathy. Semi-immortal power. Chen Xian shuddered involuntarily. Even when the white snake and Ji-Chi unleashed their full power, they had only grazed the edge of the Hualu realm. If these were half-immortals, they were merely one step away from breaking free from the shackles of mortal flesh. Chapter 11, Slaying the White Serpent, Retrieving the Scroll from its belly. Could those individuals be the so-called pillars of the nation? Half-immortals surely the pinnacle of human achievement? Chen Xian frowned slightly. While his heavenly perception technique held high priority and he wasn't worried about being detected from such a distance, facing these individuals would still be a headache. The gap in power was undeniable, and he had to admit it. Yet a thought struck him: these individuals likely held their own against the White Serpent or Ji-Chi in their current states. With such powerhouses present, what threat could demons or monsters possibly pose? Could the swordsman's words hold any truth? While Chen Xian pondered these questions, Ji-Chi and the White Snake had already clashed in battle. Both wielded the power of the half-stepped Dharma realm. Though lacking divine might, their slightest movement could effortlessly obliterate an entire district. Reinforced concrete skyscrapers crumbled before them like fragile glass. Master Jianhe, what should we do now? Should we attack both of them simultaneously? A high-ranking official from the prefectural office approached Mr. Jianhe. The Shangqing 5 Elements primordial cannon was now primed and ready to fire at any moment. The targets were massive, making a direct hit seem certain. These men, unaware of the terrifying power attained at that level, were brimming with confidence, convinced they could easily eliminate both foes. This battle is not one to be entered lightly. Observe and wait. Mr. Jianhe waved his hand dismissively. The official paused in surprise before reluctantly turning away. Though not from the same bureau, the Jingya Bureau held authority to override the 8 gates in matters of judgment. As its representative and foremost of the 12-day envoys, Mr. Jianhe wielded power second only to the ruler himself. Chen Xian quietly slipped to a nearby safe spot to observe Ji-Chi and the White Snake's battle. The cultivation system in this world was chaotic. Beyond the systematic training methods found with insects, cultivation elsewhere was practically non-existent. Forget about concepts like heavenly chi or earthly essence. In this world, cultivation relied solely on personal insight. Even a lifetime spent poring over Taoist scriptures might yield only a fraction of its secrets. Battles between such supreme masters offered the greatest potential for unique insights. Chen Xian possessed both a cultivation system and spiritual roots. What she lacked was merely a pure form of expression. This fight could very well unlock her path to cultivation. Hurry up and leave. What are you still doing here? As the battle intensified, some spectators became utterly absorbed, unable to tear themselves away. Among the fleeing crowd, many suddenly stopped, transfixed, their eyes fixed on the clash. Their spiritual roots were being activated by the battle, placing them at the critical moment of imminent awakening. Everyone else, keep fleeing. We'll handle these ones. The Jingya Bureau had long been prepared. Numerous guards raced through the city, escorting the engrossed individuals to safe zones while ensuring their awakening process remained undisturbed. The giant form Ji-Chi had manifested bore no demonic blade in its hands. This colossal manifestation itself drew upon the malevolent star power within the blade. Ji-Chi transformed by the blade's very essence. The white serpent continuously spewed forth various magical artifacts and beams of light, but these proved nearly useless against the thick, oppressive force of the evil star. Growing impatient, the serpent suddenly coiled its massive body around Ji-Chi's form. A giant hundreds of meters tall, wrapped in a serpent thousands of meters long, the scene was utterly spectacular. Blade! I need the blade. The essence of the blade. Chen Xian had cultivated sword techniques for years. Among mortals, becoming a top-tier swordsman was no challenge. As a descendant of the sword borrowers, he possessed a profound connection to blades. The insights gained in battle now awakened a deep-seated yearning within him. Chen Xian yearned to draw his blade and join the fray. In that instant, an unimaginable blade intent erupted from his body. The aura swirled in the air, coalescing into a war blade piercing heaven and earth. A single strike seemed capable of obliterating the world. Who goes there? The white snake, who had already gained the upper hand, was momentarily unsettled by the overwhelming blade intent. A profound, indescribable fear took root in her heart. A terrifying being on the verge of becoming a demonic immortal was actually feeling fear toward an untrained mortal. Seize this chance. At that moment, all those with extraordinary cultivation sensed that earth-shaking blade intent. Yet the local official, consumed by ambition for his own future, saw the white snake seized by Ji-Chi, its throat clutched, and his eyes flashed with excitement. This was his chance to strike both down at once. Fire! 5-colored divine light intertwined and surged toward Ji-Chi and the white snake, locked in combat. Damn it! These bastards have lost their minds. Not only Master Jianha, but even the chief inspector observing from the shadows couldn't help but curse aloud. Launching an attack at such a critical moment would inevitably forcefully interrupt Chen Xian's enlightenment. If it were cut short, it might even affect Chen Xian for the rest of his life. Damn it! Ji-Chi was immobilized by the white snake's coils, while the white snake clung desperately to Ji-Chi's grasp, a classic standoff between two adversaries locked in a stalemate. The 5-colored divine light now pierced straight through Ji-Chi's back, tearing through his chest to smash into the white snake's head. The world-shattering force instantly pierced Ji-Chi's body. The malevolent star power on the demonic blade abruptly diminished. Ji-Chi's colossal divine form vanished, transforming into a zombie clutching the blade as he plummeted toward the ground. The white snake was struck squarely, its intense agony causing it to writhe violently. Each convulsion of its 1,000-meter-long colossal body devastated an entire area. The entire city shook violently, as if the apocalypse itself were about to descend in the next instant. Perfect! I hit it! This thing is finished! The local official cheered wildly, as if he had already been appointed to some high office and become a dragon among men. But the overwhelming blade intent vanished in an instant. He's finished? I think you're the one who's finished. A white-bearded elder materialized behind the local official. His stern glare instantly froze the man in place, paralyzed with fear. Grand Celestial Master. Grand Celestial Master Hua Zirua, whose profound abilities were beyond comprehension, possessed the power to pierce heaven and earth, knowing past and future. Today, he suddenly sensed the cosmic upheaval and learned that a royal star was about to emerge, only to discover he had arrived a moment too late. May that person be safe. Hua Zero sighed softly, his expression suddenly shifting. He turned and vanished in a wisp of green smoke. The white serpent hadn't managed to retract its divine form in time and was struck squarely by the blast, now gravely wounded. A dark shadow appeared before it, Ji-Chi, wielding his demonic blade. Just as the serpent opened its mouth to speak, a black streak flashed through the air. The massive serpent head fell to the ground, and a jade fragment dropped from its throat, landing at Ji-Chi's feet. Chapter 12, The thread of fate remains unbroken, the Kunlun Abyss. This is bad. Ji-Chi slew the white serpent, yet his expression shifted dramatically. A certain knot within his heart vanished, confirming that the path Chen Xian had shown him was indeed correct. But now, Chen Xian's enlightenment had been forcibly halted midway. His fate, life or death, remained uncertain. Ji-Chi. Jianha, who had been watching from the sidelines, materialized before Ji-Chi. The man before him was no pushover either. He couldn't let Ji-Chi slip away just yet. Young upstart, don't make a mistake. Ji-Chi frowned. A mere mortal swordsman dared to block his path? Yet within this city, several formidable auras lingered, ones that even he found troublesome. This is my mission. Mr. Jianha drew the ancient sword from its scabbard. The inscriptions on the blade flickered with light, signifying that his sword heart had advanced another step. Then die with it. Without turning his head, Ji-Chi swung his demonic blade. A blade light several meters long slashed directly toward Mr. Jianha. Though not a fatal strike, it would certainly inflict severe wounds on Mr. Jianha in his current state. Clang! Yet with a crisp clang, the powerful blade aura vanished entirely. An elderly man with white beard, clad in black official robes, appeared between Ji-Chi and Mr. Jianha. Chief Inspector. Mr. Jianha's heart jolted, and he hurriedly bowed in respect. This is unacceptable. Did I not explicitly instruct you not to cause trouble for Senior Ji-Chi and the sword borrower? The chief inspector's slight rebuke also served as a show of respect toward Ji-Chi. Ji-Chi was no unreasonable man, and the old man before him possessed formidable strength. Even at his peak, the chief inspector might only have been his equal. Are you their leader? This old man is merely a freeloader. Mr. Ji-Chi, please do as you wish. Zongzi smiled faintly, leading Mr. Jianha away. Ji-Chi's sole thought now was to find Chen Xian. Only Chen Xian knew how he could break free from the demon blade's control. With the malevolent star's power dissipated, Ji-Chi's condition had stabilized considerably. Otherwise, that single strike aimed at Mr. Jianha moments ago would have been enough to send him to the grave on the spot. Guided by the demon blade's link, Ji-Chi swiftly reached Chen Xian's side. Chen Xian lay pale and exhausted amidst the ruins, drenched in sweat. The impact felt like his skull had been hacked by 10,000 blades. Had it not been for his terrifyingly strong mental fortitude and the system's protection, this blow would have claimed his life. He's been wounded by the blade intent awakening. Ji-Chi frowned, swiftly drawing the demonic blade and placing it beside Chen Xian. He then slashed his own finger, letting a drop of blood fall onto the blade's surface. The blade intent began to slowly surge out of Chen Xian's mind, flowing into the demonic blade. As the rampant blade intent dissipated, Chen Xian's expression gradually calmed. Chen Xian's life was saved, but no one could guarantee this incident wouldn't affect his future cultivation. A failed awakening left almost no chance for a second attempt. Unbeknownst to them, on the other side of the city, Hua Zero stood amidst a patch of grass. A youth in white robes sat cross-legged, the verdant expanse seemingly born from the ground beneath his feet. The grass swayed gently, appearing soft, yet each blade seemed as sharp as a sword's edge. A genius who had successfully awakened amidst the onslaught. The way of nature, all things are swords. Penetrate the essence of swordsmanship, cultivate an unblemished sword heart. Hua Zirua's eyes brimmed with uncontrollable excitement. Such a formidable prodigy, if nurtured, could become a pillar of the nation, a terrifying force. This youth might even fill the vacant seat among the three talents of heaven, earth, and man. Today, even if it costs this old monk his life, I shall divine your future. Hua Ziru grasped the wisp behind him, gently swaying it. In an instant, countless starry skies seemed to form around him. Though they stood amidst ruins, the next moment, innumerable planets drifted and sank around the two figures. The northern dipper, the southern dipper, the 24 constellations, the three eternal stars. Constellations flashed before his eyes one after another, and Hua Zirua's expression darkened. Constellations of this caliber were devastatingly harmful to him. The great constellation. Suddenly, Hua Ziru snapped his eyes open, spitting out a mouthful of blood. His snow-white robe stained crimson, yet he couldn't help but laugh. Heaven blesses great Xia. Heaven blesses the human race. The pillar of talent has been born. The youth and Hua Ziru vanished without a trace. No one knew where the youth had gone until 7 years later, when the heavenly demon calamity erupted. Then, a figure emerged, a king wielding a sword, sweeping across half the starry sky. Meanwhile, the demon blade absorbed the majority of the chaotic blade intent. Without its influence, Chen Xian slowly regained consciousness. Spotting Ji Qi standing nearby, eyes brimming with anticipation, he couldn't help but startle. Had this ancient fossil done something to him? What the hell are you doing? Damn, my head hurts like hell. Your awakening was interrupted earlier. It's perfectly normal for your head to hurt now. Ji Qi shook his head helplessly. He'd never witnessed an awakening of this caliber before, one that could even disrupt their battlefield. If it couldn't be reversed, who knew what might happen? Yet it also revealed the terrifying potential of this lineage. Even their awakening phase was this formidable. Ding! Post-awakening failure detected. Triggering highest level code, heaven and earth / Success grants one highest tier awakening. Just as Chen Xian was cursing up a storm, the system's voice suddenly echoed once more. Chen Xian's awakening could directly reach the level of a state guarding pillar, yet it still fell short of the highest tier. Such an awakening seemed to have only been achieved by the first human emperor, causing the heavens and earth to change color. What the hell is this? Some kind of surprise? Sitting on the ground, speechless, Chen Xian watched as Ji Qi obediently pulled out the jade paper from her embrace. We found this inside that white snake's body. It might be some kind of treasure. The jade paper had been blank, but upon being handed to Chen Xian, it suddenly displayed a multitude of characters. Activating special item, 100 demons celestial record. White serpent spirit lord, born from the immortal pool of Kunlun, cultivated for 3,000 years and nearing dragon transformation. Wounded by the demonic blade Ji Qi, she lost her chance to ascend. Chen Xian glanced at it briefly before tossing the jade paper aside. No wonder this guy was so furious after Ji Qi appeared. The poor thing was on the verge of becoming a dragon. In plain terms, it was on the verge of ascending to immortality. Then, in an instant, it was plunged from heaven into hell. Who else would it blame but you, Ji Qi? Chapter 13, Sword Pointed at Kunlun. Anyway, none of that matters now. I've already taken care of that bastard. Ji Qi awkwardly tapped his own head, momentarily giving Chen Xian a disorienting sensation. The figure before him seemed less like a zombie and more like a human being. The demon blade exerted a profound influence on its wielder. From the moment Ji Qi first grasped it, the blade had been slowly transforming him. A strange thought suddenly struck Chen Xian. Once Ji Qi completely dispelled the 3-star power from the demon blade, what would he ultimately become? Human? Or perhaps he would revert to his former self, an ordinary, melancholic youth who wasn't exactly bad? Oh no! At that very moment, Ji Qi's expression abruptly darkened, as if something terrible had occurred. What's wrong? The sudden turn of events puzzled Chen Xian. Could it be that the white snake hadn't been dealt with yet? Or had someone from the Jingye Bureau appeared? Neither of those factions was easy to deal with. I was so focused on coming to find you that I forgot the white snake is dead, but there are still so many valuable items left behind. Having cultivated for thousands of years, she was but a step away from becoming a demonic immortal, and not just any demonic immortal. After failing to ascend to dragonhood and struggling back from the brink of death, she had reached this point. Every single scale on that white snake was an extraordinary treasure. I knew that old scoundrel wouldn't let me leave so easily. He was after the white snake all along. Just as Ji Qi turned to head back toward the white snake's corpse, Chen Xian grabbed him by the arm. Hold your horses. While the white snake's body is indeed a rare treasure, it's ultimately just a shell. The most crucial thing isn't on her body. Chen Xian's words left Ji Qi utterly baffled. The most crucial thing wasn't on the white snake's body? What could it be? The white snake's demon core. Though this creature was a monstrous half-step demonic immortal, its failed dragon transformation shattered its demon core. It's no longer within its body. So you're saying that in just 1,000 years, this creature nearly ascended to immortality without a demon core? Ji-Chi felt numb all over. Could a human even conceive of such a thing? Without a demon core, forget cultivation, survival itself would be impossible. What difference is there between a demonic creature without its core and a human without a heart? It simply couldn't live. Though I'm equally baffled, the records here state precisely that. After failing to transform into a dragon, the White Snake Spirit Lord severed its own demon core, gravely wounding you. It then fell into an abyss within Kunlun, where it absorbed boundless power, transforming into its current form. In essence, you could view the present White Snake as a zombie-like creature born from a demon. If one were to simply recite these words from the 100 Demons Celestial record, no one would believe them. Yet the truth remains, the demon blade, infused with the power of the blade borrower, had begun its return to its primordial state. At this moment, the 100 Demons Celestial record manifested directly through the system's power, and its records could not possibly be wrong. If this is such a miraculous situation, it might actually benefit the master's body. Ji-Chi pondered briefly before blurting out. Chen Xian now faced the dire predicament of being unable to cultivate ever again due to his failed awakening. Yet the White Snake's achievements proved that something truly extraordinary was hidden deep within Kunlun. Looks like our trip to Kunlun is unavoidable now. Chen Xian smiled faintly as he rose from the ground, brushing the dust from his clothes. With Fengcheng nearly destroyed, finding flights or similar transportation options would be impossible for the time being. Let's head to Yangcheng next door. I have a friend there I know fairly well. Chen Xian glanced toward his shop's direction. Sadly, it had been destroyed. But it didn't matter, all his valuables were on him, and swords and blades could be remade anywhere. After packing their belongings, the two headed out of the ruins. Meanwhile, a group of Jingya agency personnel, under the command of the headquarters, were carefully dissecting the White Snake's corpse. Every scale, every drop of blood, was an invaluable resource for cultivating new agents. This White Snake was a treasure trove, capable of repaying their losses 1,000-fold. Reporting to the chief commander. Scouts have just informed us that the Blade Borrower has departed this area with the Zombie King. It appears he has no intention of joining the feast. A masked figure clad in black, eyes nearly concealed, appeared before the chief. The chief nodded slightly. Very well, you may return. Do not get too close. Do you truly believe Ji-Chi is merely an ordinary zombie king? Yes, sir. The figure spun, waving his hands at his sides a few times. Instantly, he transformed into a shadowy crow and flew toward the city gates. The Blade Borrower truly lives up to his name. Even when his awakening was forcibly interrupted, he rose unscathed. I thought this one was finished. Seems I underestimated him. Zongxi stroked his beard lightly. Zongxi, he's no ordinary man. I never expected someone who hasn't even begun cultivation to exert a terrifying pressure upon me greater than that of the pillars of the nation. In a single instant, he stabilized my sword heart. Though it was now confirmed Qin Xian hadn't cultivated, the events within the tomb remained vividly etched in Jianhe's memory. After all, it's a mysterious school capable of producing such formidable practitioners. Who knows what other secrets he might hold? You've got nothing else on your plate these days, right? Zongxi turned to look at Mr. Jianhe, who instantly grasped the implication. The sword borrower lineage is indeed shrouded in mystery. Jianhe is willing to go and negotiate. It seems they're preparing to head to Kunlun. Kunlun is a remarkable place indeed. Many of our myths originate there, after all, as it was once the seat of the divine court. Exercise utmost caution. Understood. Kunlun Heavenly Palace legend says it existed even before humanity was born. There dwell powerful beings born divine, possessing an inexplicable force that bridges the gap between humans and demons. Could many secrets now be unraveled within Kunlun? The loss of one Sun Traveler is no small matter. We'll need to find a replacement soon. That girl shows promise, but whether she can pass the trials remains to be seen. As soon as Master Jianhe departed, the chief administrator stroked his long beard in deep thought. Chapter 14, The Ancient Village on the Barren Mountain. Even the nearest city to the Kunlun Mountains required hundreds of kilometers to reach its base. By the time Qin Xian brought Ji-Chi to the city, 3 days had passed. Situated at the westernmost edge of the Great Xia Empire, this region was steeped in legends of countless divine miracles and wondrous creatures. Astrologically, the west corresponded to the White Tiger constellation, a domain presided over by slaughter and warfare. Kunlun often served as a battlefield. This region also marked the border between the Great Xia Empire and foreign tribes, where skirmishes erupted year-round. Forces like the Jingya Bureau maintained particularly dense deployments here. We'll stay here tonight and take a direct bus tomorrow. It'll be slower, but we're not far from our destination. The moment Chen Xian stepped off the plane, he felt a strange heaviness in his chest. This place gave him an uneasy premonition, as if something terrible were about to happen here. Who would have thought cities could be built in places like this nowadays? As a former monarch, Ji-Chi retained some memories, though core details seemed deliberately erased by the demon blade. Information concerning the blade or the Shadow Eaters had vanished from his mind. After all, we've entered a modern society. The era of widespread cultivation is gone, and technology has gradually become what people pursue. Chen Xian nodded slightly. For Ji Qi, who had lived in the cultivation era, witnessing these unimaginable things only deepened his sense of wonder. Now, compared to seeking greater strength, Ji Qi seemed far more fascinated by these products of the new age. But this was understandable. If such things existed in his own era, they would likely cause a huge stir. Likewise, most modern people would feel similarly if they learned that cultivation and ascension to immortality were real. This thing is like traveling, Chen Xian mused. It's just that people at all levels grow weary of their own lives and yearn for a completely different existence. Chen Xian smiled faintly. Truthfully, he wasn't entirely sure why he was running around for these matters. If it were to survive some so-called impending catastrophe, that might be understandable. But what about the dangers he faced? They might not even let him live long enough to see the disaster arrive. The pair rested overnight in this remote border town. The next day, Chen Xian splurged on a decent used off-road vehicle. In such a desolate place, finding a shady market, paying cash, and driving off was no big deal. Though the road to Kunlun had been paved, the journey remained grueling. A powerhouse like Ji Qi could practically outrun the vehicle by running, and his presence with Chen Xian was merely a concession. As the Kunlun Mountains drew ever closer, Chen Xian felt an oppressive weight settling in his chest. What was it that stared at him? Why could he sense it from such a great distance? Let's see. Chen Xian frowned slightly. Though a sense of foreboding stirred within him, curiosity proved irresistible. He activated the heavenly gaze technique. Instantly, a blinding light erupted from the distant horizon, shooting skyward like a celestial river. In that split second, Chen Xian felt as if his skull had been struck by a hammer, followed by a searing glare that blinded him. The blinding light seared his eyes, even causing his mind to grow hazy. In that instant, the vehicle lost control, careening off the narrow road and slamming violently into a strange, crimson rock. Watch out! Ji Qi was puzzled, but the instant Chen Xian activated the heavenly gaze technique, he too sensed that indescribably powerful force. It felt as if someone was gazing this way across the river of time, a level of power so immense that even immortals couldn't achieve such feats. What a terrifying sensation, as if it could reduce me to ashes in an instant. Ji Qi grabbed Chen Xian's clothes and leapt out of the vehicle. The car slammed into the crimson rock and underwent a bizarre transformation. The crimson rock erupted with intense energy fluctuations, instantly sucking both of them inside. A sudden weightlessness washed over them, and Chen Xian felt as though he couldn't breathe. This is bad. We're falling from a great height. The energy formed light before them vanished instantly, causing Ji Qi to panic. Now suspended mid-air, they plummeted downward. As a zombie king, this height was nothing. Even being hurled from outer space wouldn't harm him. But Chen Xian was another story. He was merely mortal flesh. If he hit the ground, wouldn't he be reduced to dust in an instant? Don't panic yet. This place seems like a different temporal node. Though it feels strange, it should be fake. Chen Xian, surprisingly, remained relatively calm. His heavenly vision technique was still active, and the scenery before him appeared utterly bizarre, distorted, unreal, like an unprocessed, overexposed photograph. Fake? Ji Qi frowned slightly. Without the power of the demonic blade, she couldn't simply fly up. The zombie king didn't possess that kind of ability. Let's test it. Chen Xian took a deep breath and abruptly drew the demonic blade. In his hands, it was merely an ordinary knife. Its true power remained sealed until he began his cultivation. Still, it was sufficient. Even without formal cultivation, Chen Xian had already grasped the essence of the blade's techniques. Open for me. The demonic blade slid smoothly through the air. Though not particularly fast, its trajectory was terrifyingly steady. With an unstoppable momentum, the strike cleaved through the illusory barrier before him. The next moment, Chen Xian felt his feet firmly planted on solid ground. The sensation of weightlessness vanished, and he hadn't been smashed into mincemeat. The scenery before him shimmered, gradually fading away. The massive red rock reappeared, but now they found themselves in an entirely different landscape. Unlike the previous barren wasteland, this place had transformed into a lush forest, thick with tangled undergrowth. In the distance, the faint outline of a small village could be discerned. Even from afar, a palpable sense of decay and desolation permeated the air. Chapter 15, The World Within the Red Stone. This is a barrier. Ji Qi frowned slightly. As someone who had once ascended to the pinnacle of this world, though it had only been a few decades, he had seen quite a lot. It was said that after becoming immortal, one gained the ability to project a miniature world within the real world, essentially a parallel dimension. It's only as big as 2 mountains, and incredibly quiet. Seems like there's no living thing left. Ji Qi assessed their current location, the central area between the 2 mountains. An expanse this size rarely harbored monsters. Beyond the mountains lay a hazy white expanse, impassable. It marked the edge of this world. Looks like we accidentally triggered this peculiar world. Could there be something strange inside? Chen Xian rubbed his nose. He had only just reached the foot of the Kunlun Mountains, and before even entering, these events had unfolded. This was making him feel quite uneasy. Such realms are either naturally formed parallel dimensions or spaces forged by enlightened immortals using special artifacts. Generally, they hold immense opportunities. Ji-Chi felt a bit numb. He'd only heard tales of such places and never truly entered one. Only those with extraordinary fortune could stumble upon such realms. And clearly, this world was currently ownerless. This must be a man-made space. Who knows? I might even find some secret manuals here, things left behind by immortals. Any single one could shake the world. Chen Xian felt a surge of awe. Even when Ji-Chi was alive as the ruler of a nation, he had never obtained such treasures. Yet now, by some strange twist of fate, Chen Xian had stumbled upon them. I feel that if I seize a great opportunity this time, it must be inextricably linked to this place. Chen Xian took a deep breath, preparing to examine the space before him. It wasn't large, but it teemed with vegetation and seemed quite plausible. Especially that ruined village over there. A naturally formed world wouldn't have such features. Only a world deliberately created by someone would exhibit this kind of detail. If I'm not mistaken, he mused, some immortal must have attempted to create a miniature world here. But something went terribly wrong. Perhaps the creator met their end. This world was abandoned shortly after its birth, its inhabitants trapped within, deprived of resources until they slowly perished. Ji-Chi deduced based on his knowledge that this was the only plausible explanation. The potential wealth a small world could yield was incalculable. No sane person would abandon it lightly. If it was artificially created, then the key likely lies in what remains within that village. Chen Xian led Ji-Chi toward the village. Everything appeared normal here, yet devoid of spiritual energy. The world was underdeveloped, making it impossible for life to persist long-term. As they drew nearer to the village, faint traces of a path began to emerge beneath their feet. Though overgrown with weeds, the outline remained discernible. Chen Xian sensed an odd force here, as if something was affecting him, slowly weighing down his mood. Be careful. Something about this place feels off. Chen Xian frowned slightly, but Ji-Chi seemed oblivious. He merely turned to look at Chen Xian with puzzlement. As a zombie, this fellow was highly sensitive to living things. This small world was so compact that if anything truly lurked here, it couldn't possibly escape his perception. But what if it wasn't a living thing? Ji-Chi had no soul. The aura of death couldn't affect him. The people in this village, they've probably all perished here. Chen Xian took a deep breath. The village entrance was now within sight. Just then, the characters above caught his attention, causing him to pause slightly. Peach Blossom Village. Could this be the same Peach Blossom Spring described in ancient texts? Though the name had become ubiquitous alongside the fame of the Peach Blossom Spring, what of a Peach Blossom Spring existing within a bizarre space? If true, it would be extraordinary. A place existing since before the Great Feng Dynasty, likely over 1500 years old. The village itself was equally quiet. Yet for some reason, the moment Chen Xian entered, he felt an unusual discomfort wash over him. His head began to grow heavy and hazy, as if he were starting to suffocate. There seemed to be characters on that stone tablet over there. Ji-Chi hadn't noticed Chen Xian's unusual state. The stone tablet at the entrance had captured his attention. It bore the script of the Great Feng Dynasty, meaning these people had moved in during the era when the Great Feng still existed. What does it say? Chen Xian had no expertise in ancient scripts, but even a cursory glance suggested something was amiss. These characters didn't resemble the typical inscriptions carved on steels to commemorate virtues or achievements. Instead, they appeared hastily etched onto a randomly chosen stone, as if the engraver had been struck by some profound shock, leaving the characters sloppy and hurried. This place was once corrupted by some unknown force. Monsters appeared here, and though the villagers fought back together, they couldn't hold out. In the end, the villagers and the monsters perished together. Ji-Chi frowned slightly. To directly invade an immortal's miniature world, just how powerful were these monsters? The villagers weren't weak either. They'd managed to force a mutual destruction with those creatures. Celestial demons. For some reason, these two words suddenly appeared in Chen Xian's mind without warning, as if some unseen force had deliberately imparted this crucial information to him. Celestial demons? Aren't those legendary monsters? Ji-Chi froze upon hearing Chen Xian's words, as if he had some prior knowledge of such things during his lifetime. You know about the heavenly demons? Chen Xian whipped his head around. After all, that swordsman had once told him about the heavenly demons' invasion. If these heavenly demons were truly that formidable, could the so-called pillars of the nation really withstand them? I've read about them in ancient texts. They're said to be some kind of celestial monsters ferocious beyond measure. They once destroyed the Kunlun Divine Palace. Chapter 16, The World Destroyed by Heavenly Demons? Destroyed the Kunlun Divine Palace? Chen Xian raised an eyebrow slightly. Those were beings born divine. Their combat prowess went without saying. Even most immortals couldn't match the terror of those divine beings. Could such formidable entities truly be destroyed by heavenly demons? It's said a three-way war erupted back then. The destruction of the Kunlun Divine Palace occurred during that conflict. Ji-Chi recounted the details from the ancient texts he had studied. Legend held that the Kunlun Divine Palace once ruled over an entire realm. Those innate divine beings possessed unimaginable power, capable of creating countless living creatures. They wielded the very force to alter and forge the eternal laws of existence. Yet this state did not endure long. Even immortals possess finite lifespans, typically around 10 million years. Moreover, these divine beings fundamentally evolved from existing or newly emerging substances within nature: mountains, rivers, lakes, oceans, stars, and so forth. They were essentially elemental deities. Once their elemental power was exhausted, they would return to the heavens and earth. The legendary creator god Pangu was a pure chaos deity. After his birth, he cleaved the primordial chaos to form the world as we know it today. At that moment, Pangu's power was also depleted, and he became every blade of grass and tree in the world. Following this logic, nearly all subsequent deities emerged as manifestations of Pangu's power. Even within human bodies lies a fragment of Pangu's primordial chaos energy. However, this force remains utterly beyond human comprehension and exploration, rendering its potential development impossible. After Pangu's demise, certain deities emerged to further shape this world. This divine order persisted until two extraordinary beings appeared, shattering the law that everything was created by the gods. These two entities were the netherworld and the demon realm. From our current understanding, these terms seem to represent concepts not inherent to nature itself. Yet this is precisely the case. Only after the demise of these two entities did these concepts truly take form. Yomi was born from a substance not originally of this world: souls. The creatures inhabiting the world gradually awakened to spiritual intelligence, possessing a superlative essence not bestowed by the gods, yet capable of rivaling them. The other entity, the demon realm, drew its power from emotions: all anger, desire, greed, and every other feeling could become part of it. Neither power belonged to any deity, yet both perfectly counterbalanced everything within the world at that time. All life gave birth to souls, and all creatures possessed their own emotions. As long as these elements existed, the power of both realms would continue to grow. This terrifying rate of growth threw the gods into panic. Their own power steadily weakened, while these two entities grew stronger without end. If this continued, the entire world risked being conquered by them. Whether they ever intended to dominate the world remained unknown. War erupted. Facing the combined assault of countless deities, the two gradually found themselves at a disadvantage. At the last moment, they made a desperate escape. Due to the peculiar nature of their bodies, they hid in a place that did not exist within this world. As the gods' power waned, the demon realm and the netherworld grew ever stronger. Each transformed into a world unto itself, using their power to devour this realm. Celestial demons emerged, and ghosts and monsters ran rampant. Amidst the conflict, the first heavenly demon seized the demon realm's immense power. Through a suicidal assault, it ultimately destroyed the entire Kunlun divine palace. The remaining gods vanished without a trace. No one knew where they had hidden. By that time, humanity had already begun to take shape. That's all I know. Celestial demons are formidable monsters, ever ready to exact vengeance upon this world and reduce it to ashes. Legend says the gods saw within humans a factor capable of resisting both celestial demons and ghosts, so they bestowed special abilities upon mankind. When the celestial demons descend once more, it will be humanity's task to confront this apocalypse. You claim to be unclear, yet you seem quite clear on this. Chen Xian looked at Ji Qi before him and shook his head helplessly. The information this fellow provided was indeed crucial. Demons and ghosts were currently the most threatening forces to humanity, yet humans could overcome both. That was far better than relying on the increasingly irrelevant and weakening gods. If the records above were true, it could only prove one thing: even now, the heavenly demons continue to launch relentless assaults on the human world. Thousands of years ago, immortals had been slaughtered because of these very events. If gods truly exist, where are they now? Who knows? Perhaps in the celestial realms. Chen Xian sighed helplessly, leading Ji Qi deeper into Taoyuan village. The first structure beyond the village entrance was a modest wooden hut. It didn't appear to be a permanent residence lacking daily necessities. It contained only a few tables, chairs, and benches. The small space likely served as the villagers' communal gathering place. The moment Chen Xian stepped inside, something felt off. This place had surely been empty for over 1,000 years, yet not a speck of dust was visible. Though it looked messy on the surface, neither the tables nor the chairs showed any dust, as if someone regularly cleaned it. Squeak! Bang! Just as Chen Xian sensed trouble brewing, the sound of a wooden door swinging open echoed behind him. It was immediately followed by a thunderous slam, as if someone had violently flung the door shut. Who's there? Chen Xian spun around toward the doorway but found nothing. The door seemed to have closed on its own. Ha! Never imagined after 1,000 years, someone would still come here. What is this? A zombie? Or are you perhaps a corpse-chasing shaman? An old woman's voice materialized out of thin air. This situation sent a chill down Chen Xian's spine. Why could he hear her voice but not see her? Could it be a ghost? How was one supposed to deal with supernatural entities? He hadn't even begun his cultivation yet. Heavenly gaze. Stealing his resolve, Chen Xian disregarded any potential strange occurrences and activated the celestial qi gazing technique, which had been dormant. Instantly, the scene before him decayed. Dust swirled everywhere, revealing a white-haired, toothless old woman staring at him with a sinister expression. Chapter 17, A Village of Ghost Kings. Damn it! A ghost king? No way, this sucks. Chen Xian felt his entire body go numb. With his current strength, forget a ghost king, even two casually cultivated opponents could take him down. He had no means to attack such beings, and to make matters worse, the one before him was a formless ghost king. Ghost king? Ji Qi was also shocked. In truth, ghost kings held no sway over him. Though they could speak and seemed intelligent, their existence relied purely on physical form. They lacked true souls. Thus, they couldn't harm him with supernatural abilities. Likewise, he currently had no means to harm ghosts either. Youngster, I didn't expect you to see me. You carry a peculiar aura. It seems you haven't cultivated yet. Why do you possess such an aura? And why were you able to enter this world? Even the one beside you shouldn't have been able to. The old woman's words rang harshly, as if echoing directly inside Chen Xian's mind. Could this strange sensation be caused by the Ghost King? Could it directly influence another world from within this one? That seemed rather unlikely. Elder, I only stumbled into this world by accident. I didn't know how to return, so Chen Xian decided to reason with the old crone before him. After all, this was the lingering soul of a deceased person, still fundamentally human, unlike a zombie. Communication wasn't entirely impossible. But to his surprise, the old woman's expression darkened instantly, her entire aura turning gloomy. Chen Xian instinctively covered his shoulders. That cold, eerie energy made him shiver. Accidentally? There are countless accidents in this world. Do you think I'd let you go just because you were careless? Don't think I don't know. If you truly wanted to leave, you wouldn't have come here in the first place. I heard what that fellow said too. What was it? Something about wanting to uncover this world's secrets? Impossible. The Ghost King's voice grew louder, amplifying his emotional turmoil. Chen Xian felt as if a bomb had been planted inside his head, exploding violently. The excruciating pain sent him crashing to the ground. Ji Qi, believing the Ghost King was about to attack Chen Xian, was suddenly overcome with panic, unsure what to do. With your measly abilities, you dare dream of obtaining this world's treasures? You're nothing but a delusional fool. The old crone laughed coldly, then clapped her hands. Instantly, the door swung open and a group of figures entered. These creatures were all ghosts and monsters, trapped in this world for over 1,000 years and transformed into terrifying ghost kings. Ghosts and zombies were abnormal beings that could exist without food, but in this world, devoid of energy, their growth was slow. Truthfully, these creatures weren't as powerful as true millennia-old ghost kings, but their sheer numbers made them far from easy to handle. You bastards! Chen Xian clutched his head as he struggled to his feet. Facing so many ghost kings, he stood no chance. Without spiritual energy, his attacks were essentially useless. Even with the heavenly man's qi gazing technique to temporarily prop him up, prolonged combat would inevitably lead to his demise. His only hope now was to try persuading them. This isn't a world you should be in. Even celestial demons couldn't carry away its secrets, let alone a wet behind the ears brat like you. You should be killed right now. The demons and ghosts all seemed eager to annihilate Chen Xian outright. Chen Xian couldn't understand why they reacted so violently. He had only just met these creatures. I think there must be some misunderstanding. We aren't enemies. And it wasn't me who killed you, it was those heavenly demons. Why must you oppose me? Celestial demons? We've already eliminated them. This is our master's domain. No one is permitted to trespass here. All who enter this world deserve the ultimate punishment. Some of the ghosts and demons began shouting angrily. Chen Xian felt rather helpless. Could it be that these creatures still didn't know what had happened? Master? You mean the creator of this world? Don't you understand the situation? He's dead. Killed by the celestial demons. Impossible. The master ascended to immortality. How could he be killed by a mere heavenly demon? You must be deceiving us. Chen Xian's words did have some effect. At least these creatures didn't immediately charge forward to kill him. Instead, they glared at him one by one, their anger boiling over. If the master of this world were unharmed, how could I have entered? Without the master's will permitting it, my entry would be impossible. Simply put, I am the inheritor of your master's will. It was your master who chose me and sent me here. Chen Xian decided to play the charlatan himself. These creatures had lived in this place for so long, how could they possibly know what the outside world was like? No. Impossible. The master couldn't be dead. With the demon blade in his possession, nothing could possibly happen to him. The old crone's mutterings were caught clearly by Chen Xian. The demon blade? Could it be? Chen Xian glanced at the demon blade wrapped around his waist. This blade had fallen into Ji Qi's hands 1,000 years ago. These people had been living in this world for at least 1,500 years. That meant the master of this world was very likely the previous owner of the demon blade. The demon blade you speak of, is it this thing? At this point, he had no choice but to take a gamble. Chen Xian abruptly seized the demon blade. As if sensing his intent, the blade erupted in brilliant light. Instantly, the entire world darkened. The ghosts and monsters were forced to reveal their forms. In this state, even physical attacks could strike them. Impossible. It's the demon blade. The master's demon blade. The ghosts and monsters shrieked in terror, yet they couldn't escape. The demonic blade's power was terrifyingly potent, binding them to this place. Chapter 18, Mastering a Small World. The Demon Blade. It really is the demon blade. In an instant, these creatures all went mad. Facing the person holding the demon blade before them, they had no idea what to do. If it came to combat, Chen Xian wouldn't even need to lift a finger. The demon blade's power alone was sufficient to annihilate them all. This was the helplessness of being ghosts. When faced with overwhelming soul power, they had virtually no means of resistance. Even those untrained in cultivation could easily eliminate most ghosts once their souls reached a certain strength. Now, the demon blade completely suppressed them. Even if any attempted a physical attack, Ji Qi, standing guard nearby, would instantly eliminate them. What should we do? Why is the demon blade in his hands? Could he have truly inherited everything from the master? Impossible. If he truly inherited the master's will, why can't he cultivate even now? It must be fake. The ghosts began whispering among themselves. Faced with the sudden appearance of Chen Xian and his group, all the ghosts found it hard to believe, especially the masters. The previous owner of the demon blade before Ji Qi was already an exceptionally powerful, twisted genius. With the blade's aid, he transformed from a mere mortal into an immortal being in mere decades. A true divine entity, capable of traversing heaven and earth with unparalleled might. Yet, calamity struck at that very moment. The master of Peach Blossom Spring, who had only recently attained immortality and was already forging a miniature world, faced a demonic invasion of a magnitude rarely seen in centuries. It seemed as though he existed for precisely this moment. A demonic general from the demonic realm led a vast army to the 99th heaven. To crush their ambitions, the master of Peach Blossom Spring abruptly halted the forging of his half-completed miniature world and journeyed to the 99th heaven to battle. The outcome was inevitable. The Peach Blossom Spring master perished in battle. Yet he shattered countless demonic armies, slew the demonic general, and returned the demonic blade to its rightful owner. Within this unfinished world, he had already placed many souls suffering from calamities, whom he intended to save. To prevent the miniature world from destruction, the Peach Blossom Spring master cast it into the Crimson Stone. There, he encountered Chen Xian, who carried the demonic blade, and thus brought Chen Xian into this world. He attained immortality, yet perished before he could display his true prowess. No wonder few tales of the Peach Blossom Spring have ever circulated in this world. So that's how it was. How tragic and lamentable. Chen Xian sighed helplessly. The Peach Blossom Spring master had been a formidable figure indeed, daring to confront the heavenly demon army alone. Yet this moment also served as a reminder to Chen Xian, heavenly demons possessed ranks and varying strengths. Otherwise, how could anyone possibly oppose them? After all, they were beings powerful enough to destroy the entire Kunlun Divine Palace. They couldn't be dealt with lightly. The Peach Blossom Spring master was already incredibly strong to have eliminated those heavenly demons. Centuries ago, someone stumbled into this world. We intended to eliminate them, but the master's lingering soul commanded us to shelter the person and spread news of Peach Blossom Spring. It seems there's an earth-shattering secret concerning the heavenly demons. We hoped someone would discover it, but no one has appeared to this day. The spirits fell silent, obediently quieting down. Facing Chen Xian, who now wielded the demonic blade, they had no choice but to listen. It's impossible to find. The red stone's location has shifted. Someone moved it near the Kunlun Mountains. Finding this place is practically impossible. Chen Xian shook his head helplessly. These creatures were somewhat excusable, yet he couldn't shake the bitter frustration in his heart. Good heavens, he'd been inexplicably tormented by them and nearly lost his life in the process. Now that I'm here, something feels off. I must have been drawn into this world for a specific reason. You've been guarding this place, don't you know anything? The spirits exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions blank. We only know a secret lies hidden within this world, but what it is, we cannot say. As our master decrees, everything within this realm can be obtained when the time is right. What kind of answer is that? Chen Xian rolled his eyes, cursing under his breath as he gripped the demonic blade. This thing had more than one creditor, yet it didn't specify who they were. What the hell did that even mean? If no information is provided, it means the original owner has already repaid the debt for the blade, so the information no longer exists. Surprisingly, the system was quite proactive. The moment it heard Chen Xian complaining, it immediately popped up with a prompt. Then what should I do about this? Chen Xian rolled his eyes again. Go with the flow. Just like the owner of Peach Blossom Spring said, when fate aligns, everything falls into place. After displaying this prompt, the system vanished. Chen Xian couldn't say much more. Now that these ghosts and monsters dared not touch him, he simply wandered around with the demonic blade. Strangely enough, whenever he drew the demonic blade, that peculiar sensation vanished. To be precise, Chen Xian wasn't entirely sure if it was the ghosts causing his discomfort, but one thing was certain, wielding the blade inevitably clouded his judgment to some degree. Let's test it. Chen Xian approached the peculiar red stone once more. This artifact existed in both the outer world and the inner realm, effectively serving as an entrance and exit point for those who had left their physical bodies. Here goes. Chen Xian took a deep breath and wrapped the demonic blade back into the cloth strip. It was strange that something with such immense power could be isolated by mere cloth. Later, Chen Xian learned that it was because he hadn't directly touched or connected with the blade, so it had become an ordinary object. Novels always claim blood can break through barriers. Today I'll test that theory on myself. Chen Xian took another deep breath, slipped his finger into his mouth, and with a sudden burst of resolve, bit off a small chunk of flesh. The pain nearly killed him. Damn it, biting your finger is bull. Chen Xian clutched his finger, tears welling up. The blood splattered onto the red stone, and in an instant, the entire stone burst into radiant light. Hidden quest completed, Peach Blossom Spring. Acquired mini-world, Peach Blossom Spring. Chapter 19, Kunlun Divine Palace. So now I'm the master of Peach Blossom Spring? But what's that secret? Chen Xian was utterly bewildered. He had originally come here seeking an opportunity, but by sheer coincidence, he had acquired the entire Peach Blossom Spring, a miniature world that would be a treasure to anyone. At certain cultivation thresholds, further advancement could only be achieved by comprehending the essence of the Tao within heaven and earth. As time passed, pursuing the Tao grew increasingly difficult. A small world, however, could gradually evolve into the form of a great world through continuous transformation. In other words, mastering a microcosm essentially granted one a steady stream of insights into the birth of worlds, enabling continuous advancement. Yet for Chen Xian at this stage, it was utterly useless. He simply couldn't comprehend such profound mysteries. What a frustrating feeling. It's like possessing a mountain of treasures yet being unable to use them. Pure torment. Well, I'll leave it at that for now. At least I'm not starting from scratch. Cultivation can continue later. Without spiritual energy supply, this world has halted its expansion. I wonder just how far it could have grown. Chen Xian shook his head helplessly. The moment he gained control over this miniature world, an inexplicable sensation washed over him. He felt as though he could become its master, perceiving every blade of grass and tree, even commanding the life and death of every living being within it. Any being imprinted within this realm essentially became part of it. As its master, Chen Xian could modify its laws to some extent. Making all those ghosts and monsters vanish wouldn't be difficult, but he chose not to. These creatures were all Ghost King level beings. Once he fully controlled this world, these Ghost Kings would become his combat power. He's actually taken direct control of this world? Ji Qi couldn't comprehend the current situation, but judging by the peculiar aura emanating from Chen Xian, it seemed he was merging with the world, or more accurately, the world was becoming Chen Xian. Let's go! Chen Xian opened his eyes and waved his hand casually. Before him appeared a wormhole-like passage. Simultaneously, signs of vitality began to emerge within this world. It was as if a sudden gust of wind had swept through, causing the trees to sway their branches and leaves. This world seems to have come alive all at once. The rustling of leaves sounded incredibly pleasant. After being sealed away for over 1,000 years, this world finally welcomed new vitality. It was like a long-stalled machine starting up again, causing the entire world to tremble. From now on, this world can absorb external spiritual energy through your body, a tremendous blessing. That energy will first enter your body before flowing into the world. Thus, even without cultivation, you might achieve physical deification. Upon stepping outside with Chen Xian, Ji Qi immediately sensed his physical state. Those blessed with the innate talent for cultivation were few. In ancient times, those seeking strength had developed a path of physical cultivation, tempering the body to forge greater might. This was merely the first step. Next came methods like medicinal baths to forcibly channel the abundant spiritual energy into the body. Yet this approach came at a tremendous cost and proved woefully inefficient. Less than 1/10 of the absorbed energy could be utilized. Despite this, countless individuals still flocked to it, yearning to achieve the realm of physical deification. Meanwhile, Chen Xian was sound asleep. Due to the unique nature of his microcosm, spiritual energy from the heavens and earth flowed ceaselessly into his body. Before this, almost no one had ever imagined physical cultivation could be pursued in such a manner. Yet this remained utterly beyond others' reach. Who could possibly find a miniature world for an untrained mortal to absorb? Even among immortals, countless possessed none. Attempting such a feat was sheer wastefulness. Now, with this safeguard, Chen Xian was like a tiger gaining wings. His years of Taoist cultivation had already reached profound depths, and he was but a step away from awakening. Though interference had caused that awakening to fail, his foundational strength remained intact. Moreover, Chen Xian had suffered no fatal injuries. Thus, an even more powerful awakening seemed within reach. Misfortune and fortune lean on each other. Fortune rests upon misfortune. Even Ji Qi could only offer this assessment. The two arrived within Kunlun Mountain. The location of the Divine Palace was not something ordinary people could find, but Ji Chi had revisited it after becoming the human sovereign, so he still remembered the path. The Divine Palace did not reveal itself directly to humans. Access required choosing the right method at the right time and place. Ancient inscriptions covered the site. Only when they glowed could a special prayer ritual unlock the entrance. Though Chen Xian knew nothing of these matters, Ji Chi was practically an expert. As dusk fell and the inscriptions on the stone stele before them began to shimmer with light, Ji Chi chanted strange syllables and melodies. Then, extending both hands, one pointing to the heavens, the other to the earth, he seemed to trigger some resonance. Instantly, the scene before them began to grow hazy and illusory. After a wave of dizziness, they materialized on a vast platform, seemingly carved from a single stone block, its resilience undiminished despite enduring the scorching flames of war. This is the entrance to the Divine Palace. Over there lies the temple. Ji Chi pointed toward the vast cluster of palaces in the distance. Though ravaged by war, the place lay in ruins. Yet gazing upon the devastation, a sense of majestic grandeur welled up. The pillars supporting the heavens would make humans beside them seem no larger than ants. Legend says the gods were mostly half human, half beast, especially colossal in stature. That's why these palaces reach nearly to the heavens. Ji Chi had once come here in search of treasure but found nothing. Many had ventured into this place, yet few treasures remained, only danger lingered. Something's over there. Suddenly, Chen Xian thought he saw something dangling from the ruins of a distant palace, swaying precariously in midair. Is that a celestial demon corpse? Chapter 20, The Heavenly Demon That Never Died. Celestial demon? Ji Chi's words left Chen Xian utterly baffled. Could there still be heavenly demons here? That great battle had occurred before human civilization even existed, at least thousands of years ago. To suddenly claim that such a place could still harbor heavenly demons after all this time would be laughable. I merely have a certain feeling. Legend speaks of peculiar heavenly demons existing in this place. Ji Chi shook his head slightly, though his expression remained distinctly grim. What do you mean? Chen Xian was even more confused. What could possibly be strange about this place? It was nothing but a dead zone. Originally, the Divine Palace was just a ruin. Its treasures had either been looted or destroyed. Coming here offered no profit whatsoever. Yet, during the era of my birth, there was a period when people flocked to enter the Divine Palace. Why? To seek fortune here? There are no opportunities left here. But something else exists: the corpses of heavenly demons. Some powerful heavenly demons achieved physical immortality. If they weren't directly killed in battle and their bodies weren't destroyed, they could indeed survive to this day. After so many years, the demonic energy within them has mostly dissipated, but their physical bodies are genuinely valuable. What unique purpose do the physical bodies of heavenly demons serve? Hearing Ji Chi speak thus, Chen Xian's interest was piqued. Immortal flesh, wasn't that similar to zombies and such? But what use could such a thing have? What purpose did it serve? The demonic realm where celestial demons originate differs from our world. Their bodies aren't composed of flesh and blood but formed from pure energy. Though tangible, they hold immense value. The energy within a single undestroyed celestial demon corpse alone could propel a novice cultivator to the pinnacle of human cultivation in one swift leap. Even more remarkably, using a demon corpse as the focal point in a magical array allows it to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, enhancing the fortune of an entire clan. Beyond that, it can be used to craft elixirs, magical artifacts, weapons, and more. In short, this pure energy form can be infused into any substance in this world to amplify its effects. It is truly a priceless treasure. After hearing Ji Chi's explanation, Chen Xian was utterly dumbfounded. So this world-destroying thing was actually a super awesome base material. But now that Chen Xian had his own little world, this stuff was useless to him. As for forging weapons? He already had the demon blade in his hands. Why would he need the heavenly demon? This thing looks pretty disgusting. The two approached the corpse of the heavenly demon for a closer look. The creature resembled a giant, hairless, wrinkled monkey with bat-like wings. Its frame was abnormally thin and stunted, its entire body curled up. Both wings were nearly rotted away, suspended by a golden rope looped around its neck. A god-binding rope. Legend says it can even restrain immortals, but now it's just a rotting piece of junk, devoid of any spiritual power. Ji Chi couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. Such an item was genuinely fascinating. Yet he knew precisely why he had come here. What significance could a mere, decaying divine binding rope hold? Let's proceed first. If I'm not mistaken, the location recorded in the 100 Demons heavenly record should be near the Yaoqi. The two bypassed the celestial demon's corpse. But just then, Chen Xian suddenly sensed something amiss. It felt as though someone had glanced at him a fleeting moment, yet the sensation was unmistakably real, sending an unexpected chill down his spine. Could there be others here? The thought sent Chen Xian's alertness soaring. He scanned the entire hall twice over, yet found no trace of anyone. Only the celestial demon's corpse swayed in midair, swinging back and forth in a steady rhythm. What's going on? Is my perception off? Why do I keep feeling like someone's watching us? Did you notice anything? Chen Xian turned to look at Ji Qi beside him, who also wore a bewildered expression. I think I sense it, but it feels like it might not be real. It's a vague feeling, not like a human presence. This is strange. Chen Xian scratched his head in confusion, glancing behind him once more. Still nothing, except... Has the demon's corpse started swaying more violently? And if it fell from up there, it should be moving erratically. At that very moment, the demon, whose eyes had been closed, suddenly snapped them open. 2 crimson beams erupted instantly from its eyes. Damn it! This thing isn't dead. Chen Xian froze in shock. The demon tore through the rotting divine binding rope, spread its tattered wings, and charged straight at him. This creature had indeed participated in that great battle long ago, possessing formidable power in its own right. Yet it had been ambushed, struck directly in its vital points by the divine binding rope. Though not quite dead, it had fallen into a state of deep slumber. The rope suppressed its aura completely, rendering it undetectable even to other heavenly demons, who assumed it had been eliminated. For millennia, perhaps even tens of thousands of years, he had slumbered within the shattered plaque of the divine palace. Deprived of the nourishing aura of the demonic realm for so long, he was now nearing the end of his life, having even lost his mind. Had Chen Xian not appeared, he might have slumbered here until death. Yet, a certain aura emanating from Chen Xian stirred the last vestiges of this being's instinct, the urge to kill. Damn it! This thing packs a punch. Ji Qi charged forward without hesitation. If Chen Xian was doomed, he was doomed too. If this demon wanted to act, it would have to get past him first. The two locked in combat. The demon could no longer wield magic, but its bronze-skinned, iron-boned body could withstand nearly any assault. Even Ji Qi, with his mountain-moving strength, found himself unable to make a dent in the creature before him. Take care of this bastard first. Chen Xian frowned slightly, flicking his wrist to hurl the demonic blade toward Ji Qi. Chapter 21, Sword Slays the Heavenly Fiend. Ha! Ji Qi roared, spewing a thick black corpse mist that forced the demon back slightly. Both were incredibly tough and dealt high damage, leaving neither able to gain the upper hand. In a pure physical fight, the demon already akin to a god remained Ji Qi's superior, no matter how weakened it was. Ji Qi was different. Though a zombie, his flesh could still be damaged. Once the damage reached a certain threshold, the corpse chi within his body would dissipate. Combined with the gradual loss of blood, the zombie would inevitably die. In essence, Ji Qi was a lifeless entity requiring prolonged accumulation of power. He could cultivate in places saturated with energy or absorb moonlight daily. Even so, zombies suffered far greater combat exhaustion than other creatures. Their bodies lacked vitality, making repair incredibly difficult. A protracted battle is certain defeat. Either eliminate this creature outright or flee immediately. Die. Ji Qi drew his demonic blade. A layer of thick, black light so dense it was nearly opaque enveloped the blade. As he swung the long sword, it seemed capable of cleaving the mountains and rivers in two. Arg! The demonic fiend watched the demonic blade closing in before it. A flicker of unusual emotion suddenly appeared in its blood-red eyes. At that very moment, as if remembering something, it abruptly flapped its wings behind it. Its body, which had been charging straight toward Ji Qi, suddenly flew backward. Demon blade severing heaven. Ji Qi roared with fury, channeling all his strength into the demonic blade, hoping this strike would severely wound the demon before him. Yet a bizarre phenomenon unfolded. The blinding blade light that should have erupted from the blade vanished without a trace. The thick black mist continued to cling tightly to the blade's surface, refusing to obey Ji Qi's command. Impossible. The demon blade is beyond my control. Ji Qi froze in shock. Not only Ji Qi, but Chen Xian was stunned too. At this critical moment, why had the demon blade suddenly become useless? Was it deliberately sabotaging them? Hey! Demon blade, what's your game? Even if you don't want to follow this guy anymore, you still have to take out that heavenly demon. Otherwise, we're all done for. Chen Xian panicked, desperately trying to communicate with the demon blade. This time, another consciousness did indeed emerge from the blade. However, this consciousness delivered a single, blunt sentence that left Chen Xian speechless. I won't. Damn it. Is this what it means to raise a thankless bastard? Lazing around comfortably day after day is one thing, but bailing on me at a critical moment? I'll grind you into dust later. Chen Xian seethed with rage, but there was nothing he could do about this creature now. At this point, they had no choice but to face it head-on. The demon's speed was far beyond what the two of them could outrun. Plus, this place was eerie. If they ran around recklessly, they might stumble into some trap or other. Wouldn't that leave them fighting on two fronts? He can't freely use my power now. Otherwise, this guy's future will truly be nothing more than this. Just then, the consciousness within the demonic blade suddenly made direct contact with Chen Xian, leaving him utterly bewildered. He had attempted to communicate with this entity many times before, yet it had never responded. Today, not only did it react, but it actively reached out to him? Could it be that it had been feigning inactivity all along? Please don't misunderstand. Though I am a demon blade, I was recently enveloped by the power of the 3 stars, forcing me into a state of slumber. With the dissipation of the evil star's power within the 3 stars, I have gradually awakened. Only in the past 2 days have I been able to communicate with you, albeit with great difficulty. The demon blade's consciousness spoke to Chen Xian once more. Chen Xian felt somewhat helpless, but for now, he had no choice but to listen to this creature. If Ji Qi couldn't harness the demon blade's power, fighting the heavenly demon would be extremely difficult. The black mist enveloping the blade was essentially Ji Qi's current power. Wielding the demon blade was merely a hollow gesture. Roar! The heavenly demon, sensing trouble with Ji Qi before him, grew excited. It seemed this creature understood the terror of the object in Ji Qi's hands. Realizing Ji Qi couldn't wield it now, it charged forward once more. Better with the blade than without. Ji Qi gritted his teeth. Though he couldn't access the demon blade's abilities, his masterful sword technique far surpassed bare-handed strength. Compared to the heavenly demon, who possessed superior power and speed but lacked a weapon, Ji Qi held a tactical advantage for the moment. Chen Xian could do nothing but watch from the sidelines. Had he possessed their strength, he would have joined the assault on the demon long ago, but his cultivation journey had yet to begin. If he had any firearms on him, he might have been able to assist Ji Qi, but he didn't. Watching Ji Qi's aura grow faint, he felt like a cat on a hot tin roof. If there was truly no solution, both he and Ji Qi would meet their end here. Damn it! Come and die! Just as Ji Qi could barely lift his arm, a booming male voice suddenly echoed from nearby. Instantly, a river of white sword energy swept toward them. Seeing this, Ji Qi delivered a vicious kick to the heavenly demon, using the force to propel himself backward. The demon, startled by the sudden noise and then kicked by Ji Qi, was momentarily stunned. The sword energy struck it squarely, wasting not a single ounce of its power. Put! The demon was severely wounded, instantly sent flying dozens of meters backward, its body riddled with countless holes of varying sizes. Sword River's Sword Qi. Master Jianhe. Chen Xian froze in surprise. Wasn't this sudden intruder none other than his old acquaintance, Mr. Jianhe? How on earth had this fellow found time to show up here? In an instant, Chen Xian realized what was happening. He was being followed. The realization instantly dampened his earlier excitement. That bastard is still alive. Let's join forces and finish him off. Mr. Jianhe stared at Ji Qi before him. Then, the demonic being scrambled to its feet. In an instant, the wounds covering its body had completely healed. The demonic being roared at the sudden appearance of Mr. Jianhe, clearly displeased with this unexpected interference. Chapter 22, Joining Forces. What the hell are you doing here? Ji Qi felt resentful. This creature was the very first enemy he'd faced upon awakening. Though their current positions weren't entirely clear, he harbored deep hostility toward it. The thought of fighting alongside this creature made him feel utterly miserable. I had some official business to attend to and happened to pass by this place. Sensing something amiss inside, I came to investigate and unexpectedly encountered you lot. Mr. Jianhe seemed utterly shameless, not uttering a single truthful word. Chen Xian rolled his eyes beside him. This guy, if he was tailing us, why not just admit it? Still, with him around, they were definitely safer. Without the demon blade, Ji Qi and the withered heavenly demon were essentially on par with Mr. Jianhe. Poor Mr. Jianhe, already among humanity's strongest warriors, yet in Chen Xian's eyes, he was merely a unit for calculating combat power? Even if Ji Qi wanted to refuse now, it was too late. The heavenly demon had charged forward once more. This creature was practically immortal, regenerating at an alarming rate, and its speed, strength, and other attributes were terrifyingly powerful. Now, only Mr. Jianhe could still use ranged attacks. Though the long river sword Qi looked incredibly stylish, its actual effectiveness against this kind of heavenly demon wasn't particularly good. Its self-healing ability bordered on monstrous. Similarly, the Sword River's energy primarily dealt area of effect damage vast in range but lacking in actual combat potency. The earlier successful ambush had only succeeded because Ji Qi's assist had left the demon momentarily unable to defend. Now Chen Xian could only watch from afar as the three engaged in a fierce battle. Their combat was almost entirely physical, with only occasional flashes of Mr. Sword River's sword Qi slicing through the air. Even when it struck the demon, it left only a faint mark. Die! Seizing the moment while Mr. Jianhe grappled with the demon, Ji Qi swung his blade with all his might. This time, the demonic sword sank deep into the demon's wrist. It didn't sever the limb cleanly, but it penetrated halfway, now lodged firmly in place, rendering the creature utterly immobilized. No! To sustain the blade's aura, I've already drained too much corpse energy. If this continues, I won't have the strength to keep fighting. Ji Qi strained every muscle but couldn't pull the demon blade free. Merely sustaining the blade's aura was now pushing his limits. Mr. Jianhe seemed to sense Ji Qi's inability to wield the demon blade. Frowning slightly, he flicked his wrist, sending a streak of sword light flying that forced the demon to stumble back 2 steps. In that instant, Mr. Jianhe swung his ancient sword directly at the demon's wrist. Sever! With a sharp hiss, white sword energy coalesced, cleanly severing the demon's arm. Ji Qi finally pulled the demonic blade free, though he was now utterly unable to wield it. Use this for now. Mr. Jianha reached behind him, pulled down the large box, and tossed it to Ji-Chi. Ji-Chi caught it instinctively, opened it, and found inside a plain, large knife. What is this? The Jingya Bureau prepared weapons for the blade borrower, but it seems he doesn't need it. You, on the other hand, could use this. Take it. Go take care of that guy first. Got it. Ji-Chi gritted his teeth, setting aside the demon blade and drawing the great sword instead. The weapon felt unusually heavy, forged from a special high-density metal that gave it formidable killing power. Ji-Chi swung the broadsword a few times in his hands, finding it surprisingly comfortable to wield. He gently channeled his power, and immediately, a black blade aura several meters long appeared along the blade. Not a bad weapon after all. Ji-Chi nodded in satisfaction, then swung the blade back into the fray. Whatever material it was made of allowed him to channel his power effortlessly, even without specialized tempering. In truth, this weapon was a modern design, far easier to wield than traditional swords or blades. The tide of battle now shifted decisively. The demonic being was already on its last legs, and facing the relentless assault of blade and sword only worsened its plight. The severed limbs failed to regrow. As Chen Xian had suspected, the creature's regenerative ability stemmed from residual energy reserves, but those reserves were insufficient for limb regeneration. Sever its limbs. It's nearly finished. Find its core and finish it off. Chen Xian roared, instantly activating his heavenly vision technique. This ability was a true game-changer when wielded properly. It stripped any opponent bare before him, revealing every secret. He could even perceive the flow of energy within the demon's body, pinpointing its weak spot for a fatal strike. In an instant, the situation before him became crystal clear. The demon's energy core resided in its heart, but this creature's heart could move freely within its body, making it a difficult target to strike. Fortunately, he possessed the river sword chi. That creature's heart is its weakness, but it moves. Shatter its body into dust. Chen Xian roared, and both Sword River Master and Ji-Chi unleashed their most powerful attacks simultaneously. Long River Sword Chi. Demon Blade severing heaven. Black Blade Light instantly sealed off every possible escape route for the demon. In a single instant, countless wounds were carved into its body. This strike was merely to pave the way for the Long River Sword Chi. The torrential river of sword energy surged through the heavenly demon's body with extreme density. Before the creature could even react, the razor-sharp energy seared through the wounds carved by the blade's glow, burrowing deep into its flesh. Like a meat grinder, the sword energy tore through the heavenly demon's insides, crisscrossing its body. In a single instant, its heart was severed clean through. Ah! The demon screamed in agony, but it was too late. This creature was doomed. With its heart destroyed, the energy-depleted demon collapsed to the ground. From the countless wounds covering its body, dark red energy gushed out continuously, the very source of its life force. Finally got that bastard. Chen Xian couldn't help but exhale a long breath. Chapter 23, The Parched Pool of Immortality. Finally dealt with this bastard. Only after confirming beyond doubt that the creature before them was utterly dead did Chen Xian and the others finally relax. Though this demon lord was nearing the end of its life, it had nearly drained both Master Jianhe and Ji-Chi dry. If this creature had been at its peak, who could have stood against it? This creature was truly terrifying. I feel that even in his prime, the pillars of the nation might not have been enough to defeat him. Mr. Jianhe stared at the celestial demon's corpse, his expression grim. He had once believed his current strength was formidable, yet the relentless succession of powerful adversaries had revealed his own insignificance. Whether it was the Sea King, Ji-Chi, or this fallen demon before him in a one-on-one fight, he stood no chance against any of them. And now he was thrust into the public eye. Wasn't that just laughable? You keep talking about these pillars of the nation, just how powerful are these things? I've never seen anything like them. Ji-Chi was also curious. As someone who had once stood atop humanity, he was naturally intrigued by true power. But this fellow kept going on about it, and it was starting to get to Ji-Chi. Facing the pillars of the nation felt far more terrifying than confronting you, wielding the power of the demon blade. Those individuals are practically demigods or even full-fledged immortals, without exaggeration. Each pillar has lived for centuries, possessing the might to move mountains and fill seas. As for their true strength, I can only say I've never witnessed them engage in earnest combat. Mr. Jianhe's words left Ji-Chi feeling somewhat unconvinced. If they were truly that formidable, why not just march straight into the demon realm? But then again, what did he know? Mr. Jianhe possessed immense strength and innate talent. Perhaps one day he could indeed become a pillar of the nation. Yet, the real challenge lay in overcoming the mental barrier within his own heart. Without unwavering self-confidence, that goal would remain elusive. Cultivation, above all, is about cultivating the mind. When one state of mind is attained, everything else naturally falls into place. The crucial issue right now isn't about the pillars of the nation, is it? Don't you think the three of us are in an incredibly awkward situation here? Mr. Jianhe, what are you here for? Just say it plainly. Since this fellow already knew I wasn't a cultivator, I might as well speak plainly. Besides, he wouldn't blab about it anyway. True to the legacy of the sword borrower. Truth be told, I've been tailing you too. The Night Watch isn't entirely at ease, so they sent me to keep an eye on things and to ensure the sword borrower's safety. Mr. Jianha chuckled cheerfully, his expression seemingly devoid of any hint of wrongdoing. Yet Chen Xian felt deeply unsettled. What exactly was this guy playing at? Did he really need his protection? Didn't I already say? If danger arises, I'll step in to help. But please, don't come bother me otherwise. I hate feeling like I'm being watched. He had clearly made an agreement with that swordsman back then. Could it be that the higher-ups here had no intention of honoring it? If so, wouldn't his privacy be completely exposed? If he ever stumbled upon some earth-shattering opportunity, wouldn't these guys immediately fix their sights on him? Heh, Mr. Sword Lender, you're being too formal. We mean well, after all. These are turbulent times with all sorts of sects emerging. Just recently, some unscrupulous cults appeared, planning to capture the sword lender and extract all your secrets. Chen Xian was utterly speechless. Hadn't they been the ones pushing for unrestricted cultivation in the first place? Now that all these diverse cults had sprung up, didn't they expect some form of centralized oversight? Even if the 8 gates couldn't handle it, surely the pillars of the nation had their ways? Holding the nation's top resources and being geniuses themselves, they should at least be able to manage these deep mountain dwellers. All the blade borrowers need to know is that we harbor no hostility toward you. You've witnessed the heavenly demon's power firsthand. Our group alone stands no chance against it. We believe these creatures' emergence is imminent. We merely seek to cultivate more powerful warriors. So you want the demon blade? Chen Xian smiled faintly. What else could these people want from him? Wasn't it precisely for this matter? You can have the demon blade, but not now. The blade borrower has rules. Once the blade is lent out, it must be cleansed before it can be borrowed again. Whether you can take it then depends entirely on your luck. Of course. We're law-abiding folk. Mr. Jianha smiled faintly, sheathed the ancient sword, and stood aside with the scabbard on his back. In the end, Chen Xian decided to bring Mr. Jianha along. Ji Qi couldn't wield the demon blade now, and he himself had little combat strength. If they encountered another situation like the one earlier, he feared his life might truly be forfeit here. The trio moved through the ruins of the Divine Palace together. This time, their goal was to find the legendary pool of immortality. According to legend, its water was a supreme treasure. A single drop could restore flesh to bones and bring the dead back to life. This supreme divine water could heal nearly all ailments. Harnessing its power should fully restore Chen Xian's body, allowing him to embark on the path of cultivation. Yet when they reached the jade pool, all three were stunned. Before them lay nothing resembling the legendary waters. Judging by the surroundings, a pool had indeed once existed here. Yet it was small, spanning only about a kilometer in diameter. The surrounding railings lay shattered, revealing cracked, dried mud below. Forget the legendary waters, even the mud itself was nearly petrified. Forget about any opportunities here. I'd be lucky to find even a single drop of water. Chen Xian shook his head helplessly. Had he been tricked? There was likely no Yao pool water here at all. But then again, it made sense. Back when Ji Qi was still around, countless people had already come here. If there really had been Yaoqi water, wouldn't they have taken it? What should we do now? Ji Qi was also at a loss. He only knew this place was the immortal pool. As for the water itself, no one knew if it still existed or where it might be. But what else could have sustained that white snake's life besides the immortal pool water? Just as Chen Xian resignedly prepared to leave, he suddenly felt the demonic blade hanging at his waist begin to tremble. Its tip remained fixed in one direction, as if pulling Chen Xian toward it. Chapter 24, The Spirit Spring and the White Snake. The demon blade seems to be stirring. Chen Xian was overjoyed. Could this blade actually help him find his destiny? But then he wondered how long had this blade existed. Judging by the heavenly demon's reaction earlier, it seemed that creature had encountered this blade before. If that was the case, how many events had this blade witnessed? None of that mattered now. The paramount task was seizing this opportunity to mend his cultivation path. With his miniature world, he could pursue physical cultivation, yet for now, it merely strengthened his body. Without repairing his damaged and obscured spiritual platform, he'd remain unable to comprehend the Tao. Whether it's physical cultivation, conventional spiritual energy cultivation, or even something like the way of the sword, the essence of all cultivation lies in how one can better utilize the power they've gained. If one cannot wield it, then in the end, they're merely a bit stronger and live a little longer than ordinary people. Following the demonic blade's guidance, the trio arrived at a corner of the Yaoqi. This spot held no apparent significance, yet the blade's reaction here grew intensely violent, as if it were about to tear free from Chen Xian's grasp. There's clearly nothing here, so why did the demon blade lead me to this place? Chen Xian was puzzled. The scene before him felt odd. Master Jianha and Ji Qi were equally baffled. They hadn't sensed the demonic blade's reaction to begin with, let alone any peculiar aura emanating from this location. Perhaps that white snake spirit lord didn't gain his opportunity here after all. I recall we never fought him in this location. If he was near death, he wouldn't have ventured in. He'd have no strength left. Ji Qi rubbed his head. After the evil star vanished, that portion of his memory had returned. He could now clearly recall the battle with the white snake, yet he couldn't deduce any useful information from it. Who knows? I think I've noticed something different about this place. Chen Xian suddenly seemed to have an epiphany. What if the location pointed to by the demon blade wasn't within this world? Or perhaps, it wasn't even within their field of vision. Open up! Raising the demon blade high, Chen Xian struck with all his might toward the direction it pointed. The ground beneath the Yaoqi pool was scarred yet incredibly hard. After all, this place was special. But through the power of the microcosm, Chen Xian distinctly sensed the spiritual energy emanating from this spot was nearly 100 times stronger than anywhere else. In other words, those so-called opportunities lay beneath the very ground before him. As the demonic blade struck the ground, the once smooth surface instantly cracked open in countless fissures, like a sheet of glass shattered in an instant. Only this substance hadn't completely shattered. With the blade cleaving the earth, an extraordinary fragrance wafted up, seemingly from some special treasure. Along with it came a mist of vapor. The moment it touched their skin, they felt refreshed and invigorated. Even Ji Qi, already severely drained, felt his spirit soar upon sensing this moisture. His body, once gaunt, instantly regained a slight fullness. To think it could make a 1,000-year-old zombie appear almost indistinguishable from a human, it truly is something special. Even Mr. Jianhe couldn't help but feel envious. What kind of powerful elixir was this? A mere instant of its aura could transform Ji Qi like this. If properly harnessed to create medicine or similar substances, could it truly achieve the effect of bringing the dead back to life? This must be the place. Chen Xian frowned slightly and gave Ji Qi a meaningful glance. Ji Qi immediately understood. Since Mr. Jianhe had seen this item, if the man couldn't resist temptation and tried to do something foolish, they would have no choice but to eliminate him right here. Rest assured. Though this stuff is tempting, I know how to prioritize what's important. Seeing Ji Qi immediately raise his blade to shield himself, Mr. Jianhe felt a twinge of unease. After all, this ancient undead creature possessed genuine power. Without the blade, he might have had a chance, but with it raised, he likely stood no chance. By now, Chen Xian had launched his second assault on this section of ground. This time, he shattered the protective layer entirely, revealing a long, dark passageway below. It was filled with thick, damp vapor. As this vapor filled the air, Chen Xian felt as if his entire body had opened up, every pore greedily absorbing the moisture into his system. The microcosm needs to absorb a massive amount of spiritual energy. And, my body feels significantly lighter. Massive amounts of spiritual energy flowed directly through Chen Xian's body into the microcosm. This surge brought a dramatic increase in his strength. Even when his body reached its absorption limit, the microcosm stored the excess energy, constantly replenishing the spiritual power within him. Barring any mishaps, once Chen Xian could unleash spell-like attacks, he would become a monster utterly unafraid of mana depletion. I'm off! Chen Xian leaped directly into the tunnel. After a brief descent, he landed in a pitch-black space, splashing into a pool of spring water. Instinctively, he activated the heavenly vision technique, essentially a night vision device, though somewhat overkill for the situation. Only then did Chen Xian realize he was in a space roughly the size of a swimming pool. The spiritual water was over 3 meters deep. If all this water were absorbed, it could likely fill his small world with plenty left over. After all, only the spiritual energy itself was absorbed into the small world. Feels pretty good. Chen Xian took a deep breath as the spiritual water flowed through his limbs and meridians, surging toward his temples, the area most severely damaged during his recent awakening. Just as the spiritual spring began repairing Chen Xian's body, a pale, round sphere slowly emerged from beneath the water's surface. For some reason, Chen Xian suddenly felt a bone-chilling coldness, as if something had set its sights on him. Who's there? Chen Xian spun around, nearly losing his wits in an instant. Behind him, a ghostly white snake had materialized out of nowhere, glaring at him with a face twisted in venomous hatred. Chapter 25: The White Serpent Spirit Lord's Inner Core. Aren't you that white snake? Shouldn't you have been finished off already? Chen Xian felt his head buzzing. This creature was no pushover. How could it suddenly appear here after clearly being killed? Could it be that it hadn't truly perished and had somehow made its way to this place? The phantom white snake circled the cave, its venomous gaze fixed on Chen Xian. Chen Xian noticed its eyes were unharmed. It didn't seem to be the same snake he'd encountered in the city. Yet the aura emanating from it confirmed this was indeed the white snake he'd defeated. I thought it was that bastard Ji Qi coming over. Turns out it's just a little thing. Why didn't that old man come down? If he had come, he should have been able to transform directly into a human body. The white snake spirit lord still seethed with hatred toward Ji Qi. After all, it was Ji Qi who had nearly killed him back then. He had finally found an opportunity to escape death, only for that bastard to destroy his body once more. Such deep-seated hatred couldn't possibly be resolved with mere words. If you're looking for that guy, he's up there. Just go find him yourself. Don't worry about me, I'll be leaving soon. Chen Xian gave an awkward chuckle. If this creature truly turned on him, 100 of his own selves wouldn't be enough to stand against it. He had already assessed the state of the being before him. Though it was a white snake, it wasn't entirely one. The core of this phantom white snake was actually a shattered inner core. It had likely failed during its transformation into a dragon, causing the core to break. By chance, it found this place to recuperate, so it spat out its inner core and placed it within the spiritual spring. As long as it remained within the spring, the core wouldn't be completely destroyed. Yet there was a crucial limitation: the spring's current power paled in comparison to the ancient Yao Qi. It was utterly incapable of restoring an inner core that had nearly attained immortality. Thus, this creature had placed its core here, fusing part of its soul within it. This ensured both the recovery of its physical form and the preservation of its core from destruction. In effect, this being possessed two lives. Go up? You think I don't know what you're scheming? And it's strange you seem quite formidable. That old bastard Ji-Chi obeys your every command. But why? You're just an ordinary mortal. Even if you possess exceptional talent, capable of influencing my battle through awakening, it shouldn't make that old geezer so utterly subservient to you. Damn it, this guy doesn't play by the rules. Villains in novels are usually cute little devils. Chen Xian's face betrayed panic. How could he possibly handle this guy? Even Ji-Chi himself might not defeat him now that he couldn't wield the demon blade. You're a bit strange, but you're still just an ordinary person. Today, I'm going to possess you. Maybe I can even use your body to train again. Then I'll take care of that Ji-Chi. If you take me out, that guy will be finished even without me going after him. Chen Xian's face twisted into a bitter grimace. But facing this guy, there was simply no reasoning possible. He had no choice but to grit his teeth and push forward. You ungrateful wretch. Do you think I can't shatter your inner core in an instant and scatter your soul to the winds? Chen Xian instantly activated the heavenly perception technique at its peak, unleashing an overwhelming aura. The white snake, who had been poised to strike, froze in shock. She stumbled back several meters, staring at him in astonishment. This was clearly a man incapable of cultivation, yet the aura he unleashed in that instant carried a faint hint of terror. She couldn't underestimate this man before her. Got it? I'm a descendant of the sword-borrowing clan. Mark my words, if you so much as touch a hair on my head today, my master will never forgive you. Seeing the fear in the man's eyes, Chen Xian relaxed slightly. It seemed the innate ability of the heavenly man's qi-gazing technique was quite effective after all. At the very least, it could intimidate this opponent. Shidao Run? You're from the Shidao Run lineage? Unexpectedly, upon hearing Chen Xian's words, the white snake not only showed no fear but burst into a loud, mocking laugh, filled with endless scorn. If you claim to be from Mount Shu or the Taoist sect, I might have some reservations. But a sword borrower? That lot went extinct 500 years ago. Master? Don't tell me your master is some wandering ghost, ha ha ha. Chen Xian froze. It seemed this creature knew something about the sword borrowers. Could it be that he had encountered them before? Come to think of it, it was possible. After all, Ji-Chi's ability to severely wound him back then was actually connected to the sword borrowers. Having lived for so many centuries, this creature might even have crossed paths with the previous master of Peach Blossom Spring. Just as Chen Xian was about to speak, the man lunged forward with desperate urgency. In an instant, Chen Xian felt as if something had pinned him down, completely immobilized. Helplessly, he watched as the man before him burrowed into his body. In that split second, Chen Xian felt as if he were being pulled into another world. At that very moment, the microcosm erupted violently. This instinctive protective force exploded outward, instantly pulling both the white snake and Chen Xian's soul into the microcosm. Where am I? When Chen Xian finally regained his senses, he found himself within his own miniature world, the Peach Blossom Spring. A massive white snake loomed in the sky above, crashing wildly as if desperate to break free. The very essence of this miniature world seemed to unsettle the creature profoundly. You first cultivated to the brink of dragon transformation, then advanced to near immortal demon status. Could you still not see? This is a microcosm, my microcosm. Chen Xian smiled faintly. Now that he was here, he had little to fear. After all, he could modify the laws of this realm to some extent. Even if he couldn't eliminate the white serpent before him, he could trap it here. With his current power, the serpent had no chance of destroying the microcosm. Chapter 26, Devour. No way, no way. Do you really think the legacy of the mighty sword borrower left me with nothing? A mere little world? Do you truly believe I fear you? Well, now, do you think you can defeat me here? Chen Xian grinned at the creature before him. Truly, one thought could lead to heaven, another to hell. Had the creature attempted to kill him outright outside, Chen Xian wouldn't have had time to react before being finished off. But by choosing to burrow into Chen Xian's body, it had given him the chance to draw the white snake into his own miniature world. In this game of wits, the white snake had once held the upper hand. Now, however, the advantage had shifted to Chen Xian. So what if you control a small world? You have no cultivation base whatsoever. That means you can't truly manipulate this world at best, you can tweak some of its rules. Even so, killing you would be as easy as turning my hand. Come and take my life. The white snake roared furiously, charging directly at Chen Xian. His body swelled continuously as power surged from his inner core, forming rolling thunderclouds that threatened to engulf Chen Xian and tear him to shreds. Rise! Chen Xian drew a deep breath. Through his connection to the microcosm, he abruptly channeled his intent, altering its original form. Where nothing had been before, a massive boulder suddenly shot skyward, crashing down with devastating force onto the white snake. Struck squarely, she staggered twice before being flung far away. The laws within this microcosm were so formidable it couldn't possibly be his doing. Could he have stumbled upon some extraordinary opportunity? The white snake instantly understood why Chen Xian possessed such confidence to challenge him. If this miniature world had been forged by someone else and then forcibly detached to be given to Chen Xian, then he could harness the power of its original laws. Even if he couldn't match the original master's level, he could at least approach it. But judging by the current situation, the original master of this world was a true immortal cultivator. Moving mountains and filling seas were mere trifles for him. If this world were just a bit larger, Chen Xian might have been able to pull out a mountain and crush him beneath it. But though you can wield such immense power, you cannot grasp the very essence of the laws. I, however, need only slowly see through them to naturally break free from such constraints. The white snake narrowed his eyes, a crimson light bursting forth from them as he surveyed the entire miniature world, seeking to penetrate its underlying laws. Given this creature's power, already nearing immortality, grasping the laws here wasn't difficult. Chen Xian sensed the danger and relentlessly hurled all manner of objects at it. Yet the white snake had shifted its stance, now purely defensive, refusing to attack. For a time, Chen Xian found himself utterly helpless against it. As time passed, the creature grasped more and more of the laws governing this realm. The objects hurled at it gradually ceased to cause even the slightest harm. Chen Xian grew increasingly anxious, at a loss for what to do. Just then, several furious roars suddenly echoed from the sky. A mere little snake dares to cause trouble here? Get out of my sight. The voice was all too familiar to Chen Xian. It belonged to the Ghost King of this world. Leading the group was none other than the old woman. You? Chen Xian froze in shock. Though these Ghost Kings existed within this small world, he currently had no means to command them. All he could do was keep them quietly confined here. This is the Master's small world. While I'm not yet certain if you are the successor chosen by the Master, you haven't done anything outrageous so far. How can we let this creature desecrate the Master's small world without consequence? Though all were Ghost Kings, none were ordinary beings. They had been saved by the Peach Blossom Spring Master during the Great Calamity. Even though they had perished alongside the heavenly demon within this small world, their true essence remained intact. Seeing so many Ghost Kings suddenly appear, the white snakeling Jun began to panic. Though his power was formidable, having reached the threshold of a predecessor, he still fell short of that final step. His spiritual power was nowhere near that level, and the Ghost King's strength stemmed precisely from their souls. 1 or 2 Ghost Kings might be manageable, but hundreds? There were over 150 gathered here. Nearly standing together, their mutual energy amplified and intensified, creating an overwhelming aura that completely crushed the white snake before them. Get out of my way. Stay back. The white snake was truly panicking now. He strained every ounce of the dwindling spiritual energy within his inner core, conjuring layer upon layer of thunderclouds around himself. These lightning bolts were devastating to ghosts and demons, but when hundreds of Ghost Kings united, the lightning was neutralized upon striking their ghostly energy, unable to harm them in the slightest. As the ghosts closed in relentlessly, the white snake writhed frantically, attempting to wrap the thunderclouds around his body to repel the Ghost Kings. This tactic proved somewhat effective, though not significantly. After several assaults, the white snake's spiritual energy was finally depleted. Several Ghost Kings pounced upon her, violently biting into the body she had forged from her inner core's power. This was pure energy, a potent tonic for the Ghost Kings. Once one latched on, a second, then a third followed, until every Ghost King swarmed around him, surrounding the white snake so tightly there was no room to breathe. Watching from below, Chen Xian saw what appeared to be a massive black sphere in the sky. In reality, it was formed by the massive Ghost Kings. After several more minutes, Chen Xian gradually heard the white snake's cries and curses fade into silence. Immediately afterward, the Ghost Kings dispersed, leaving a white sphere the size of a fist, now split in two, floating in the sky. This object had become the white snake's inner core. Its soul had been utterly torn apart by the Ghost Kings, leaving only this fist-sized energy nucleus behind. The microcosm seems to be reacting. Just as Chen Xian was pondering what to do with this thing, the entire microcosm suddenly shifted. Countless chains emerged from the vastness between heaven and earth, snapping onto the white sphere. The white orb was pulled into the thick, white mist. Accompanied by earth-shattering tremors and deafening roars, a sacred mountain gradually materialized in the empty space. Chapter 27, The Path of Cultivation. The microcosm devoured this creature's spiritual core, harnessing its essence to forge a new realm. Though it felt somewhat fantastical, this was indeed unfolding before Chen Xian's eyes. Within the white snake's inner core lay not only its soul and spiritual energy, but most crucially, the imprint of its profound insights into the natural Tao. These elements served as the vital source for the microcosm to forge its new realm and expand its domain. Immersed in the spiritual spring, Chen Xian faced no shortage of spiritual energy. Now that the white snake's inner core had fallen into his hands, the microcosm proceeded to absorb and integrate it directly. Looks like I've hit the jackpot this time. Chen Xian couldn't suppress his wild joy. Given his current circumstances, the path most suited for him was undoubtedly that of physical cultivation. The crucial difference with physical cultivators was that they couldn't channel and store the spiritual energy of heaven and earth within their bodies through cultivation. Chen Xian, however, was different. He could directly use his microcosm to replace his dantian for cultivating and storing spiritual energy. As long as his spiritual platform remained intact, his ability to comprehend the natural Tao was like having an infinite mana bar for spells. Just as Chen Xian contemplated his next move, a powerful tugging force abruptly pulled him out of this world. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself back in the spirit spring. Earlier, the miniature world had acted on its own instinct, pulling his soul and the white snake into its realm. Now that the matter was resolved, the miniature world released him. Moreover, at that very moment, Chen Xian discovered that the miniature world had actively swum into his dantian, completely filling it. This meant the dantian, which had been used for cultivating the core, had now become the miniature world itself, rendering him unable to cultivate the core any longer. Such matters held little consequence for Chen Xian. Even without needing a core, this miniature world was already the most powerful core in existence. After briefly surveying his surroundings to confirm no further dangers lurked, Chen Xian opened the miniature world. He poured the entire pool of spiritual spring water into it, forming a spring within the world. Near this spring, exotic flowers and rare plants began to bloom. A newly formed and still developing world suddenly gained one of the most supreme treasures in the heavens and earth. It would nourish Chen Xian's body and continuously strengthen his own miniature world. Chen Xian's spiritual platform had now recovered. All that remained was to return and undergo reawakening once more. In truth, this journey had already granted Chen Xian another chance to awaken. Yet he refused to squander it now. As the system had foretold, completing the Ji-Chi Demon Blade quest would yield his ultimate awakening opportunity. Rather than waste it prematurely, he preferred to save it for later to witness just how astonishingly powerful that final awakening might become. After absorbing all the spiritual springs, Chen Xian's physical constitution had reached a terrifying level. If it came down to a contest of physical strength, he could now almost match a 1,000-year-old zombie in an arm wrestling contest. This method of channeling spiritual energy into his body almost like an enlightenment ritual. Who knew what side effects it might bring later? But for now, purely enhancing his physique had likely reached its limit. It was time to further transform his body. After all, times had changed. The era of relying solely on cultivation for power was over. Not long ago, the Academy had announced the development of a new human enhancement serum designed to advance genetic engineering and cultivation simultaneously. It remains unclear whether this serum truly possesses such miraculous effects. Test subjects reportedly experienced several tiers of physical strength enhancement after administration. Beyond cultivation, the human body inherently contains a unique element, genes. Traditional cultivation ultimately demands the complete shedding of one's physical form, while the genetic approach pushes the body to its absolute limits. These two systems are fundamentally contradictory, yet they have somehow begun to merge. Now, leaping from this spot back down to the ground was child's play for Chen Xian. A mere hop and he was back on solid ground. Upon reaching the summit, Ji-Chi and Master Jianhe were still waiting for him. They appeared to be getting along reasonably well, having avoided an immediate confrontation, a significant achievement given Master Jianhe's deep resentment toward Ji-Chi and Ji-Chi's profound disdain for this junior. The trio departed Kunlun Divine Palace together. As they left, Chen Xian specifically instructed Mr. Jianhe to take a jade bottle filled with spiritual spring water. This gift, of course, came with a price. Upon his return, these forest rites would be exchanged for those special gene serums. He couldn't yet confirm whether these items would be useful, but perhaps by employing the heavenly human chi gazing technique, he might uncover some clues. His small shop had been reduced to ruins during the battle against the white snake, leaving him with nowhere to go. Fortunately, he still had some savings. Given his current special circumstances, the Jinghia Bureau was preparing to arrange accommodations for Chen Xian in another city, the one closest to their headquarters. Haichang. This coastal city had endured numerous foreign invasions, even witnessing the defeat of Master Jianhe. The Night Watch had long designated it as one of the most dangerous cities, yet its strategic location fostered remarkable development. To safeguard its security, the Night Watch had deployed substantial forces to garrison the city, later even relocating one of the pillars of the nation there. With such a powerful guardian nearby, security was largely assured. It was said that Haicheng's Cultivation Academy was currently the most prosperous and thriving, with over 3,000 individuals successfully completing their awakening within just 1 month. However, this is only temporary. When the Cultivation Academy first opened, thousands flocked to it daily. 3,000 in a month sounds like a lot, but in reality, perhaps only 1% actually succeeded. The path of cultivation is fraught with peril and hardship. Of those 3,000, how many will ultimately reach the end? Recently, the Jingye Bureau and the authorities have been holding meetings to redefine cultivation levels. Since cultivation methods and paths are quite complex, we plan to adopt the simplest and most straightforward data-based grading system. As they prepared to part ways, Mr. Jianhao also shared some of the underlying principles with Chen Xian. Based on measurements of 6 different metrics: strength, speed, reaction time, and so on, they would define 10 tiers from 1 to 10. Essentially, the peak of an ordinary human is level 1. Doubling the stats of level 1 yields level 2, and so on. By the time one reaches level 10, what kind of terrifying power would that represent? Chapter 28, The Strange Female Ghost. The Jingye Bureau treated Chen Xian fairly well. They didn't require him to do anything specific. After securing a verbal commitment from him, they arranged a seaside villa for him. The scenery here was indeed exceptionally elegant, comparable to what one might find in a top-tier scenic area. Just how immense Jing Yesi's power truly was remained a mystery, something only those within their inner circle could speculate about. In Chen Xian's view, until the dust settled, a more formidable organization or individual could emerge from somewhere at any moment. Only by becoming truly formidable could one stand firm amidst heaven and earth. Times have changed. This is no longer the era of sitting around eating watermelon every day. Sitting in the villa's small courtyard, Chen Xian idly leafed through the ancient text in his hands. This was a copy he had collected long ago. After the previous one was destroyed in the ruins, he had purchased this new copy. Its contents were straightforward various calisthenics for strengthening the body and improving health. From the simplest 5 animals exercise to the Taizu Changquan later adopted by soldiers. These exercises originated from cultivation systems but still held certain benefits. Certain movements, when performed, naturally brought the body's circulation into a remarkable equilibrium. This stimulated various acupoints, enhancing the absorption of external spiritual energy. Thus, these exercises were beneficial for physical health. Chen Xian had practiced these for many years before obtaining the small world and beginning cultivation. Even before that, his physical condition was already quite impressive. These are low-level tricks, mostly useless especially for someone like you now? Ji Qi emerged daily to bask in the sunlight. Some subtle effect of the spirit spring seemed to make his body more human-like. Though he still lacked vital signs like a heartbeat or breathing, his appearance was undeniably lifelike. Perhaps precisely because a living body requires warmth, he would lie out in the sun every day when it shone, basking like a cold-blooded creature to absorb some heat. Though seemingly useless, it yields some rather remarkable results. Chen Xian smiled faintly, offering no further explanation. His purpose in reading these texts wasn't to follow their methods for cultivation, but to discern the origins of the practices he had once pursued. Currently, every cultivation method circulating among sects and academies without exception focused on breathing techniques or meditation practices. These practices seemed entirely distinct from the techniques in his possession. So where exactly had this system evolved from? Back in my time, this stuff already existed. It was meant for ordinary folk, not very useful, but strangely enough, it did have a tiny bit of practical value. Ji Qi glanced at Chen Xian and understood what he meant. Scratching his head, he stared blankly at the sky, wondering why he suddenly felt so uneasy today. They existed in your era. The ones on your person. Chen Xian set the book down, intending to discuss it with Ji Qi. But the moment he saw Ji Qi's expression, he froze instantly. What's wrong? Is there something on me? Ji Qi stared blankly at Chen Xian before him. Nothing. Probably just my imagination. Go back to sunbathing. Chen Xian hesitated slightly before shaking his head. Yet his eyes remained fixed on Ji Qi, for in his vision, a peculiar female ghost was perched upon her. She appeared to be a woman indistinguishable from any ordinary person, around 20 years old, breathtakingly beautiful. Floating there in a red wedding gown, she stared directly at Ji Qi. Her face bore a look of profound sorrow. What is this ghost? When did she appear? Why didn't I sense her at all? And how could I feel her presence without even activating the heavenly gaze technique? Chen Xian touched his nose, pretending not to see the ghost. The situation was growing increasingly bizarre. Normally, even ghost kings rarely ventured out during daylight hours. Their reliance on yin energy made them severely vulnerable to sunlight's scorching effects, unlike zombies, who merely suffered discomfort from sun exposure. Yet this female ghost seemed utterly unafraid, fixating her gaze on Ji Qi as if they were old acquaintances. System, what the hell is going on? When faced with uncertainty, asking questions was the best course of action. After all, he still had the system. Though it often ignored him, Chen Xian instinctively turned to it whenever something perplexed him. Karmic debts of a past life, Demon Blade's second star Desire Star mission activated. The system's response to Chen Xian consisted of just this single line, followed immediately by the mission details. Chen Xian dashed back inside, retrieved the jade book, and opened it. Sure enough, new entries appeared on Ji Qi's page. When Ji Qi had first ascended to human sovereign, his power hadn't yet reached its peak. At that moment, he gained the opportunity to activate the second star of the Demon Blade. He laid bare his deepest desires. Though Ji-Chi was a human sovereign and a powerful landowner, what he craved most was actually his beloved maiden. Unfortunately, Ji-Chi had already fallen under the grinding blade's control. Driven by its will, he killed his beloved bride on their wedding night. Thus, records indicate Ji-Chi had no other wives, and his spouse died suddenly on their wedding night. Hey, didn't you go a bit too far with that? Chen Xian scratched his head helplessly. This was utterly despicable. Even if it was a demonic blade, it shouldn't be so devoid of humanity. Do you think I wanted this? But once the contract was sealed, everything had to be carried out. This is the price he chose to pay, his own calamity. The demon blade had been communicating more with Chen Xian lately. It wasn't hard to see that while this entity wasn't inherently evil, its identity bound it to certain actions. It would carry out what was required, even if it meant killing someone or destroying everything belonging to its master with its own hands. First, he shattered a white snake's transformation into a dragon. Then he killed the woman he loved. What kind of terrifying thing do you think the final evil star will be? Chen Xian rolled his eyes in exasperation, but this time, the demon blade offered no reply. Chapter 29, The Forgotten Beauty. The demon blade's silence sent a jolt through Chen Xian's heart. He'd believed that wielding the blade would grant him limitless power, but reality seemed far more complex. All things in existence were bound by their own primordial cause and effect. Everything demanded sacrifice before yielding reward. The moment Ji-Chi picked up the demonic blade, he ceased to be himself. Those once lofty ambitions, those lingering grievances and resentments, even the most cherished warmth and affection, all were gradually devoured by power, transforming into endless emptiness, loneliness, and insatiable desire. When he reached the peak of desire, this man was no longer himself. Chen Xian suddenly seemed to understand why Ji-Chi had become what they called a zombie. Perhaps it was precisely because he had been no different from the dead while still alive. Becoming a zombie after death was merely a return to the form he was always destined to become. Ji-Chi can't see anything now. What should we do about that female ghost? Chen Xian felt a headache coming on. Ji-Chi's blindness toward the female ghost seemed almost fortunate now, for if he could see her, he wouldn't remember who she truly was. For that woman, that would be the greatest blow of all. Dust returns to dust, earth returns to earth. All things in this world have their inevitable outcomes. Without the demon blade, the woman he cherished would have inevitably met a tragic end. Possessing power merely granted him a fleeting illusion. Once the dream ends, everything vanishes into thin air. The demon blade's voice resounded once more, this time tinged with sorrow and grief. Having accompanied Ji-Chi for over 1,000 years, it alone understood the depths of his heart. If we pull him into the microcosm, we could use the demon blade's power to reunite him with that female ghost. But what would the outcome be? Chen Xian rubbed his nose. This matter was no laughing matter. Though he wasn't one to particularly revere virtue, certain moral principles and boundaries remained etched in his mind, the very foundation of his humanity. Instead of moping around here, I might as well ask that guy what he thinks. The demonic blade fell silent, leaving the dilemma for Chen Xian to resolve. He was tempted to melt the thing down right then and there, but now wasn't the time. Ji-Chi, come with me to the small world. Chen Xian dragged the demon blade into the villa's small courtyard. Ji-Chi lay sprawled on the ground, basking in the sun. His eyes were wide open, staring blankly ahead as if he saw something. For some reason, Chen Xian caught a glimpse of sorrow in his gaze. Master, lately I can't shake this feeling that what I've been pursuing isn't quite right. Ji-Chi's voice sounded much deeper than usual. Perhaps it was because these powers were gradually fading away, or perhaps it was because that girl had come too close. Perhaps if you come with me to the small world, you'll understand why. Chen Xian sighed, placing his hand on the great tree in the courtyard. His abilities hadn't yet reached the required level, so to open the gateway to the small world, he needed to anchor himself to an object. A crack wide enough for one person appeared in the tree's trunk. Ji-Chi led the way inside, followed by Chen Xian. As the two entered this space, the female ghost naturally followed Ji-Chi into the small world. Chen Xian drew his demonic blade. Someone wishes to meet you. Why not see them here? Chen Xian drew the demonic blade and channeled its power, causing a cloud of black mist to envelop the entire world. The colors gradually faded, and the female ghost's form solidified. Ji-Chi stared blankly at the ghost who had suddenly appeared before him, while the ghost stared just as blankly at Ji-Chi. Neither spoke a word upon meeting, yet an inexplicable emotion spread between them. Ji-Chi, you have a heart of pure venom. The woman's voice trembled slightly. After 1,000 years apart, she never imagined they would meet again. Yet one had become a vengeful ghost for a millennium, while the other had transformed into a 1,000-year-old zombie. Who are you? Why does my heart ache so terribly? Ji-Chi raised a hand to his chest. His heart had long ceased to beat, his blood had long since stopped flowing. Yet, upon seeing the woman before him, he felt an overwhelming urge to weep. Have you forgotten everything you did to me 1,000 years ago? Have all those promises you made been scattered like dust in the wind? The woman gazed at Ji-Chi, who remained unmoved. A flicker of resentment suddenly flickered in her eyes. She had been killed by this man, transformed into a ghost, and had guarded him for decades. Until one day, due to special circumstances, she had been forced to leave. After enduring 1,000 years of solitude, she had finally returned to his side. Yet this was how he treated her. She hadn't considered whether the cursed blade might be the reason whether the boy who had once promised her a wedding gown as they grew up together had long since ceased to be the same person. I don't know who you truly are, but this feeling is unbearable. You must be an enemy, right? I don't recall anyone like you in my master's domain. Ji Qi's voice trembled slightly. Instinctively, he reached for the long sword at his waist. For the first time in his life, he found himself wavering over whether to draw his blade against another person. You already attacked me 1,000 years ago. Could it be that after a millennium, I'd become this way, and you still want to kill me? The woman was utterly enraged by Ji Qi's actions. She roared with fury, and in an instant, her once breathtakingly beautiful face twisted into a hideous, terrifying grimace. A thick, ghostly aura seemed poised to engulf the heavens and earth. Such a visage was enough to terrify anyone to death. What's happening? The ghost kings who had been dwelling in this world were startled by the earth-shaking wail, the intense terror, and the fury that had reached its peak. Among all the ghosts and monsters, none possessed such overwhelming rage as this woman. All of you stand aside. Do not intervene. This is between the two of them. Chen Xian raised his hand to restrain the 100 ghosts who were about to tear the female ghost apart. Taking a deep breath, he hurled the demonic blade in his hand toward Ji Qi. Everything is within it. You must comprehend it yourself. This calamity is yours alone to endure. The demonic blade opened midair, its sharp edge landing on the ground. Ji Qi did not reach for it. Instead, tears streaming down his face, he stared at the hideous female ghost before him. Chapter 30, The Vanishing Beauty. What? Are you afraid to strike me now? When you plunged that blade into me before, you were so swift and decisive. The female ghost roared as she charged toward Ji Qi. Finally, Ji Qi grasped the demonic blade in his hand. Chen Xian clearly saw the 3 star-shaped markings on the blade's surface, with the second one now glowing a deep crimson. As the female ghost drew nearer, the glow on the blade intensified. The instant she was about to touch Ji Qi, the light exploded into a dazzling expanse of stars. The scene before him seemed to blur. Chen Xian felt a slight drowsiness overtake him, and in the blink of an eye, he had fallen into a deep sleep. In his dream, everything seemed to grow hazy, yet he could still perceive his surroundings with clarity. Whenever he focused his mind to observe something, that very thing would instantly dissolve into nothingness. It was an eerie sensation, yet Ji Qi witnessed many things that left him profoundly shaken. It seemed as though those once sweet memories had been sealed within the power formed by the stars. In an ancient city, yellow sand swirled through the air. In a remote frontier town, Ji Qi, a young nobleman in decline, shared a smile with a sweet-faced girl. I'm leaving tomorrow to search for my uncle in the south. There, I might inherit a title. Once I do, I'll be qualified to propose to your family. The youth appeared utterly ordinary, yet he possessed an indomitable resilience, standing as steadfast as a mighty pine. I'll wait for you. The girl reluctantly took Ji Qi's hand, her eyes meeting his silently, filled with affection. That pure gaze and gentle expression were something Chen Xian had never felt or experienced before. Just one glance filled one's heart with sweetness. The youth spurred his horse and rode away from the border town. The girl fastened his saddle one last time, secured his cloak, and placed his straw hat firmly on his head. When would they meet again after this parting? Neither of them truly knew the answer. Amidst the endless yellow sands, the youth's figure grew ever more distant. When he suddenly looked back, he could only make out a faint red silhouette swaying in the wind amidst the swirling dust. In the years that followed, the youth lived with his uncle in the city. His uncle was an old nobleman. With no heir of his own, his noble title demanded an heir. Many of his direct relatives sent their children to him, even those who already held considerable status themselves. Ji Qi, the young boy, found little favor within the household. Though called uncle, they had met only a handful of times since childhood. This uncle was dissatisfied with Ji Qi. His talents were mediocre, his cultivation slow. Born in a remote desert town, his complexion and features were also unappealing. Gradually, Ji Qi found himself increasingly marginalized. Each day, after enduring exclusion, Ji Qi would retreat to his room, clutching the broken blade his father had left him, reminiscing about his life in the frontier town. Days passed into years until his uncle finally died. Yet the noble title did not pass to Ji Qi. He remained a penniless youth, cast out from the estate to wander the streets, utterly alone and lost. Meanwhile, news arrived from the desert. The girl's father intended to marry her off to a wealthy merchant who had long roamed the region. Watching everything slip away, with not even a glimmer of hope left, Ji Qi nearly succumbed to despair. It was then that an old Taoist, bearing a long blade on his back, appeared before him. With the demon blade in hand, Ji Qi's life embarked on a journey of extraordinary power. Consumed by rage and vengeance, he returned to the manor gates, wielding the blade at an angle. One by one, he sliced those who had once humiliated him into pieces. The power granted by the demon blade was terrifying. Within less than a year, Ji Qi had become a notorious murderous fiend, his strength too formidable for anyone to stop him. He had become a demonic overlord in the region, yet his mind remained relatively intact. What followed unfolded with alarming simplicity. The title of Demon Lord granted Ji Chi access to nearly everything he desired. Gradually, he forgot his original aspirations, becoming consumed by an insatiable hunger for power. He sought to dominate the world, to reign as an absolute overlord. Until one day, he ascended the throne of the human king. The beautiful maiden from that desert frontier town had been brought here by her father as a sacrificial offering. Seeing his former confidant blossom into a woman of breathtaking beauty, Ji Chi appeared pleased. Yet his eyes held none of the tender affection present when they parted. I shall be your sovereign, you shall be my subject. I shall be your husband, you shall be my concubine. The icy words echoed in the girl's ears, yet she remained lost in the false sweetness of her own illusions. She could never have imagined Ji Chi would strike her down with his blade. On their wedding night, the imperial city blazed with festive lights. Crowds filled the streets, dancing and reveling. Though the king was no noble soul, the ceremonial pomp remained obligatory. Those smiling faces twirling in the streets bore eyes that seemed terrifyingly hollow. Ji Chi cared not a whit for their opinions. He sought only to seize what was his. Finally, Ji Chi stumbled into the bridal chamber, drunk and clad in his battle robes. The girl sat quietly on the bed, her face covered by a veil, waiting for her childhood sweetheart to lift it. But such ordinary happiness had long since ceased to exist for her. The demon blade drew out a cold, gleaming light. Not a trace of joy appeared on Ji Chi's face. The blade pierced through the girl's body. The crimson veil drifted to the floor. Her eyes widened as she stared at the familiar yet alien face before her. Her mouth opened, as if to speak, but only a spray of blood erupted, splattering Ji Chi's face. In that instant, Ji Chi seemed to feel a flicker of confusion and reluctance. The girl was dead. The girl he had sworn to protect for a lifetime had fallen by his blade, perishing within their very hearts. The scene gradually faded, everything returning to stillness. When the vision reappeared within the miniature world, Chen Xian was startled to see Ji Chi hadn't engaged the girl in battle. Instead, he clung desperately to the wretched, millennia-old spirit that had long since perished. I'm sorry. A single, cloudy tear slid down Ji Chi's cheek. The girl transformed back into her beautiful, captivating form. She wrapped her arms around Ji Chi's shoulders, a blissful smile lighting up her face. I understand now. I understand everything. It's so good it wasn't you who betrayed me. A sky filled with crimson stars transformed into fluttering cherry blossoms. The girl's figure gradually faded away, her hand grasping only a half-broken cherry blossom. Chen Xian realized that when they had parted ways, the very same incomplete cherry blossom had been embroidered on the clothes the girl wore. Chapter 31, The Final Trial. What a pity. Amidst the chaos, someone uttered these words, perhaps the spirits, or perhaps it echoed Chen Xian's own thoughts. Love is a noble thing, never meant to be trampled upon like this. Yet after enduring 1,000 years of trials, 1,000 years of hatred could be dissolved by a single embrace. Perhaps this was the greatness of love that didn't demand rational thought or calculation. It contained no ulterior motives, only a pure desire, an instinctive human longing that shouldn't be labeled as evil. Ji Chi held the shattered cherry blossom in silence. In the vast desert, the flower stood as a symbol of beauty, purity, and ephemerality. Just like their sweet dreams, just like their love, it was unattainable, forever out of reach, yet it seemed to always exist within their hearts. Perhaps Ji Chi is no longer just a simple zombie now. Chen Xian gazed at Ji Chi before him. He sensed something within Ji Chi that should not exist in a zombie. Not only had the body itself, the vessel of the soul, been restored to a form nearly human, but now it possessed a human soul as well. Where did this soul come from? Perhaps it was the memorial of that girl's love spanning 1,000 years. Her longing had ultimately become a part of his body, an indispensable part of him. The girl had become Ji Chi's soul. Now, Ji Chi was almost entirely human. The only thing left was to bring his body back to life. After 1,000 years, his story would unfold a new chapter. Demon Blade's second task completed. Rewards: 1 black blade, 1 sword training manual for the blade borrower. The system's voice rang out in Chen Xian's mind at the most inopportune moment, completely disrupting the atmosphere. Chen Xian shook his head helplessly. Did this thing have no sense of social etiquette? Even waiting until they were outside to announce this would have been perfectly acceptable. A black blade, roughly a meter long, materialized before Chen Xian. It resembled a rough-hewn blade, not yet fully formed, merely given a basic polish and edge. Let's head out. Things here should be wrapping up. Along with these rewards, Chen Xian sensed another peculiar thing. It seemed the third task was gradually revealing itself bit by bit. Returning the blade was actually a process of liberating the spirit within it and liberating himself. Ji Chi now faced only one final hurdle, one that Chen Xian couldn't help him overcome. He had to find it and pursue it alone. To find that boy from years ago, still innocent, still possessing human emotions. The final test doesn't stem from any single thing you've done. It demands your self-redemption and self-discovery for all you've done over the years. Chen Xian opened the jade book. No new text appeared on its pages. Ji Chi's story unfolded a new chapter, and this very first chapter was about how he would find himself. You remain a zombie, yet now you are closer to being human. The essence of zombies endures within your body. This is not a bad thing, for in time you shall become a wholly different kind of being. As Chen Xian deepened his understanding of the Shidaio lineage's inheritance, he gradually grasped the profound mysteries behind it. Granting power to those who desperately need and crave it, then reclaiming that power once a certain threshold is reached. The karmic essence gathered through this cycle ultimately fuses into the Shadow Knight lineage's being. The blade is merely a tool. What truly matters is the character of the one wielding it. Take the master of Peach Blossom Spring, for instance. Even wielding the demon blade, he never committed a single act that betrayed this world. Whether during his cultivation journey or after ascending to immortality, he merely stubbornly protected the last pristine sanctuary of this realm. Ji Qi, however, was the polar opposite, a wretched soul consumed by greed, a pitiable being destroyed by his own hands, and the world's greatest villain. Whether good or evil, right or wrong, these processes, these causes and effects, and the ultimate outcomes they yield, these are what the blade borrowers truly pursue. Compared to these, the blade itself is but a mere plaything. I've been wanting to travel for a while now. I want to see this world properly. Though it's not what it was 1,000 years ago, I want to understand what those people sought, those events, everything I once forgot. Ji Qi finished packing his belongings, clutching the demon blade as he approached Chen Xian. He understood what he must do now. In the beginning, when he was obsessed with ascending to immortality, his sole desire was to enhance his power. Yet he had never considered what he should do once he possessed that strength. Now he knew. True strength, true kingship, demanded wielding power for righteous ends, not mere self-serving ambitions. Go. This is precisely what I want you to do now. Once you understand everything, I believe you will no longer need the eternal corpse control talisman or the demonic blade. Chen Xian shook his head slightly, offering a bitter smile. This path seemed far less straightforward than he'd imagined. He'd thought completing tasks would simply grant him powerful allies or rich rewards, but it appeared these things were merely incidental byproducts in the end. Ji Qi left with the demonic blade slung over his back. Where he was headed, Chen Xian neither knew nor cared. For he understood that this Ji Qi was no longer the reckless, arrogantly bloodthirsty puppet he once was. He would return someday, transformed by his experiences into a new man. Then he would stand by Chen Xian's side as a trusted ally. By that time, their relationship would transcend master and servant. Chen Xian hoped they could be friends with this flesh and blood, emotionally vulnerable soul. 1,000 years of solitude, 1,000 years of confusion. Truly, his fate is a tragic one. Watching Ji Qi's receding figure, Chen Xian could only offer a bitter smile. From today onward, he would once again be alone. Demon Blade quest nearing completion. Host's mental state enhancement detected, acquiring information, Autumn Water Moonlight Blade. Clue obtained, at dusk, east of the mountain, Autumn Water Moonlight Blade. At the eastern hills at sunset? Shouldn't it be at the western hills at sunset? Chen Xian rolled his eyes. Where in this place did the sun set in the east? Could it be that this so-called Autumn Water, Bright Moonblade was in the southern hemisphere? Chapter 32, Vampire Invasion. Time passed uneventfully. Chen Xian hadn't gleaned any useful clues from this so-called prophecy, nor did he know what Ji Qi was up to with that demonic blade. He remained clueless about the challenges awaiting him in this final trial. Just when he thought days would pass like this indefinitely, troubling news suddenly emerged from the Western nations, which had previously been bustling with activity. While internal turmoil gripped the Great Xia Empire, Western nations had seized the opportunity to issue numerous aggressive and provocative statements, openly challenging the empire and engaging in absurd superstitious activities. Yet before any major incidents could unfold here, the Western nations themselves were beset by numerous problems. Creatures once thought to exist only in legends appeared in the West, throwing some of their towns into utter chaos. Every nation harbors creatures from folklore associated with deities or special groups. For instance, the Great Xia has various demons and monsters linked to cultivators and immortals, while Western nations similarly possess beings like vampires, werewolves, or angels. These entities either originated in folktales or emerged from the doctrines of Western holy churches. While their systems are relatively complete, they lack the mystical allure of their Eastern counterparts. Recently, however, numerous rumors have surfaced across Western nations, claiming that legendary vampires have returned. Naturally, most dismiss these tales as mere jokes, especially since the Great Xia was already reeling from the chaos caused by the colossal white serpent demon. Initially, these reports were dismissed as mere gossip, perhaps fabricated to mock or satirize the Great Xia. But then, a recent attack shattered the Western nations' illusions. The legendary vampire monsters had indeed materialized, crawling out from ancient tombs and castle cellars. The first to uncover this phenomenon was a professor at a certain research institute. This fellow frequently conducted research on ancient corpses and similar specimens. Not long ago, when the white serpent first appeared, they discovered a corpse with a sword carved into the shape of a cross still lodged in its chest. At the time, the researchers didn't place much faith in such phenomena, dismissing it as some peculiar method of preservation that had kept the corpse intact. They recognized the corpse's immense research value, seeing it as an opportunity to add a significant chapter to their otherwise barren civilization. As they began examining the corpse, the professor felt a sense of familiarity. After consulting books and ancient texts, they discovered that over 400 years ago, rumors of a vampire had circulated in that region. The creature was ultimately slain by a holy warrior using a silver cross. If the legend held truth, then the creature before them was indeed a vampire. But why had authorities denied the existence of such beings for centuries? The professor made a bold decision. He collected some blood and dripped it onto the cross. Sure enough, he hit the jackpot. This thing was indeed a living vampire. Such creatures were extremely difficult to truly kill, sharing an essence similar to zombies. As the blood dripped from the cross into the vampire's heart, the decayed cross shattered in that instant. The enraged and bloodthirsty vampire instantly killed the professor. Not a single soul survived within the entire research facility. Everyone had transformed into vampires. Yet even these low-level vampires retained a degree of intelligence. They continued working within the facility disguised as staff members. Since the research involved highly classified work, no one would come looking for them for a long time, so their existence remained undiscovered for the time being. Meanwhile, nearby villages faced utter disaster. To avoid sunlight, the vampires hid within the facility by day, emerging at night to hunt. Innocent villagers were slaughtered, countless lives taken in an instant. Perhaps these creatures were simply too clever. Their activities remained undetected until a week later, when they were accidentally discovered by students visiting the area for field research. Upon learning of the situation, the students panicked and immediately contacted local police. Yet the authorities took little action, fundamentally dismissing the claims. Compounding the issue, after consuming blood, the vampires' appearances grew increasingly human-like. Aside from the absence of people in the village during daylight hours, everything else seemed perfectly normal. Gradually, a vampire village took root there. It wasn't until one day, when a large number of vampires, starved of sustenance, began to run amok, that people finally realized these creatures were real. By the time they grasped this truth, the number of vampires appearing across the country had already reached tens of thousands. What does that even mean? Tens of thousands of vampires, capable of rapidly growing stronger by feeding on blood. Within mere days, they could form a massive army. Even the Crusaders of old would struggle to match such a force, unless true exorcists and Knights Templar stepped forward. Legend holds that exorcists have existed for millennia to combat Western mythical creatures like vampires, werewolves, and witches, while the Knights Templar served as the Church's elite combat force. Yet within the modern Church, power and self-interest reign supreme. Who still devotes themselves to spiritual cultivation? The so-called Holy Scriptures gather dust, leaving them momentarily unable to find any means to counter these creatures. Driven to desperation, they finally recalled the events unfolding in the Great Xia Empire. They pleaded for the Jingye Bureau to send men, for representatives of every sect to go and rescue them. Bullets and gunpowder only had some effect on low-level vampires. Once they had devoured several people, these weapons became utterly useless. Their rapid regenerative abilities made them exceptionally monstrous. Though their defenses were inferior to zombies, their intelligence, mobility, and self-healing capabilities were far more terrifying. Sword dealer? I should address you as Mr. Chen Xian now. Regarding matters in the Western world, I wonder what your perspective is. We intend to proceed with the rescue operation. Of course, our primary objective is to reclaim the treasures lost during that war. Less than 2 hours after the rescue request arrived, Mr. Jianhe was already at Chen Xian's doorstep. It seemed he intended to lead the main force in this operation. Many of the national treasures seized during the war held profound significance for cultivators, perhaps even containing cultivation techniques or vital artifacts. Well, I'm idle anyway. Staying home lately has been incredibly boring. Might as well tag along with you guys and see what's up. Chen Xian stretched lazily, slinging the blackened blade blank over his waist. Chapter 33, Vampires. But before we go, I'm genuinely curious, could it be that the Western world truly has no cultivators similar to ours? Chen Xian looked at Mr. Jianhe with some confusion. While it was true that Western civilization wasn't as ancient as the Eastern civilizations of Great Xia, Great Feng, or the previous dynasties, it was still quite advanced. Roughly speaking, it must have at least 3,000 years of history. Even with rapid dynastic changes, it was impossible for not a single cultivator to have survived. Moreover, the true power behind all Western nations now was the Pope. That the Holy Church, as the supreme power controlling the entire Western world, couldn't even find a handful of cultivators was truly beyond belief. It's not that there are none, but most are merely priests or religious leaders. Their abilities are mediocre, largely wasted on the pursuit of fame and fortune. Perhaps under the relentless encroachment of powerful capital, the cultivation world of the entire Western realm has descended into utter chaos, long since ceasing to exist. Those who once devoted themselves to cultivation now think only of profit. Even if they participate in cultivation, few can persist without being swayed by material gain. The Western world has now formed an anomalous phenomena research and response team. Their scientific capabilities are quite formidable. As a technological superpower, they certainly hold a certain advantage in military strength. It's just unclear how effective those firearms would be against vampires. Mr. Jianhe shrugged helplessly with a wry smile. As a nation born thousands of years ago, surely they understood what truly deserved development, or rather, what possessed genuine foundational strength. A mere few centuries of gunpowder versus millennia of cultivation. When cultivation reaches its zenith, even so-called nuclear bombs are but a mere tickle. The might of military force is only effective against ordinary people in this age of declining dharma. Our stealth fighter jets are ready. This time, we need you to lead the team. To cultivate our students, we've pulled a group of promising reserve combat trainees from the academy. Starting today, you'll temporarily serve as their mentor for a while. Of course, if they prove uncooperative, you're free to abandon them at any time. Shen Xian frowned slightly. He hadn't expected to be tasked with leading these so-called prodigies. Still, a trip to the west might prove beneficial. Perhaps other opportunities would present themselves. Once aboard the plane, he discovered most were young adults in their early 20s, bursting with youthful fervor and overconfident after excelling in this world's rigorous training. Each believed themselves invincible, looking down on everyone else. Their spirits instantly wilted upon seeing their so-called mentor, an ordinary, unknown man. Who is this guy? Have any of you seen him before? Never seen him before. And he doesn't have that cultivation aura at all. Could he be untrained? I think so too, but this guy kinda looks like that Shindao guy who subdued Ji Qi. No way. Didn't we all see it during our livestream? That Shindao guy had the aura of a celestial being descended from heaven. How could he possibly be like this guy, just some ordinary, rough and tumble brute? Shortly after boarding the plane, Chen Xian clearly overheard the whispers of those young upstarts. They fancied themselves accomplished cultivators, so full of themselves, yet they had no clue what truly capable individuals look like in this world. After all, their horizons were still far too narrow. Chen Xian didn't bother engaging with them. The group flew to a remote western town, their temporary gathering point and one of the main areas for clearing out low-level vampires. According to intelligence, 2 nearby towns have already fallen to vampire occupation. The Vatican recently dispatched priests to establish defenses here. We'll be coordinating joint patrols with them. Keep a low profile, prioritize self-preservation. Got it? Chen Xian felt compelled to relay these necessary instructions to the young recruits, though their expressions made it clear they weren't particularly fond of him. Shortly after they disembarked, a group dressed in clerical garb arrived. For communication ease, the group included a dedicated interpreter. Of course, if Chen Xian used his heavenly perception technique, he could read their minds directly. But doing so might reveal his true identity, and then these youngsters might come asking him for blades or other items, which would be troublesome. The coordination process didn't take long, just a brief setup of mutual defense arrangements. In a few days, a large military force would take over, and Chen Xian would be free to pursue his own affairs. By the time they arrived, dusk had fallen. The evening sky bore an eerie glow, resembling blood. Chen Xian felt a sense of foreboding, a warning from his heavenly vision technique. The trouble was brewing. Keep your eyes peeled tonight. The sky looks ominous, who knows what else might happen. The sunlight is weak today. At this hour, those vampires can move freely. They can transform into enormous bats, hiding within the clouds, truly terrifying. Chen Xian and the local clergy gave the trainees a brief warning, but judging by their expressions, none seemed willing to believe it or submit to it. Yet such defiance often brings devastating consequences. That very night, these reckless youths gathered secretly and crept to the village's edge, eager to confront the approaching vampires head on, a foolish attempt to prove their mettle. As for the outcome? Well, you can imagine. That very night, Chen Xian activated his heavenly vision technique, observing the entire village from his room. From the southwest and west directions, vast quantities of eerie black light appeared. It was a glossy black, yet within the darkness, a faint red hue shimmered. This might be the unique aura color of those vampires. Meanwhile, the auras emanating from the trainees here were mostly white, which was fairly decent, though not astonishingly effective. By the time the cries of battle, wails, and curses echoed from outside, it was already too late. These people had been targeted by the vampire hordes. Hundreds, perhaps thousands, of vampires launched their assault simultaneously. The scale was overwhelming. Even though these trainees had become cultivators, possessing physical prowess far surpassing that of ordinary humans, they were utterly unable to handle such numbers. Those with no combat awareness, no fighting spirit whatsoever, who charged blindly, fled at the first sign of injury, and only knew how to wail and cry for their parents. Such people were utterly useless on the battlefield. Trouble! Trouble! The vampire horde is here! The translator burst into Chen Xian's room only to find him seated cross-legged on his bed, the blackened blade blank standing upright beside him. Chapter 34, The Baron. I understand. They're likely just ordinary vampires. The clergy should handle them. Chen Xian nodded slightly, showing no intention of leaving. Dealing with these low-level vampires posed no real challenge. It was utterly tedious for him. After all, he hadn't come here seeking trouble with vampires. But what about the trainees? I know they've already charged out to fight those vampires. Half of them are probably dead by now. Remember, this era isn't like the old days. No one protects them anymore. They broke the rules, so they must bear the consequences themselves. Chen Xian waved his hand dismissively, showing no intention of intervening. This gesture actually annoyed the translator. What kind of talk is that? Isn't this precisely when we face adversity? You were recommended by Mr. Jianhe. I believe your strength could easily eliminate those vampires. Why won't you act? Is it because those trainees failed to recognize your status? Because they lack sufficient respect and reverence toward you? Must they grovel like dogs to win your favor? Faced with this man's questioning, Chen Xian remained silent. Such incidents would occur countless times in the future. At least until these people came to their senses, this kind of thing wouldn't just vanish into thin air. Are a few vampires worth all this trouble? Looks like an interesting fellow has arrived. Chen Xian had no intention of engaging with these individuals. More than half of the trainees would inevitably perish, while the survivors would emerge stronger, a fundamental law of cultivation. Only through experiencing life and death could one achieve profound enlightenment and attain greater power. Among them were a few with decent talent and character who still survived. Chen Xian didn't intend to rescue them directly. An overly comfortable environment wouldn't benefit their cultivation. Those clearly not worth saving didn't merit his intervention. It could be said that when true peril arrived, Chen Xian would certainly intervene. But now an exceptionally powerful aura was rushing this way, like a crimson cloud, terrifyingly abnormal. A presence matching Master Jianhe's might. It seems a formidable adversary has arrived. Mr. Chen gripped his blackened blade blank and stepped outside. The entire sky was now illuminated by fiery light. Clergymen, bearing massive crosses or greatswords, clashed with the vampires. Some chanted from Bibles, their voices carrying a peculiar, haunting melody. The vampires seemed profoundly wary of this sound. Whenever it drew near, the melody inflicted agonizing pain upon them, forcing them to retreat. This peculiar combination of sonic attacks and religious faith was extremely rare in Eastern countries. It possessed a strange effect, though not as powerful as one might imagine. Die! The vampires' forms were finally fully exposed before Chen Xian. These low-level vampires resembled zombies in every way: pale faces streaked with blood, emaciated bodies, sharp claws, hunched postures, and a pair of razor-sharp fangs. Chen Xian became a phantom in the dead of night. Each time he sliced through the vampire tide, limbs flew everywhere. Heads were severed mid-air, only to instantly disintegrate into pulp before their victims could comprehend what had happened. These creatures possessed poor defenses, relying instead on agility and terrifying regenerative abilities. Swift strikes could eliminate them instantly. Thus, low-level vampires could be dispatched with firearms. Blasting them to shreds or blowing their heads off sufficed. Within mere seconds of Chen Xian joining the fray, he cleared a vast expanse of open ground. His speed approached the speed of sound, and the velocity of his blade swings was nothing short of terrifying. All the vampires halted in their tracks, frozen in place like idiots, staring at this sudden apparition of death before them. How could such trash manage to kill so many of you? Chen Xian turned to face the surviving trainees before him, unleashing an aura even more terrifying than before. He stood before them like an immortal being, a single glance capable of obliterating them. The sheer terror of absolute power blossomed within their hearts. No doubt. It's definitely him, the blade borrower. Though his appearance has changed, that aura is unmistakable. I recognized it instantly from the livestream. He seems capable of concealing his presence. The trainees instantly recognized the divine being before them, each letting out a collective sigh of relief. How terrifying the zombie king Ji Qi had been, yet even he had obediently surrendered his blade before the blade borrower. You still need to grow stronger. You're far too weak now to be of any real help. Step back. Something far more entertaining is coming. Chen Xian waved his hand slightly, signaling the clergy to lead the trainees back into the village's protective formation. Just then, a piercing roar echoed from the sky. Hoo! Hoo! A massive bat, nearly 3 meters long, flapped its wings and landed before Chen Xian, emitting an eerie sound. A flash of light followed, and crimson mist blossomed around it. As the mist dissipated, a pale-faced man dressed in medieval noble attire appeared before Chen Xian. So this must be the legendary blade borrower who's been making waves in the east lately. To Chen Xian's surprise, the creature spoke the language of the Great Xia Empire, and with remarkable fluency at that. Seems my fame has reached overseas. Now, what might this great bat call himself? Chen Xian was now seeking a formidable opponent to gauge his current strength. Relying solely on his own senses, he couldn't accurately determine his true level. Roar! Forgive my boldness, but I was once a baron. My name is Bo Feg. Baron Bofu. I believe this name has been mentioned in legendary tales. Just then, a commotion erupted behind them. This creature had once appeared in the life of a legendary figure from the Great Feng dynasty. Looks like you're another ancient relic, dead for nearly 1,000 years. But your skills haven't improved much over that time, have they? Chen Xian scratched his head. The man before him was nowhere near Mr. Jianhe's caliber, let alone the zombie king Ji Qi. Still, it made sense. Without Mr. Jianhe's superhuman talent or Ji Qi's demonic blade, reaching this level was no small feat, meaning he'd been active all these millennia. Well, that's unfortunate. I'd actually like to see what this sword borrower is capable of. I've crossed paths with your kind before. That burf suddenly charged forward. Chapter 35, Growing Stronger Through Battle. Facing the vampire's fierce assault, Chen Xian showed no trace of surprise. Though swift, his speed paled in comparison to that of the body-cultivating Chen Xian. Vampires were renowned for their intelligence and agile combat style. This creature possessed no special weapons. Its sharp claws and razor-edged teeth were its deadliest tools. A sweeping claw lunged toward Chen Xian's face, but this strike was merely a feint. His true intent lay in the other hand concealed beneath his cloak, poised to strike lightning fast and crush Chen Xian's throat the moment he blocked. Though Chen Xian hadn't truly experienced many battlefields, the life and death situations he'd faced and the sword techniques he'd diligently practiced daily wouldn't deceive him. Instead of dodging the attack aimed at his face, Chen Xian charged straight forward. If he could close the distance enough to strike the vampire's wrist, that attack would be neutralized. Chen Xian's plan mirrored the vampire's own. His left hand reached for the creature's wrist, while his right hand gripped the blade at his waist, ready to cleave the creature in two at any moment. Oomph! The vampire roared suddenly, then thrust the other hand hidden beneath his cloak straight forward. Die! Chen Xian had anticipated this move. The vertical blade poised to cleave the vampire in two instantly shifted to a horizontal arc. A dazzling sweep sliced through the air, sending the vampire screaming backward. Clutching his now empty right hand, the severed arm fell to the ground. Chen Xian crushed it underfoot. Even severed, the limb still retained a semblance of life. This is a high-level vampire, likely a core member of this undead horde. They aren't easily eliminated. Even if chopped into mincemeat, they can regenerate as long as their essence remains intact. Holy water is required to purify it. The clergyman behind him began shouting frantically. Some raised bottles of holy water, attempting to approach the severed limb, but were forced back by the surrounding vampires. These creatures dared not interfere with the battle, yet they would not allow anyone to disrupt the confrontation between Chen Xian and the vampire baron. Interesting. Even now, you still want to capture me. Chen Xian glanced down at the clawed hand still struggling desperately to grasp his calf. He applied slight pressure, and with a squish, the hand was instantly crushed into a pulp. You're nothing short of a monster. How could an ordinary human possess such incredible strength and reflexes? The vampire baron hesitated to attack, circling Chen Xian warily as he studied the strange man before him. Ordinary person, how do you know I'm an ordinary human? I've fought practitioners from your world before. They carry a distinct aura, what they call spiritual energy. But you lack that fluctuation, that rhythmic, unique cyclical force. Facing the vampire baron's skepticism, Chen Xian merely smiled faintly. He truly wasn't a cultivator after all. He hadn't even begun genuine cultivation yet. Only after completing his awakening could spiritual energy form specific cycles within his body according to different cultivation techniques. For now, Chen Xian simply absorbed external spiritual energy to strengthen his physique, and even that alone had brought him to a level nearly reaching the peak of human potential. You needn't know more. Just as you were defeated over 1,000 years ago, you will face the same fate 1,000 years later. Chen Xian wasted no more words and charged forward with his blade. Against this opponent, there could be no mercy. His regenerative abilities were swift. Though his hand had been crushed underfoot, within mere seconds after Chen Xian withdrew, it slowly restored itself to its original form. This terrifying regeneration speed meant that even if he were hacked to pieces in an instant, he could reassemble himself. Immortality, it seemed, meant precisely this. Chen Xian wondered if spiritual energy attacks might affect this creature, but having yet to truly begin his cultivation, he possessed no such offensive means. The vampire seemed to realize Chen Xian couldn't truly kill it, so the two engaged in a bizarre, drawn-out struggle. Leveraging its rapid regeneration, the vampire relentlessly harassed Chen Xian. Its body was incredibly agile, capable of contorting into bizarre shapes to evade Chen Xian's attacks. For the time being, Chen Xian found himself unable to land an effective strike. The vampire faced a similar challenge. Chen Xian's approach differed from theirs. Western combat relied almost purely on brute force, granting vampires formidable deterrence in the West. Yet within the Eastern martial arts philosophy, striking while holding back a third of one's power was a crucial technique that reserved third, enabling swift shifts in offensive momentum. This fighting style made it extremely difficult for the vampire to find any suitable opening to attack under Chen Xian's control. They grappled for nearly 2 hours, neither landing a single blow on the other throughout the entire struggle. Such combat was truly nerve-wracking. The slightest misstep could lead to total collapse. To outsiders, however, it appeared utterly baffling. What kind of fighting was this, where two people danced around each other, never even touching? In truth, the vampire baron was biding his time, waiting for his human opponent to exhaust his stamina. Unlike humans, who grew weary from prolonged combat, the undead possessed little concept of fatigue. As long as they retained their strength, they could fight endlessly without tiring. Yet he never imagined Chen Xian possessed the ability to absorb vast quantities of spiritual energy around the clock, 24/7. Moreover, within the miniature world inside his body lay an entire pool of spiritual spring water. This spiritual energy constantly replenished his body, continuously enhancing his cells. Simultaneously, the process of consuming spiritual energy also increased his cells' resilience. The longer the battle raged, the more spiritual energy Chen Xian accumulated and the stronger his body became. Gradually, the Baron recognized the terrifying nature of the man before him. After such prolonged combat, not only did he show no sign of fatigue, but he displayed even greater speed and power, making it increasingly difficult for the Baron to withstand him. I refuse to believe it. Could you possibly be a monster? This phenomenon sent the vampire Baron into a complete rage. He roared, and a massive cloud of black-red smoke erupted from his body. Chen Xian took a few steps back. As the smoke dissipated, a gigantic bat materialized before him. Trying to switch forms to fight me? Chen Xian smiled faintly, sheathing his blade at his waist. Chapter 36, Holy Angel. It seems I must show you my true power. The enormous bat flapped its wings and soared upward, circling relentlessly in the sky. Chen Xian frowned slightly. If this creature resorted to such underhanded tactics, he truly wouldn't know how to deal with it. Having yet to begin cultivation, he naturally possessed no Taoist arts or immortal techniques, meaning he couldn't fly at all. Though his physical prowess allowed him to leap hundreds of meters high, what good would that do? Without the sky to leverage his momentum, his maneuverability was severely limited. He risked being trapped by this creature instead. Seems like a truly underhanded tactic. If you think hiding up there means I can't touch you, you're seriously underestimating me. Chen Xian smiled faintly, lightly tapping his toes against the ground. A section of blue paving stone instantly shattered into fragments. With a flick of his wrist, several shards flew into his hand. He weighed them in his palm. The size felt just right. He adjusted his grip slightly, careful not to crush the stones before he even threw them. When I was a kid, I used to throw stones at birds and such. Your target's this big, you don't seriously think I can't hit it? Amidst the astonished stares of the crowd, the battlefield transformed into a bizarre spectacle. The enormous bat circled endlessly overhead while Chen Xian relentlessly hurled stones upward. Each stone launched from his hand whistled like a bullet, tearing through the air with a sonic boom. I've heard that when they reach a certain level of cultivation, even plucking a flower or plucking a leaf can kill. It seems those words aren't empty after all. Some watched in awe as Chen Xian's stones flew through the air. Any one of them striking a person on the battlefield would undoubtedly leave a gaping hole, possibly even killing them instantly. However, the stones themselves weren't particularly hard. Even when striking the bat with great force, they struggled to inflict serious injury. Occasionally, they managed to scrape it, but the bat recovered quickly. It could have simply flown away, but it seemed reluctant to do so. Leaving now would make it look like it had been bested. Yet the bat lacked the courage to engage Chen Xian in close combat. Chen Xian had grown to an absurdly powerful level. A single slash could cost the bat its head. Thus, man and bat wore each other down through the night. As dawn approached and the sun began to rise, the vampire finally spat out a threat. You just wait. Once the sun rises, this isn't my turf anymore. You only had the advantage of timing this time. Next time we meet, I'll finish you off for sure. With that, the creature turned and flew off into the distance without a backward glance. Everyone felt helpless. This guy couldn't beat them and now he was resorting to dirty tricks. Seeing their leader flee, the rest of the vampire horde wasted no time lingering. One by one, they spread their wings, transformed into bats, and vanished from the scene. Only after watching them disappear into the distance did the survivors breathe a collective sigh of relief and gather together once more. We never imagined you to be such formidable warriors. We should have received you with the highest honors. The clergyman declared that if not for Chen Xian's presence, the vampire baron would have wiped them all out that night. None of the others present possessed such power. Faced with their flattery, Chen Xian offered no response. Instead, he returned to his room to rest. His weaknesses were now painfully evident. Victory against these undead was exceedingly difficult. Even if he was confident he could defeat them all, how could he kill such high-level vampires? He had no way to counter their special regenerative abilities. If I forged a blade from silver, it should be effective. But silver is too soft, and these aren't little darlings. Couldn't we just use weapons to handle them? The truth was, only true practitioners could truly kill high-level vampires. Otherwise, everything else was just empty talk. And after tonight, another earth-shattering event would unfold across the entire Western world. On the very night Chen Xian and his companions battled the vampire baron, a massive legion of vampires descended upon a place holding irreplaceable significance in the Western world. The Holy City, the birthplace of the Holy Church, the supreme governing body that now ruled the entire Western world. It also encompassed the largest religious organization in the entire Western world, indeed the entire globe. Legend held that deities had appeared here to save its people. Yet the so-called Holy City now lay in utter ruin, a pitifully small town reduced to poverty, with only a few church ruins remaining. The vampire legions arrived and rampaged through the city, seemingly intent on destroying everything in their path. At that very moment, beneath the shattered ruins of a church, a blinding light erupted, piercing the sky. The light struck the vampires, instantly reducing them to charred remains, preventing any chance of resurrection. This was the legendary Holy Light. Tonight, beneath the shattered church ruins, a so-called angel revealed its true form. He arrived in the world accompanied by several silver-armored Templar knights, annihilating over 90% of the vampire legions that had attacked the holy city. In what seemed like an instant, half of the known vampire population was vaporized. Such terrifying combat prowess could only inspire awe and wonder. The legendary angel has appeared. God has sent his divine revelation. We shall all be saved by the Lord. Faced with the clergy's claims, Chen Xian appeared somewhat dismissive. Having uncovered the truth behind these matters, he understood that so-called gods and lords were merely higher-level beings. The angel was no different, likely a race similar to humans yet not truly human. At that moment, Chen Xian recalled a peculiar creature he had once read about in an ancient text. The celestial clan creatures virtually identical to angels, born with pure white wings, and belonging to a supremely powerful divine race. This meant that the gods worshipped in the Western world were likely the same as the deities appearing in the shrines of Eastern civilizations. During their reign over this continent, these so-called divine clans chose humans, creatures relatively akin to themselves, as their messengers. Later, the Eastern divine race vanished entirely due to war, while the Western divine race seemed to dwindle to only a few remnants. The fall of these two divine races led to starkly divergent civilizational paths. Eastern peoples believed cultivation could elevate them to god-like existence, developing systematic cultivation systems. The West, however, continued to revere faith, harnessing its power, a force equally formidable. The angels are now leading the Knights Templar to the cathedral for the final execution of the Pope. The clergy received the latest intelligence. It seemed this time, the entire Western world was indeed about to be overturned. Chapter 37, The Pillar of the Nation. The suddenly appearing angel brought back a large contingent of Templars, who had also developed their own hierarchy figures like cult leaders, missionaries, or priests. The power of faith they worshipped also granted them a form of strength enhancement. The cultivation methods for this faith power were entirely different from those of cultivators, so Chen Xian didn't bother to delve deeper into it. All clergy began marching toward the cathedral, and the reinforcements from Great Xia were to accompany them. Their exact stance awaited official confirmation from the Great Xia government. By noon that day, the response arrived. A pillar of the nation would travel to the Western world to meet with the legendary angel. It appeared the Great Xia had sided with the angel this time, meaning they intended to interfere with the order of Western nations. This choice held no surprises. The angel was at least a near-divine entity, meaning all existing scientific and military capabilities were powerless to inflict meaningful damage upon it. For such a being, toppling a nation was a trivial matter. Dealing with and collaborating with the powerful, that is the very essence of survival in this world. Chen Xian did not accompany them on this journey. It was unnecessary. His status was unique. He was not an official representative of the Great Xia Empire, merely a volunteer. In contrast, Chen Xian was eager to witness the true capabilities of this so-called vampire baron. He also sought a method to acquire combat techniques comparable to those of cultivators before he himself reached that level of cultivation. Chen Xian journeyed alone to an ancient city near this remote town, while the others proceeded to the Grand Cathedral at the heart of the Western world. This cathedral was almost as grand as a city itself. Beyond the central main chamber, the surrounding area served as a playground for the local clergy, or more accurately, for those in power. Though a religious city, it was globally renowned as a tourist destination. The so-called 7 deadly sins, strictly condemned within the church, found perfect expression here in every form. To those devoted to asceticism, this was a grave sin, a desecration of all that the divine had bestowed upon them. Today, an angel descended from the heavens, radiating golden light, appeared within the cathedral. His pure white wings seemed the softest thing in the world, and his serene face appeared to see through everything. The Pope knelt trembling at his feet, while those who had spent their days plotting against the nation quaked like leaves in the wind. The true deities have appeared, and all of them will face reckoning. Kill these men. They exploit the authority of the Pope and religious leaders to amass wealth, disrupting the world's order. Their countless crimes demand execution. Burn them alive. Consume them with holy flames until they are reduced to ashes. Ripping out their tongues, gouging out their eyes, subject them to every cruel punishment imaginable. The true fanatics had finally awaited this day to rise up. They formed ranks behind the angels, cheering wildly as they brandished their farming tools and weapons. Do you know your crimes? The angel said little, merely observing the crowd before him. His gaze held a hint of mockery, as if his eyes alone proclaimed, "This is what humanity becomes when entrusted with the world. We are guilty. We beg for the Lord's forgiveness." By now, all these people could do was plead desperately. There was no room for resistance here. The angel's power had been witnessed by all. Die. In death, you shall meet his holiness. The angel gave an eerie chuckle. Suddenly, endless flames erupted from his right hand, coalescing into a long sword. As the blade swung, blazing fires erupted from the bodies of those before him. Ah! Their agonized screams filled the air as they thrashed desperately on the ground, trying to extinguish the flames consuming them. But it was all in vain. These were not ordinary flames, they were the very essence of fire burning their souls. They were ultimately reduced to ashes, leaving nothing behind. The cathedral was seized by fanatics, and the world's order was about to shift. The emergence of numerous Templar knights also brought a certain level of combat strength to the Western world. Who would have thought that in just a few hundred years this world would sink so low? But thankfully, you are here. Divine guidance will be bestowed. The angel reveled in the worship of the fanatics, their faith energy accumulating upon him. It seems a remarkable figure has emerged. Just then, the once clear sky suddenly darkened with storm clouds. A light drizzle began to fall, and amidst the clouds and rain, a voice echoed. Oh! It seems this world still harbors remarkable individuals. The angel lifted his head slightly, watching the raindrops scatter across the sky. His brow furrowed ever so slightly. With a gentle flap of his wings, he vanished into the clouds in an instant. There can be no mistake about that voice. It's the Rain Pillar, one of the 9 pillars of the Great Xia Empire, approaching. The sun-traveling envoys dispatched to the Western world instantly recognized the identity of the approaching figure. As the pinnacle of Xia's military might, these individuals possess terrifying strength, capable of even challenging the gods themselves. Looks like that angel isn't holding back. Are they going to fight? Let them fight. That Birdman's strength is nothing special. I've seen the Rain Pillar in action. A single wave of his hand could drown the entire world. Now that's truly terrifying. Whispers rippled through the crowd below. The sky remained eerily still until a golden bolt of lightning tore through the clouds, its crackling roar echoing as 2 figures wrestled amidst the dark storm. But this spectacle lasted only a few seconds. In an instant, the rain ceased and the sky cleared. The angel fluttered its wings lightly, landed on the ground, and ascended the Pope's throne. I hereby declare that from this day forward, our Holy Church shall undergo a complete reorganization. We shall collaborate with the people of the Great Xia Kingdom to jointly combat those monsters. This simple declaration sent shockwaves through the crowd. Had the two above already fought a decisive battle? Throughout the entire event, the so-called Rain Pillar never revealed his face. After the rain cleared, he vanished without a trace. Later, news emerged from the Great Xia Kingdom that the Rain Pillar had declared his power to be on par with that angel's. Had they truly clashed, neither would have held the upper hand. Though this sounded arrogant, the angel from the west remained utterly silent, effectively conceding the matter. Hundreds of Knights Templar and thousands of priests launched their final assault against the vampires. While they battled these undead foes, Chen Xian discovered a desolate ancient city. Chapter 38, The Legendary General. The ancient city Chen Xian arrived at lay at the border between the western and eastern realms, situated at the heart of a vast, barren wasteland that stretched endlessly between the two worlds. Legend held that millennia ago, this central land had been an oasis, giving birth to a brilliant civilization. Their philosophy still influenced later generations, a unique faith existing in no deity, rooted solely in the pursuit of the highest moral character and self-discipline. As for why this civilization fell, it may have been because their ideals clashed too fiercely with the principles of both realms. Compounding this, a colossal war once erupted between the two worlds in this very middle ground. Chen Xian had not come here to witness the legendary ruins of this fallen civilization. Rather, this place served as one of the primary gateways to the Western world, an ancient frontier marking the first pass into that realm. The Eastern civilization had once swept through the Western world during the war, nearly destroying half of it. Rumors circulated of a fierce warrior wielding a long sword, resembling a god of war. This man practiced no martial arts himself, yet he defeated legendary monsters. Now Chen Xian wondered intensely whether the weapon wielded by this figure might be the very blade once bestowed upon him by the Bladelender. Xiaoyu, a legendary warrior who existed even during the Great Feng era. Calling him a superhero is no exaggeration. He single-handedly slew a demon dragon. Chen Xian stood amidst the ruins of the ancient city, his voice tinged with quiet awe. Before him stretched endless yellow sands, while behind him lay a lush, verdant forest. It seemed as though this small city served as a barrier separating these two worlds. For some inexplicable reason, Chen Xian felt a profound intuition. The power Xiaoyu wielded might very well be the very power bestowed upon him by the blade borrower. Whether that was truly the case remained unknown to anyone. Another reason Chen Xian had come here was because he had sensed a very familiar aura. Indeed, it belonged to the vampire baron. One of his purposes in coming here was to eliminate that creature. Moreover, from the way he spoke, it seemed the baron might even have some connection to the blade borrower. But it was daytime now, and the creature dared not emerge. While such a high-level vampire wouldn't be instantly killed by sunlight, the intense rays would render his body exceptionally fragile. This was Chen Xian's prime opportunity to strike. His regenerative abilities were virtually non-existent during daylight hours. If he could inflict severe wounds, the sunlight alone would be enough to finish him off. Why these creatures couldn't withstand the sun's scorching heat was a mystery worth pondering. This must be the place. Chen Xian followed the scent to an entrance of the ancient castle. The city had likely been abandoned for ages. Not far away lay another village, now overrun by vampires. The castle entrance was sealed by a massive stone slab. Vampires could transform into small bats to slip through, but for ordinary people, moving such a huge slab was nearly impossible. But that was only true for Western clergy. Chen Xian now possessed the power to move mountains and fill seas. With a full force strike, cleaving it like a mountain peak would pose no real challenge. Open it! With a sharp command, Chen Xian flung the slab aside. The heavy stone crashed onto the ground, as if it might crush the dilapidated castle itself. A cloud of dust, thick enough to bury a person, surged upward with the pressure. Chen Xian waved his hand lightly, dispersing the fog before him. Ugh! A low growl echoed from within the castle. Besides the vampire baron, several other vampires of considerable strength resided here. They came both to rest within these walls and to serve as the baron's personal attendants. To spend over 1,000 years cowering in such a dark, cold corner, it truly is a pity. Chen Xian smiled faintly, drawing the black blade blank from his waist. This blade had already absorbed the blood of countless vampires, now forming peculiar black and red patterns across its surface. Forged from a unique material, it absorbed the energy of every creature it slew, integrating it into its own essence. Whether the blade could evolve further once it reached a certain threshold remained unknown to Chen Xian. The information system offered no clues. But that alone was sufficient. Several vampires charged forward clad in heavy armor, perhaps believing their armor would shield them from Chen Xian's attacks. Yet they forgot that Chen Xian was no Western clergyman. A few puny imps dare to block my path? A figure flickered like a black specter through the castle. Instantly, the clang of metal striking the ground echoed continuously as the armored vampires were sliced into dust. It seems you truly refused to give up, chasing me all the way here. Deep within the castle, a coffin slowly opened. The vampire baron, his face ashen, stepped before Chen Xian. In this moment, fighting was nearly impossible, even escape seemed impossible. I find it utterly pathetic that you've spent over 1,000 years hiding away in a place like this. So, out of sheer mercy, I've decided to put you out of your misery. Of course, before that, I need to ask you about one thing. Chen Xian smiled faintly, studying the creature before him. Something you wish to ask? I'd wager you're inquiring about my connection to your Shadow Knight lineage. The vampire baron wasn't stupid. After all, Chen Xian had already exposed some of these matters last night. This creature had undoubtedly come here for precisely that reason. Correct. You might as well tell me what exactly happened to you that made you harbor such hatred toward our lineage? Chen Xian smiled faintly, yet his eyes held a glint of murderous intent. Want to know? Simple. Chop off your own right hand, and I'll tell you. The vampire baron suddenly sneered coldly. This was his only leverage right now. If he revealed it now, wouldn't that spell his doom? Seems you're unwilling to cooperate. Even without your confession, I can still uncover the truth. Do you truly believe I have no other cards to play? Chen Xian frowned. The man before him clearly refused to cooperate, but Chen Xian didn't need his cooperation anyway. Before the vampire baron could utter another word, Chen Xian moved. The black blade in his hand instantly cleaved the entire castle in two. Though Chen Xian couldn't wield magic now, his sheer physical strength and mastery of sword techniques alone allowed him to unleash the essence of the blade. The vampire baron hadn't even uttered a word before his head was severed clean off. Just as the sunlight was about to incinerate him, a massive hand seized his skull. Chapter 39, Past Memories. Come in. Accompanied by Chen Xian's icy voice, the vampire baron felt himself being pulled into a strange, twisted tunnel. Something relentlessly squeezed his skull, and in the blink of an eye, he found himself in another world. Where is this place? Why is there a sun? Yet I feel no burning? Before him lay a bright world, a brilliant sun hanging high in the sky. Given a vampire's physiology, exposure to such intense sunlight would kill them swiftly, especially in his current, severely wounded state. Relax. Haven't you noticed? This world isn't like the original one. That sun is merely a projection formed by the laws of this realm. Chen Xian smiled faintly. His own miniature world lacked the power to generate a true sun. The one before them was merely a phantom image formed by the laws of this realm, providing illumination but lacking the intense energy of a real sun. This is the so-called small world from your legends? Impossible. How could you possibly possess a small world? You're not even a cultivator. I've heard that line before. No need to repeat it. Chen Xian flicked his wrist casually, sending the severed head tumbling to the ground. After rolling several times, it came to rest facing him. Come out. Let's entertain our guest. This fellow's mind holds information I seek. Is there anyone willing to assist? Chen Xian bellowed, and immediately several ghost kings materialized beside him. Though not exceptionally powerful, these spirits possessed remarkable techniques for mental manipulation. Though the vampire had lived for 1,000 years, his mental fortitude was weak. With just a little manipulation, he could be made to blurt out the secrets hidden in his heart. Get to work. At Chen Xian's command, the ghost kings approached the vampire baron's head and unleashed their abilities. In an instant, the vampire, unable to resist, became a puppet under their complete control. Tell us, what grudge do you hold against the Shadow Knight lineage? Chen Xian stared coldly at the head before him. The blade borrowers, they once gave a terrifying blade to a commander in the invading army. For some reason, even though the vampire baron was now under their control, a hint of fear flickered in his eyes as he spoke these words. Over 1,000 years ago, during the Great Feng Dynasty, the Eastern and Western worlds were embroiled in a brutal and inhumane war, the infamous Crusades. During this conflict, Xiaoyu, the vanguard commander of the Great Feng Dynasty, charged headlong into the enemy's stronghold. His vanguard forces stormed directly into this remote border town, unleashing a massacre. At that time, the vampire baron, Bofo Go, was merely the garrison commander here. Facing the overwhelming might of the Great Feng Dynasty's forces, he resolved to perish alongside his ancient castle, setting an example for his men. Yet at that very moment, a turning point occurred. He gained the power of a vampire. In the blink of an eye, he slaughtered over 1,000 soldiers. Yet just as he believed victory was assured, poised to sever Xiaoyu's head, the blade borrower appeared. Though newly transformed into a vampire, the baron was severely wounded by the blade borrower. He entrusted his battle blade, the autumn water moonlight sword, to Xiaoyu. Thus, a brilliant new star was born within the Great Feng Dynasty. Xiaoyu, empowered by the autumn water moonlight blade, transformed into a monstrous force on the battlefield, becoming a god of war. Wherever he went, a devastating slaughter followed. It was only when the Crusaders sacrificed near total annihilation to slay him that the blade vanished from his grasp. Had the blade borrower not intervened to disrupt the course of events, the subsequent catastrophic consequences would never have unfolded. The Holy Church would not have suffered such devastating blows, perhaps even collapsing entirely, reduced to a pawn of power and forced to prematurely initiate technological research. I betrayed my faith, choosing to become a monster. Yet I failed to protect the very people I swore to defend. That is why I despise them. For centuries, I never laid a hand on a single fellow vampire. Had you not appeared, I might still be resting peacefully within my ancient castle. The vampire baron gazed at Chen Xian before him, his eyes brimming with tears. As a high-ranking vampire, even with only his head remaining, he could survive for extended periods. A mere drop of blood could grant him rebirth. Yet, it was exhausting. He understood the vast chasm between himself and his opponent. Despite years of diligent study and relentless efforts to enhance his power, he remained utterly powerless against their lineage. You were an excellent commander, but you were never a worthy vampire. Chen Xian uttered only these words to the creature before him. He did not slay it, instead casting it into a sealed cave. This man was a worthy adversary, and might yet prove useful in the future. After leaving that world, Chen Xian did not depart the ancient castle but instead made his way to a nearby village. Chen Xian had a premonition: the autumn water and bright moonblades were likely hidden within this ancient town. Though he currently lacked the means to track them directly, this intuitive foreboding proved remarkably useful. Yet the very night Chen Xian entered this town, strange events unfolded. The vampire hordes here had been nearly wiped out. The Holy Order acted swiftly, dispatching numerous capable clergy to purge the surrounding villages. The powerful vampires, sensing the angel's presence, immediately went into hiding, no longer daring to show themselves. The town should have been peaceful by then, yet for some reason, that night brought many unusual auras. The town itself was largely deserted, yet when Chen Xian roamed its outskirts that night, using his heavenly gaze chi scanning technique to scan the area, he detected at least 10 individuals possessing extraordinary auras. Without a doubt, these were practitioners, though not of the Eastern world. Their auras carried a faint golden hue, imbued with a sacred quality and bolstered by the power of faith. They were clergy. Logically, even if clergy were sent to investigate, they wouldn't deploy such a large force, especially one comprised of such powerful individuals. More tellingly, they were constantly patrolling the town, clearly searching for something. Seems one crisis barely subsides before another arises. These fellows have gotten some twisted ideas too. Chen Xian let out a faint, cold laugh as he slipped through the town. Chapter 40, The Qi Gong Master. After a period of simple investigation, Chen Xian finally discovered the trail of that group. Each of these men wore armor, with a cross-shaped medal stamped on the chestplate. Clearly, these were members of the newly formed Crusaders. According to the latest intelligence, led by the Knights Templar, they had recruited numerous clergy to establish a new era of holy warriors. They seemed intent on restoring the former glory of the Crusades, but their strength paled in comparison to that of the original Crusaders. Still, with an angel backing them, they must possess some measure of power. There's nothing here at all. Was that old man lying to us? Not long after, in a small tavern, the group gathered together. They had set up some basic supplies and were drinking heartily inside. A particularly hot-tempered, bearded man raised his cup and shouted, "I don't think so. That old man does have some skill, but he didn't tell us the whole story." A man who looked like a scholarly intellectual pondered with his cup in hand. However, they didn't seem eager to delve deeper into the matter. After a few brief exchanges, the conversation shifted elsewhere. Looking for some treasure? Could it be they're searching for the same thing I am? Chen Xian frowned slightly. Just then, someone tapped him lightly on the shoulder from behind. This startled him. After all, his heavenly vision technique was active. How had someone managed to slip past his perception and approach him unnoticed? "Who's there?" Chen Xian snapped, his hand instantly flying to the blade in his waistband, ready to turn and strike the intruder. "Quiet. I'm not an enemy. I'm here to help you. I know who you are. Come with me. It's not safe here. A clumsy Great Xia accent came from behind him. The speaker was clearly not a native, but possessed some rudimentary communication skills. Chen Xian turned to find an old man with a white beard standing before him. His features didn't quite match those of Westerners, nor did they resemble Easterners. More accurately, he resembled the wandering remnants of destroyed kingdoms often seen throughout the realm. This fellow bore their same features. Who are you? Though taken aback, Chen Xian followed him to a secluded spot. Only then did the old man slowly relax his voice. My name is Ramhan. I am a Qigong master who once lived in this town. However, a large number of vampires appeared recently, disrupting the peace here, so I temporarily went into hiding. The man before him was actually a Qigong master. Legend had it that two distinct paths of cultivation had once flourished in the destroyed kingdom, Qigong and Yoga. Qigong largely drew inspiration from Eastern practices to innovate, while Yoga represented a unique system that sought to fully merge the practitioner's body with the cosmic principles of heaven and earth. Both disciplines should have vanished with the kingdom's destruction, yet here stood one who possessed the distinctive aura of a practitioner. His ability to block the heavenly gaze technique suggested either Chen Xian's intense focus on observing the room's interior or a remarkable effect granted by his cultivation system. So you claim you can help me and aren't my enemy? Spill your intentions. Chen Xian scrutinized the man before him from head to toe. He couldn't discern anything extraordinary about him, just an ordinary-looking old man. Yet this very ordinariness only reinforced the evidence that he was anything but ordinary. With the enhancement of heavenly gaze, even a master like Mr. Jianhe couldn't easily conceal his aura, let alone a seemingly ordinary old man. I heard that when those vampire legions attacked nearby villages recently, they were repelled by a sword-borrowing warrior from the east. You must be that legendary warrior. The old man's expression grew solemn, as if he had important information to convey. Well, those events aren't exactly secrets anymore. Is there something you wish to discuss? It's like this. My ancestors have lived in this place for generations. During the war, our clan was brought here by General Xiaoyu. After General Xiaoyu fell in battle, we remained here. The sword he carried was buried within this village. We were instructed that only when the sword borrower appeared could we reveal its exact location. Those bastards are traitors to the Holy Order. The Order's angels have struck a deal with high officials of the Great Xia Empire, seeking mutual benefit. They plan to return the treasures they once took, but they're up to no good. They have no intention of cooperating properly. They learned of a national treasure hidden here and now want to find it. Not long ago, they tracked me down and threatened me. The old man explained his background, claiming to be the tomb guardian of this place. As for whose tomb he guarded, it was naturally that of the legendary General Xiaoyu. But how much of this fellow's story could be trusted? Are you referring to the autumn water and moonlight sword? Chen Xian's brow furrowed slightly. If it truly was that blade, it certainly couldn't fall into just anyone's hands. This was his mission. And if that thing really fell into the enemy's grasp, who knew what kind of monstrosity might emerge? If that angel wielded it, might his power surge to a point where even the pillars of the nation couldn't stand against him? The blade is currently buried beneath the ancient castle. But I haven't told them this thing isn't something you can just pull out casually. Only the blade borrower can retrieve it. The old man led Chen Xian to the ancient castle beside the village. However, the castle itself had long fallen into disrepair, and after Chen Xian delivered a single blow, it now lay in complete ruin. The entrance should be right here. After searching the area, the old man led Chen Xian to the center of the rubble based on his memory. Pointing at the scattered stones beneath their feet, Chen Xian said nothing. He drew the blade blank and swiftly chopped the stones into dust in mere moments. Once the debris was cleared, a hidden passageway revealed itself before them. You old fool. I wondered why you never revealed the place's location. Turns out you've already betrayed us. You're nothing but a lowly lackey of the Eastern world. Looks like we'll have to teach you a lesson before you truly understand our power. Just as they prepared to enter, the voices of the Crusaders suddenly echoed from behind them. Just a dozen or so nobodies. Not even a Templar has come. Do you really think so little of me? Chen Xian turned with displeasure. A mere handful of nobodies dared to disrupt his plans. Hold your horses. Templar Knight Kale is here. Chapter 41, Joint Effort to Break the Spell. A booming voice echoed, halting every movement. Even Chen Xian paused. He hadn't yet tested the true strength of this Templar Knight. At the edge of the ruins, a man bathed in golden holy light appeared. He wore flowing golden hair, silver armor, and wielded a dragon-slaying spear. His handsome features suggested he was in his early 30s, his eyes flickering with faint blue light. The radiance behind him seemed to coalesce into a pair of enormous wings. Facing such a grand spectacle, Chen Xian remained utterly unimpressed. While the knight's aura was undeniably formidable, his combat prowess likely matched that of Mr. Jianhe at best. One could only wonder what Mr. Jianhe would think if he knew he'd been reduced to a mere combat unit in Chen Xian's estimation. What astonished Chen Xian wasn't the radiance emanating from the Templar Knight, but the mount beneath him. It appeared to be the legendary unicorn of Western lore. While not inherently powerful creatures, their status was unique, often symbolizing sanctity. Only legendary warriors and knights were said capable of mastering such mounts. Mr. Sword Seller, hold your hand. My men acted out of turn and caused you trouble. Nakel, however, seemed to know a thing or two about etiquette. He must have spent some time living in the Great Xia Empire. His accent gave no hint of his Western origins. I never imagined the Templars' reach extended this far. What lies buried here belongs to us, treasures passed down through my line of blade bearers. How dare you lay claim to them? Chen Xian sneered coldly, drawing the black blade blank from its sheath. This is a misunderstanding. Please hear me out. Unexpectedly, Nakor immediately backed down in public. He leapt down from the unicorn and bowed slightly to Chen Xian, showing no intention whatsoever of fighting him. A misunderstanding? Then I'd like to hear exactly how this misunderstanding came about. You've only just risen to power and signed an agreement with the pillar of the nation, yet within a single day, you've already begun coveting the treasures of our lineage. We never intended to keep these treasures for ourselves. Upon learning that the ultimate treasure of your Chindo lineage lies buried here, we sought to excavate it and present it to you, nothing more. Do you take me for a child? Think you can deceive me so easily? Such a clumsy excuse, yet they dare utter it so brazenly. Even someone as well-mannered as Chen Xian couldn't endure such humiliation. This is nothing short of utter disrespect. We have proof. This is the decree granted to us by the Archangel. Here it is, you may see for yourself. We have absolutely no ulterior motives. Suddenly, he pulled a parchment scroll from his robe. The decree, written in golden ink, was clearly prepared in advance. Of course, this alone wouldn't convince Chen Xian. But keeping these men around might prove useful. Since the purpose below was to bury the treasure of the shadowy blade, it was bound to be riddled with traps. Using them as bait would save a lot of trouble later. We've met this old man before, haven't we? You should know this place is a den of danger. Just the two of you won't be able to open it without considerable effort. Kyle turned to the Qigong master beside him. Hesitation flickered across the old man's face, but he eventually nodded toward Chen Xian. Because that treasure is so exceptionally unique, we made some adjustments inside to ensure it wouldn't be damaged. To this day, even I don't know how to avoid those traps. Since they're willing to go, let them proceed. Chen Xian frowned slightly. While he could detect mechanisms and traps using his heavenly gaze technique, he had no clue about their origins, how to evade them, or how to neutralize them. He could only risk his life. Even if he was confident he wouldn't fall victim to such traps, he couldn't guarantee he wouldn't get injured. In that case, let them proceed. But I'll keep a close watch on you all. Should any trouble arise, we'll settle it with blades drawn. Chen Xian fixed his gaze on Kyle before him. The man's strength was difficult to gauge. Without witnessing him in action, one couldn't truly assess his capabilities, especially since he rode that peculiar mount. Perhaps it granted him some unique advantage. If we can cooperate, that's certainly the best outcome. You lot go ahead and clear the way. Kyle's face lit up with delight at Chen Xian's agreement, gesturing for the Crusader members to enter the tunnel. The winding, rugged passage below resembled a tunnel, though narrow enough for only two to pass side by side. Unlit torches lined both walls, yet they ignited instantly upon contact as if some ventilation system drew air through hidden vents. Chen Xian silently activated his heavenly vision technique, scrutinizing the surroundings. One detail, however, astonished him: the walls were made of an unusual material that defied his perception. What material are these walls made of? Chen Xian frowned slightly. If this material was genuine and could directly block his heavenly gaze technique, then his observation-based skills would be nearly useless. This would be a severe setback for him. Regardless of his current strength, as his power grew, the heavenly gaze would only become more potent. If he could never break the shield, the consequences were obvious. Countless countermeasures specifically targeting him would emerge across the world. The walls are made of magic-suppressing stone. Here, all cultivators' abilities will drastically decline, leaving them able to fight almost solely with physical strength. The Qigong master approached Chen Xian to explain. Chen Xian placed his hand on the magic-suppressing stone. Sure enough, the instant his hand touched it, even the ability within his microcosm to automatically absorb surrounding spiritual energy vanished. Of course, this effect only manifested upon direct contact. Moreover, likely due to the presence of these magic-suppressing stones, not a trace of spiritual energy could be sensed throughout the entire underground tunnel. An interesting thing. Chen Xian smiled faintly but said nothing more, promptly following the group deeper into the tunnels. Magic-suppressing stones? After all, these were the divine artifacts we used to resist the Eastern cultivators' army back then. Kyle watched Chen Xian's retreating back, a faint smile curling his lips. He slid his long spear from its sheath on his back and ran his fingers along its length, though he held back from making a move. Chapter 42, The Colossus. The tunnel wound its way through rugged terrain, presenting no other branches. As they walked, Chen Xian distinctly felt they were descending step by step, meaning this was actually a tunnel that extended downward. Just how deep underground Xiaoyu's tomb lay? Even that Qigong master probably couldn't say. After walking for nearly 10 minutes, Chen Xian finally understood where the air inside was coming from. After a full 10 minutes of walking, the scenery before them slowly began to change. The walls, which had been solid and impenetrable, gradually shifted color from silvery white to gray as they reached a turning point. The path widened, and the stone material became more porous. A gentle breeze began to waft steadily through the cracks between the stones. Upon reaching this point, the eerie sensation vanished, and he could once again perceive the diverse auras around him. This is specially treated basalt. Though it appears porous, it's actually incredibly hard. Due to the unique materials and techniques used, the wind that blows in here becomes dry, preventing mold from growing. As the Qigong master explained, the group gradually emerged into an open area. Each person held a torch, though most possessed limited strength. Even with some night vision, it proved useless in this pitch-black space. They soon reached a spacious chamber resembling a room, over 3 meters tall and spanning 40 to 50 square meters. It was relatively spacious, allowing the group to spread out somewhat. Beyond this point, however, the path ended. Where are the other paths besides the one leading here? The guides leading the way frowned slightly, shouting at the Qigong master. Yet the Qigong master strolled leisurely to the center of the room, smiling faintly with an eerie expression as he surveyed the group. Our clan isn't just renowned for Qigong masters, we're also celebrated mechanical engineers. To prevent treasures like this from being stolen, we've installed special devices combining Western mechanical principles with Eastern trap mechanisms. Old fart, you've talked enough, just show us what the hell this contraption is. Calm down for now. The Qigong master raised a hand in a shushing gesture before continuing his explanation of the situation. To prevent malicious tampering with these mechanisms and to deter any unscrupulous descendants from attempting to seize the treasures alone, a peculiar barrier has been established. Only by deciphering the mechanisms here can one enter the true tomb chamber. However, to decipher them, you must first defeat the mechanical beast guarding this place. Mechanical beasts? At this point, even the Templar Knight Kyle perked up with interest. By combining different mechanical engineering techniques from two worlds, along with special processing methods and unique materials, they created an almost flawless giant beast made of magic-suppressing stone. The Qigong master smiled faintly, then retrieved a pendant from his robe. He shattered it, releasing a fine white powder that scattered across the floor. Suddenly, it swirled like a miniature whirlwind, dancing wildly in the air. Sleeping guardian beast. The hour of judgment has come. Let the treasure be revealed to the world once more. Emerge. The Qigong master murmured a few strange incantations. Instantly, the entire room brightened, the light seemingly emanating from the walls themselves. The floor beneath their feet began to slowly descend, revealing that they had been standing on a platform. Below, an immense plaza was illuminated by a strange white light. It bore a resemblance to the Colosseums of Western civilization, a vast arena floor surrounded by circular tiers of spectator seats. Creak, creak, rumble. Eerie mechanical sounds echoed as countless golden runes appeared in one corner of the arena. As the runes lit up, massive stone blocks slowly materialized, gradually fusing together and assembling themselves. After about 10 seconds, a colossal tiger 5 meters tall and 10 meters long forged from white magic-suppressing stone materialized. Roar! The magic-suppressing stone beast roared like a real predator, its entire body covered in golden runes. Its massive frame and terrifying weight meant a single swipe of its paw could pulverize a person into mincemeat. Since this entire arena is constructed from magic-suppressing stone, no spells or magic of any kind can be used here. After uttering these words, the Qigong master unexpectedly stepped back, making way for the crusaders. It seemed he intended to let these cannon fodder fulfill their role. It's just a giant monster conjured from a stone. Aside from its massive size, it's nothing special. The bearded man refused to believe it. Though these men hadn't trained long, the blessing of the holy light had made their physical prowess terrifying. Otherwise, who could move while wearing armor weighing hundreds of pounds? As the man charged forward with his greatsword, the beast roared furiously. It extended its forepaw and swung it with lightning speed. Thud! Clang! The hard claw instantly shattered the thick armor. How could a mere human body withstand such devastating force? The man was sent flying into the wall, instantly smashed into a pulp. What terrifying power! The remaining few sucked in sharp breaths. That speed and power far exceeded their current capabilities. Use ranged attacks. Explosive arrows. Exchanging glances, they immediately changed tactics. They drew compact crossbows from beneath their cloaks, special weapons crafted with modern technology. The silver-tipped bolts contained explosive charges. With a series of whistling sounds, several bolts embedded themselves into the magic sealing stone beast's body. Explosions followed, sending dust flying everywhere. Keep it up. That thing's body is made of stone. We just need a few more volleys and it'll be finished. Even now, these men showed no sign of realizing that modern weapons were fundamentally incapable of inflicting significant damage on entities within the cultivation world. When the dust settled, chunks of stone had fallen from the Colossus's body, revealing numerous wounds. Explosives powerful enough to obliterate super-dense metals in the outside world had merely chipped away a layer of its stone skin here. Then, to everyone's astonished gaze, golden runes shimmered across the Colossus's form. The shattered stone fragments coalesced anew, reassembling his body into perfect wholeness. Chapter 43, Immortality doesn't mean invincibility. Impossible. How can this thing regenerate? That defies all scientific logic. Don't you think that sounds a bit out of place? What world are we in now? It's not the old one anymore, sweetheart. Though stunned by the spectacle, the Crusaders didn't halt their assault. They moved swiftly, dodging while distracting the Colossus, relentlessly firing explosive arrows into its flesh. Each bombardment sent dust cascading from its hide, yet in the blink of an eye, the shattered stone fragments reassembled upon its form. This creature was indestructible, and their supply of explosive arrows was finite. We're running out of ammunition. This thing is completely unscathed. The group began to tense up, though Kyle, Chen Xian, and the Qigong master remained motionless, silently retreating to the corner. All three possessed terrifying strength. Under these circumstances, none were willing to reveal their trump cards first. Even though they had now formed an alliance, no one dared to trust how solid this bond truly was. Now the Crusaders were in for a world of trouble. While reasonably skilled themselves, they were clearly no match for this colossal beast. Provoked to genuine fury by their taunts, the creature lashed its tail, tearing fissures into the ground. With a thunderous roar, the shattered rocks rained down like cannonballs upon the Crusaders' position. No matter how swift they were, the resulting shockwaves sent them staggering. That mere instant proved sufficient for the Colossus. Shifting its massive frame, it locked onto target after target with missile-like precision. Using sheer physical force, it smashed them into pulp. Circling once, it nearly wiped out the entire group of Crusaders, leaving only a few bloodstains on its own hide. Roar! Having disposed of these troublesome ants, the beast halted its assault. Standing at the center of the arena, it surveyed its surroundings. Chen Shen and the other two were scattered across different corners of the field. Each silently observed the colossal beast before them. Sensing the extraordinary nature of the three before it, the beast refrained from acting rashly. After thousands of years, I never imagined the mechanical beasts here would develop some semblance of self-awareness. After waiting about 10 seconds, the Qigong master suddenly chuckled. He then began pumping his fists and charged straight at the creature. Attacked, the beast showed no mercy. It swayed its massive frame, aiming to crush the Qigong master beneath it in one fell swoop. But to its surprise, the seemingly insignificant human possessed astonishing strength. As the beast brought its claws crashing down, the Qigong master swung his fist upward directly beneath the descending claws. It seemed as though an invisible force enveloped the Qigong master's entire body, causing the beast's claw to hover about a meter above him. Now, air currents nearly visible to the naked eye swirled violently around the Qigong master, enveloping him like a giant egg formed from air. Yet the beast's power was no less formidable. Gradually, circular indentations began to form beneath the Qigong master's feet as the ground caved inward. If not now, then when? Kyle suddenly roared, violently shaking the dragon-slaying spear in his hands. Gripping the shaft with both hands, he wedged the rear section under his armpit. Without a mount, this fellow actually intended to charge on foot. His running pace wasn't particularly swift, but each step thundered with immense force. Each stride seemed to carry rolling thunder, lightning flickering upon the round spearhead. With an unstoppable momentum, it appeared capable of piercing through mountains and rivers in a single thrust. Looks like he's truly formidable. His reputation is well deserved. Legend has it that when the Knights Templar were first formed, their sole purpose was to hunt down the legendary dragons of the Western world. The knightly code demanded relentless forward momentum, embracing death as a way of life. Even sacrificing their own lives, they could not halt their advance. A flicker of panic flickered in the colossal beast's eyes. It tried to evade the attack, but it was too late. The Qigong master's hand shifted abruptly, as if seizing the air in a sudden grapple. A surge of air swept upward, clamping down fiercely around the beast's neck. Roar! The beast let out an agonized scream. Cracks appeared in the stones encircling its neck, while Kyle's charge closed in. His devastating impact pierced the beast's midsection. The beast tumbled violently, hurtling toward Chen Xian. Perfect timing. Chen Xian wasn't about to be outdone. The blade in his hand suddenly burst into a crimson-black glow, unleashing a blade aura several meters long. Aiming at the flying beast before him, he executed a swift downward strike. With a loud crack, the beast was cleaved cleanly in two. The two have slammed into the wall, sending dust flying everywhere. What a blade! Both the Qigong master and Kyle's eyes lit up. That blade aura would have instantly ruined an ordinary sword or blade, yet Chen Xian's blade blank showed not a single scratch, looking as pristine as new. It's not over yet. This creature won't be so easily dealt with. Remember, it possesses immortality. The Qigong master shouted, and immediately afterward, they witnessed the colossal beast now reduced to scattered fragments across the ground beginning to slowly reassemble itself. This time, however, its reconstitution was noticeably slower. Keep attacking. Keep hitting it until it can't regenerate anymore. Chen Xian's eyes turned icy as he charged forward, blade in hand. In that instant, the world seemed to shrink to just him and the colossal beast. As the beast's form coalesced mid-air, Chen Xian delivered over 100 strikes in the blink of an eye. Each strike landed on stones the beast was trying to fuse together. The relentless assault drained its power. True, it possessed an immortal body. As long as this place existed and it could absorb energy, it would endure. However, if shattered into fragments multiple times within a short span, it could not regenerate. It would be forced to wait silently until its energy reserves were replenished. Great Fist. Dragon Charge. The Qigong Master and Kyle unleashed their ultimate techniques simultaneously. The instant Chen Xian landed, a colossal fist formed from pure air slammed into the beast's body, a fist larger than the creature itself. Kyle's attack manifested a phantom dragon bursting forth from his spear. The combined force instantly reduced the colossal beast to dust. Chapter 44, Autumn Water, Moonlight Blade. The colossal beast let out a final agonized scream before shattering into a pile of rubble. It vanished immediately, hiding within every corner of the room, waiting for its power to regenerate before reappearing. This creature possesses decent strength, but it lacks any truly formidable offensive capabilities. Chen Xian shook his head. While such power would be terrifying to ordinary people, for monsters like them who had reached the pinnacle of human potential it seemed to lack that certain something. Yet Chen Xian still couldn't fathom why, despite being a monster forged from forbidden magic stones, the Qigong Master's techniques and the Templar Knight's attacks remained effective against it. Had he foreseen this, the subsequent events might never have unfolded. Yet stories rarely conclude perfectly. After dispatching the colossal beast guarding the tomb, the ground beneath their feet slowly began to reveal an imprint of the Bagua symbol. The edges of this vast trigram were engraved with strange Western inscriptions. As the two forces merged, a mechanism slowly activated. At the very center of the trigram, a small circular platform emerged, bearing a coffin. This is where General Xiaoyu was buried. To prevent disturbance, layers of protective barriers were set up. To open this coffin, one must be able to sense the autumn water moonlight soared within it. The Qigong Master approached Chen Xian with a cheerful smile. Unless the autumn water moonlight blade itself chose a new master, only the blade's guardian could unlock it. The moment the coffin appeared, Chen Xian sensed the power emanating from within. What kind of blade was this? Its blade gleamed like autumn water, its curved hook resembling the moon. Too slender for a demon blade, yet too razor-sharp for a battle blade. Its curve was exaggeratedly graceful, as if one careless movement might wound itself. Its blade light was breathtakingly beautiful. Like starlight cascading from the heavens, reflected in the ceaseless flow of a river, it seemed to drift down from a towering cliff, carving a breathtakingly beautiful scene into the mortal world. Yet behind this splendor lay mountains of corpses and seas of blood. What a blade steeped in murderous karma! What a blade that charges forward without hesitation! What a blade that intoxicates the soul! Chen Xian felt momentarily dazed, unsure whether it was the blade itself that intoxicated him or the man wielding it that left him spellbound. Even when facing the demon blade, he had never felt this way. The demon blade's technique was too overbearing, too fierce, too relentless. It was fundamentally different from the blade art Chen Xian was immersed in. Though both seemed to be about sweeping the world with a single stroke like the setting sun over a river, their very foundations were diametrically opposed. Swinging for desire, or fighting for conviction. Emerge now. You have slumbered far too long. It is time for this world to witness once more that breathtaking blade's radiance. Chen Xian placed his hands upon the coffin. In that instant, he forged a connection with both Autumn Water and Bright Moon. Triggered quest, Autumn Water, Bright Moon Sword. Unseal Autumn Water, Bright Moon Sword and obtain its battle spirit. In that instant, Chen Xian felt himself transform into that once invincible general. Facing mountains and seas of enemy troops, he felt no fear, only boundless heroic fervor burning within his heart. He fought for his nation, for his beliefs. When he swung his blade, he imbued his very soul into its steel. It's coming! Finally emerging, the treasure blade sealed for 1,000 years. The Qigong Master danced with excitement. Even the usually unflappable Kyle now stared with burning eyes at the silver light gleaming through the cracks of the coffin. With a thunderous rumble, the coffin slowly opened. A piercing cold light shot skyward, swirling and dancing throughout the entire tomb as if roaring and flaunting its presence. That is the Autumn Water Moonlight Blade. Legend says that when it moves, it is like a startling flash of light, illuminating the entire world in an instant. The Qigong Master exclaimed excitedly, while Chen Xian remained utterly absorbed in the vastness of the battle. Yet at that very moment, the Qigong Master and Kyle exchanged a glance, a cold gleam flashing in both their eyes. Great Fist Strike. Dragon Piercing. Simultaneously, they struck the completely unprepared Chen Xian. In an instant, the entire tomb trembled, as if the earth-shattering power might collapse it. You too. I knew you weren't up to any good. Chen Xian sprang into action, swinging the black blade blank with unstoppable momentum. Yet the strike was too hasty, the blade's energy hadn't even fully coalesced. Damo's fist collided with the blade's aura, while the lightning-clad dragon phantom slammed violently into Chen Xian's body. Caught off guard by the direct hit, even his peak physical condition couldn't withstand it. Chen Xian was sent flying backward, crashing violently into the wall. The Qigong Master took 2 steps forward, suddenly making an odd gesture, his face twisted in a dark, cold smile. This blade belongs to me now. The autumn water, bright moonblade, which had been hovering back and forth in midair, seemed to respond to some summoning. It spun several times in the air, twirling until it landed in the Qigong master's hand. A moment of carelessness. Chen Xian pushed aside the boulder crushing him and struggled to his feet. Though his physique was formidable, his combat experience remained lacking. The blow to his back had struck a vital spot, leaving him gasping for breath. Sword borrower, over 1,000 years ago during that great war, you were the bane of our clan. Alas, we couldn't draw this blade then. Even though we mastered its control, we had no way to wield it. Now, retribution has finally fallen upon you. The Qigong master held the autumn water and moonlight sword, now nearly flat like a disc, and stared coldly at Chen Xian before him. The urgent task now was to eliminate this man. Otherwise, with the capabilities of his lineage, he might become unstoppable at any moment. Even if he didn't become that powerful, just retrieving all those blades one by one, who could endure that? Charge! Kill him! Two men charged forward, one wielding a blade, the other a spear, ready to hack Chen Xian into mincemeat. But at that very moment, a dark shadow abruptly materialized before them. You worthless trash! Dare not harm my master! Amidst the endless stench of death, a black, eerie energy surged toward the two. Oh no! Ah! Unable to dodge in time, they were engulfed by the black light. Instantly, a corrosive stench emanated from their bodies. Kale was somewhat protected by the power of faith, but the Qigong master was another story. His abilities were utterly powerless against this overwhelming force of death. Chapter 45, Xiao Yu's Resurrection. Could this be the legendary zombie king, Ji Qi? Kyle stood guard with his spear in hand. The magic-suppressing stones possessed a unique power that could temporarily suppress even this death energy. Combined with the enhancement from the faith power they cultivated, their combat effectiveness against ghosts and undead creatures increased dramatically. Even Ji Qi's power was insufficient to corrode the current Kyle. So this is the Western world's Templar Knight? Haven't seen you lot in over 1,000 years. Looks like you haven't improved much. With strength like this, you dare brag in front of me? Ji Qi sneered coldly, gripping his demonic blade as he stared down the figure before him. At that moment, Chen Xian noticed the 3 stars adorning the blade had all dimmed to lifeless darkness. Does this mean the mission is complete? Why hasn't the system given me any notification? Chen Xian scratched his head. It seemed this system wasn't always online either. Sometimes he even felt like it was a living being. I'm not here to fight you. This matter is settled. But that blade, I must take it. Though Kyle wasn't exceptionally powerful, his tone was supremely arrogant. Wielding a massive spear, he was about to charge straight through the black mist toward Ji Qi when a roar erupted from within the darkness. Die, all of you. In an instant, the entire black mist seemed drawn by some force, swirling into a vortex that collapsed toward its center. Within the blink of an eye, only a handsome man remained, gripping the autumn water, bright moonblade. Yet his face and body were covered in black, stripe-like markings. When he opened his eyes, a jet-black light shot forth from them, and the dark patterns across his body glowed with a blood-red radiance. Holy crap, what the hell is going on? The scene left not only Ji Qi stunned, but even Chen Xian momentarily at a loss. I am Xiao Yu. Prepare to die. The man roared, charging directly at Kyle with the autumn water moonlight blade in hand. Kyle, caught off guard by the sudden turn of events, froze with his spear halfway raised, unsure whether to attack or defend. As the scimitar closed in, he roared in sudden realization, unleashing a burst of golden light that formed an impenetrable shield around him. The scimitar struck the wall with a thud. The man calling himself Xiao Yu stumbled back 2 steps, while Kyle was sent flying backward. The golden light enveloping him had already begun to crack. What a powerful blade! Kyle's expression darkened. That protective golden light stemmed from his very essence. If shattered, he would be gravely wounded. Western world's Templar Knight. You bastard, don't even think about running. Xiao Yu, gripping the autumn water and moonlight blade, charged forward once more. This time his assault was even more ferocious, devoid of any trace of cultivation technique. Each strike was faster than the last, each thrust more savage than the previous. There were no unnecessary movements, only pure, unadulterated battlefield blade work. Kyle parried relentlessly with his spear. Despite being forged from magic-suppressing stone, it began to buckle. After barely withstanding a dozen strikes, it shattered into fragments. I never thought you'd be resurrected, but killing me won't be that easy. Kyle's face darkened. Magic-suppressing stones were rare treasures, and to have a spear forged from one shattered like this filled him with resentment. Yet, if he didn't flee now, it might be too late after all. Ji Qi and Chen Xian were still lurking nearby. Kyle roared, channeling golden light from his body into a massive sword that swept toward Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu, perhaps still believing himself ordinary, instinctively stepped back to block. Seizing this opening, Kyle dashed toward the entrance. Just as Ji Qi and Chen Xian prepared to pursue, the creature whistled sharply. Instantly, a white light streaked toward them like lightning, enveloping him and vanishing from the scene. Chen Xian recognized the creature for what it was: a unicorn, the mythical beast of the Western world. Not much of a fighter, but sure can run fast. Ji Qi slung his demonic blade over his shoulder, glaring dismissively at the direction Kyle had fled. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu, gripping his autumn water and moonlight blade, turned to scrutinize the two Easterners before him. Which legion do you belong to? I've never seen you before. It seemed this fellow was still lost in his own delusions. The wars of the past were long over. Xiaoyu, snap out of it. Times have changed. The Great Feng dynasty is no more. As the former king of the Great Feng dynasty, Ji Qi stepped before Xiaoyu. With a raised hand, a peculiar mark was imprinted upon Xiaoyu's body. This mark belongs only to royal blood. Your humble servant, Xiaoyu, pays homage to the human sovereign. Xiaoyu's face paled with shock as he immediately dropped to one knee. Rise. Did I not tell you? The Great Feng dynasty is long gone. This is now the realm of the Great Xia. Observing Xiaoyu, who still looked utterly bewildered, Ji Qi sighed helplessly. You've been dead for over 1,000 years. Yet your soul seems to have clung to this autumn water and bright moonblade. Just now, my breath of immortality reactivated your soul while eroding that man's life force. Borrowing the breath of the undead, you fused your soul with your flesh and this blade into one. Indeed, whether zombies, vampires, or other supernatural entities, they all fundamentally belong to the concept of the undead clan. Though Xiaoyu himself was dead, the heroic spirit of his battlefield days remained imprinted within the autumn water moonblade. This immortal battle spirit had fused with the blade itself. That breath of immortality then granted them the power to transform decay into wonder. Using the blade and soul as a conduit, they seized the Qi refiner's body, reshaping it into its current form. Now I am neither living nor dead, neither human nor ghost. Xiaoyu fell silent for a long moment, feeling his world shatter before his eyes. He had journeyed thousands of miles to this western land for what purpose? Was it not to serve his nation, defend his homeland, and avenge the fallen souls? Yet now, having crawled back from hell, everything had changed beyond recognition. You are a formidable warrior, a valiant commander. You shouldn't dwell on the past. Think instead about who your next target will be, whose neck you'll place this blade against next. This matter was best handled by Ji Qi. After all, as a high-ranking official of the Great Feng dynasty, his authority radiated instantly. Especially now that Ji Qi appeared almost indistinguishable from ordinary men, though the undead aura of a zombie still lingered within him. Chen Xian preferred to regard him as a flesh-and-blood human being. Chapter 46, The Irrevocable Blade and Awakening. System Alert. Mission encountered unforeseen circumstances and cannot proceed. The autumn water moonlight blade has fused with host Xiaoyu. This state is irreversible. This mission is neither successful nor failed. Rewards will be deducted, but no penalties apply. Demon Blade mission complete. Ji Qi has transformed into a special entity. Retrieve the Demon Blade and seek the next host. The power of grudges has been obtained, granting an awakening opportunity. You may choose the activation time. System notifications flashed one after another in Chen Xian's mind. He shook his head helplessly. It seemed this mission truly couldn't proceed further. Now, if he wanted to reclaim the blade's cost, the problem was that Xiaoyu himself had already become the blade. Was he supposed to demand the blade fee from the blade itself? Not only that, but the autumn water and bright moonblade would now be permanently bound to Xiaoyu. This was an unprecedented situation, and he couldn't tell if it was a blessing or a curse. Where there's a will, there's a way. Let's not dwell on it. I'm outta here, this place has had enough of me. Chen Xian rubbed his throbbing temples. The demon blade had now become a blank divine artifact. He could either seek a new host or keep it for himself, but he hadn't decided whom to bestow it upon. Rather than dwell on that, he'd be better off resuming his cultivation path. You'll be staying with us for now. It'll take time to figure out why all this happened. Though he hadn't obtained the legendary autumn water and bright moonblade, gaining such a powerful ally as Xiaoyu might not be a bad thing after all. A blessing in disguise? The trio departed the tomb, now ravaged beyond recognition. Once outside, they encountered no other living soul. The place had become utterly desolate. Would Kyle carry its secrets away? The holy cult's influence remains a scourge. If it weren't for needing them to confront the future demonic threat, I'd have slaughtered every last one of them. Chen Xian scratched his head in resignation. Though he was human, not all of humanity deserved protection. The trio made no lingering stay in the Western world, choosing instead to return to the Great Xia dynasty. They arrived at their temporary villa in Haicheng. The crisis posed by the Western undead had largely been quelled, leaving only minor cleanup tasks. Though Great Xia had dispatched many forces and suffered some casualties, the outcome was favorable. A cohort of promising young talents had been cultivated, and vast treasures from the war era had been secured. Talented individuals from major sects began studying these treasures, while Chen Xian commenced preparations for his own path of awakening. This ultimate awakening demanded his mindset be honed to peak condition. Chen Xian publicly announced he would enter seclusion for a period. With arrangements made by the Jingye Bureau, no disturbances would reach him, granting him the tranquility he needed. Ji Qi had become a monstrous hybrid of human and undead, while Xiaoyu had transformed into a peculiar entity that used blades as a conduit to possess Qigong practitioners. Items traditionally effective against undead held little sway over these two. Moreover, both possessed formidable strength now. Barring monsters approaching god-tier power, they could handle virtually any trouble that came their way. After 3 days of meditation and self-reflection, Chen Xian finally resolved to use that precious awakening opportunity. He adjusted his state of mind to its optimal condition. A state of utter emptiness was best, allowing him to fully immerse himself in the awakening process. Begin the awakening. Chen Xian exhaled softly, transforming his breath into a tortoise-like stillness. It seemed as though his entire being had vanished into the vastness of heaven and earth. Immediately following his command, a colossal force surged into his mind. In the depths of his mind, Chen Xian sensed an ancient battlefield materialize, filled with primordial demon gods. Their figures were colossal, indistinctly visible, seemingly reaching from heaven to earth. A single wave of their hand could shatter mountains and rivers. By modern standards, what was considered powerful today might truly be as insignificant as ants before them. Two divine beings stood facing each other, one wielding a long sword, the other a battle axe. Suddenly, one began to move. He raised his battle axe and swung it lightly, a simple, unadorned strike, devoid of any discernible technique. Yet in that instant, Chen Xian felt as if the entire world stood on the brink of shattering before this single blow. Formless surpasses form, raw power shatters all techniques. At that very moment, the sword-wielding demon god also made his move. He raised his blade vertically, neither dodging nor retreating, thrusting it straight toward the slashing demon god before him. In that instant, Chen Xian felt his mind go completely blank. Everything vanished, leaving only an endless, overwhelming killing intent filling the sky. It wasn't merely the sensation of slaughter, but the genuine, trembling excitement that surged within when truly facing an enemy. This was the true meaning of a life-and-death battle. In the face of absolute power, all flashy tricks were nothing but the antics of a clown. A single slash, a single thrust, a single swing, a single stab. In that instant, Chen Xian felt something inexplicably awaken within his mind. He rose to his feet, gripping the black blade blank, mimicking the demon god's strike countless times, a simple horizontal cleave. That single move was executed tens of thousands of times that day. Each movement was painstakingly slow, yet each delivered a distinct sensation. It began like a snail's crawl, then transformed into an inescapable force, culminating in a strike that seemed capable of splitting the heavens and earth, of cleaving all existence in the world. A single awakening was enough to rouse the world's most formidable warriors. I sense a demon god awakening such terrifying killing intent. Has some ancient divine sovereign emerged? Though this killing intent and blade aura are terrifying enough to make one tremble, they do not originate from a demon god. It seems an extraordinary figure is about to emerge in this world. At this moment, not only the pillars of the nation hidden throughout the great Xia dynasty, but even angels from the Western world could not help but rise to their feet, gazing toward the distant east. An indescribable dread spread through his heart. In that instant, he seemed to glimpse his own tragic future, that when confronted by that blade, he would be utterly powerless to defend himself. Is this the fortune of the human race, or their sorrow? Everyone, wake up. If we let such a creature grow, we'll be in big trouble. Besides, recently, powerful figures have emerged in both the East and the West. Crushing genius is the most entertaining thing. Across the endless desert, amidst the lush mountains, and over the vast ocean, terrifying auras emerged one after another. It seemed as though they were conversing across time and space. Then let my men investigate. Suddenly, in a certain stretch of the East Sea, towering waves erupted. The sea surged without cause, and atop the crest stood a full row of strange yakas, half human, half fish. They gripped green tridents, their fish-like faces radiating icy coldness. Chapter 47, Yakshas Stirring the Sea. What exactly are yakas? In folklore, this name encompasses many different entities. The most commonly mentioned yakas were swift, terrifying spirits that roamed at night, moving with lightning speed and feeding on humans. In another legend, yakshas are flying monsters with fangs and strange wings. Their bodies are emaciated, skin stretched taut over bones, wielding sharp blades as part of the demonic horde. In coastal cities, yakas represent creatures from the ocean depths. Their lower bodies are massive fishtails, while their upper bodies resemble humans, though their entire bodies are a bluish hue. Even their faces are covered in scales, bearing a repulsive fish-like visage. These are the sea yakshas, a crucial combat force among the sea clans. Myths recount that the Dragon Palace breeds sea patrol yakshas deep within its halls. This race patrols the oceans day and night, wielding steel-forked weapons. They are massive, possessing astonishing defense, and typically appear riding the waves. The combat composition of the sea clans was highly complex. While sea dragons existed in legend, the more crucial members were almost always creatures native to the ocean depths, monsters resembling whales or dragon-like serpents. The Sea King, a super race that once shook the entire Jingye Bureau to its core, even prompting the deployment of the nation's pillar, belongs to the merfolk. Merfolk are exceedingly rare. During the era when cultivators ran rampant, their unique talents made them prized treasures, leading to their brutal extermination. Consequently, the surviving fishmen harbor profound hatred toward humans, often to the extent that they must kill any encountered. This tradition of hunting fishmen persists equally in both the Western and Eastern worlds. The Sea Clan constitutes the most extensive branch within the demonic race system. Currently the most populous among all races, their development has largely flourished undisturbed in the deep seas, where human footprints rarely tread. To date, they remain the sole super race capable of completely suppressing humanity. However, sheer numbers do not necessarily equate to overwhelming strength. Beyond the Sea King, the Sea Clan's elite combatants are limited to the 10 sea patrolling Ekshas and the 4 great sea beasts. Every single one of these beings possesses combat prowess approaching that of deities, making them truly terrifying. Yet, when facing human warriors of comparable strength, their numbers still fall short. The Sea Clan is stirring up trouble again. That one who visited their domain recently, if I'm not mistaken, it was a heavenly demon. On an island in the South Sea, a colossal immortal crane stood motionless, radiating a pristine white glow. This rare and precious immortal beast had reached the pinnacle of power. Who cares about them? We didn't come here to waste our energy on these lowly creatures. Not a single one has ascended to immortality in hundreds of years. Seems the sea tribe occupies prime territory yet fails to utilize it. Beside the crane stood a resplendent tiger, its body perpetually aglow with golden radiance. A divine halo even encircled the back of its head. The celestial realm's turmoil has grown too chaotic. If we don't cultivate fresh blood soon, the demonic tribes may truly overrun us. The crane bowed its head in a sigh. Both were divine beings, though not demonic immortals, rather, they were mounts ascended to the immortal realm alongside their immortal masters. As they conversed, in the waters off the coastal city, a fishing boat was facing its doom. What's going on? This weather couldn't possibly produce such huge waves. There's not even any wind. How did these other waves appear? The captain shouted orders to steer the small vessel to safety, but it was clearly too late. The towering wave, darkening the sky, appeared suddenly. No matter how fast the boat raced, it couldn't outrun the wave. Look! There's something on that wave crest. Is it a person? No. It's a monster. Some sharp-eyed sailors spotted the sea Ekshas standing atop the wave, their faces instantly turning pale. Facing such a terrifying assault, they had no way to escape. Yet in truth, the monsters had no intention of attacking these lowly humans. Sound the alarm. As the wave loomed to engulf the fishing vessel, the distress signal was sent out. Simultaneously, the Jingya Bureau troops stationed in the coastal city detected the emergency. This is bad, it's a sea tribe attack. Ever since the last clash between the Sea King and the Pillars of the Nation, nearly a decade had passed without any disturbance from the Sea Clans. Who would have thought they would choose this moment, when humanity was rising, to make their move? These creatures dare to disrupt our rise? Their audacity knows no bounds. Do they truly hold no regard for the human race? The official in charge of the joint defense at the coastal city flew into a rage. What had been the purpose of their years-long garrison here? Was it not to prevent invasions by the Sea Clan? And now, with such actions, they clearly intended to crush the rising talents of the human race. They seek to use our race as stepping stones. Why shouldn't we consider them our sharpening stones? Have you identified their level? A squadron of sea yakshas. Moderate strength, roughly around level 5. Purely in terms of physical strength, these sea creatures held a distinct advantage. To withstand the immense pressure of the deep sea, they possessed naturally superior muscular power. But that wasn't the most critical factor. In the ocean, these creatures are in their element, incredibly formidable. They can almost only be killed by magic. An elite sea tribe squad, about 200 strong. Should we just go in and wipe them out? In a corner of the government office, a short figure appeared before them, a young girl with a massive greatsword strapped to her back, towering over her own height. Your Excellency, the day traveler, such matters scarcely require your intervention. The coastal defense's firearms alone should suffice. The official hurried forward. This was one of the newest day travelers, a young and beautiful girl who had just ascended to the rank of 12th day traveler. Yet, no one dared to speculate on her true strength. Very well. Since they wish to target our region's young talents, I suggest letting our own youth test their mettle. The monsters on the western front are far too low level to warrant their attention. These fellows seem quite capable, don't they? The girl suddenly smiled, then vanished from her spot. That very day, the Jingya Bureau released an announcement. 200 elite sea yaksha have appeared at the coastal defenses. Each kill yields substantial contribution points. Should anyone slay a sea yaksha in single combat, they shall earn the title of swordsman. Chapter 48, Who's the Prey? Boss, something feels off. We've been stirring up trouble all the way to the coastline, yet that guy hasn't made a single move. Look, not even a single ship has come. The sea yaks halted at the city's border, standing atop the surging waves. The towering tides abruptly froze in place, leaving even the sea yaks puzzled. By human standards, not only would they have reached this point, but waves of warships and fighter jets would have arrived immediately after the fishing boat was attacked. Probably those bastards got scared. They know our sea folk aren't to be messed with. Last time, our Sea King even fought their pillar of the nation. A few individuals displayed extreme arrogance. To these sea creatures, the human race seemed far too lowly. They couldn't fathom why humanity was elevated to such a lofty status. Humans possessed inherently weak physical strength, slow recovery rates, and lacked any special abilities. This was one reason why the human race found it so difficult to rise. Those fellows aren't exceptionally strong, but they're full of cunning tricks. Even now, in this era where cultivators have faded, they still train all kinds of warriors. We shouldn't underestimate them. The leader of the Sea Yakshas wore a golden chain around his neck, a symbol of status signifying his privileged position within the clan, somewhere between noble and official. Hey, something seems to be approaching over there? Just then, a searing flame suddenly streaked toward them from the direction of the sea city. Is that a missile? By the time these creatures recognized the nature of the incoming object, it was already too late. A specially designed missile, a black tech missile from the Jingya Bureau, struck the wave crest, exploding violently. The massive wave, formed by the combined power of these sea yaksha, instantly collapsed, sending shockwaves rippling across the sea surface. You bastard, daring to ambush us! Though startled, the sea creatures suffered no real harm. They submerged, each riding a water sphere back to the surface. Only then did they spot a small boat in the distance, a youth standing at its bow, holding an empty rocket launcher. Not bad. They didn't take us out in one go, which means these guys have some skill after all. The youth sported fiery red short hair, a rare natural color among Easterners and indeed the entire world. He wore a short jacket with an open chest, 2 long swords slung at his waist. Who goes there? State your name. The sea yakshas held their ground. This youth wasn't particularly strong, hardly worth a coordinated attack. Better to let him go safely, allowing him to return and spread the word so that the worthless Chen Xian would come to meet his end. My grandfather's surname is Li, and I am Neza. I was the one who caused chaos in the Dragon Palace of the East Sea back in the day. Unexpectedly, the young man proved defiant. He promptly retrieved a 4-shot rocket launcher from beneath his feet. These specialized projectiles, crafted specifically to target demonic creatures, were exorbitantly expensive per shot. That he could produce so many at once left even the sea yakshas momentarily stunned. Die for me! 4 more missiles flew toward them, this time locking onto one target. Facing the incoming projectiles, the sea yaksha showed no panic, only anger. His steel trident whirled, shattering all 4 missiles in an instant. Explosive sparks enveloped him entirely. Yet when the sparks dissipated, only a water sphere billowing thick white smoke remained, the sea yaksa, cocooned within it, unharmed. Hey, you! You should know when to stop. This thoroughly enraged the sea yakshas. They had come to teach the humans a lesson, but never expected this young upstart to disrupt their plans so thoroughly. The red-haired youth scratched his head, a sheepish grin spreading across his face. Who knew these elite sea yakshas would be such a handful? Good thing I packed plenty of supplies. With that, he gave the order. The ship's hold opened, revealing row after row of locked missiles. A rough count revealed over 100 rounds. The sea demons panicked. If all these were specialized warheads, the combined destructive force of 100 strikes would surely claim several lives on their side. Hey, you! Lee, you bastard! Are you out of your mind? Stockpiling all this stuff to grab the lion's share? The higher-ups just said using this stuff to kill the sea yaksha doesn't count. Just then, several large ships suddenly appeared sailing from the direction of Sea City. This time, roughly 100 young people emerged, all of them newly initiated into cultivation this year. These 100-plus individuals were hand-picked elites, each possessing strength at the 3rd tier or above, truly formidable. Boss, from the sound of it, they seem to be hunting us down. How dare they? This infuriates me. A bunch of wet behind-the-ears punks dare to make such threats? Brothers, attack! The Sea Yaka leader was indeed furious. To be treated as prey by a group of humans who had only just begun their cultivation, if word of this reached the sea clans, where would he hide his face? Just as the yakshas were about to swarm forward and tear the young talents to shreds, a sudden golden light descended from the heavens. A massive sword plunged horizontally into the sea, sending shivers down the spines of every yaksa. Such overwhelming might could only mean the arrival of a supreme human master. Hey, you trash fish, what's all the commotion? Today, we're treating these youngsters to a little feast. None of you are leaving. If any of you survive 7 days in here, you can go. Perched atop the golden sword's phantom, which seemed to pierce the heavens, stood a charming, slightly mischievous girl. She appeared to be around 20 years old, with the face of a young maiden. Yet, when everyone saw the medal hanging from her chest, the emblem of the Sun Traveler, no one dared utter another word. Is this the newly promoted noble? Truly formidable. The young elites of the human race were stunned. Though she appeared to be their age, Luo Huan, the girl who once crossed paths with Chen Xian while carrying that massive sword, she had actually begun her cultivation at the age of 3. Now, she had even awakened her domain. You think you can keep us here? The leader of the Sea Yaksha tribe was flustered, yet he still felt his backbone was strong. Then try it. If you can slip past me, go ahead. Luo Huan smiled faintly, then lightly tapped the sword's phantom. Instantly, the blade erupted with countless beams of light, transforming into a sea of miniature swords that encircled the entire stretch of ocean like an arena. Any Sea Yaksha attempting to approach the edge to escape will be slain. If you doubt it, try it yourselves. And if you plan to unite against these youngsters, well, the consequences are obvious. Luo Huan smiled faintly, then stepped onto the giant sword, hovering above the sea. Chapter 49, The Disruptor. It was Luo Huan's idea to have these youths battle the sea Ikshas, and naturally, she would bear responsibility for it. With a sun-roaming envoy overseeing the proceedings, this force ranked just below the nation's pillars as its highest-tier combat power. Unless the 4 great sea beasts, the Sea King, or the 10 Sea Knight appeared, no one could disrupt this arrangement. That brat! If my uncle were here, he'd slice her head off in one stroke. The Sea Yaksa noble glared intently at Luo Huan, suspended mid-air. A girl barely out of her teens possessed such formidable combat prowess it seemed another formidable adversary would soon emerge. Hey, you with the dog collar around your neck down there, what are you staring at? Got a problem? You're their leader, right? Fine. Listen up, everyone. Whoever takes this guy down today gets full sword knight treatment. Luo Huan stood above, arms crossed, surveying the scene below with the swagger of a delinquent girl gang leader. Her attitude left the trainees dumbfounded. This boss lady up there was actually a tough cookie. Judging by her cocky attitude, she probably wasn't weak and held some authority. Realizing this, the trainees instantly perked up. What was the scarcest resource in this world? Cultivation resources. A swordsman's resources were practically the best they could hope to access. Across the entire Great Xia Empire, there were only a little over 300 swordsmen. Initially, it was stated that anyone who single-handedly slew a sea Iksha could earn the title of sword hero. Yet the title was merely honorific. It conferred neither official rank nor significant perks. It essentially marked one as a sword hero reserve undergoing specialized training. But if one could directly attain the privileges of a sword hero, it would undoubtedly mean they possessed the potential to reach that level in the future. You brat, you must be tired of living. The Sea Iksha noble grew frantic, thundering toward the sky atop surging waves in a frenzied attempt to strike down Luo Huan. Yet his power proved utterly inadequate. Luo Huan barely moved. With a mere flick of her hand, a gale swept forth, instantly slamming him onto the sea surface, immobilizing him completely. Stay put down there. Dare to make a move, and I'll leave you without a whole corpse. With those icy words, Luo Huan vanished. Even after his departure, none of the Yakshas dared stir. It was the absolute suppression of overwhelming power. Damn it, it's only 7 days. We can definitely defend ourselves together. There's no way these bastards can kill us. Unconsciously, the Sea Yakshas had given up hope. They had resigned themselves to the fact that breaking Luo Huan's restraints within 7 days was impossible. War was imminent, yet the interference of that golden sword formation prevented the Sea Yakshas from launching a coordinated counterattack against the youths. Instead, the youths could team up in groups of 3 or 5 to constantly harass and wear down the Sea Yakshas. This tilted the battle decisively in their favor. Though their levels weren't high, those who had reached this place possessed exceptional talent and considerable strength. With magical artifacts aiding them, 3 or 5 against 1 was easily manageable. At that very moment, Chen Xian, who had been cultivating inside the villa, opened his eyes. It's about time. Chen Xian nodded slightly. Since completing his awakening, he had fully mastered the power within his body. His control over strength, his application of sword techniques, the profound truths contained within those techniques had transformed into abilities, fusing with his body and imprinting themselves upon his flesh and blood. Beyond that, an even more thrilling discovery emerged. As his cultivation progressed, his body's cells had begun strengthening autonomously. He no longer needed to rely on grueling physical training or pushing himself to the limit to enhance his cells. In other words, Chen Xian could now grow stronger simply by sitting still. Another development was the gradual expansion of his microcosm. Though slow, this expansion accelerated the evolution of its inherent laws. Observing these evolving laws provided Chen Xian with profound insights. Given the current situation, the most crucial and lacking element for Chen Xian was combat experience. Without cultivating combat experience, he would inevitably suffer heavy losses when facing opponents of equal rank in the future. His path thus far had been one of direct ascent, awakening instantly at the pinnacle of human potential. It seemed only a matter of time before he reached the level of a pillar of the nation. Did something just happen by the sea? Chen Xian turned to look at the machine guarding nearby, its face bearing a hint of disdain. Just some small fry splashing about over there. That girl who visited recently already intimidated them. A girl? Oh, you mean that swordswoman with the greatsword? Chen Xian nodded. He had been so immersed in his own world that his perception of the outside had been almost automatically blocked, so he hadn't noticed who had caused such a commotion. To be precise, he's no longer a swordsman. His strength surged suddenly, reaching the level of a sun traveler. He might even be on par with Mr. Sword River now. Ji Qi's words piqued Chen Xian's interest. How could that girl have advanced so rapidly? Even with exceptional talent, it was impossible for her to have instantly strengthened herself by several tiers in such a short time. The key is that the girl has mastered a domain. Even top-tier warriors might not possess such a power at her age. That's why her strength has skyrocketed exponentially. Domain? Actually, during the Master's first awakening, the domain itself had already unfolded. However, due to the failure of that awakening, the domain's power remained hidden within the Master's body. As long as it gradually recovers in the future, the master's domain will also manifest. Only now did Qin Xian learn that domains existed in cultivation. Essentially, they were a delicate equilibrium achieved through innate talent, comprehension, and spiritual prowess. When shattered at a pivotal point, this equilibrium blossomed into a domain that aligned with one's power. Take, for instance, the pillar of rain that the angel once encountered. That sky-filling drizzle was the very manifestation of the pillar's power, the outward effect of its domain unfolding. Seems there are still many fascinating things in this world. Looks like another decent fellow has arrived. Chen Xian touched his nose and activated the heavenly man's qi gazing technique. This time, he felt as though he could span several provinces to observe distant auras, while those nearby were visible down to the minutest detail. He could even see the evolution of Taoist arts within their bodies. Just then, a rapidly approaching presence captured his attention. It was a powerful and domineering aura, darting through the deep sea like lightning, seemingly poised to enter the battlefield enclosed by the domain. A sea yaksha at the pinnacle of its power. Looks like it's here to stir up trouble. Chen Xian sneered coldly, casually gripping the black blade blank in his hand. It would be the perfect opportunity to test his current strength. Chapter 50, What are you calling out for? Upon the Azure Sea, a group of young people, each dressed differently and wielding various magical artifacts, launched an attack against the gathered sea yakshas. This scene was highly peculiar. Constrained by the barrier, the sea yakshas dared not retaliate. For the most part, they could only passively resist, not even daring to form a defensive cluster. Instead, they remained separated, each maintaining distance from the others. This moment highlighted the overwhelming racial advantage. Even if these sea demons stood still, relying solely on their magical defenses to absorb the attacks, the assailants might not inflict significant damage. Moreover, these sea demons possessed astonishing speed and sharp reflexes. 9 times out of 10, the attacks landing on them were either dodged or deflected by the currents. At this rate, when will we ever take down even 1 or 2 of them? Some began to grow impatient. Most had come here to earn contribution points, which could be exchanged for valuable items within the academy. From small sums of money to priceless treasures, even cultivation manuals and magical artifacts crafted by masters, all could be obtained within the academy with contribution points. And what about the perk of becoming a reserve member of the swordsmen? Their scales are slippery as hell, spears won't pierce them, blades won't cut through them. If you try fire attacks, they're wrapped in water currents, making it nearly impossible to inflict significant damage. Many had noticed this flaw, yet no immediate solution presented itself. To eliminate these sea yakshas, one could only target their exposed vulnerabilities, their noses, eyes, and such. Thunderbolt strike. Among this group, one of the few students proficient in lightning-based spells took action. The slender sword in his hand resembled a Western-style rapier. This weapon had been specially crafted for him by the Academy's leadership. Due to lightning's unique properties, a blade too wide would cause massive energy loss when casting spells. Concentrating the power into a single point and striking with maximum speed proved the most versatile and practical approach for basic lightning magic. Crackling lightning wrapped around the slender blade. As he thrust forward, it seemed to surpass the speed of light in an instant. The sea yaksha clearly saw the strike aimed at him. Despite desperately dodging, he only managed to shift half his face out of the way. The blade pierced the unprotected flesh on his cheek, where the scales did not cover. Ah! With a piercing scream, the blade detonated the instant it pierced his skin. The frenzied lightning energy surged through his body. Though a low-level spell, it struck his head directly. Who could withstand such an explosion? The sea yaksha was instantly crippled. The others rushed forward, seizing the moment he couldn't steady himself. They swung their broadswords and axes, hacking at his body. Within mere seconds, the once formidable sea yaksha was torn to shreds. Attack their eyes. Once one successful example was set, the rest quickly followed suit. Damn it! If not for this barrier, crushing these little bastards would be as easy as reading palm lines. The sea yakshas fumed, their beards bristling with rage. If only their scaly faces could grow beards. Calm down. These little bastards will die soon. But at that very moment, a noble of the sea yaksha clan let out a cold laugh. Clearly, he too had sensed the shift in the currents beneath him. Look over there! A startled cry rang out, causing all heads to turn. Deep within the ocean, a colossal wave had risen from nowhere, its crest surpassing even the combined might of all the yakshas present. Which reckless fool dares imprison my sea yaka clan? It seems you've grown tired of living. A roar shook the heavens and earth as the colossal form emerged from the waves. While sea yakshas typically stood around 4 or 5 meters tall, this one towered terrifyingly high, over 20 meters, clutching a massive golden trident in its grasp. What a massive sea yaka! That must be a monster. In an instant, everyone felt their hearts sink with dread. A single swing of its massive body could unleash a tidal wave. I am Machin, elder of the Eastern Sea clan of sea yakshas. The colossal sea yaksa proclaimed his name, then swung his massive trident. The wave crashed directly into the barrier. In that instant, countless light swords coalesced into an impenetrable wall, barely holding back the terrifying surge. I hear your human race recently lost a sun traveler, yet another new one has arrived. He's quite capable, but still far inferior to that old codger from Sword River. Though the strike failed to breach the barrier, it dimmed the sword's radiance. The creature did not launch a second attack, instead standing atop the sea's surface. Machin? I've heard of you. You were part of the last raid on Sea City, and I hear Mr. Sword River gouged out one of your eyes. Suddenly, Luo Huan appeared in the sky, looking down at the man before her. Her expression, however, was far from pleasant. She knew her own strength well. Mo Chin was a renowned powerhouse among the Xia clan, one who had even escaped from Mr. Sword River's grasp. Though she too was a sun traveler, the gap in their abilities was vast. You brat, you must be tired of living. Mo Chin touched the scar on his face and roared violently, charging forward with his golden trident. His massive tail lashed the sea surface with tremendous force, propelling him like a bullet toward Luo Huan. Die! Luo Huan let out a sharp cry, forming a sword finger with her hand. Suddenly, a massive light sword materialized in the air, striking the sea Yaxa head-on. Trivial trick! Mo Chin sneered coldly. With a sudden burst of power from his golden pitchfork, he shattered the massive golden sword into fragments. As the blade shattered, Luo Huan's face turned deathly pale. These weapons were forged from the primal energy within her body. If they were destroyed, she would suffer damage too. Yet Mo Chin showed not a hint of discomfort. Seems your human race will lose another today. Mo Chin roared with laughter as he charged toward Luo Huan once more. Just as the golden fork was about to claim her life, a bolt of lightning struck in an instant. What are you babbling about? I don't understand a word. Accompanied by a contemptuous laugh, Mo Chin was instantly struck as if by lightning. He flew backward like a... Who is that? Everyone was stunned. Who was this sudden intruder? A single strike had wounded such a formidable Xia. Looks like I arrived just in time. What do you say? Care for a little sparring? The newcomers smiled lightly. It was none other than Chen Xian. Chapter 51, Testing My Blade on You. That man is Chen Xian, the blade borrower. Those with keen eyes instantly recognized the newcomer, their faces lighting up with joy. Back then, during the live stream, Chen Xian had subdued Ji Qi, a demonic fiend even Master Jianhe couldn't handle. Such prowess had stunned everyone, with some already hailing him as the foremost figure beneath the state's pillar. Whether such a claim matched reality remained uncertain, yet no one could deny one thing: the power he displayed was overwhelming, bordering on the unattainable. It's you? You've completed your awakening? Luo Huan, privy to the inside story, stared in stunned silence at Chen Xian's sudden appearance. After all, Chen Xian had previously failed his awakening attempt. For a cultivator, this was the most severe setback imaginable. Without proper recovery, even standing upright would be impossible. Yet not only had he survived that ordeal unscathed, he had completed his awakening in an astonishingly short time. What's so surprising about that? What truly caught me off guard is how rapidly your strength has advanced. In the blink of an eye, you've already become a sun traveler. Chen Xian smiled as he looked at Luo Huan before him. He too was floating mid-air. Levitation was a relatively common Eastern spell, with no rank restrictions. Any cultivator could learn it. However, it consumed a tremendous amount of spiritual energy. To conserve spiritual energy output, practitioners often relied on magical artifacts for flight. Of course, such consumption was mere trifles to Chen Xian, a drop in the ocean. Seems your cultivation level isn't very high yet. Luo Huan stared at the whirlwind of spiritual energy swirling beneath Chen Xian's feet as if he'd discovered a treasure. It was precisely this wind that supported him, keeping him suspended in midair. Yet this crude, labor-intensive, and seemingly inefficient method allowed him to move at such an absurdly fast pace. Was this guy even human? Just started training. Saw some commotion over here, so I came to check it out. You down there, acting all cocky? Today's the day I test my blade on you. Chen Xian wasted no words. With a cold sneer, he charged toward Mo Chin, who was floating on the sea surface. The blade lender has made his move. You're all in for a treat. Even if it were anyone else, but it just had to be this big shot showing up. Now the crowd was truly pumped to witness the spectacle. After all, they'd seen him display his formidable power during that live broadcast years ago. This time, Chen Xian was about to fight right before their eyes, and he wasn't messing around with fancy tricks. He was diving straight into the fray. If these guys knew that the reason Chen Xian hadn't fought the Demon Blade Princess Qi during his first attempt to subdue her was because he hadn't cultivated yet, who knows what they'd think. Don't underestimate me. Mo Chin was stung by Chen Xian's dismissive gaze. How could a mighty warrior of the Xia clan be treated this way? So what if you're just a blade collector? This time, I'm taking your worthless life back with me. The colossal figure swung a spear over 10 meters long toward Chen Xian. Wielding his black blade blank, Chen Xian looked like a mere child before him. In the realm of cultivators, physical size alone didn't determine victory. While larger frames generally signified greater strength, in a world where cultivation defied the laws of physics, the outcome remained uncertain. To the stunned gazes of all present, Chen Xian's black blade drove directly into the tip of the golden pitchfork. Did you skip breakfast? How come you're so weak? Chen Xian held the blade with one hand, halting the advancing fork mid-strike with just the tip of his blade. Mo Qin's face twisted into a ferocious grimace as his arms bulged, clearly straining with all his might to thrust forward. Yet the blade's tip held firm, immovable as if a mountain pressed down upon it. Impossible. How could this guy be this strong? The physical strength of the Xie clan far surpassed that of humans. Even at the same level, a Xie could gain the upper hand through sheer physical might. Yet here, before Chen Xian, he was being held down, unable to lift his head. Seems you still don't grasp the gap between us. Perfect, I'll test my newly mastered sword technique on you. Chen Xian gave a cold laugh as he exerted a slight force with his palm. The blade tip suddenly vibrated violently, and in an instant, the entire golden trident shattered into fragments. A single strike shattered a high-grade magical artifact. Every face wore a different expression, most a mix of shock and disbelief. Artifacts weren't merely as sturdy as flesh, they were practically indestructible. Yet he had shattered it with a single, light slash. How terrifying must this man be? Ugh! The immense force surged through the fork into Mo Qin's body. He let out a piercing scream as his entire arm twisted violently, both arms shattered in an instant. Don't rush to die just yet, I've got plenty of sword techniques left to unleash. Chen Xian gave him no chance to struggle further. His figure flickered and appeared before Mo Qin. Before Mo Qin could react, a flash of blade light streaked past his eyes. Looking down, he discovered both his hands had been cleanly severed. So fast. I couldn't even see how he got there. Impossible. With Elder Mo Qin's strength, even that sword river fellow couldn't have beaten him this badly. Wake up! This guy is a sword borrower. That lineage has always been shrouded in mystery. They've appeared a few times, but no one knows their true strength. It seems our Sea King got the wrong intel. Even though he's just starting his cultivation, he's already on a different level from us. One purpose of these Xie's arrival was to stir up a storm, luring humanity's young prodigies into battle only to destroy them. Yet unexpectedly, they'd encountered two formidable foes right after arriving. You little bastard! Mo Qin, reeling from such a devastating blow, lashed out with his powerful tail, smashing it against the sea surface and sending waves crashing in all directions. Chen Xian stood rooted to the spot, while Mo Qin used the force to propel himself backward. With a furious roar, he summoned every ounce of spiritual energy within his body. In the blink of an eye, a pair of hands sprouted from his once empty arm. As this power manifested, his twisted, deformed arms returned to normal. The once dull fish scales now shimmered with an unnatural radiance. This creature intended to unleash his primal essence to fight Chen Xian to the death. To have driven Elder Mo Qin to this point. Legend has it that after his defeat by Master Jianhe last time, he spent 10 years refining the power gained by forcibly burning his life force to its absolute limit. It was precisely with this technique that he sought revenge against Master Jianhe. The Xie's were stunned. Could someone who had only just begun cultivation truly force Elder Mo Qin to consider trading his life for another's? Finally showing some real skill. About time. My warm-up's complete. Chen Xian sneered coldly as the blade in his hand glowed with a dark crimson light. Chapter 52, The One Who Steps In. Today, I'll make you pay with blood. I'll show you what a true powerhouse looks like. Mo Qin roared, churning the sea beneath him into a colossal vortex. Suspended above it, his body began swelling explosively, shedding its human semblance to transform into a monstrous beast. His body soared to 40 meters tall, his face contorted into a terrifying grimace. Every scale on his body turned pitch black and stood on end, forming a layer of spiked armor covering his entire form. His eyes had completely turned blood red, emitting a faint glow. Such a colossal creature resembled a monster straight out of an apocalyptic movie. He's huge. At least this makes cutting him down easier. Chen Xian's face showed no trace of panic, maintaining his usual expression of disdain. The black blade in his hand trembled slightly, as if declaring his thirst for blood. Sky-shattering fist. Mo Qin roared, slamming his exaggeratedly thick, reinforced hand down toward Chen Xian standing on the sea surface. A layer of black substance coated his arm, seemingly some peculiar force that imparted a heavy, dense weight as if a massive iron block had forcibly increased his body mass. Split heaven! Chen Xian swung his black blade upward in a sweeping arc. A crimson glow transformed into a blade aura stretching dozens of meters long. When the blade's edge collided with the arm, it produced a metallic clang. Accompanied by a melodious yet piercing sound, Chen Xian stumbled backward a step, while Mo Qin nearly flew backward. After the enhancement, his physical strength grew even more formidable. Coupled with this power fortifying his entire body, it became exceedingly difficult to sever him. Chen Xian gave his black blade a shake. Thankfully, the guy was unharmed. Frankly, going toe-to-toe with an opponent this massive wasn't the wisest choice. Chen Xian had merely wanted to test his current capabilities. It seemed his physical strength hadn't yet reached the so-called peak. He was still a long way off from achieving physical perfection. Rain butterfly. This time, Chen Xian didn't wait for Mo Qin to attack. Instead, he moved first. Rain butterfly was a blade technique that relied on shifting and evading. This combat style demanded precise footwork. While it lacked the overwhelming power of techniques like heaven splitting, it proved far more terrifying in actual battle. Like butterflies dancing ceaselessly in a downpour, their seemingly fragile bodies withstood wind and rain. Each movement was ethereal and elusive, making them difficult to predict. This wasn't a fighting style created by humans. Instead, it was devised by a powerful demonic being, a butterfly demon king who transformed his wings into twin blades. On the battlefield, no one could come within an inch of his body. In an instant, Chen Xian's form became elusive and shifting. One moment he appeared to the left of Mo Qin, the next to his right. When Mo Qin turned, Chen Xian materialized behind him. Roaring, he unleashed a hail of fish scales like bullets from his own body. Such a barrage of strikes was mere child's play for Chen Xian. This style of combat, dancing on the edge of death, demanded the crucible of life and death trials. Only after enduring such trials could one truly become a butterfly dancing in the downpour. You brat, what's your game? You've been prancing around all this time and forgot how to swing a blade? Mo Qin's expression darkened. His attacks hadn't consumed much energy, but the opponent was pushing it too far. Circling around him, drawing his strikes without countering, what use were his reserved counterattacks then? More importantly, this was pure provocation, pure mockery. Nothing. Just worried I might lose control and slice you in half. Chen Xian's words were spoken with such confidence that they made Mo Qin and the CXia seethe with rage, wanting nothing more than to tear him to shreds. You think your speed makes you untouchable? Mo Qin roared, his body rapidly shrinking. As he shrank, his power compressed, transforming him into a figure roughly 2 meters tall, the absolute limit of his miniaturization. Yet his burst speed multiplied several-fold. He immediately began moving at Chen Xian's pace, each shift propelling him like a cannonball, accompanied by thunderous booms. Their figures darted back and forth through the air, appearing here one second and vanishing elsewhere the next. No one could discern how they traversed the space between. As this figure rapidly closed in, launching attack after attack, Chen Xian had no choice but to respond. After all, his combat experience was nowhere near sufficient. In this state, with his entire body enveloped by that strange black force, even a single punch from Mo Qin would likely leave him injured. Oomph! Mo Qin materialized before Chen Xian, his fist raised, intent on sending this irritating opponent crashing into the sea. But Chen Xian's movements were quicker. In a single step, his black blade slashed violently toward Mo Qin's chest. Clang! Just as Chen Xian had anticipated, this black energy possessed a peculiar effect. Striking it felt like cutting into the hardest steel in the world. With a violent tremor, Mo Qin's body flew backward into the sea. A slender scar appeared on his chest, not very deep, but the strike had pierced through the black energy enveloping him. Danger! Danger! The CXia's hearts tightened. When had they ever witnessed such a scene? In this world, there were truly few who could pierce through this black power, only the absolute elite. The fact that he could enhance his human body to this extent already placed him in the realm of monsters. What do we do? Just wait here to die? As Mo Qin was suppressed, panic began to spread among the CXias. If Mo Qin fell in battle, their own lives would effectively be over. Relax. We're not going down that easily. Remember, we were specially selected for this place. If safety couldn't be guaranteed, what's the point of being here? The CXia leader wore a carefree expression. Go! Mo Qin, already pinned down, plunged into the sea. He opened his mouth wide, and a torrent of seawater surged in. Then, with a furious roar, a massive water dragon erupted from his mouth. It coiled and surged toward the sinking vessel. Break! As for countering this spell, Chen Xian chose the simplest method. With a furious roar, the blade in his hand burst into a dark red glow. He executed another heaven-splitting strike, instantly cleaving the water dragon into shards. Human! I advise you not to push your luck. Just as Chen Xian prepared to test whether open heaven could cleave Mo Qin, a strange voice suddenly echoed. Seems your reinforcements have arrived. Chapter 53, The Giant Lobster. This feeling. Could it be that great being? At that moment, not only the human side, but even the CXias paled, as if something unimaginable was approaching. Chen Xian's expression also darkened. The heavenly man's divination skills reached their peak. A colossal entity was slowly approaching them. That creature seemed as vast as an island, and its mere movement could trigger a global catastrophe. Such an immense body could move swiftly through the sea without disturbing the surface's tranquility in the slightest. How many beings possessed the ability to fuse themselves so completely into the very elements? This alone revealed the truth. The approaching entity was undoubtedly a being approaching demigod status. You insignificant vermin dare to make a fuss on my sea clan's territory? The voice echoed from afar, growing louder as it drew nearer. The sky seemed to press down, instantly darkening as storm clouds gathered, plunging the world into shadow. A colossal sea turtle materialized before everyone's eyes. Its sheer size was visible even from the horizon. To be precise, this creature was not a sea turtle but a giant sea turtle. The very legendary giant turtle that stands alone at the pinnacle. Rumor had it this creature possessed dragon blood, born with monstrously powerful innate abilities. Having cultivated to this level, few of its peers could stand against it in direct combat. Looks like a formidable Sea clan elder has arrived. Chen Xian frowned slightly, yet neither fled nor engaged immediately. Such power was beyond his current capabilities, but there was no need for fear either. This location lay right on the edge of Sea City. To defend against the Sea clan, nearly half of the Jingya Bureau had been deployed here. Could it truly be that no one could handle this creature? As the colossal sea monster drew nearer, everyone held their breath. The sheer pressure emanating from such an immense form was almost unbearable. What's the matter? Want to exchange a few blows with me right here? Chen Xian eyed the creature coldly. Its intentions were clear, yet it dared not act recklessly. This was his trump card. Behind him, two surges of energy rose, signaling that two pillars of the nation were on their way to assist. I know what you're relying on, kid. I have no interest in killing you. I just want to take these sea yakshas with me. The giant lobster spoke coldly, its gaze not fixed on Chen Xian but instead resting on Mo Qin and the sea yakshas. Who would have thought that a mere handful of sea yakshas could warrant a great power like you coming to their rescue in person? Chen Xian stroked his chin, smiling at the creature before him. The giant crab merely nodded in response. An elder of their clan once did me a great favor. I cannot let you kill these creatures before my eyes. At the very least, I'm taking the noble's confidant and this fellow with me. He pointed his toe toward Mo Qin and the noble sea yaksa trapped within the barrier. Several sea yakshas visibly relaxed at this. With such a powerful ally coming to their aid, could the humans really dare to turn hostile? But the expressions of the other sea yakshas darkened. It seemed he intended to abandon them. You want to take people away from under my nose like this? Doesn't that make me look like a fool? Surely you can't just leave without any gesture? Chen Xian frowned. Stopping this guy outright was impossible, but he was confident he could eliminate the weaker ones before he could act. After all, he traveled all this way without properly testing his sword skills or fighting to his heart's content. Now this guy was ruining the fun it grated on Chen Xian's nerves. What gave Chen Xian this confidence was undoubtedly his terrifying inheritance and cultivation speed. At this rate, it wouldn't take a year before even the pillars of the nation would have to call him Big Brother. You don't seriously think you can take anything from me, do you? The giant lobster sneered coldly at this. He had already revealed himself here. Did this puny human dare to try to take advantage of the situation? True to form for a debt collector, your words are as sharp as your blade. This guy is asking for trouble again. Only the incompetent court deaf. Didn't we witness it ourselves during the last livestream? What did defeating the demon blade princess Jiqi accomplish? This time, people were more inclined to believe Chen Xian. After all, they'd witnessed it firsthand before. The demon blade Jiqi's power likely rivaled that of the pillars of the nation. The power of a demon blade nurtured for 1,000 years hadn't even been fully unleashed before he crippled it. What sheer dominance! If you don't want to, then let's test it your speed against my blade. We'll wager that bastard's head on it. Chen Xian sneered coldly, pointing his black blade at the Sea Yaksha noble watching the spectacle from within the barrier. Damn it! This guy's gone mad, but don't drag me into it. He's got no regard for his own life. The noble's face paled instantly. He hadn't come here to risk his life. What was this guy playing at? Trying to take someone down with him? But if the opponent attacked with his full strength, there was no way he could block it. You brat! I'm not wasting my breath arguing with you now. Next time we meet on the battlefield, I'll tear you limb from limb. The giant lobster's fury was palpable, yet it held back. Even at this critical moment, it didn't strike Chen Xian. Instead, it opened its massive jaws and spat out a shimmering object that flew straight into Chen Xian's hand. This is a dragon scale. I discovered it in the depths of an oceanic trench long ago. It possesses incredible properties, a true elixir capable of reviving the dead and healing flesh. It's more than enough to trade for the lives of these few. The giant crab sneered coldly at Chen Xian, committing his features and aura to memory. One day on the battlefield, when no holds were barred, he would claim this man's head. Damn it, no way! That Sea Clan big shot didn't put up a fight? He just nodded and agreed? Dragon scales. TSK TSK TSK, what a treasure. At that moment, a single word hung in every human's mind, damn. Why? This guy's strength was nowhere near that of the giant lobster, yet he managed to intimidate others time and again. Maybe it's a combination of shamelessness and confidence. Could be precisely why he's so much more formidable than us. With a hint of amusement, the crowd gradually calmed down. After Chen Xian secured the item, he signaled Luo Huan to release the sea yakshas. Losing these few wouldn't affect him much, and these dragon scales were worth a fortune. Perhaps they could be traded for something valuable at the pillar of the nation. Until we meet again. I look forward to adding your head to my collection. The giant lobster fixed him with a piercing stare. Chen Xian turned and vanished into the vast ocean. Chen Xian smiled faintly and turned away as well. I can't shake the feeling this guy's even crazier than me. Luo Huan tilted her head, watching Chen Xian fade into the distance, lost in thought. Chapter 54, The Chaotic World. For days on end, small-scale battles erupted along the entire coastline. Of course, these were the people within the barrier slaughtering the remaining sea yakshas. Deprived of reinforcements, the yakshas gradually began to collapse into disarray. Having gone 7 days without sleep, the humans proved cunning, attacking wave after wave, resting only to fight again, and resting again after fighting. This relentless cycle proved unbearable for the yakshas. Countless sea yakshas fell, their precious possessions becoming spoils of war. However, Chen Xian's focus during this period lay elsewhere, not on internal affairs of the sea tribe. Through his heavenly human Qi gazing technique, he detected 2 highly anomalous auras that kept appearing within the Great Xia. Their speed, or rather their movement patterns, could only be described as bizarre. One moment they would be in one location, and the next they would instantly appear thousands of miles away. Their aura would linger in their previous location, yet there would be no trace of their journey in between. It was as if they vanished from one place only to materialize in another, defying the very rules of spatial continuity. Not even the pillars of the nation possessed such capability. If these two appear, what level of power do they possess? Could they be genuine immortals? Such complete transcendence of the world's constraints could only be described by one thing: mastery of the laws. Only by truly grasping the power of the laws could one achieve such terrifying feats. Yet, if anyone truly mastered the laws, there would likely be no one left in this world, only those who borrowed the laws. During this period, numerous bizarre phenomena erupted across the entire edifice. First, extraordinary spectacles manifested within the great sacred mountains, even more tumultuous than when the major sects descended upon them. In a mountain range of the west, a sacred peak suddenly radiated dazzling light overnight, blazing with 7-colored divine radiance. It seemed as though the entire mountain had transformed into a translucent giant bulb. Shortly thereafter, someone discovered a 7-colored divine jade atop it. Using this jade as a medium, they successfully entered the realm of cultivation, gaining extraordinary talent and profound cultivation methods. Meanwhile, a vast pit appeared on a plain in the east, filled with white mist. Learning from past warnings, many ventured in seeking treasures, but most never returned. After the mist dissipated, only mountains of white bones remained. Rumor had it one person escaped from the bone piles, only to be seen later during cultivation, his entire body shrouded in eerie white smoke. It seemed that all manner of opportunities kept appearing. Chen Xian observed that before these so-called sites of opportunity would burst into brilliance, those 2 peculiar auras would arrive one step ahead, as if they were opening or guiding humanity. The crane and the tiger were once ordinary creatures of this world, mere beasts, not demonic beasts, and thus incapable of cultivation. Yet, due to their master's unexpected journey into an unconventional path of immortality, they too were drawn into this realm. When their master attained immortality, he forcibly used his magical power to bring them into the immortal realm. Already exceptionally powerful from frequently consuming the elixirs their master concocted, the 2 beasts gained sentience after being cleansed by the immortal energy of the realm. This unconventional path to cultivation is not unheard of, but the price paid is far more terrifying than cultivating a single immortal. What exactly is the immortal realm? To be precise, it does not exist within this world. Unlike the Western concept of heaven or the Eastern notion of the Kunlun divine palace, both of which are real, dwelling places for advanced species on this planet. The immortal realm, however, is a neutral space born from the collision and intertwining of this world with another. It appears as a place of ethereal beauty, filled with birdsong and floral fragrance, a realm steeped in fantasy. Yet in truth, it stands as the final bastion defending this world. The immortal realm's origin traces back to the war between the demon realm and the divine race. The immense power unleashed during their conflict threatened to shatter the entire world. A mighty deity from the divine race stabilized the world and, to prevent the war's turmoil from affecting it further, created a new realm. This neutral battlefield, positioned between the 2 realms, consists of 99 layers. The uppermost layer serves as the primary arena, while the residual effects of combat are gradually dissipated through the 99 layers, ultimately vanishing without affecting the mortal world. After the deities vanished, the demonic forces sought to use this realm to destroy the mortal world. Those chosen by the gods, after rigorous cultivation, ascend to the immortal realm once their power reaches a level capable of standing against the demons. The immortal energy within this realm is condensed from the primordial power of the gods themselves. If this theory holds true, then humanity's ultimate dream of becoming immortals is merely the basic requirement to enter this battlefield. Throughout countless ages, the demonic forces never ceased their assault upon this world. Time and again, they harassed the immortal realm, seeking to breach the 99 layers of heaven to reach this world they despised. Countless ascended beings lost their lives in these wars. Now, the power of the immortal realm is gradually weakening. After countless years of recuperation, the demon realm has amassed a formidable army, poised for a decisive battle with the immortal realm. Meanwhile, no one in the immortal realm has ascended to immortality in recent years, leaving it resource depleted and understaffed. Thus, it sent these 2 beasts to the mortal realm to sow seeds of hope. The ultimate inheritance of the dragon-tiger mountain lineage has suddenly been unlocked. Shortly after this event unfolded, several of the most prestigious lineages once deemed impossible to unlock suddenly reappeared in the world. Places that had once witnessed mass ascensions now saw varying degrees of these lineages being activated. Those who obtained such inheritances were highly likely to attain the corresponding level of power. This signaled not merely the dawn of an era of cultivation, but a direct leap over the gradual development of past ages, an age where immortals would soon emerge in great numbers. Could such a massive upheaval be a case of rushing things? If it truly leads to chaos, who could possibly contain it? Chen Xian and other powerful figures all stroked their chins in contemplation. What consequences would such a massive, accelerated emergence of top-tier inheritances and cultivators bring? Anyone with even a basic understanding of human nature would realize this world might be heading toward its end. All this lay beyond the control of those two beasts. Their purpose was merely to unlock various inheritances and open avenues of opportunity. Once this was accomplished, their time in the mortal realm would be nearly exhausted. They must return to the immortal realm unaware that the mortal world would descend into hell. In the struggle for the already scarce cultivation resources, those proud cultivators would turn to violent conflict, some even embracing the demonic path, cultivating through the sacrifice of human blood and the use of lives as mediums. Meanwhile, the demonic tribes stirred. 3 demon kings suddenly appeared in the ocean, seeking an audience with the Sea King. Chapter 55, Cooperation? Forgetting one's roots. My friends, I have gathered you here today for one reason only. I trust you have heard of the events that unfolded recently. Deep within the ocean once lay a dragon palace, a gathering place for the great dragon clans during the ancient era of deities. These divine dragons possessed powers rivaling those of the gods themselves. Of course, after the Great War, these beings vanished from existence, leaving only a few creatures bearing dragon blood in the world. What happened recently? I'm not in the loop. Old Black, do you know? A man clad in peculiar feathered attire smiled at the burly figure beside him. These beings were demon kings from various regions, yet all had chosen to assume human forms. This wasn't out of desire for transformation, but rather to conceal their true nature. In human guise, they could more easily shield themselves from the interference of the human race. Compared to humans, the demon kings' lives were far from comfortable. These demons were notoriously difficult to manage. Most were rebellious, bloodthirsty, and combative. Before they could even unite to wage war against humanity, internal chaos frequently erupted. Demons couldn't gather together. When they did, it either led to infighting or complete disaster. The Demon King wasn't merely a ruler over demons, his power approached that of a demonic immortal. That white snake was also a demon king. She had merely encountered the demon blade princess Chi at full power, otherwise, she too would have been a terrifying monster capable of destroying an entire city. Gentlemen, cease your pretense of madness here. Recently, our Sea clan welcomed a distinguished guest. He now awaits you in the main hall. Please proceed. The Sea King smiled, saying no more. Though within the Dragon Palace, not a single drop of water existed within this vast hall. Naturally, as sea demons, they could assume human form, making movement far more convenient. The ancient divine race once ruled the entire world, and their most common form was that of humans. This legacy sparked the proliferation of diverse races among later generations. Even though they possessed far greater power, they preferred to adopt human appearances in their daily lives. A lavish banquet spread across the palace hall, yet seated at the head of the table was a creature utterly out of place among them, a monstrous being, pitch black, adorned with enormous wings, its face twisted in a ferocious grimace, exuding sheer, overwhelming power. A heavenly fiend. A genuine heavenly fiend, a monster who had come here from the battlefields of the 9 heavens. To enter that battlefield, one must be at least a low-level immortal. In other words, if this creature chose to fight desperately, it could easily overwhelm the nearly 70 demon lords seated around the table, along with the guards standing by, creatures nearly matching the demon lords in power. This is the heavenly demon. I'm sure you're all aware of him. He has descended from the immortal realm to propose an alliance with us. The immortal realm is short-handed, and the status of humans here is precarious. If we join forces to destroy this world and eliminate all of them, this realm will become the domain of our demonic race. The sea demon spoke bluntly. He had already allied with the heavenly demon and intended to drag the other demon kings into the scheme. The reason was simple: the heavenly demon's power couldn't be unleashed directly in this world, lest it disrupt the cosmic order and alert the celestial realm to its presence. Thus, this alliance served merely as a transitional outpost guarding the junction between the two realms. With the upper celestial realm understaffed and demonic hordes pressing at the borders, destruction there seemed imminent. To prevent fresh reinforcements from being swiftly deployed, their task was to eradicate humanity's very foundations within this world. Don't you think you're being a bit naive? The feather-clad man smiled faintly. He was a mighty demon king of the Peacock clan, his power beyond dispute ranking among the strongest in all creation. What do you mean by that, Peacock Demon King? The Sea King frowned. Was this fellow deliberately disrespecting him? While they were both demon kings, the Sea King genuinely ruled an entire ocean realm and its entire sea tribe. Regardless of what else is said, whether it's us demon kings, the pillars of the eastern world, or the angels of the western world, dare I ask, who among you can confidently declare that you could defeat him one-on-one? Even if the Western world's strength is currently weakened, the angelic race hasn't been wiped out. Are you truly unafraid of stirring up their lair and unleashing all those angels? And how many hidden sects exist in the Eastern world? Can you even count them? What if their ancestors emerge? What then? Each word from the Peacock Demon King pierced their hearts. Humanity's strength was not to be underestimated. Fellow demons, do we not know how many demon kings our race possesses? Barely 100. Counting those of our own tier, we scarcely exceed 300. And how many among them would truly risk their lives? What of our unity? How many wars have the demon and human races waged? Each ended in our defeat not because our talents or strength fell short. Surely you, leader of the Sea Clan, know this? The Peacock Demon King's words turned the Sea King's face ashen. Even though he commanded the entire Sea Clan, many still defied his will in battle. As you said, this fellow seeks cooperation. But who among you truly understands the demon realm? Who comprehends those heavenly demons? Many of our ancestors ascended to the immortal realm. They may be battling those worthless heavenly demons right now, fighting tooth and nail to protect this world from the 99 heavens above. Yet you wish to destroy our very foundations, sever our own legs? This is courting death. Cooperate with them? What? Are you too prepared to abandon your heritage? Have you considered whether the demon race could survive if this world were destroyed? The Peacock Demon King was undeniably hot-tempered and impatient. Over 70 demon kings had gathered here, and at least the majority opposed collaborating with the heavenly demons. After all, they all shared this world. Peacock Demon King, what do you mean? Are you actually opposing me? Sea King, don't think you're so great. Though your Sea Clan boasts numbers and strength, my Peacock Clan has never feared anyone. If push comes to shove, shall we settle this? The Peacock Demon King slammed his palm on the table, rising abruptly. Instantly, a five-colored divine light appeared in his hand, a manifestation cultivated through their lineage's unique techniques, serving both as a supernatural power and a weapon. Oomph. I advise you not to dig your own grave. The Sea King had intended to intimidate the Peacock Demon King, but upon seeing the five-colored divine light in his hand, his gaze flickered uncertainly. This is an internal matter of our demon clan. We intend to collaborate with the heavenly demons to destroy the humans here. Even if you disagree, I don't want you meddling in this mess. Otherwise, we won't have another chance to meet. Chapter 56, Demon King of the Streets. Sea King, I advise you to be wary of yourself. We are fellow demonkind here. I needn't elaborate further, for you should know your own roots. If you truly intend to ally with the Sea Clan, that is your choice. But my Peacock Clan will never stoop to such corruption. The Peacock Demon King radiated sheer dominance, his hands radiating multicolored divine light and his eyes blazing like torches. That gaze alone was enough to terrify the other demon kings into staying back, unable even to speak. Peacock, you've gone too far. The Sea King's face turned ashen. Instantly, a colossal steel trident materialized in his grasp. Nearly all weapons of the Sea Clan were forged in the image of this divine artifact, said to be crafted from the bones and sinews of a legendary dragon king. Even if your five-colored divine light is exceptionally fierce, and indeed, in ancient times, the elders of the Peacock Clan used it to slay countless demons, monsters, and gods, my Sea Clan's Dragon King's fork is no pushover either. Now that such a scandal has erupted at the very gathering he hosted, the Sea King's reputation lies in tatters. He invited these demon lords precisely because their relationship was solid, yet who could have foreseen this peacock would prove so stubborn? Enough, enough. It's just a minor disagreement. You two have always gotten along well. The Peacock Clan and the Sea Clan have shared bonds since ancient times. Why let this trivial matter cause harm to yourselves and your families, leading to a full-scale clash? I, an old man, stand here as your guarantor. No matter what, the Sea Clan and the Peacock Clan shall not raise a hand against each other today. At this moment, someone could no longer stand by silently and spoke up to intervene. The speaker was none other than a descendant of the Kuanping. In the ancient era, when the Kuanping roamed the world, it left behind 3 Kuanping eggs. 2 of them hatched and ascended to the immortal realm, joining the battles of the 99 heavens. The remaining egg hatched into the being now standing before them. However, due to severe injuries sustained during its hatching, the Kuanping bloodline had been depleted, leaving its power far weaker than that of its ancestors. Yet even so, the purity of the Kuanping blood within its veins remained terrifyingly high, 1,000,000 times stronger than any creature bearing dragon blood. This creature, hindered by hidden injuries within its body, had been unable to ascend to the immortal realm for a long time. Yet this did not mean its power was lacking in any way. Among all the demon kings present, there was likely no one who dared to directly challenge this formidable figure. Since the venerable Kuanping has spoken, what's the matter? Sea King, do you still wish to fight me? The Peacock Demon King sneered coldly at the Sea King before him. The Sea King's face twisted with resentment. He yearned to test the Peacock Demon King's true capabilities, but out of respect for the elder's presence, he dared not utter another word. After all, creatures like the Kuanping were among the most exalted beings even among the immortals of the celestial realm. Having him mediate this matter was the wisest course. The Kuanping was one of the rare dual-form divine beasts. In its youth, it roamed the oceans, and upon reaching maturity, it transformed into a great phoenix soaring through the heavens. The Kuanping and the golden-winged giant eagle are distinct creatures, with the former arguably ranking higher in status. Don't think this matter ends here. I keep my promises. That human must be eliminated. Even with old Master Kuanping vouching for us both at worst, he won't actively attack your peacock clan, but if your clan chooses to side with humanity in war, then I'm afraid we'll have to meet on the battlefield. Attendants, show him out. The banquet ended in discord. As the Peacock Demon King departed, the other Demon Kings who had shown little interest in the matter also chose to leave. Those who remained the hesitant or those harboring ulterior motives stayed behind to continue discussing the proposal with the Sea King. After the Demon Kings departed, they lingered no longer. Each harbored their own calculations whether to align, remain neutral, or stand aside. The outcome remained uncertain. Was the heavenly demon truly trustworthy? That remained a mystery. After roughly 3 to 5 days, the Demon Kings who had been negotiating with the Sea Tribe returned one by one to their respective domains. As for what they had discussed, whether they had reached an agreement or failed, no information was revealed. Yet from that day onward, peculiar changes began unfolding in the human world. Unusual beings started appearing in human cities, though they did not commit any outrageous acts. They seemed to simply live among the people. That day, Chen Xian, bored out of his mind, planned to visit the Jingye Bureau to see if Master Jianhe was there. If he was, Chen Xian intended to ask him for a spar. But just then, he sensed an unusual aura by the roadside. Turning his head, he saw an old Taoist priest clad in a robe, his face gaunt. Like those charlatans of old, he had set up a fortune-telling stall by the roadside. His eyes were half closed, as if resting, yet for some reason, Chen Xian found the sight of him rather amusing. He looked like a monkey. Yet the aura emanating from him was profoundly peculiar. Even Chen Xian's heavenly gaze technique failed to discern its origin. He seemed both a formidable cultivator and an ordinary old charlatan. "Young man, is there a flower on my face? Why are you staring so intently?" Just as Chen Xian couldn't resist stopping to observe the spectacle, the old Taoist suddenly opened his eyes and smiled at the scene before him, startling Chen Xian. "No need for surprise. I'm merely a wandering hermit. Since fate has brought us together, why not sit down and let me cast a fortune for you? Would you be so kind?" Before Chen Xian could say much, the old Taoist extended a warm invitation, gesturing toward the small stool before him. Chen Xian scratched his head, feeling a strange unease. This old man's origins were unclear. Just who was he? Deciding to give it a try, Chen Xian sat down directly opposite the old man. The elder smiled faintly. "I possess no other skills, only the art of physiognomy. Seeing your noble bearing, your sword-like brows, and star-like eyes, I recognize at a glance the features of one destined for great wealth and honor. Yet, your forehead is slightly prominent, your cheekbones slightly slanted, your eye corners like blades, and your temples like bows. Clearly, you are destined to achieve a great empire. How can you tell? It's just a face. If I wanted to, couldn't I just get some surgery to fix it? The face reflects the heart, and destiny is predetermined. This matter is already sealed. You need not say more, young man. I understand perfectly well." The old man rose to his feet, gave his dust sweeper a sharp flick, and in an instant transformed into a streak of lightning, vanishing into the distance. "If I'm not mistaken, that old fellow is the white-eyebrow monkey king." Chen Xian rose to his feet, while nearby, Master Jianhe jogged over, bowed slightly, and revealed the old man's origins. "A mere ape demon king," Chen Xian murmured. "I've heard you once sat at the feet of a great master, listening to teachings on Zen and the way. Through this, he gained sentience. The demonic blood within him was awakened, yet his demonic nature was suppressed. Truly, he is an extraordinary cultivator." Listening to Mr. Jianhe's explanation, Chen Xian merely stroked his chin. It seemed the demonic race was about to stir up a major commotion. Chapter 57, Demon Clan Moves. Some peculiar incidents have been occurring lately. I was actually coming to find you. Never imagined I'd run into you here. Mr. Jianhe's expression betrayed a hint of panic as he hurriedly pulled Chen Xian into the command center of the Jingye Bureau in Haicheng. This place was filled almost entirely with high-ranking officials from across the Great Xia Empire. They were military officers possessing formidable strength, specifically stationed to guard the perpetually unsettled sea city. Similarly, when dealing with these demonic creatures and the like, the center of all military forces had essentially been relocated here. Recently, several ominous signs had appeared near Sea City. Do you recall the news reports from earlier about opportunities opening up in clusters across various regions? Upon his arrival, Mr. Jianhe immediately retrieved relevant records. According to the documents, both locations where the divine beasts had activated their opportunities had witnessed mass fatalities. Aside from the initial appearance of the pit of 10,000 ghosts, the remaining incidents were all acts of deliberate slaughter. What's going on here? Chen Xian scanned the data, his eyelids twitching. In just a few short days, over 1,000 vicious killings had occurred, claiming more than 3,000 lives, and these were cultivators. The mass activation of resources caused severe imbalance and scarcity, leading to fierce competition. We attempted to send forces to maintain order, but the results were poor. Those individuals, driven mad by their pursuit of cultivation and peak power, had lost all sense of self. Look here. Mr. Jianha produced another report, its contents sending Chen Xian into a furious rage. An entire village had been slaughtered by a youth who had obtained a bizarre inheritance. Now fallen into demonic ways, the youth's power had surged dramatically. Attempts were made to pursue him, but he had vanished without a trace. This isn't the only case, but it's the most severe. I'm certain that if this chaos continues, even more terrifying and catastrophic events will unfold. Mr. Jianha's face darkened as well. For him and Chen Shi, the deaths of countless cultivators might not seem like a major issue. After all, the world of cultivation was inherently steeped in desire and slaughter. One could not become a true powerhouse without experiencing life and death struggles. However, slaughtering defenseless common folk was an act of utter depravity. Every profession has its rules, especially in a world like this. They've disrupted the order, sowing panic and fear. Cultivators, once revered, are now being equated with demons. This cannot continue. Moreover, before these incidents, demonic energy was detected lurking nearby. While it was normal for demonic creatures to emerge after the cultivation era began, the repeated appearance of powerful demonic energy in isolated, seemingly barren locations followed immediately by massacres made it impossible not to connect the two. You suspect these recent incidents stem from those demonic creatures growing restless and seeking to stir trouble? The conclusion is already evident. Not only recently, but even when the Sea clans came causing trouble earlier, we captured several Sea Yakshas alive and obtained similar results. They know the human race is about to awaken, so they intend to suppress the development of humanity's young talents and use this opportunity to completely alter the current status of mankind. Mr. Jianha's expression was grim. After enduring several great calamities, the human race faced inherently scarce environments and cultivation resources. While sects existed within the renowned mountains, the regions dominated by demonic beasts were far richer in spiritual energy. Under such circumstances, even if human cultivation progressed more rapidly, it could not withstand the accumulated foundations the demonic tribes had built over thousands of years. Then why did you seek me out this time? We've formed a special task force, the Skies and Demon Hunters. Mr. Jianha sighed deeply, revealing his true purpose in seeking Chen Xian. The nation's pillars of defense could not be deployed lightly at present. Their intended targets were the Demon Kings, whose combined numbers far exceeded the available elite combat forces. Therefore, they needed to find warriors who could match them, those who would reach the pinnacle of human combat prowess. This group would be organized into a special forces unit to confront the challenges posed by the demonic tribes. Due to positional constraints, the Night Watch cannot conduct these activities openly. The Day Patrol can only dispatch 3 representatives, and major sects will also send some personnel to participate. The rest will be free spirits like you, Mr. Chen. Beyond cultivators affiliated with government agencies and local sects, numerous independent practitioners also exist. Though their numbers are not vast, their cultivation levels are generally quite high, placing them among the elite within the mid to high-tier combat ranks. Currently, nearly 100 such individuals have been recruited. This task force will exceed 200 members. Aside from the heads of Jingya Bureau's departments who maintain constant online presence, the rest are free to act independently. However, when special urgent missions arise, we expect nearby personnel to arrive at the scene immediately. Mr. Jianha briefly outlined the organization's current structure. Beyond its central hub in Haicheng, each outward expanding city would have a dedicated Jingya Bureau intelligence operative. These operatives would not participate in combat. They might not possess formidable strength, but they maintained highly reliable networks of connections and intelligence. That's a decent arrangement. Alright, I'll join. But as you said, I retain autonomy over my actions. You have no authority to mobilize me except as you stated. Chen Xian nodded. He'd been struggling to find suitable targets for training. Hadn't this opportunity practically walked into his lap? If those demonic creatures dared cause trouble, he wouldn't care about their demands or conditions. He'd go in to test his own strength. Slaughtering humans was beyond Chen Xian's limits, but eliminating a few demons shouldn't pose any issues. Naturally, we've prepared special tokens for you. With these, any mission we issue will reach you instantly, no matter where you are in the world. Mr. Jianha exhaled softly. He expected this powerful figure to be displeased with such menial tasks, yet he accepted willingly. If he knew Chen Xian merely sought to slaughter troublesome demons, who knew what he'd think? It's much like our current situation among humans. Those demon kings won't rush out to fight immediately, so we should err on the side of caution. Mr. Jianha personally demonstrated how to activate the token for Chen Xian. Just then, the token suddenly chimed, displaying a message. Urgent mission. Demon cultivators and sea demons detected on Fisherman's Island in the East Sea. Chapter 58, Slay those who have fallen to demonic ways. Seems it's not far from here. Shall we go check it out first? Master Jianha turned to look at Chen Xian. With Chen Xian's current strength, any demon other than a demon king would be no match for him. They couldn't even pose a threat. If Mr. Jianha were to describe Chen Xian's current state, only one word fit: data freak. His speed, strength, and spiritual energy reserves were far beyond his current level. In fact, they reached a peak state that even practitioners of Mr. Jianhe's caliber could scarcely attain. The sheer terror of what he could unleash if he fully cultivated his cultivation to this level was unimaginable. Cultivation levels are rated from 1 to 10, but this concept is rather vague. Currently, ratings are based on the effects demonstrated by the cultivation techniques and skills employed. Chen Xian's combat footage had already been transmitted by Luo Huan to the headquarters of the Jingye Bureau. According to the Night Watch Agency's experts, the methods Chen Xian employed in combat were extremely rudimentary, likely not even reaching level 2. His attacks relied purely on raw spiritual energy output, lacking any significant law-based effects. Yet, by harnessing the vast, ocean-like reserves of spiritual energy within his body, he forcibly elevated their destructive power to top-tier levels. Take the same technique, cleaving heaven. Others might only shatter rocks with it, while even Master Sword River could only level a skyscraper. But what about Chen Xian? Based on their current calculations, he could cleave an entire mountain peak. Why was Chen Xian's state so unique? That's why collecting his various data points was now a priority for the Jingye Bureau. Only by mastering Chen Xian's data and capabilities could such immense power be unleashed more perfectly on the battlefield. Let's go. We'll head over and take a look. Chen Xian nodded slightly. He understood the Night Watch Agency's intentions, but since it served his own purpose, there was no need for excessive caution. He'd best avoid using his lethal techniques. His standard skills would suffice. Their speed was extraordinary, far surpassing conventional aircraft or similar vehicles. If they chose, the powerful air currents generated by their flight could even obliterate numerous objects in their path. In the typical cultivation process, advanced flight techniques involve applying special effects to envelop the body in air currents. This not only mitigates or even prevents the intense impacts of flight but also allows practitioners to blend into the natural environment, consuming less magical energy while achieving faster speeds. Thus, Chen Xian and Master Jianhe's takeoffs were distinctly different. Mr. Jianhe soared like a gentle breeze, his feet gliding effortlessly along his sword as he shot forward. Chen Xian, however, planted his feet firmly on the ground with a powerful stomp, instantly creating a large crater. Harnessing this recoil, he launched forward like a cannonball, swiftly overtaking Jianhe in an instant. Simultaneously, the air currents beneath his feet swirled into a vortex, expelling air outward like a rocket nozzle, propelling his body forward like a missile. Only Chen Xian's physique, stronger than steel itself, could withstand such an impact. Anyone else at this level would have been crushed into a pile of mud in an instant. Fisherman's Island lay at the edge of the East Sea. Legend held that the ghostly figure of an old fisherman could often be seen there. In truth, the divine form left behind by a great being from ancient times. In today's technologically advanced world, Fisherman's Island had transformed into a picturesque tourist destination. Over time, a few fishermen had settled there permanently, living off the sea and enjoying a decent life. Yet, not long ago, an extraordinary opportunity unexpectedly emerged on this remote isle. A man caught a golden, luminous fish in the glowing waters. After consuming it, he embarked on a path of cultivation, advancing at a pace tenfold faster than ordinary practitioners. The demon's intentions were straightforward. With the island's scarce resources, the sea demons offered him generous benefits for cultivation in exchange for slaughtering humans. Blinded by power, this newly initiated cultivator was easily consumed by immediate gain. He transformed into a demon god, slaughtering indiscriminately across the island. Even a few friends who had once been close, now fellow cultivators, were mercilessly slaughtered with the sea demon's aid. By the time Chen Xian and Master Jianhe arrived, the once picturesque island had become a living hell. Corpses piled along the shore formed a mountain, while blood flowing into the sea dyed the waters crimson. A youth holding a fishing rod stood on the shore with two demons. They were evidently preparing to refine the vital essence from these corpses into a special elixir, enabling them to gain immense power unattainable through ordinary cultivation. Remarkably, the youth had only begun his cultivation less than 20 days prior and had already reached a level around the 4th rank. This cultivation speed is utterly unprecedented, though the consequences are all too clear. Look at the crimson veins crawling across his body. He's clearly lost control of his power. Mr. Jianhe and Chen Xian observed every movement on the island from their hiding place within the white clouds. The brutal spectacle unfolding below pierced Chen Xian's eyes like a knife. Do these people possess not a shred of morality? Chen Xian didn't consider himself a saint, but such despicable acts were universally despised. Anyone with even a shred of moral compass wouldn't commit such horrifying atrocities. Sometimes, profit truly can cloud the judgment of most people. Mr. Jianhe shook his head slightly and sighed. Hadn't he once believed that peaceful cultivation alone would grant him everything he desired? Yet fortune was not within one's control. Sometimes, just a few days spent on a breakthrough could be enough. Those enemies made along the cultivation path might suddenly appear and slaughter everyone around you. More than half of all cultivators had their families wiped out because they had stirred up trouble during their cultivation. Rapidly increasing one's strength was the paramount concern in every cultivator's heart. Of course, an anomaly like Chen Xian felt none of this pressing sense of crisis. You lot below, prepare to die. Chen Xian's face darkened as he drew the blade from its sheath. In an instant, his figure shot across the island like lightning. The human and two demons were startled to see Chen Xian suddenly appear before them. That's the one who severely wounded the elder of the Xie clan not long ago. The two demons instantly recognized who stood before them, momentarily paralyzed. Their strength paled in comparison to that of the Xie clan elder. If they truly clashed, they likely wouldn't even have time to flee. Who are you? The youth seemed unaware of Chen Xian's identity, his face filled with confusion. His power was too weak, and he had already become utterly consumed by the demonic path, knowing nothing of fear. The one who will take your lives. Chen Xian sneered coldly. In the next instant, he flashed like a bolt of lightning, darting swiftly around the three figures. By the time he returned to his original position, deep gashes had appeared on their bodies, instantly reducing them to piles of flesh. Chapter 59, The Peacock Arrives. Mr. Chen, you're getting a bit impatient. Only after Chen Xian had reduced the three men to scattered fragments did Mr. Jianhe finally arrive. The man's speed was monstrous. Mr. Jianhe knew his own long river sword technique wasn't renowned for speed, yet few under his command could match his pace so completely they couldn't even react in time. Such vile creatures deserve swift punishment. What's the matter? Chen Xian sheathed his sword and stood, his face bearing a look of utter contempt. Was he supposed to spare this bastard's worthless life? It's not that he shouldn't be killed, I'd love to strip his bones clean myself. But we don't have a clear trail on these men. They're usually formidable opponents, and capturing them alive is troublesome. I thought we should hold them here to track down the others. Mr. Jianhe sighed deeply. Chen Xian's overwhelming power always made him doubt the boy was merely a teenager. In truth, Chen Xian was only in his 20s, with a temperament prone to impulsiveness. But at this point, further words were useless. Very well. Consider this matter settled. I'll report it afterward. Leave their bodies as evidence. Someone will handle the aftermath and arrange contribution points for Mr. Chen. Since the organization had sent these men to work, they naturally couldn't expect to receive nothing in return. Otherwise, who would willingly risk their lives? These contribution points were similar to those within the academy, but the rewards were far more substantial, typically treasures only accessible and usable by those of their level. Naturally, the cost was also quite steep. Chen Xian had slain 3 chaos causers in one fell swoop. By regulation, this entitled him to 3,000 contribution points. At current rates, that could even secure him a scripture or a week-long cultivation session within his sect's divine realm. While this meant little to Chen Xian, to wandering cultivators, it was like striking gold. A single day of cultivation within a divine realm equaled 100 days outside. The reason was simple: abundant spiritual energy. Yet this very spiritual energy was precisely what Chen Xian held in the lowest regard. His miniature world absorbed terrifying quantities of it daily, and with treasures like the spirit spring within him, even a small portion would be unimaginable wealth to most sects. After briefly wrapping up matters here, Chen Xian returned to his quarters. These contribution points certainly couldn't be squandered carelessly. While spiritual energy held little use for him, that didn't mean other cultivation techniques or materials were worthless. Chen Xian's foundation remained rather weak, lacking significant treasures. Though Ji Qi and Xiaoyu stood by his side, one wielding the demon blade, the other the autumn water and moonlight blade, both among the world's most prized artifacts, he could not yet command them at will. The blade core was still in its growth phase, rendering many sword techniques unusable. The transformations of spiritual energy within weapons remained beyond its capabilities. Beyond its indestructible nature, the blade core held little practical value. Therefore, Chen Xian's immediate priority was to purchase a quality blade for his own use. With 3,000 contribution points, even when exchanging for weapons, he could acquire exceptionally fine gear. Dragon's Fawn looks promising. Chen Xian had no intention of holding back. He headed straight for the weapons tier priced at 3,000 contribution points, naturally prioritizing blades. After all, the Great Xia Empire's profound heritage was evident here. Even within this single tier, there were over 10,000 swords. Any one of them, if released into the world, could stir up considerable commotion. Weapons of this caliber inherently possessed a certain level of magical power. Forged with special materials and later imbued with unique runes, these weapons could absorb spiritual energy during normal use. When wielded, they unleashed inherent skills, granting their bearers several extra powerful abilities in combat. In critical moments, just one or two such attacks could prove deadly. The shape, size, and weight are all quite suitable. Chen Xian stroked his chin. Currently, 3 blades suited his cultivated sword techniques, all heavy-backed swords, heavier than standard blades for superior chopping power and emphasis on imposing momentum. Each blade possessed distinct abilities. Dragon's Tooth stood out as unique, though its skills were slightly inferior to the others. It was inlaid with a dragon tooth mine from ancient times, granting it growth potential. This elevated its price, pushing it close to the 3,000 mark, while the other two hovered around 2,500. I'll take this one. With proper care, it'll become a fine weapon in time. After much hesitation, Chen Xian settled on the white broadsword. He'd initially admired the Dragon's Fang. Jingye Agency's dedicated couriers typically delivered items within 2 hours. Just as Chen Xian settled into his room to reflect on the shortcomings in his sword technique and how to unleash greater power in combat, a startled cry suddenly echoed from outside the door. Look! What's that in the sky? What a beautiful peacock! Could it be a demon? Such a huge peacock and it's glowing. Chen Xian's brow furrowed slightly. Ji Qi and Xiaoyu immediately stood up as well, though neither sensed any hostility emanating from the source. Let's go check it out. Chen Xian led the way into the courtyard. For a creature to appear so brazenly in a human city, especially Haicheng, indicated immense confidence, utterly unafraid of the so-called pillars of the nation. A demon king of this caliber was likely among the world's foremost powerhouses. As soon as they entered the courtyard, a sky filled with multicolored radiance greeted them. A peacock several meters long circled above the residence. Spotting Chen Xian, it let out a piercing cry, as shrill as a phoenix's, before gliding lightly into the courtyard. In an instant, it transformed into a strikingly handsome man clad in feathered robes. It seems the blade borrower lineage has produced a remarkable successor. The handsome man appraised Chen Xian from head to toe, letting out a hearty laugh as he strode forward toward him. Ji Qi and Xiaoyu immediately tried to block this uninvited guest, but with a mere wave of his hand, a gentle force swept them aside. No need for force. You're no match for him. Seeing the two still attempting to advance, Chen Xian waved his hand, signaling them to stop. The legendary Peacock Demon Clan, masters of the five-colored divine light, is a mighty race that has existed since the ancient era. They played a pivotal role in defeating the heavenly demons during the primordial wars. Might you be the current Peacock King? Chen Xian smiled. The figure before him was clearly no pushover. The five-colored divine light was legendary as a supreme weapon. I've come to visit a friend. Chapter 60, Calamity of the World. Visiting a friend? And where might this friend be from? Chen Xian smiled. It seemed this fellow truly bore no ill will. Why ask so many questions? A single meeting is enough to be friends. Fellow Taoist, won't you invite me in for a seat? The Peacock King appeared magnanimous, as if greeting a long-lost friend. His face radiated warmth, his eyes brimming with admiration and approval for Chen Xian. My apologies for the lack of proper hospitality. King Peacock, please come in. Xiaoyu, prepare tea. Chen Xian ushered the Peacock King into the room. As a servant, Ji Qi should have handled such matters, but considering Chen Xian was the incarnation of a human king from a previous dynasty and now had Xiaoyu, who claimed to be his subject, Chen Xian naturally could not allow Ji Qi to perform such menial tasks. Xiaoyu, however, took it in stride. When he first enlisted, he had been nothing more than a lowly foot soldier. His military achievements had earned him the title of junior officer, but he remained essentially a low-ranking commander. Moreover, he now existed primarily as an incarnation of obsession. Hosting guests for his sovereign was simply his duty. To have the great general once known as the Moonlight Butcher on the western battlefields personally pour tea for me, I am truly humbled. The Peacock King, who had lived for thousands of years, held power and prestige surpassing even mortal kings. Yet he held deep respect for warriors who fought bravely on the battlefield. Rising to his feet, he returned Xiaoyu's cup with a toast. It is my honor to serve you. Xiaoyu flushed involuntarily. Even at the moment of his death, he had only glimpsed the human king's carriage from afar. How could he have ever imagined receiving such honor from such a figure? Enough of this. What era is this? Let's drop the formalities of lord and subject. Here, we're all friends. You two, sit down. Chen Xian shook his head helplessly. Though this world had advanced to a highly developed, thoroughly technological age, it still remained entrenched in the era of feudal dynasties. Certain aspects of this reality made Chen Xian feel somewhat uncomfortable. Mr. Chen certainly has a broad-minded outlook. The Peacock King nodded in agreement, inwardly feeling a measure of admiration for Chen Xian. The man's abilities clearly placed him second only to the emperor himself, and within a few years, the emperor might even be eager to step aside in his favor. Yet, it was said this fellow had repeatedly declined the offer, even refusing to join the Jingye Bureau. The king had initially assumed Chen Xian was merely putting on airs, but seeing him today, it was clear he truly cared little for formalities. Though he had Xiaoyu pour the tea, that was merely the subordinate's duty. Who else could call their own men friends and share a seat at the same table? After exchanging pleasantries for a while, the Peacock King shifted the conversation to the reason for his visit to Chen Xian today. This visit to Haicheng to see you, Mr. Chen, is actually to entrust you with a matter. Observing the Peacock King's cautious demeanor, Chen Xian furrowed his brow slightly. This was a formidable demon king, capable of challenging any power in this world. What could possibly require his assistance? Go ahead. Recently, those sea creatures summoned a peculiar entity. I'm sure you've heard of its name, the Heavenly Demon. The Heavenly Demons. Chen Xian froze on the spot. He knew little about this race, but according to the information he'd obtained from the master of Peach Blossom Spring, the Heavenly Demon would not appear in this world lightly unless some breach occurred in the immortal realm. We don't know how that creature breached the 99 layers of heaven to reach here, but its intentions are clearly hostile. We absolutely cannot stand idly by. Please explain. Chen Xian had witnessed the terror of the Heavenly Demon clan firsthand. Even one weakened to the extreme had nearly claimed his life, let alone one arriving here fully intact? The immortal realm suffers from a severe shortage of practitioners. For centuries, almost no one has successfully ascended. We initially attributed this solely to the age of declining Dharma. However, while recently reviewing the records of the previous Peacock King, I discovered something deeply unsettling. The Peacock King's expression darkened as he recounted what he knew. The primary obstacle to ascension today was acknowledged by all races as the scarcity of spiritual energy. Yet the truth ran deeper. During the era of the old Peacock King, numerous ascensions did occur, though their numbers had already begun to dwindle significantly. Only those powerful beings standing on the threshold of ascension, or even those about to undergo the tribulation and breakthrough, could perceive the most crucial reason for the inability to ascend. The laws of this world had become corrupted. The very foundation of these laws seemed obscured by something. Ascending to the immortal realm now required comprehending the primordial laws governing this world. As for what exactly had clouded these laws, the old Peacock King had already ascended, leaving the others with no way to know. Recently, two mysterious beings unlocked opportunities across various regions. By harnessing the laws within these inheritances, they could forcibly transform mortals into immortals. Yet the numbers remain woefully insufficient. Currently, the heavenly demon's army stands poised, ready to breach the entrance into the immortal realm. Our only recourse is to restore this world's primordial laws as swiftly as possible. Only then can we bolster our combat strength in the short term. The Peacock King did not seek out Qin Xian immediately. After all, this matter concerned the very lifeblood of the world, a task not for just anyone. Even a mighty peak demon king dared not claim success lightly, let alone Qin Xian, who had only recently begun his cultivation. Among the numerous demon kings, some maintained relatively good relations with the Peacock King. One particularly unique figure was the white-browed ape king. Once a disciple of an astrologer, he possessed innate wisdom that allowed him to glimpse the secrets of heaven. While it seemed this world faced certain doom, the old ape had discerned a glimmer of hope within the celestial omens. As the saying goes, heaven never seals off all paths for humanity. Whether they could seize this sole lifeline depended entirely on their own efforts. The world's primordial essence resides within the divine palace at the planet's core. Legend holds that this world was forged from the convergence of extraordinary energies. Deep within the earth lies a palace, its origin unknown, housing the very source of the world's power. Throughout countless ages, only a handful have ever ventured inside. So according to the Peacock King, does this mean I'm supposed to enter this divine palace? Qin Xian was dumbfounded. His own strength was likely insufficient to withstand such overwhelming power. Ancient records mention that when the primordial laws faltered, a unique being entered the divine palace. You wouldn't be referring to... Qin Xian sighed inwardly. Indeed, it was a predecessor from your Shadao lineage. His abilities were so profound that even the gods felt inadequate. For some reason, after he entered the Earth Core Temple, the laws began to falter. As for the secrets the white eyebrow ape king observed in the stars, the one who could decipher them was still a descendant of your Shadao lineage. The Peacock King smiled faintly, extending a hand. A beam of divine light appeared before Qin Xian. Chapter 61, The Earth's Core Temple. I discovered this while sorting through the late king's belongings. It was specifically prepared for those in future generations who might unlock this lone sealed shackle. The Peacock King's voice sounded hoarse as he spoke. Even this formidable demon king had moments of sorrow. Relics? Qin Xian gazed at the light before him. It was a genuine radiance, existing independently of any physical object, a peculiar artifact akin to the five-colored divine light, possessing wondrous effects. The former king had already transcended the mortal realm and ascended to the immortal realm, but in the battle against the heavenly demons, he stood alone guarding the 100,000 pass, sacrificing himself to defend it a heroic death. Qin Xian fell silent. Given the Peacock clan's strength, ascending would surely place them among the most elite combat forces. Yet to perish within mere millennia was staggering. What shocked Qin Xian even more was the notion that the 10,000-mile pass was guarded by the Peacock King alone. The immortal realm is already a wasteland. Too many ascended beings have shed their blood across the 99 heavens. If no new ascenders emerge, I fear the heavens themselves may collapse. The Peacock King sighed deeply, wishing he could ascend to the immortal realm right now to face those heavenly demons in a life or death battle. I shall impart the method of using this artifact to you. When the time comes, you must enter that divine temple yourself. This place is perilous, and I cannot enter it. I can only rely on you. The Peacock King drew a deep breath and channeled a beam of divine light into Qin Xian's spiritual core. A strange memory surfaced in Qin Xian's mind the moment the old Peacock King, as he died and his path faded, had poured his last ounce of strength to send this divine light to the mortal realm. The five-colored divine light flooded into the Peacock King's mind, and in that instant, Qin Xian seemed to hear the voice of the old king who once soared through the 9 heavens. My son, your father is gone. The former king of the Peacock clan. Qin Xian stared in astonishment at the Peacock King before him. He is my father. Not only my father, but my ancestors all perished in war. The world they guarded with their lives and blood shall not be easily destroyed by those scum. The Peacock King rose to his feet, a formidable power surging through his body. Bathed in the five-colored divine light, he appeared like a sacred incarnation clad in feathered robes, wielding the radiant glow. He was the very embodiment of a war god in this mortal realm. That Sea King may be a twisted-in madman, but there's no denying his immense power. The entire Sea Clan is likely the strongest force existing now. To fulfill the mission of protecting this world, the Sea Clan will be the greatest obstacle standing in your way. I cannot fathom why, after thousands of years, that light chose you. Nor do I understand why the long-lost legacy of the Shadow Knights has resurfaced. All I can do is fight to the end as the Demon King of the Peacock Clan. If it is my destiny to pave the way for you. The Peacock King paused, his fiery eyes fixed upon Chen Xian before him. I merely follow in the footsteps of those who came before. All things must die, what is there to fear? A brilliant radiance blossomed, revealing a colossal five-colored peacock within the city of Yuhai. Soaring between heaven and earth, it vanished in an instant into the boundless azure sky. Peacock King, it seems our paths are destined to clash. Deep within the ocean, the Sea King, clutching his Dragon King's trident, opened his eyes slightly. The Peacock King's appearance in the Sea City had not triggered the emergence of the nation's pillars stationed there. The reason was clear: the Peacock Clan had made their stance explicit. Should calamity descend, they would stand shoulder to shoulder with the human race to protect this world. The calamity foretold in prophecy has yet to arrive, yet internal chaos has emerged first. An elderly man clad in white Taoist robes slowly entered the resplendent golden hall, hands cradling a celestial map. Seated upon the dais, a figure seemed to be flanked by the swirling aura of a golden divine dragon. Your Majesty, please observe. The elder presented the celestial map. Beside the emperor, 3 empty seats began to glow faintly. The 3 talents manifest their holiness. A great power of the human race shall emerge. Within the seaside villa, Chen Xian grasped the five-colored divine light, immersing his entire being within it. At this moment, entrusting his soul to the five-colored divine light to journey to the Earth Core Divine Temple was undoubtedly a perilous endeavor. Would the likes of the Sea King allow him to succeed so easily? Yet just moments ago, several powerful auras had appeared within the seaside city. Of the 9 pillars of the nation, 5 had manifested within its confines. The 5 elements, 5 mighty guardians stand watch over the Sea Clan for you. Young man, give it your all. A voice echoed within Chen Xian's mind. These 5 pillars of the nation embodied the 5 elements' power, each a terrifyingly formidable being. Though bound by cosmic laws from ascending to higher realms, their strength rivaled that of ordinary immortals. Chen Xian nodded, releasing his mind. His soul detached from his body and merged into the five-colored divine light. In that instant, he witnessed the light transform into an ancient peacock, its might overwhelming. Before it, the Peacock King seemed like an infant. I am the immortal King Peacock. Young man, I presume you have already heard all that my son has told you. The Peacock Immortal King gazed at Chen Xian before him. He seemed like an ordinary soul, yet there was something about him that defied comprehension. I understand. Chen Xian nodded slightly. The Peacock Immortal King before him had transformed his last shred of spiritual awareness into divine light before passing away. That final spark of consciousness had endured millennia of solitude without ever seeing his child one last time. It wasn't that the Peacock Immortal King didn't love his offspring, it was simply that when love runs deep, words become unnecessary. Let's go. The five-colored peacock swept Chen Xian's soul skyward. Under the gazes of the crowd, a beam of divine light shot into the heavens, only to plunge back into the depths of the earth in an instant, vanishing without a trace. The scene before him darkened. Chen Xian strained to open his eyes but could not discern his surroundings. An unimaginable pressure descended, threatening to tear his soul apart. Oomph. Chen Xian couldn't help but let out a low snort. Seeing this, the Peacock Immortal King let out a long cry, channeling a surge of power into Chen Xian's body. In that instant, the oppressive force vanished. A flash of light erupted before him, and Chen Xian found himself standing within a crystal temple. The space wasn't large, seemingly constructed from intricate runes. Everywhere he looked, the imprints of the great Tao were etched into the very fabric of the place. Is this the place? Chen Xian surveyed the surroundings, discovering a massive crystal at the temple's center. Unlike the rest of the chamber, this crystal bore no traces of manifesting laws, like a book densely filled with tiny characters, suddenly revealing a blank, untouched space. Child, you have finally arrived. Just as Chen Xian was lost in thought, a human voice suddenly echoed from within the crystal. Chapter 62, Accumulation Leads to Breakthrough. Who are you? Chen Xian was utterly bewildered. Even a powerhouse at the Immortal King level couldn't remain in this place for long. How could another person possibly be here? Moreover, judging by the voice's tone, it seemed as though they had been waiting specifically for him. How long had this entity been here? Just a wandering hermit, really. What my name is? I've long since forgotten. Gradually, a human figure began to materialize within the crystal. Indeed, it was a human form clad in a Taoist robe, clutching a long sword. Yet it remained merely a shadow, like a character in a shadow puppet show, appearing no more substantial than a piece of paper. You say you've been waiting here for me? Chen Xian frowned. He was certain he'd never met this figure before, yet an odd sensation welled up within him. It felt as though he'd seen this shadow long before he could remember, as if there was some inexplicable connection between them. A sense of familiarity arose, like encountering an old acquaintance long forgotten after years apart. 2,000 years. I've finally waited for you. The figure's voice carried a hint of melancholy, as if lamenting the relentless passage of time. Yet Chen Xian could tell this being before him was certainly no longer alive. Not human, not a ghost, not even truly existing, more like a string of data strings compiled by advanced technology, utterly devoid of any trace of life. You've waited here for over 2,000 years. So why exactly have you been waiting here for me? Chen Xian stared at the figure before him. Was his destiny to come to this place? But why? Yet no one could ever truly understand the workings of fate. To wait for someone to carry on this unfinished law. The humanoid figure abruptly rose to its feet. A sense of grandeur flooded Chen Xian's mind, as if this shadow, barely taller than a man, stood with feet planted in the underworld and head touching the stars. Few in this world could touch its primordial essence. Even those who had attained immortal king status could only glimpse a fragment of it. If this phantom truly was a person, how powerful must he be? Had he already fused with the world's primordial essence, becoming an indelible part of it? Yet at this moment, Chen Xian found himself more inclined to believe that the being before him was an embodiment of the fundamental laws of this world itself. Since it's come to this, speak. What must I do? Chen Xian stood ramrod straight, a premonition stirring within him that his future was about to undergo an earth-shattering transformation. Come closer. The figure called softly to Chen Xian. He felt his body move involuntarily toward the crystal. As he drew near, the sensation grew even more peculiar. His body passed right through the crystal and entered it. Only then did Chen Xian realize that this enormous crystal was actually shaped like a coffin. A vertical coffin, and he was standing inside it. A transcendent, exquisite sensation enveloped Chen Xian, leaving him intoxicated. It felt as though he had shed the constraints of his physical form, becoming one with the universe itself. At will, he could transform into anything: a tree, a blade of grass, a flower, even a stone or a droplet of water. He existed in every corner of the world. He was the world itself. Yet something seemed missing from this world, something wondrous, unnoticed, yet undeniably real. A mark gradually emerged within Chen Xian's soul, resembling a miniature planet. Within this planet flowed an endless, green, cyclical force. Reincarnation. In that instant, Chen Xian seemed to grasp what absence had caused these phenomena. This world lacked reincarnation apparently. The extinction of Buddhism 1,000 years ago had caused the world's inherent power to vanish. In this world, there are humans, Buddhas, demons, spirits, and immortals. Yet none of them are complete beings anymore. If one fails to transcend this world before reaching this critical juncture, the absence of reincarnation will cause the laws to become incomplete, making it impossible to gain further power. Chen Xian understood everything now. Why ascension to immortality failed, why Buddhism vanished. It wasn't merely due to war. War was merely an inevitable occurrence among humans and within this world. The fall of Buddhism stemmed more from the loss of its very essence. As a sect centered on reincarnation, once the concept of rebirth was lost, nothing remained. Was it you who removed the law of reincarnation? Chen Xian stared at the shadowy figure before him. That feeling alone had revealed everything. Indeed. Why? Chen Xian was perplexed. If reincarnation still existed, the geniuses of this world would become even more terrifying, more powerful beings would emerge, and the immortal realm would not have fallen into crisis. Do you know that the cycle of reincarnation holds profound ties to the netherworld? That voice silenced Chen Xian. Though the netherworld had largely merged with the present world, at its core, it remained an enemy of the divine race. The connection between the netherworld and the demon realm goes without saying. Keeping those beings around is a potential disaster, so someone must bear the pressure of this law. Your line of debt blade merchants, specializing in collecting karmic debts, is fundamentally the most suitable for this task. Clearly, this being understood the unique nature of the Shadow Knights collecting blade fees to settle karmic debts, thereby granting rebirth. Wasn't this concept identical to reincarnation? But why could the Shadow Knights, existing within the karmic cycles of reincarnation, harness this very power for themselves? No one could comprehend it. It could only be said that this lineage was too extraordinary, perhaps not even belonging to this world at all. Moreover, suppressing the current phenomenon carries a tremendous advantage. What benefit? Chen Xian felt cold sweat break out. What if this guy intended to lock him up here? Rest assured, I won't imprison you here. There are more than a few powerhouses in this world capable of reaching the level of immortality. Suppressing their strength and forcibly strengthening their foundation, centuries of suppression could even make them grow stronger than those who ascended to immortality in their prime. Once their talents reach perfection and they obtain immortal energy, their power will surge dramatically. Chen Xian nodded silently. Developing all one's innate talents to their peak in a single place was indeed the path to ultimate strength. Yet the time required was so immense that few could endure it. That's what they call building up strength for a powerful burst. But I have a request. Chapter 63, Mastering Immortal Chi. What? Since the law of reincarnation resides within my body, I cannot wield it recklessly. I certainly cannot allow so many beings to ascend directly, lest chaos erupt throughout the immortal realm. Chen Xian's expression darkened. Those Sea clan members had already made contact with the heavenly demons. If these traitors colluded with their own kind upon ascension, working in tandem with the heavenly demons from within, wouldn't that spell the ruin of the entire immortal realm? I understand. I never imagined an entire race, the most powerful one, if that would collectively betray us. Constraints are necessary. I'll monitor them covertly. Only those deemed worthy shall receive your guidance to perfect their laws. After the figure spoke, a wave of its hand sent Chen Xian floating weightlessly from the palace. The five-colored peacock bore him back to his room, expending its last ounce of strength to return his soul to his body. When Chen Xian opened his eyes, nothing remained before him. The divine light had vanished. Yet in his hand now lay a long peacock feather. The once beautiful plumage was now tattered and stained with blood, the sole tangible remnant left behind by the peacock immortal king. A mighty immortal king reduced to such a fate, how pitiful and lamentable. Chen Xian felt a heavy weight in his heart. After countless years spent becoming a formidable powerhouse who could dominate the world, he had believed he could transcend death and all constraints. Yet, what he had gained in return was merely a death on the battlefield, one so complete that not even his soul remained. Death is the end for all things, be it gods, humans, or even this world itself. Destruction heralds a new beginning. Death is merely another form of commencement. Why dwell on such matters? Just then, a cheerful voice reached Chen Xian's ears. He looked up to see none other than the Peacock King. Hadn't he just left moments ago? No need for wonder. You've been asleep for 10 days. I felt it was about time to check on you. Looks like you succeeded. Had you failed, you wouldn't have returned. The Peacock King smiled faintly, sitting down opposite Chen Xian as if he regarded this place as his own home, showing no sign of restraint. Looks like you handled your business quite successfully. The Peacock King chuckled as he took the tattered feather from Chen Xian's hand and examined it. From this moment onward, not even the faintest trace of the Peacock Immortal King's soul remained in existence. Why make such a tremendous sacrifice for this world? Even if those celestial demons destroyed it, with an Immortal King's power, you could easily find another place to live well. Chen Xian stared at the Peacock King before him, utterly baffled. Even though he was deeply involved, why make such a tremendous sacrifice for those he'd never met or even those who were his enemies? Exactly. What justification is there? Perhaps it's because this world still holds many things we must protect, many things of profound importance. They say cultivating immortality means severing worldly ties, yet it only makes one remember these things one ought to abandon all the more clearly. The Peacock King smiled wryly. If it were about self-interest, he could easily have allied with the celestial demons. Most beings in this world did just that. When faced with war and death, a slight compromise could secure the right to live. Yet few were willing to make that choice. Those who choose survival are the clever ones. So let this little cutie here go to her death. Chen Xian lowered his head, silent. He felt no particular attachment to this world. Perhaps the reason he chose this path was the stubborn refusal in his heart. Living but once, how could one simply let others manipulate one's fate? Peacock King, may the divine might of the Peacock Immortal King be reborn upon the battlefield of the 99 heavens. Chen Xian smiled faintly. The figure before him was undoubtedly worthy of treading the heavenly battlefield. A soft white light surged from Chen Xian's body, gently settling upon the feather in the Peacock King's hand. The once broken feather instantly restored itself to perfection, and a powerful force surged through the Peacock King's body. What is this? The Peacock King was stunned. Where had such power come from? All things in the world have cause and effect. Even if mortals cannot see it, the way of heaven remembers. What is yours shall be yours. This is what your Peacock clan deserves. The Peacock feather radiated a white light that merged into the Peacock King's body. With a soft shout, a five-colored divine light appeared in his hand. Within the glow symbolizing the five elements metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, a strand of white light was born. This is my gift to you, a power that severs cause and effect, that cuts through all things in this world. In modern terms, this power born from causality was inherently a weapon of the law of causality. Once the six-colored divine light appeared, it could reach any corner of the world in an instant. No matter the method employed, this divine light would inevitably strike its target. This power did not originate from Chen Xian. However, the cause planted by the Peacock Immortal King was too potent. Under the special abilities of the debt collector, it had been transformed into this form. Thank you. The Peacock King rose to his full height and bowed before Chen Xian. Had anyone witnessed the sovereign of the mighty Peacock clan paying homage to a mere human, it would have caused an uproar beyond measure. Good deeds yield good fruit, evil deeds sow evil fruit. Such is the cycle of heaven's way. From this day forward, the world shall once more know the meaning of retribution. Chen Xian drew a deep breath and turned his gaze toward the boundless ocean. Within that expanse of azure lay the enemy who sought to destroy this world. War is imminent. The Sea Clan's armies have gathered, and beyond them stand 32 demon kings. The Peacock King's gaze burned with intensity. Those creatures, sensing the presence of the Peacock Immortal King, were already driven to desperation. The Sea City will become the primary battlefield. We must contact the pillars of the nation and evacuate the civilians here immediately. The Peacock King let out a piercing cry to the heavens, transforming into a five-colored divine light that swept Shin Xian away. In the next instant, they appeared within the residence of the pillars of the nation. Peacock King, long time no see. How have you been? The moment they materialized, three figures materialized before them, the three pillars of the nation. Though differing in appearance and abilities, the boundless vitality radiating from them declared their power remained utterly terrifying. Golden pillar, wooden pillar, and water pillar, it's been years. The Peacock King roared with laughter. In his youth, while cultivating the five-colored divine light, he had transformed into a boy and journeyed to the capital of Great Xia to befriend the corresponding pillars of the nation. Back then, all five of them had been mere youths just beginning their cultivation journeys. Chapter 64, The Showdown Pillar of Water vs. Sea King. The golden pillar appeared as a middle-aged general, sword at his waist, clad in golden armor, crowned with a floral headdress. His square jaw and broad nose radiated an aura of sharpness, as if he were the most fearsome weapon in existence. The wood pillar was an elderly man clad in green silk robes, leaning on a twisted staff taller than himself. His face bore skin as wrinkled and cracked as ancient tree bark, yet the skin on his hands remained as soft and smooth as a baby's. The water pillar most captured Chen Xian's attention. Not a man, but a female warrior clad in plain armor, she appeared to be around 30, a truly radiant young woman. Her eyes were exceptionally clear, but what drew the most notice were her striking blue eyebrows, lending her an extraordinary charm. It wasn't that the water pillar's appearance was particularly captivating, but rather that she bore an uncanny resemblance to someone. Ah, young friend, this is General Lioli. You must have seen her daughter before. Her surname is Luo. Chen Xian instantly understood. No wonder the water pillar looked so familiar. Luo Huan was actually her daughter. But this water pillar must be at least several hundred years old, right? How could she have a daughter in her teens or 20s at this age? Meeting Chen Xian's puzzled gaze, the heroic woman pouted playfully, "What? Am I not allowed to bear children?" Not exactly, ahem. Chen Xian awkwardly lowered his head. The woman before him, who looked to be around 30, was actually a living ancestor if you traced her lineage back far enough. Who would dare provoke someone like that? Heh, young man, you might not be familiar with the inner workings here. Once cultivators reach a certain level, their bodily functions fundamentally transcend human comprehension. Before ascending to immortality, the longest anyone can live is around 2,000 years, and their physical condition far surpasses that of ordinary humans. Mu Zhizhu chimed in from the side, somewhat easing Chen Xian's awkwardness. After all, Chen Xian had unconsciously applied ordinary human standards to these individuals. In truth, it was perfectly normal for figures of their caliber to have children even after living for over 1,000 years. Huan has been talking about you constantly lately. I imagine some extraordinary, handsome young man. Looks like he's just average after all. The water pillar, Lioli, looked at Chen Xian with some displeasure. It wasn't so much because of his few careless remarks, but more because her daughter had been kept at home for years, disciplined by her to train in martial arts and cultivation. Her emotional needs were now at a point of saturation. Suddenly, she had developed an interest in a man and mentioned him frequently. Could it be that after raising her for so long, she was just going to give her away for nothing? Of course, people of this era still held certain biased views about women, which was one reason Chen Xian had delayed pursuing romance. It seemed too troublesome, too messy, and too contrary to his understanding of the world. Then there was the matter of Lioli. Cultivators, due to their physical nature, contained vast amounts of spiritual energy within their bodies. A sudden pregnancy could cause this energy to dissipate, potentially leaving hidden injuries. For female cultivators, bearing children was highly unfavorable. Another factor was the very flow of this spiritual energy. Conceiving was difficult. The body's self-preservation instincts could even reject the male's essence, drastically reducing the chances of pregnancy. Even if all these obstacles were overcome, the most critical issue remains whether the infant can withstand the circulation of spiritual energy within the body. Over 80% of fetuses would likely die in utero. Otherwise, the children of cultivators would essentially begin cultivation within the womb, possessing absolutely extraordinary talent. If cultivators' offspring grew stronger with each generation, why would they need to select disciples from among ordinary mortals? Given all these factors, children born to high-level cultivators are treated like precious treasures, cherished beyond measure. Now, sensing the imminent threat of her daughter being taken away, the mother grew increasingly suspicious of Chen Xian's intentions. Facing the hostile glare of this female hero, Chen Xian could only hide beside the Peacock King, picking his nose to signal he was merely an uninvolved bystander dragged along by this fellow, not here of his own volition. Ah, alright, enough of this. Lioli, you know better, let the children handle their own affairs. By the way, you're here, but old Luo isn't? That's surprising. I thought that guy was practically glued to you every day. The Peacock King roared with laughter. He was on excellent terms with all five of them. As for the so-called old Luo, he was none other than the fire pillar, one of the 5 pillars of the nation. Who would have thought that fire and water, supposedly incompatible, would end up as a pair? Poof. I could hear your nonsense from miles away. Peacock, I never thought after all these centuries you'd still be keeping in touch with this bunch. I misjudged you. Just then, the troublemaker arrived at the worst possible moment. Amidst the vast ocean, a towering figure emerged, the Sea King, standing tall with his Dragon King's trident, radiating an air of contemptuous authority. Seems we have an uninvited guest. The Peacock King snorted coldly, his hands flickering with multicolored divine light, ready to confront the Sea King. Hold your horses. The 3 pillars of the nation blocked the Peacock King. If he acted, the entire Peacock clan would be drawn into the conflict. Sea King, it has been many years. What brings you here so suddenly? Luli soared into the air, hovering above the sea city. With a wave of her hand, azure blue radiance enveloped the entire city. Those who hadn't evacuated yet, the sea city couldn't become a battlefield now. Oomph. Among your human race, there exists a creature who has grasped the mysteries of this world's origin. He possesses the power to control us flying immortals. Hand him over, and I shall withdraw. I will not oppose the human race. The Sea King's voice boomed with unquestionable authority, instantly igniting the pillar's fury. Who did this creature demand? Undoubtedly, Chen Xian. Even if he disliked Chen Xian intensely merely because of his connection to his daughter, when it came to the interests of the human race, the choice was crystal clear. Sea King, you shameless creature. Today, this old lady will make you crawl back crying for your mother. In an instant, Lioli flickered her spear, transforming into a jade blue streak of light as she charged toward the Sea King. Seeing this, the Sea King sneered coldly, gripping his Dragon King trident in readiness. The sky filled with radiant light, seeming to chill the scorching heat itself. The Sea King swept his hand, summoning a towering wave. But with a fierce cry from Lioli, a flash of light erupted and the colossal wave froze solid into a jagged iceberg. The water pillar's power lies in transforming water into any form. Her cultivation is in no way inferior to any of the other pillars of the nation. However, after giving birth a few years ago, she neglected proper recuperation. Her battle with the Sea King left her body wounded, making her a formidable opponent. The wood pillar stepped forward, staff in hand. With a light tap, verdant vegetation erupted, swiftly spreading across the city and advancing toward the sea. Chapter 65, Confrontation. Within mere seconds, the verdant vegetation had spread to the coastline. Upon touching the sea surface, it instantly transformed into diverse marine plants, kelp and seaweed growing so densely they threatened to drown the ocean itself. This is Wood Pillar's domain, 10,000 flowers. The Peacock King nodded slightly, explaining the situation to Chen Xian. The vegetation covering everything would provide the Wood Pillar with vast amounts of spiritual energy in an extremely short time. Moreover, this vegetation could be directly utilized in combat. Though its damage wasn't exceptionally strong, its unique extensibility and growth speed made it the most terrifying means of control. On the battlefield above the sea, the Water Pillar clashed fiercely with the Sea King, their weapons locked in an intense, back-and-forth struggle. Lioli's spear danced through the air, each thrust carrying boundless power, transforming the very moisture in the heavens and earth into the tip of her spear. The Sea King, likewise wielding water-based arts, countered with his Dragon King trident, its power even more formidable. A single sweep of his arm unleashed an oceanic surge. Even amidst the vast sea, the resulting shockwaves churned the coastline into chaos. Had the Wood Pillar's domain not extended to this location, those towering waves might well have obliterated the coastal city. This is the clash of top-tier combatants beneath the gods, truly terrifying. Chen Xian sucked in a sharp breath. He was certain he could outpace figures like Master Sword River, but thrust into a battlefield of this caliber, his own abilities would likely prove utterly inadequate. The chasm between human peak and divine power was far more terrifying than he had ever imagined. Luli's body. The Peacock King beside him narrowed his eyes slightly. He was the first to notice something amiss with Lioli. Though the battle raged with extreme ferocity and the two seemed evenly matched in strength, Lioli's aura had begun to show signs of disorder. Originally, her cultivation techniques surged like waves, each crest higher and more powerful than the last. Yet since the battle began, that dynamic shift in power had shown little further expression, even beginning to stagnate. Back then, for that girl Luo Huan, Lioli nearly sacrificed her own life. She was supposed to be recuperating, but forcing herself into battle with the Sea King damaged her very source. These past years, she hasn't made a single bit of progress. The Wood Pillar sighed softly. A wound to the source essence was the most dreaded affliction for cultivators. Without a means to repair it, their cultivation path would come to a complete halt. Worse still, with such a wound, their cultivation would gradually deteriorate. Though Lioli's cultivation hadn't yet declined, she could no longer fight at full strength to prevent the wound from flaring up. That should be enough, old wood. The Peacock King frowned at the Wood Pillar beside him. The gaunt old man nodded slightly, then once more struck the ground with his wooden staff. Instantly, the surrounding vegetation sprang to life, writhing like snakes as if imbued with vitality, coiling and twisting in preparation to deliver a fatal blow to the enemy before them. Oomph! The Sea King was gradually gaining the upper hand when suddenly, a mass of plants burst forth from the water's surface. Moving with lightning speed, they wrapped around the Sea King's limbs just as he was about to attack. Ha! Luli let out a fierce cry, thrusting her spear straight toward the Sea King's face. The Sea King roared in rage, instantly ripping the vegetation from his body. But it was too late to attack. He could only swing his Dragon King's trident to block and retreat. Meanwhile, the vegetation he had torn apart instantly restored itself, continuing to disrupt the Sea King's assault. Damned wood! The Sea King frowned. He was certain he wouldn't lose against Lioli. While he might not be able to kill this opponent, he shouldn't be in such a sorry state. What kind of skill is sneaking attacks? At that moment, a furious roar erupted from the depths of the sea, followed by a towering column of water. The violent currents sliced through the vegetation like blades, mowing down vast swaths of plants. Looks like another one's arrived. King Peacock and the others squinted. Among the sea clans, there were 15 masters of this caliber, arguably the strongest force among all factions. And the one stepping in to save the day was a colossal whale. As one of the 4 great sea beasts, he was the youngest and reputed to possess the greatest innate talent. It was said whales bore a striking resemblance to the mythical Kuan, sharing a unique kinship. For a whale to reach such a level of power was an extraordinarily arduous feat. Naturally, as a whale, its greatest hatred was directed at humans. Looks like another tough one's arrived. The wood pillar frowned slightly. The combined strength of these two opponents was terrifying, a rare sight to witness combatants of such caliber joining forces. Return, Lioli. The true battle lies ahead. The golden pillar, who had remained silent until now, spoke. His eyes blazed like lightning as he gazed out at the distant sea, a surge of fierce fighting spirit emanating from him. Yet he did not act, instead halting the escalation of the conflict. If pitted against the Sea Clan's elite forces, the human clan would suffer heavy losses. Should they lose a pillar of the nation in the early stages or even before the war began, the human clan might plunge directly into an abyss of no return. Without numerical superiority, defense was the only option waiting for new geniuses to ascend. Oomph. Next time, I'll take your worthless life with my own hands. Luli was well aware of her physical condition and turned to return directly to the Sea City. The whale had intended to pursue her, but was stopped by the Sea King. There are still a few troublesome creatures over there. Don't put yourself in danger. Faced with the Sea King's dissuasion, the whale could only swallow its pride and turn, sinking back into the vast ocean. The Sea King frowned slightly. This whale king was one of his more manageable subordinates, but acting on impulse never made for a reliable pawn. Over the next few days, martial law descended upon the entire Sea City. With the pillars of the nation personally taking action, a major conflict was imminent. Even if these individuals harbored grievances, they could only swallow them whole. Times had changed. This was no longer an era where trash who only knew how to spout hot air could speak their minds freely. Civilians evacuated en masse from the city, while vast numbers of cultivators were deployed in their place. Haicheng transformed into a colossal military base, teeming with over 20,000 cultivators gathered within its walls. The place was bustling beyond measure. The Sea Clan, unwilling to be outdone, deployed the armies of their 3 major tribes, the Sea Yiksha, the Sea Demons, and the scarce Merfolk. In terms of strength, they were even more formidable. Chapter 66, War Looms. How many of those bastards are there? The commander-in-chief, transferred from the imperial court to Haicheng, frowned within the base. Current satellite data showed the Sea Clan's numbers rapidly increasing, with new demonic alliances from different races joining their ranks. In the blink of an eye, the demonic forces under the Sea Clan's command had swelled to over 100,000. This was no ordinary troop count. If it came down to sheer numbers, Great Xia would undoubtedly prevail. But what about the number of cultivators? After a millennium of the Age of Decline, cultivators had become scarce since the Great Feng dynasty. Based on current estimates, we should be able to muster a force of 150,000. The face of the person in charge of the tally turned deathly pale. It wasn't just the quantity, the quality of the enemy forces was equally formidable. If such a massive horde of demons were to storm directly into the coastal city, this once thriving metropolis would likely be reduced to ruins in an instant. Should we request further resource mobilization from the central government? The military advisor beside him frowned. This was his first time witnessing such a large-scale battle between humans and demons, especially one involving cultivators. Even in eras when cultivators were more numerous, there had been no recorded instances of cultivators assembling in military-like formations for combat. Fight? That. We don't stand a chance. The commander nearly flipped the table. Under these circumstances, merely holding the city would be a monumental achievement. Counterattack? What was this fool thinking? Commander, calm down. There's no need to panic. Just then, the golden pillar carried Chen Xian into the room. The commander knew full well the immense power of the man before him and dared not show the slightest disrespect. Pillar of the nation, General Jean, I'm just so anxious. How exactly should we strategize for this battle between cultivators? You know I'm a complete outsider to this, I just don't get it. Rest assured, those fellows won't dare to attack lightly. Golden Pillar waved his hand, signaling them to be quiet. He then led Qin Xian to the large screen and projected the prepared materials onto it. Battles between cultivators are difficult to judge based solely on numbers. Even during the era when cultivators were prevalent, such cases existed. Though unrecorded, I possess some relevant data. In the summer of the 30th year of the Great Xia dynasty, troops eradicating remnant forces encountered monster attacks. These were creatures transformed from soldiers who perished in battle and became undead. With only 100 of them, they effortlessly annihilated over 1,000 ordinary troops, absorbing their vital energy to become even more powerful monsters. Upon learning of this, 2 nearby Taoist masters intervened. They cornered the creatures on a mountain where a grand formation had already been set up. With just the 2 of them, they moved as if entering an empty realm, swiftly slaughtering every last undead monster in a short time. Even though their numbers were great, without commensurate power, they couldn't even affect advanced cultivators. This is one reason why large-scale wars cannot erupt among cultivators at present. As the Golden Pillar explained, the commander's expression gradually calmed. As long as their top-tier combat forces could intervene, those so-called demon armies would essentially vanish into thin air. But when it comes to top-tier strength, we are far inferior to the Sea Clan. However, Golden Pillar's next words sent the commander's heart plummeting. What was the point of fighting? Outnumbered already, and now outmatched in elite combatants too? This was a recipe for slaughter. Holding this position seemed impossible. Calm down. This is just the baseline situation, it doesn't mean there's no room for change. General Jean, next time could you please finish your sentences in one go? This old heart of mine can't take it. The commander patted his chest. At his age, he couldn't endure such emotional turmoil. Commander Lu, don't think I don't know you. If it weren't for your exceptional talent in commanding the field, how could the sovereign have possibly assigned you to this place? Though the combat prowess of the pillars of the nation was truly extraordinary, their ability to command troops was not necessarily strong. Therefore, those capable of leading these men could never be cultivators who had never participated in warfare. Among us cultivators, there exists a unique ability, what you might call a form of resonance today. Resonance? The commander looked at the golden pillar before him with confusion. Yes. In a state of resonance, the strength of all participating cultivators combines. It's like merging scattered individuals into a single entity. This way, even when facing stronger opponents, we can still put up a fight. Similar to the momentum in warfare. The commander instantly grasped the essence of this resonance. However, the requirements for resonance are quite stringent. Only those who cultivate the same technique can achieve this effect after undergoing special training. But what about those demons? Rest assured. Resonance is currently exclusive to the human faction. No demonic resonance exists. Their individual natures differ even within the same species, there's no shared cultivation technique. Demon cultivation is entirely natural, forming organically from the demonic energy and unique powers within their bodies. Thus, every demon's cultivation method is distinct. Even offspring inheriting from the same demon beast cannot achieve resonance in cultivation methods. This is unique to our training. Currently, we have 20,000 practitioners, divided into 10 factions based on their cultivation methods. If 10 legions can be cultivated, they could rival 1,000,000 demon troops. But General Jean, you mentioned earlier that special training is required. Have these individuals already undergone such training? Regrettably, no. That is precisely our most pressing concern. To train them effectively in such a short time frame, we must be able to withstand these demonic beasts' attacks and buy them sufficient time. All heads bowed in silence. Given the current situation, unless the demons wisely chose not to attack, they had little chance of success. To buy that time, I brought him here. Golden Pillar smiled, gesturing toward Qin Xian, who stood silently to the side. Who is this? Could it be the man who borrowed the sword? Commander Lu had actually noticed Qin Xian long ago but hadn't dared to speak up. Indeed. He is the heir to the sword lender lineage. He possesses an array formation capable of protecting Haicheng for 10 days. Jin Jiju nodded. Chapter 67, Tightly Packed Schedule. Is 10 days enough to train those men into a legion? Commander Lu remained uneasy. After all, specialized training of this caliber couldn't be achieved overnight. 10 days was simply too short. Quite right. 10 days is far too short. It's simply insufficient to turn them into a legion, they wouldn't even lay the groundwork. Just as Commander Lu had anticipated, Qin Xian's nod made his head spin. If the time was insufficient, what was the point of discussing this further? That's precisely why we came to you. I need to borrow something from you. Only with sufficient investment can there be returns, wouldn't you agree? Qin Xian smiled. He had already unlocked numerous features within the Blade Borrower system, and treasures were no exception. As for the formation, it had been replicated and restored by the system based on the fragmented scrolls provided by those sect elders. To the point where Qin Xian now stood as one of the world's foundational sources. Essentially, the system had become a purely auxiliary tool. After partially restoring these formations using the system, he obtained 2 distinct types. The Taishiye trigrams formation could generate an immensely powerful protective force. As the pinnacle of defensive formations, even with their current resource levels, it would withstand a full-scale demonic assault for at least 10 days, a conservative estimate. However, defense alone was insufficient to grant them the strength to confront the demonic legions. The other formation offered them hope for survival. The Qiankuan-Wuji Grand Formation was a special array capable of interfering with the flow of time and even warping spacetime. Typically used within the blessed lands and hidden realms of major sects, when activated, it slowed the passage of time within to an extraordinary degree. 1 day inside equaled 100 days outside. The first formation, for defense, required materials that the major sects had essentially already provided, making it relatively straightforward to implement. However, the second formation, due to its unique nature, posed an enormous challenge even in its mere deployment. Based on what you've said, the second formation is the key to everything. If we report the required materials to the higher-ups now, they should be able to provide them. After hearing Chen Xian's explanation of the two formations, Commander Lu's mind began to race. If successful, not only could they defend against the demonic tribe's attacks, but they might even be able to counterattack. The materials required, however, are likely beyond the reach of anyone within the Great Xia dynasty at present. Do you have stones imbued with temporal patterns capable of shaping the laws of a spatial realm? Such items are exceedingly difficult to obtain, even after ascending to immortality. But you needn't worry about these matters, I can handle them. Chen Xian stroked his chin as he spoke. The most crucial and challenging aspect of this formation was indeed the spatial temporal laws governing a realm. Though he lacked such laws, he possessed another treasure that could serve as a substitute: his own miniature world. At this point, there was no longer any room for concealment. If the demonic tribes breached the human realm, then no matter how great the benefits this miniature world might bring him, it would be utterly useless. However, activating this formation will consume an immense amount of spiritual energy. I require the energy sources from all the weapons surrounding the coastal city. Chen Xian made an outrageous demand. Though his miniature world contained a spiritual spring, revealing it was unwise. If others discovered this treasure within his body, not only demons but even humans would covet him as a delicacy. Moreover, most of these weapons drew their power from spirit stones specifically prepared for demonic warfare, each forged with intricate spells. All the weapons' energy sources? The commander froze in shock. Such resources couldn't be handed over lightly. The number of magical weapons around the entire sea city could rival half of the entire Great Tower dynasty's arsenal. Surrendering these resources would be like moving half of their strategic reserves. Only with vast quantities of spiritual energy can the formation function properly. The consumption over these 10 days has already reached this point. Chen Xian's words signaled there was no room for negotiation. Though Commander Lu was reluctant, he gritted his teeth and agreed. I ask for nothing more during these 10 days. You must guarantee those Sea Clan monsters absolutely cannot breach our defenses. If your legions remain untrained after 10 days, we shall have no choice but to fight to the death and sacrifice ourselves for our country. Facing Commander Lu's resolute expression, ready to die for his cause, Jin Jiju and Chen Xian both shook their heads slightly. Though his military prowess was unmatched, venturing into this realm rendered him ordinary, even somewhat useless. During this period, I will assign specialists to collaborate with you on integrating our existing tactics into warfare against cultivators. Other matters will proceed immediately. The defensive formations are already in place and can be activated at any moment. Jin Jiju and Chen Xian departed the location together. After securing these resources, Chen Xian immediately activated his own miniature world. When all the cultivators witnessed the spatial gate materializing upon the massive boulder, they were utterly dumbfounded. So that's why you were so confident, kid. You actually had this thing. No wonder you're from the sword borrower lineage, you can pull off something like this. The pillars of the nation were utterly dumbfounded. A miniature world, it represented unimaginable wealth. In centuries of existence, they had never laid eyes on such a legendary artifact. Enough chatter. Let's go inside. Once we set up the formation array, training begins. Chen Xian rolled his eyes and led the group inside, beginning to lay out the formation across the entire miniature world. Such a vast space could easily accommodate 20,000 people. Meanwhile, the Sea clans grew restless. Within their sea city, they sensed an unusual presence. Immediately afterward, the defensive formation activated, enveloping the entire city in the shadowy aura of the 8 trigrams. Looks like these guys want to play turtle. The Sea King's expression darkened. The array appeared to possess formidable defensive power. Breaking through it would take more than a moment. If they wish to hide like turtles, let them. We shall march straight to the capital city. The Whale King watched the scene unfolding in the sea city with a cold gaze. He saw no point in wasting effort. Charging straight into the heart of human territory would be far more advantageous. Don't oversimplify things. The sea city is humanity's first line of defense. It must be breached. The imperial clan within the capital must have other means to protect themselves. Only by severely crippling their army of cultivators here will we gain more opportunities to wipe out the human race. Leaving these creatures alive will always be a threat. The Sea King's eyes narrowed slightly. Within that sea city resided a full half of the Great Xia dynasty's elite combat strength. Chapter 68, The Opposing Generals. A vast number of human cultivators entered the Peach Blossom Spring, the realm of immortals. Here, they would undergo 10 days of grueling training, though to the outside world, those 10 days were merely a fleeting moment. The magical array had activated, causing time to flow at a drastically different rate within this miniature world. During this period, they would begin to learn and comprehend an entirely different layer of power contained within their cultivation techniques. As if prearranged, even among the cultivation methods prevalent in the academy, no more than 10 types existed. These cultivation techniques were broadly of the same tier, and practitioners of these 10 distinct methods were divided into 10 separate categories, each trained individually by the instructor responsible for that specific technique. Beyond these internal cultivators, a separate contingent hailed from major sections. These disciples were relatively few in number, making resonance easier to achieve. Crucially, they possessed considerable skill honed through years of dedicated practice. They were now preparing for the next phase of deployment within the Sea City. Why does it feel like the number of cultivators inside has suddenly dwindled? It's almost as if they've been completely emptied out. Within the Sea Clan's headquarters, the powerful figures also sensed the shift in energy within the city. However, the vanished individuals were mere minnows to them, holding little strategic value, so they paid it scant attention. Perhaps they intend to leave this group behind to hold the line, urging those so-called young talents to return to their cultivation. Their meager abilities wouldn't withstand the charge of our Sea Clan's 200,000 troops. Seated upon his throne, the Sea King surveyed the vast army before him, unable to contain his triumphant glee. Though he ruled as the Sea Clan's sovereign, years of relentless rumors and dissent had plagued him. Some called him overly aggressive, others accused him of being nothing but a loudmouth spouting empty boasts. Now that he has amassed such a vast army and gained such formidable power, he is poised to annihilate the human race in one decisive blow. At this juncture, no one can stand in his way, and even those rivals who once boasted of their strength have quietly fallen into line. Though they're mere minnows and shrimp, we still can't afford to overlook them. The giant lobster spoke, but said little else. This single remark was enough to darken the Sea King's expression. He thought to himself, who's the boss here now? Do I need your useless chatter about my plans? Our priority now isn't discussing these minnows, but eliminating their elite forces. They're holed up within that formation, essentially waiting to die. However, destroying that formation will consume significant resources, likely one of their objectives. The Sea King stroked his chin, gazing at the vast formation hovering over the Sea City. This formation was highly peculiar. Breaking through it directly was impossible. It could only be destroyed from the outside by force. Their clan possessed no masters of formations. Then let me test that formation. At that moment, Morocco, one of the 10 sea patrolling yakshas, volunteered for the mission. Gripping his massive steel whip, he soared into the skies above the Sea City. Below, the pillars of the nation and Chen Xian, along with the others, lifted their eyes to gaze at the figure before them. Seems someone can't wait to test the might of our formation. The golden pillar ran his fingers over the long sword at his waist, a faint smile playing on his lips. The Sea Clan's arrogance would surely lead them to their doom in these depths. Human race, you often speak of turtles hiding their heads. Is that to look down upon us sea folk? Well, now you've become the very turtles hiding their heads you speak of. Morocco sneered coldly, swinging his massive steel whip toward the formation. The whip's afterimage struck the formation with a thunderous clang. Golden ripples surged outward, dissipating the force while simultaneously rebounding, sending Morocco flying backward. Of course, such a blow was hardly enough to injure him. Moreover, the formation expended minimal energy on this attack, replenishing itself almost instantly. This thing seems rather interesting. The other sea patrolling yakshas arrived beside Morocco. These 4 yakshas bore striking resemblance to one another, brothers named Morocco, Morobu, Morophone, and Morotian. We shall join forces and shatter this formation. Morocco roared, his steel whip instantly morphing into a mountain-sized phantom. The colossal whip, carrying the force of wind and thunder, slammed viciously into the formation. Simultaneously, the other 3 joined the assault. Their weapons all transformed into colossal forms, unleashing boundless power as they smashed against the formation. Thud! 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 Dull thuds echoed from the formation. Golden waves rolled endlessly, wave after wave. Yet the 4 warriors' attacks inflicted little damage. Under the formation's full defensive power, these assaults were essentially futile. Yet they weren't entirely futile. The penetrating force rippled through the formation and into the city itself, causing the entire metropolis to tremble faintly. Seems this thing has some tricks up its sleeve. In an instant, the Sea King appeared beside the 4 brothers. He waved his hand slightly, signaling them to cease their assault. Instead, he lowered his gaze to observe the figures within the formation. Well, it seems my 20,000 Sea Clan warriors have scared the wits out of you all. How about it? Dare you come out and face us? Hiding here isn't a solution, is it? Maintaining this formation must be draining a lot of energy, I imagine. The Sea King's words left the others looking rather grim. He had brought over a dozen experts of his own caliber, while the human side had only sent 5 pillars of the nation and 3 sect masters, a total of 8 individuals whose strength might not match that of their opponents with their long-standing heritage. Looks like they're playing turtle. Well, we'll just have to attack this thing day and night then. Seeing the others hesitating to speak, the Sea King sneered coldly. With a sweeping gesture of his hand, hundreds of elite sea clansmen instantly materialized at his side. Each brandished their magical artifacts, their fierce aura radiating as they prepared to join the assault on the stubbornly holding formation. Sea King, what kind of skill is overwhelming the outnumbered? Shouldn't we cultivators have our own code? Golden Pillar sneered coldly, rising into the air to hover outside the formation. He stared fearlessly at the multitude of formidable foes before him. You've got some guts, kid. Spit it out. What rules govern cultivators? The Sea King, confident in the overwhelming numbers and might of his forces, remained unfazed by the Golden Pillar's imposing presence. I've heard that in the 99 heavens above, whenever a great battle commences, all participants cheer each other on. Let the generals of both sides fight first. Why not let you and I spar first? The Golden Pillar's opening words proposed a duel between the Sea Clan and the warriors. Chapter 69, The First Round. Ha 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 ha. Golden Pillar, do you take me for a child? How could I fall for your trick? This is your human territory. If I were to challenge you here, countless eyes below would be watching. It's not that I, the Sea King, fear you, it's that you clearly harbor ill intent. The Sea King sneered derisively, seemingly unwilling to engage in combat with Golden Pillar. I knew you wouldn't dare. But we have our rules advancing step by step from weakest to strongest. Now we'll send our elite forces to clash on the battlefield between our 2 tribes. If this battle is fought well, it might just shake your morale. Golden Pillar sneered coldly. Throughout history, duels between commanders had been a common practice in warfare. When the victor emerged, their side's morale soared. Among cultivators, this method also minimized the excessive casualties inflicted by top-tier powerhouses. The precepts of the cultivation world dictated that once war erupted, the most supreme experts could casually wipe out legions of lesser cultivators like a single slap to the sea. Such combat was clearly unfair. Thus, the highest-tier experts were forbidden from engaging, and ordinary experts could not seek opponents whose cultivation levels differed too greatly from their own. This is a rigidly enforced rule. Combatants may not maliciously slaughter opponents whose cultivation level exceeds a 2-tier difference. Taking this opportunity to weaken their elite forces would be quite advantageous, especially since their elite numbers are substantial. The Sea King stroked his chin. Though the Sea Clan had brought a full 200,000 troops, and the Human Clan numbered only a tenth of that, the major sects and official lineages of the Human Clan could muster elite forces numbering in the thousands. Compared to the Sea Clan's overwhelming numbers of low-level troops, their true elite forces amounted to only about 2,000. If their elite numbers were further reduced, the humans would have virtually no chance of victory in this battle. Very well. I shall await you on the battlefield with the Sea Clan's forces. I only fear you may not dare to come. The Sea King sneered coldly, leading his men back to the Sea Tribe's camp. On the vast battlefield between the 2 camps, they began deploying their forces. The human side responded immediately. The lower-level cultivators underwent intensive training within Chen-Xian's spatial realm. Their task now was to do everything in their power to weaken the elite forces that posed the greatest threat to them. The vast ocean resembled a battlefield as both sides faced off, each fielding over 1,000 warriors. The spectacle was imposing, every individual among them a renowned name in their own right. Let our elite disciples engage in the first round. The Yaksa clan has recently produced a prodigy of considerable strength, more than sufficient to handle your human forces. The Sea King's attitude was supremely arrogant. At his command, a young warrior burst forth from the crowd, spear in hand, his face as smooth as polished iron, standing poised at the center of the battlefield. I am Wang Xintian of the Sea Yaksha clan. The young warrior brandished his spear in a show of bravado, flaunting his prowess. The young prodigies of the Human Clan could no longer contain their impatience. This was nothing short of contempt. Lu Qingtian, chief disciple of the Amei sect. Before anyone could speak, another warrior charged forth. A graceful youth clad in blue robes, his features strikingly handsome, his long hair flowing, he seemed to have stepped straight out of an ancient costume drama. In his hands were a pair of Amei daggers. Though traditionally a weapon of martial arts, he had brought them into the cultivators' sect as a lay disciple, using them to display his prowess. In just a few short years, he had risen to become the Amei sect's foremost disciple. Though Tian'er may not match the strength of the previous generation's top disciple, his talent is extraordinary, and his martial arts prowess is profound. The senior elders of the Amei sect stroked their beards and nodded in agreement. What an arrogant fool! Today, I'll take your worthless life. Wang Xintian roared, thrusting his spear straight at Lu Qingtian's face. Lu Qingtian wielded a pair of Amei daggers, short weapons. As the saying goes, an inch longer means an inch stronger, an inch shorter means an inch more perilous. Facing the fierce assault, Lu Qingtian did not retreat. Instead, he charged forward, his body darting ahead so swiftly that the spear whizzed past him. His Amei daggers hooked onto the spear shaft while simultaneously thrusting toward Wang Xingtian's face. This advance as retreat maneuver instantly countered his opponent's strike. Wang Xingtian wasted no time, tensing his grip on the spear. The weapon sprang back like a noodle, its powerful recoil flinging Lu Qingtian backward. For those wielding long weapons, allowing an opponent to close in renders their weapon useless. Thus, this man, clearly battle-hardened, maintained a constant distance from Lu Qingtian. Under such circumstances, Lu Qingtian could only wait for an opening to strike. Both these young men possess profound martial arts cultivation. Their training levels are likely evenly matched. This battle will likely claim a life here. The onlookers could clearly see the minimal gap between the two combatants. With both fighting with a kill or be killed mentality and no one else able to intervene, it was inevitable that someone would fall. After readjusting their stances, the two closed in for another charge. This time, both unleashed their spells. Their cultivation focused not on ranged attacks like flying swords, but on channeling spiritual energy to fortify their bodies and weapons, thereby unlocking deeper layers of their martial arts. Wang Xingtian flickered his specially crafted spear, sending it spinning wildly. It whirled like a blossoming flower, each petal a deadly strike. Lu Qingtian responded without delay, his Amei dagger flashing like lightning, each strike accompanied by thunderous claps. In the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged over 100 blows without either gaining the upper hand. Lu Qingtian now felt a faint numbness in his hands, his arms trembling uncontrollably. Though their strengths were nearly equal, the Sea Clan warrior possessed superior innate talent. His raw power far surpassed Lu Qingtian's, and with the added advantages of size and endurance, Lu Qingtian feared this battle might not go his way. The thought filled Lu Qingtian with seething frustration. If he couldn't win this first battle, how could he ever face his master again? You brat, come and take my life. With that resolve, Lu Qingtian abandoned all caution. He charged toward Wang Xingtian, determined to close the distance even if it meant taking a wound. Seeing his opponent's death-defying resolve, Wang Xingtian's own rage ignited. With a roar, he swung his spear and lunged forward. Die! Wang Xingtian's spear trembled in his grasp, striking like thunder as it pierced straight toward Lu Qingtian's chest. Lu Qingtian fought back with all his might, twisting his body violently. The spear instantly froze through his shoulder, but at that moment, the lightning-infused Amei dagger in his hand pierced Wang Xingtian's skull. Chapter 70, Elder vs. Elder. With a piercing scream, both men crashed to the ground. Instantly, a figure from each faction appeared like lightning, dragging their bodies back to their respective camps. Wang Xingtian's skull was shattered clean off by that thrust, ending his life instantly. He died without a whole body left. Lu Qingtian fared little better. The thunder-wrapped spear had pierced his shoulder, shattering his scapula. He would likely never cultivate again. His life is spared, but he's ruined. Several Amei sect elders glared with fury. These were elite disciples they had trained, yet they had fallen so early in the battle. As for the Sea Clan members, their anger burned even hotter. Such promising young warriors had been slaughtered by a single human. You insolent brat! You've wounded me! This old man is coming for you! A towering figure burst forth from the Xie clan, wielding massive twin blades as he coldly fixed his gaze upon the human before him. A thunderous applause erupted from the Sea clan's ranks. Who was this man? Wang Yu, one of the elders of the Yaxia clan. This man's strength is no small matter. Though he doesn't match the Xie who battled me before, his power is still formidable. It seems we must call upon the others to intervene. Mr. Jianhe sneered coldly, ready to intervene. Yet this opponent scarcely warranted his immediate attention. Turning his gaze, he saw an elder from the Amei sect had already stepped forward. How dare you cripple my disciple? I'll make your Sea clan pay. This elder possessed naturally fiery red hair, a towering physique, and wielded a massive sword. Clad entirely in crimson robes, he resembled a fiery deity. It's Elder Luo Tian. A gasp rippled through the human ranks. Who was Luo Tian? He was none other than the renowned figure of the Luo clan, the current pillar of fire. He was also the uncle of Luo Huan. Through centuries of cultivation, he had mastered the art of preserving youth, so despite his advanced age, he appeared no older than his early 40s. Luo Tian. Do you truly think you are worthy to fight me? Wang Yu sneered coldly, his body instantly soaring to dozens of zhang in height, resembling a war god incarnate. Yet Elder Luo Tian showed no fear, merely returning the sneer as the massive sword in his hand began to glow faintly with fire. This Elder Luo Tian has a connection to the Sea clan that cannot be overlooked. Some discerning onlookers murmured quietly among themselves. It turned out that Elder Luo Tian possessed only average natural talent, but he cultivated with relentless diligence, a true martial arts fanatic. After reaching the Elder Realm, his progress slowed due to his limited innate abilities. Thus, he wandered the world in search of a solution. During one such journey, he arrived at a small island by the sea where a conflict erupted. Members of the Sea clan attempted to seize a human girl, enraging Elder Luo Tian. He engaged the Sea clan in battle, and the Xie summoned an elder of the Sea clan, none other than Wang Yu. The two had clashed before, but back then, Luo Tian had been no match for Wang Yu and fled in panic, sustaining hidden injuries. The past century of recuperation had likely been spent preparing for this very showdown. It is time to settle our grievances once and for all. Let me see if you have improved over these 100 years. Elder Luo Tian roared, his rejection greatsword suddenly transforming into a blazing inferno. The sky-piercing flames seemed poised to cleave the heavens and earth asunder. These few were the pinnacle masters of the human race. Aside from those who had already taken a half-step into the immortal realm, none could match them. Wang Yu's eyes flashed with brilliance. It seemed this old man had indeed cultivated diligently for a long time. Yet Wang Yu showed no fear. His twin swords transformed into two streaks of rainbow light, charging toward Elder Luo Tian like galloping dragons. Standing side by side, they unleashed blazing fire and icy light that swept across the heavens. Each strike of the blazing sword warped space itself, though this was merely the vaporized water condensing from the extreme heat. Where the twin blades struck, dragon-like roars seemed to echo. Two massive azure dragons surged forth, clashing relentlessly with the fire god sword. A battle of this magnitude, had it been fought by those two youngsters who appeared earlier, would have left them dead and buried by the mere aftershocks alone. Good. Fight well. Slash that bastard to pieces. Elder Luo Tian is mighty. Gradually, Elder Luo Tian gained the upper hand with his greatsword. The two azure dragons seemed to falter, their radiance fading. Seizing the moment, Elder Luo Tian pressed his advantage, eager to tear Wang Yu limb from limb. You think you can kill me? You're nothing but a defeated foe. Wang Yu, having underestimated his opponent, now faced this dire situation. Rage surged within him. With a furious roar, the dark green scales covering his body bristled like a lion's mane, and his speed increased dramatically. This guy's going all out. Amidst the intense atmosphere of the duel, the spectators yearned to intervene, but the rules were set. Anyone who broke them would be shamed, even if victorious. The vast majority present were men of honor. Even the Sea clan valued righteousness and morality. As Wang Yu fought with renewed ferocity, he actually began to suppress Elder Luo Tian's momentum. This sparked a roar of excitement among the Sea clan, who cheered loudly for Wang Yu. Elder Luo Tian bears hidden injuries. He likely cannot withstand that man. The Amei sect leader frowned slightly. He knew Elder Luo Tian's true strength. Facing a desperate Wang Yu, he truly might not be a match. Die! As he spoke, Wang Yu roared, swinging both swords simultaneously. Elder Luo Tian, unable to withstand the assault, could only block with his own blade. In an instant, his massive sword shattered into fragments. Struck by both blows, his body flew backward, blood spurting forth like a shower of crimson rain. Watch out! Another elder from the Amei sect flew forward, catching Luo Tian's body and carrying him back to their ranks. With such severe injuries, if he wasn't treated quickly, his life would be in grave danger. Ha 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 ha! I thought you were something special, but it seems you're just like the rest. Wang Yu roared with laughter. Even if he hadn't been killed outright, that bastard wouldn't be able to move a muscle now. The crowd stood frozen, faces as still as death. They had expected Elder Luo Tian to defeat his opponent, yet he had fallen so decisively. Luo Tian has fallen. Is there anyone else among the humans who dares to fight? Wang Yu sneered coldly, swinging his twin swords as two illusory green dragons materialized. His arrogance seemed to declare his invincibility. Well, young man, let this old man test your mettle. At that moment, a thunderous roar erupted from the crowd like a bolt of lightning. A white figure shot skyward, wielding a golden-threaded great ring blade. His expression was stern. It was a young man. Zhang Yuqing, elder of the Amei sect. With a furious shout, the man charged toward Wang Yu, his blade gleaming with golden light. Wang Yu met him like a bolt of lightning. Chapter 71, The Uprising. The figure clad in white armor was an elder from Manhwa who had cultivated for many years. A prodigy of rare talent, he had reached the pinnacle of cultivation in just over a century, standing but a step away from the threshold of half-step immortality. Now stepping forth, he was determined to bring glory to the human race. Come on, kid. Try me. The Xiexia wasted no words, immediately swinging his weapon to clash with the Hua Mountain elder. Yet after only a few exchanges, he began to struggle. The sword in his opponent's hand was terrifying. Each strike sent shockwaves through his arms, numbing his hands. Even the formidable physique of the Xiexia clan struggled to match it. If this were a life or death fight, his own life would surely be in jeopardy. The thought sent a chill down his spine, and retreating thoughts immediately surfaced. After parrying several more blows, he launched a desperate strike to force the Hua Mountain elder back. Turning, he began sprinting toward his own ranks. Clearly, defeat was inevitable. But the Hua Mountain elder was now beyond furious. How could he let this slip? With all his might, he hurled his long sword. In an instant, it transformed into a streak of light, charging toward the fleeing Xiexia like a bolt splitting the heavens. The Xiexia couldn't dodge in time and was pierced straight through the chest. Though the blow didn't kill him, it left him gravely wounded. Everyone watched in horror. Just how devastating was that sword strike? Pay with your life. The Hua Mountain elder roared, his form transforming into a colossal giant phoenix. In an instant, he arrived beside the Xiexia, planting his foot squarely on the half-exposed blade. With a savage expression, he thrust his foot forward. With a sharp ripping sound, the Xiexia was cleaved clean in two. Good lad. A wave of commotion swept through the sea tribe. The man had relentlessly pursued his prey even after the opponent had fled. By the rules, that should have been considered surrender. Yet this elder of Manhwa, utterly oblivious to propriety, had chased him all the way to the edge of the sea tribe's formation and slaughtered him alive. Chaos erupted among the sea tribe. That brat broke the rules. Kill him. He must not return alive. In the blink of an eye, dozens of Sea Clan elders launched their attacks. As the Hua Mountain elder faced imminent death, the human side, already seething with pent-up fury, could no longer hold back. Similarly, dozens of figures moved in unison, plunging the entire group into a chaotic melee. One-on-one, they could still fight fairly, as their strengths weren't vastly different. But when numbers piled up, it became impossible to know who to target. Especially those sea tribe bastards, they pulled out every dirty trick in the book. Relying on their thick skin, toughness, and brute strength, they were ferocious in the chaos. They attacked in groups of 3 or 5, ambushing their targets. Within moments, several human elders had fallen. These once feared leaders met such a disgraceful end, utterly undignified. As the situation spiraled out of control, intervention became imperative. The golden pillar reached out to subdue them, a colossal golden palm descending from the sky to crush them. But the Sea King suddenly thrust forth his Dragon King trident, blocking the golden palm. Sea King, what do you think you're doing? Golden Pillar frowned slightly. Was the Sea King going back on his word? I see no point in continuing this duel. One-on-one, how long would it take? 3 or 5 years might not even be enough. Why not just let them fight each other? Whoever wins, wins. The Sea King sneered. While the Sea Clan might struggle to defeat lower-ranked humans in one-on-one combat despite their formidable physical strength, they suffered from a glaring weakness: insufficient magical support. Even if they could force their way through defenses to engage, they'd suffer heavy losses. Moreover, many humans wielded treasured weapons, and numerous threats loomed. In chaotic combat, the Sea Clan's advantages would shine through, freeing them from worries about the enemy's potent magic. The humans were well aware this fellow harbored no good intentions, but the battle had already commenced. Even if they wished to recall their forces now, it would prove exceedingly difficult. Is there anyone who can break the siege? Golden Pillar turned to survey the multitude of cultivators before him. While capable individuals were not few, those who could unleash their full potential amidst the chaos were likely even fewer. This old man will go. Master Jianha opened his sword case, drew the ancient blade, and with unruffled composure, prepared to step into the fray. He was arguably one of the strongest combatants among the human race, second only to the pillars of the nation and the various sect masters. His intervention would undoubtedly turn the tide. Master Jianha, let me handle this honorable task. You should rest well. Chen Xian stepped forward to block Master Jianha instead. Clutching 2 long blades, one a system-gifted blade blank, the other a specially purchased combat blade, he drew both weapons. Drawing both blades, he prepared for a fierce battle to test the limits of his own strength. Is this the legendary sword borrower? He looks so young. I heard he's only just begun his cultivation journey. Can he really handle this? Whispers rippled through the crowd. Most had never witnessed Chen Xian in action, so they had no idea what this young man was truly capable of. In this chaotic melee, the slightest misstep could cost someone their life. Everyone, I'm off. Chen Xian smiled faintly, seemingly unconcerned by the hellish chaos unfolding before him. He soared directly into the fray. The moment the CXA spotted him, their eyes turned bloodshot. Abandoning their current opponents, they charged straight toward Chen Xian. Kill the man who wields the Shadao blade, and you shall be rewarded with a marquise title. The Sea King roared suddenly, igniting the crowd's fury. More Sea Clan elders plunged into the fray, abandoning their pursuit of the so-called human experts altogether. They charged en masse toward Chen Xian. This was a title up for grabs. A generous reward, huh? Chen Xian sneered coldly. These minnows were beneath his notice, though their sheer numbers were beginning to grate on his nerves. You're first. The leader, eyes bloodshot, charged directly at Chen Xian. Chen Xian snorted coldly, swinging both blades simultaneously. The originally pitch-black blades instantly transformed into something like ink-stained steel. Before the Sea Clan elder could react, he felt 2 mountains crushing down upon him. With a loud crack, the man was instantly smashed into 3 pieces. Chapter 72, Displaying Divine Might. A single strike had obliterated a Sea Clan elder. What level of combat prowess was this? Clearly, this man only radiated the aura of a low-level cultivator, yet that strike possessed enough force to shatter a mountain peak. Not only were the numerous Sea Tribe members stunned, but even the human side hadn't anticipated this. Was this guy a monster? If those renowned elders possessed such formidable power, it might be understandable, but how old was this guy? How long had he been cultivating? Not bad, but your skin still isn't thick enough. Come again. Chen Xian didn't wait for the Sea Tribe to react before charging into the crowd. He enveloped himself in spiritual energy, forming a layer of black battle armor around his body, a self-defense technique. The sword borrower's lineage possessed no conventional cultivation methods, only specialized techniques for manipulating the spiritual energy within the body. The Sea Tribe members had never witnessed such a combat style before. They all thought this guy was insane. Even if his strength surpassed that of other Sea Tribe members, he was still merely a human. Human bodies were inherently weaker than those of the Sea Tribe. Yet they seemed to forget that this was merely an average value. It didn't mean that among humans, there couldn't be individuals with bodies strong to the point of being monstrous. Chen Xian was precisely such an exception. The sheer strength of his physique bordered on the incomprehensible. Having been immersed in the spirit spring and continuously absorbing spiritual energy, his body now resembled what some considered divine in comparison to other races. Every cell in his flesh pulsed with potent, abundant spiritual energy. It could even be said Chen Xian had become a concentrated mass of spiritual force itself. The attacks from the sea creatures barely slowed Chen Xian's advance. Dare any of them draw closer, and they'd be instantly targeted by this monstrous being. What awaited those entangled by such a colossus? The outcome was painfully obvious, either torn to shreds or utterly annihilated, with not a shred of mercy shown. What sent true terror through these creatures was the sheer inexhaustibility of Chen Xian's power. Even as they fought with every ounce of strength, his force showed no sign of weakening, only growing more terrifying. The twin blades in his hands had become mere afterimages, their rapid spinning transforming into a colossal whirlwind. "You little brat, I won't let you get away with this!" A colossal sea demon burst forth from the horde. Resembling a giant catfish, its bloated body quivered, slick with nauseating slime. Clutching a massive golden gourd nearly half a man's size, it swung the weapon with all its might, aiming a crushing blow straight for Chen Xian's forehead. Chen Xian coldly eyed the massive golden gourd before him. This creature possessed greater combat prowess than the other sea creatures, weighing at least 10,000 pounds. Though his dual blades relied on fierce, aggressive techniques, attempting to block such a heavy weapon head-on was clearly unwise. In an instant, Chen Xian sidestepped several meters through the air, evading the blow. The creature's gourd crashed into the sea surface, exploding like a bomb and sending a towering wall of water 10,000 feet high into the air. This man was a renowned strongman among the sea clans, a celebrated elder. Now that he had personally entered the fray against Chen Xian, the surrounding sea clans hesitated to advance. If caught in the battle's aftermath, even they would suffer injuries. A conflict of this caliber was beyond their capacity to intervene. "Boy, you thought you had all the skills? Dare you take this golden gourd from this old man's hand?" The catfish elder roared, swinging his golden gourd to churn the sea into utter chaos. A colossal vortex erupted on the surface, only to be instantly shattered into nothingness by another blow from the gourd. Damn! Chen Xian's eyes flashed with intensity. This creature's power was undoubtedly on par with his own. His physique had reached the pinnacle of human potential, a feat few among the sea clans could match. While colossal sea beasts might achieve such strength, this creature didn't appear particularly massive. In fact, among the sea clans, it resembled a short, plump winter melon. Bring it on! For a moment, Chen Xian felt his own hands itching for action. He couldn't guarantee anything else, but the hardness of the blade blank in his hands absolutely surpassed that golden gourd. There was no chance of it being destroyed by the opponent. Moreover, a battle of this caliber truly made his blood boil. The spiritual energy flowing within his body began to feel easier to control. Even the layer of black spiritual energy armor covering his body started to develop sharp edges. His aura keeps growing stronger. This guy intends to break through his cultivation realm in a life or death battle? He's a complete freak. Many had already discerned Chen Xian's current state of mind, but none dared intervene. A battle of this caliber was only for those who could match it, otherwise, stepping in would be suicide. The Sea Clan could only pray for Elder Catfish's victory, while the Human Clan fervently wished for Chen Xian to shatter the Sea Clan Elder into pieces. Here it comes. The Catfish Elder drew a deep breath, charging forward with his golden gourd raised. Chen Xian seized the moment, his twin blades striking without evasion, hitting the massive gourd at a precise angle. Clang! The deafening clang nearly split everyone's eardrums. Chen Xian's blade struck precisely at the base of the golden gourd, near its inner edge. Regardless of the weapon or technique employed, all arms share a fundamental flaw: no weapon delivers consistent force across every point of contact. Though the golden gourd was a large, heavy weapon, its strongest points of force were only at the very bottom and slightly toward the front. The closer to the handle, the weaker the force became. Chen Xian's blade struck at an odd, devious angle, hitting precisely the point where the Catfish Elder could exert the least force. This move, slowly building up power, seemed to veer off course at the last moment, leaving him feeling intensely frustrated. This kid's no pushover. The two men separated without engaging in a prolonged struggle. The Catfish Elder silently acknowledged the truth: Chen Xian's achievements weren't solely due to innate talent or unique techniques. His strikes were swift, precise, and ruthless, without a hint of hesitation. Had his earlier blow been even slightly off-center, the boy would likely have been struck unconscious and severely injured on the spot. Chen Xian shook his hand, feeling a slight tingling numbness. The battle knife he'd bought had shattered, it hadn't even held up. Chapter 73, Breaking the Ice. His strength rivals that of Elder Catfish. Many were utterly stunned. Since his emergence, Elder Catfish had never faced a true equal in raw power. As the saying goes, brute force trumps skill. Mastering the force art to its ultimate perfection meant standing alone at the pinnacle, with few rivals in the world. Yet Qin Xian, barely in his 20s, had already achieved such heights. His future potential was limitless. That bastard is utterly bizarre. We know nothing of the Shido clan's legacy. His movements are eerie, his power overwhelming. Perhaps it stems from this strange inheritance. If we could harness him, reaching the pinnacle would be merely a matter of time. On the Sea Clan side, a colossal octopus sea beast whispered to the Sea King. This octopus, one of the 4 great sea beasts, possessed formidable strength and was the only peer of equal rank who fully obeyed the Sea King's commands. It had already recognized Qin Xian's threat and sought to eliminate him right here while the humans were unprepared. The Sea King, however, shook his head repeatedly upon hearing the creature's suggestion that fellow recently entered the Earth Core Divine Palace and gained the secrets to ascending to immortality. For us, that is the absolute priority. If we kill him, our path to immortality will be severed, and we'll lose our chance. Though the Sea King now collaborated with the heavenly demons, he understood clearly that even if he could destroy the foundations of this world with their power, it wouldn't guarantee his race would receive what they promised. Therefore, he had to keep his options open. The key to preserving the Sea Clan lay within the Earth Core Divine Palace. Even the demon realm was merely an extension of the laws manifesting within the Earth Core Divine Palace. No matter how powerful they grew, they could never destroy it. Thus, completely annihilating this world was impossible. If they could harness the heavenly demon's power to enter the Earth Core Divine Palace, they might even become an existence akin to the demon realm itself. Yet the Sea King failed to consider the feasibility of his own plan. Even immortal kings had fallen in defeat upon the 99th heaven, consumed by regret. These beings lacked even the qualifications for immortality. How could they possibly hope to master the power within the Earth Core Divine Palace? It was nothing more than a pipe dream. In that very instant, the Catfish Elder and Qin Xian clashed once more. Their strengths were virtually equal. The Catfish Elder possessed greater raw power, while Qin Xian's movements were eerily elusive. Even when unable to block the Elder's strikes, he could evade them through his deceptive footwork. After hundreds of exchanges, neither gained the upper hand. Yet Qin Xian's purchased battle blade shattered into fragments. Though crafted from decent material, it proved inadequate against such direct, high-level collisions. For physical cultivators, any weapon employed in combat must meet extraordinary standards. Unlike spell-based practitioners, whose weapons must maximize spell amplification and spiritual energy fusion, physical combatants rarely engage in direct, head-on clashes. Moreover, to bear greater magical and spiritual loads, such materials must possess inherent reactivity. For physical cultivators, weapons demand sheer toughness. They must be resilient, durable, withstand grinding, and remain undamaged even when battered indiscriminately. This purchased battle blade occupies a middle ground between the two weapon types, a peculiar hybrid born of current circumstances. As a blade, its hardness is commendable, yet the embedded dragon teeth also amplify spells. The drawback is that it falls short of achieving peak performance in either category. When the blade shattered, everyone gasped in horror, convinced Qin Xian was finished. After all, losing one of his twin blades was a severe handicap for a cultivator. Many had fallen precisely because of weapon failure. Everyone expected the Catfish Elder to press his advantage and finish Qin Xian off. But to everyone's surprise, the Elder tucked the golden gourd behind his back and stopped fighting. "What do you think you're doing? Fight! Why did you stop? Quick! Strike while the iron is hot! Finish him off!" Uproar erupted among both the Sea Tribe and the crowd. The climax had abruptly halted, nearly suffocating them with anticipation. "My weapon is forged from golden essence, a fusion of mystical ice from the deep sea and 10,000-year-old refined iron. It possesses unparalleled hardness and can even heal itself after damage. Your blade, however, is made of ordinary materials and merely imbued with magic. If you wished to ambush me, it would have been simple. Yet you did not. I admire your honor. This fight is over. We stand even." What Qin Xian hadn't anticipated was that this Catfish Elder had no intention of fighting to the bitter end. In truth, the Catfish Elder was a lone cultivator among the Sea Clans. Even within the chaotic hierarchy of sea demons, the named Sea Catfish Clan had never been recorded. Thus, he had no desire to fight for the Sea Clans. His presence here stemmed solely from an invitation he couldn't refuse. Earlier, witnessing Qin Xian's sweeping, decisive victories within the formation had filled him with admiration. He never imagined such a prodigious talent could emerge among the humans, prompting him to challenge Qin Xian. Though enemies, both adhered to unspoken rules. If the Catfish Elder truly sought to kill Qin Xian, he could have simply pinned him down and called for reinforcements from the Sea Clan. Likewise, if Qin Xian had intended to ambush him, the spell on his blade could have been unleashed the moment their weapons clashed. That would have thrown the Catfish Elder off balance, crippling him if not outright killing him. The two fought a harmonious duel, but the others weren't having it, especially the Sea Tribe members. They glared at the Catfish Elder, stunned that these creatures had treated him as mortal enemy from the start. "Catfish! I told you this clan couldn't be trusted, traitorous scum. A certain elder from the Sea clan erupted in curses, only to have his jaw seized by the catfish elder, who delivered several savage slaps that sent him spitting blood and scrambling for his teeth. I came here only because a friend invited me. Otherwise, why would I stoop to consorting with the likes of you? Betraying your own kind and colluding with outsiders, this Sea clan is not worth staying in. With that, the catfish elder swept his sleeves and stormed off. Those among the Sea clans who knew the truth were livid, their faces turning ashen. Were it not for the Sea King holding them back, they would have torn the catfish elder to shreds. With battle imminent, why waste breath on such scum? Who among you will face Chen Xian in combat? Father, your son volunteers. Chapter 74, The Sea King's Son. The speaker was a strikingly handsome sea creature, the Sea King's own son. Though still young, barely over 100 years old, he was practically a greenhorn among the long-lived demon clans. Yet despite his youth, this lad possessed formidable power. As the Sea King, he possessed the highest natural talent among the merfolk. Wielding the Dragon King's trident, he ruled the entire ocean with terrifying power and an even more formidable innate talent. Even among such elite warriors, he was renowned as a ruthless force. In previous clashes with the human race's pillars of the nation, though the battles appeared evenly matched, it was more accurate to say he had never truly exerted his full strength. Even so, he had already inflicted significant wounds upon the water pillar of the human race, proving his formidable strength. This son was named Aog. This surname was actually inherited directly by the Merfolk clan after they ascended to power over the sea, taking the title of the former rulers of the oceans, the Dragon clan. Aog possessed innate, extraordinary talent. He began cultivating spontaneously at birth and could wield powerful spells by age 10, still a mere child. His physical potential surpassed even his father's, harboring spiritual energy as vast as the ocean, a sight that astonished even renowned Sea clan masters. Aog's true strength lay in his spellcasting, yet his physically gifted physique compensated for any weaknesses. With minimal cultivation, he could attain terrifying power, essentially becoming a well-rounded warrior. Since his emergence, renowned masters had imparted their signature techniques to him, further enhancing his formidable abilities. Within a century, he had cultivated to the level of an elder, an impossibility for any Sea or Demon clan member. If my son wishes to test himself, then let him try. The Sea King gazed at his son with satisfaction. The merfolk's renowned beauty was embodied in him to the fullest extent. Such striking features would make him stand out wherever he went, making Chen Xian's already ordinary face appear even more lackluster by comparison. The Sea King is actually willing to send his son into battle. He must have a foolproof plan. Jin Jiju and the others frowned. They had heard of Aog's reputation, but they had never actually seen the young man fight before. This was an unprecedented first. Hey, you over there, Chen Xian, right? I hear you're some kind of damn sword dealer? Despite his handsome looks, Aog's mouth was far from clean. His immediate barrage of insults was downright unpleasant. Chen Xian, however, didn't let it bother him. In his eyes, the man before him was nothing more than a dying man. Why let the words of a soon-to-be-dead fool spoil his mood? That's me. Oomph. Aog scrutinized Chen Xian's appearance, inwardly amused. He'd imagined this man, whose name sent shivers down the spines of countless Sea clan elders, to be some towering, six-armed colossus. Instead, he was this? Not that Chen Xian was unattractive, but he looked far too ordinary. I've heard you're the most capable rising star among the human race. Now that I see you, it seems you're nothing special after all. Aog had never spoken kindly from the start. How long had this fellow before him even been cultivating? Even if he'd begun the moment he emerged from his mother's womb, it would still only amount to a little over 20 years. What gave him such immense prestige? Moreover, rumors circulated among the Sea clan that this Chen Xian possessed even greater potential than himself? As the Sea clan's top genius, a super gifted talent unseen in 10,000 years, when had Aog ever feared anyone? Now, to be surpassed in reputation by this upstart grated on his already haughty pride. He itched to crush this sudden interloper into a pulp. Whether it's true or not, we'll find out soon enough. Though Chen Xian didn't speak as relentlessly as this guy, he harbored his own pride. How long had it been since he'd achieved so much? Anyone else would likely be feeling a bit giddy. Facing such a super genius? Chen Xian couldn't have been happier. Alright, kid, take this. The weapon in Aog's hands was a massive fork, just like his father's. However, this fork looked exceptionally formidable. Its long shaft was forged from metal, carved with a coiled dragon. From the dragon's mouth protruded 3 sharp, lightning-shaped prongs. The entire weapon was jet black, emitting a faint sheen. This weapon, the single-character coiled dragon fork, was a top-tier blade crafted with immense effort by the Sea King. Its weight alone reached 10,000 jin, forged from an unparalleled treasure unearthed from the ruins of the Dragon Palace. As the figure charged toward him, brandishing the single-character coiled dragon trident, Chen Xian calmly raised the black blade blank in his hand. A surge of power erupted from his waist, meeting Aog's thrust head-on with force. Both men were jolted by the impact, then swiftly separated. In terms of raw strength, Aog proved no less formidable than the Catfish Elder, which made perfect sense, for otherwise he would never have wielded such a heavy weapon. Again! His first strike having failed, AOG roared, swinging his single-bladed dragon spear. The metal shaft sprang like a slender rod, snapping into a graceful arc. With the momentum of a bamboo splitter, it slammed toward Chen Xian's head. Chen Xian dared not delay, mustering all his strength to block. His blade was relatively short to defeat this opponent before him, he had to take desperate risks. Otherwise, in a contest of raw strength, his blade would inevitably face the peril posed by AOG wielding his spear. The two clashed head-on, neither employing any skills, purely relying on their physical strength to clash. This can't be good. Our hopes are pinned on this kid. As the battle intensified, each failed move risked shattering them both. Some from the human race grew restless, approaching the golden pillar to signal their intent to disrupt the duel and retrieve Chen Xian as their trump card. Rest assured, this kid is quite peculiar. Jin Jiju smiled faintly, yet his hand rested firmly on the hilt of the sword at his waist. Should the Sea King show any signs of treachery or attempt a dirty trick, he would be the first to intervene. Chapter 75, All-Out Confrontation. Their battle had begun as dusk approached, and now, over an hour later, as darkness steadily fell, neither showed any sign of yielding. Though the fight appeared perilous, neither had yet unleashed their full power. Chen Xian's combat prowess was nothing short of monstrous, yet his weaknesses were glaringly obvious: a lack of battle experience and an insufficient arsenal of skills. AOG, the prince of the Sea Clan, was determined to defeat his opponent within the domain where he held the advantage, thus refraining from unleashing his other lethal techniques. Yet the relentless collision of these two forces sent shivers down the spines of the onlookers. If these two continued growing at this rate, it was certain that none of the current generation of powerhouses would be able to withstand their might. Truly, new talents emerge in every generation, replacing the old. It feels like only yesterday we were dominating the martial world, yet now so many terrifying young talents have appeared. The youth are truly formidable. Some venerable elders, long established in their fields, couldn't help but sigh. Their cultivation likely peaked here unless they could break through once more. The remaining years of their lives would only see them slowly grow weaker. Truly worthy of the Sea King's lineage. With such prowess, he is undoubtedly destined to lead the Sea Clan in the next generation. The quality of the young talents among the Sea Clan is exceptionally high. Moreover, their clan itself possesses immense longevity. How many among the human clan could possibly match that? Some pessimists couldn't help but feel uneasy. The Sea Clan was now a grave threat to humanity, yet they watched helplessly as their opponents grew stronger while their own side began to fall behind. How could they accept this? I beg to differ. Chen Xian's origins are extraordinary. He carries the bloodline inheritance of the Shadow Knights. He is no ordinary man. The true top-tier geniuses among the human race have yet to emerge. How can one make such judgments based solely on these individuals? Chen Xian has trained for less than a year, yet he's already reached this level. What immense talent he possesses needs no further explanation. Given sufficient time, Chen Xian will undoubtedly rise above the rest. A chorus of voices erupted in heated debate. As night fell completely, AOG began to grow uneasy. Even if that guy hadn't fought at full strength, the battle had already lasted at least 2 hours. Could he possibly be some kind of monster? Not a hint of fatigue? Even AOG, a top-tier talent among the Sea Clan blessed with the world's most formidable physical gifts, felt weariness in such an intense battle. Yet Chen Xian remained as lively as a dragon, his expression unflinching and his breath steady, showing no sign of yielding. As time slowly slipped away and his own stamina began to wane, AOG had no choice but to alter his combat strategy. Defeating his opponent within this domain was nearly impossible. Even if he held some confidence in inflicting severe wounds on Chen Xian, he refused to continue squandering his time like this. Each failed strike deepened the frustration within him. Prolonging this stalemate risked draining his patience and sowing doubt in his resolve. Seeing his strike miss, AOG instantly spun away, creating distance from Chen Xian. This time, he abandoned direct physical confrontation. Instead, he drew a deep breath, summoning the spiritual energy that had long been stirring within him. In an instant, AOG's aura transformed dramatically. A vast, surging force, resembling rolling waves, continuously emanated from his body. His figure began to slowly lose its solidity. Chen Xian frowned, his sword held horizontally as he stared at the man before him, a profound sense of unease rising within him. Celestial Vision Technique. Finally, in the heat of battle, Chen Xian pushed this unique technique to its absolute limit. The blurred figure before him instantly sharpened. Behind AOG, a colossal aura pierced the heavens. A blue energy spread from his body, coalescing into a massive blue dragon encircling him. Looks like these two are getting serious. In the blink of an eye, the auras of both men underwent earth-shattering transformations. Empowered by the heavenly gaze technique, Chen Xian appeared like a fallen immortal descended from the heavens, while AOG seemed almost ghostly. The starkly contrasting blue and white auras divided the space into two distinct realms. At the boundary where these energies met, it felt as though an epic battle was unfolding. Terrifying. The onlookers were utterly dumbfounded. The aura these two emanated had surpassed even the peak levels of so-called top-tier powerhouses, and their momentum continued to surge. Though there was no precise method to accurately gauge one's rank at this moment, their aura could already be considered the strongest level beneath the sovereign tier. Seems you've been holding back quite a bit. AOG sneered coldly. Though his opponent's aura was formidable, it clearly lacked powerful skills or offensive techniques. At least in this regard, he held complete dominance. And you're no different, are you? Chen Xian snorted coldly, though the blade in his hand trembled slightly. His weakness was glaringly obvious. He could only rely on overwhelming force to break through, using sheer power to overcome all techniques. Songhai Array. Shatter the heavens. Both men struck almost simultaneously. AOG tucked the single-character coiled dragon spear under his arm, then slowly thrust it forward. In that instant, it locked onto Chen Xian's heart, no escape possible. The blue aura surged violently, coalescing into the colossal form of a dragon. Unlike those pretentious techniques that merely mimic dragon shapes, this was a genuine skill imbued with true dragon energy. In that instant, it felt as though a true dragon had been reborn. The creature roared, intent on sweeping away everything before it. Chen Xian, too, poured every ounce of his strength into this strike. A jet-black blade aura, streaked with crimson light, suddenly shot upward hundreds of meters. The white aura surrounding him transformed into rolling black and red thunderclouds. This strike seemed to come from the hand of a primordial god or demon, capable of shattering the heavens in a single blow. The two men's full power attack was now completely on par with those of the king-level powerhouses. Ha! Kill! Both roared simultaneously as colossal forces collided. The battlefield erupted as if ignited by a world-ending bomb. Blinding light engulfed the night sky, while endless seas churned into towering waves crashing against the horizon. Two figures spat blood as they were hurled backward through the explosion, only to be caught mid-air by two other figures appearing instantly. Chapter 76, The Emergence of a Powerhouse. AOG. Chen Xian. Concerned shouts erupted from both the Sea Tribe and the crowd. No one expected both combatants to retreat, gravely wounded. The sheer magnitude of their power had surpassed all limits, drawing them together like magnets. Unable to pull back, their brief contact ignited a devastating explosion. This king-level destructive force shattered that small corner of the world. Though space restored itself in an instant and the waves receded, it inevitably stirred up a violent upheaval. Both men were gravely injured and had fallen unconscious. Don't worry, he'll be fine. He protected himself at the last moment with that peculiar technique. The one who caught Chen Xian was the recently arrived Pillar of Fire. This fellow also sported a head of fiery red hair, giving him a rather imposing appearance. In his youth, he must have been quite the handsome man. With one hand gripping Chen Xian, he used his unique cultivation technique with the other to steady the chaotic spiritual energy surging within Chen Xian's body. As Chen Xian's condition gradually stabilized, the crowd finally relaxed. An explosion like that would have been impossible for an ordinary human body to withstand. Meanwhile, the Sea King personally cradled his son, inspecting AOG's wounds. The explosion had shattered most of the scales covering his body, leaving him covered in blood and looking utterly pitiful. Yet the boy hadn't lost consciousness, leaning weakly against his father's embrace. Little did he expect his very first battle after birth to end like this. My child, stay still. Father will take you for healing at once. Seeing his precious son so badly injured, the Sea King felt profound sorrow. He had thought Chen Xian, the man who borrowed the sword, was nothing special, yet he had managed to fight AOG to a standstill. I've lost. AOG's eyes brimmed with defeat. He had never tasted defeat since birth. Though the fight appeared a draw, Chen Xian was fundamentally human. Even if their physical strength matched, his defenses were vastly inferior. And how long had this newcomer even been training? This defeat wasn't in battle, but in his own mindset. He had believed himself invincible at his level, even reaching the pinnacle of his art. Yet here he was, beaten so thoroughly by a newcomer who'd only appeared less than a year ago. The physical wounds were insignificant, the psychological trauma was the true horror. This boy will likely sink into despair for some time. The Sea King entrusted the deeply unconscious AOG to his trusted confidant, then turned to glare venomously at Chen Xian amidst the crowd. This man had surpassed all expectations, an absolute wildcard. Judging by his rate of progress, he might reach terrifying heights within mere years. Dealing with him then would be troublesome indeed. That boy must be eliminated at all costs. The Sea King bowed silently, not only because this man had harmed his son, but also because he posed a colossal threat to their very existence. Sea King, it's getting late. We've fought long enough, with victories on both sides. Why not rest at Tiger Hill tonight and resume tomorrow? Golden Pillar sneered as he stepped before the crowd, addressing the Sea Clan's ranks. The Sea King, weapon in hand, emerged to stare coldly at the man before him. Young upstart, do you think there's time for sleep in the midst of war? Or do you plan to sneak back to your wife for a night of revelry? The Sea King was furious, spewing insults regardless of whether they landed. But as the leader among the pillars of the nation, Jin Jiju had his own confidence. Why would he be angered by this man's words? Heh, Sea King, victory and defeat are commonplace in warfare. Your son getting beaten like a sack of rotten potatoes? That's just the battlefield. What's there to be angry about? If blame is to be placed, it lies solely with his own lack of skill. He couldn't even defeat a human who's been training for less than a year. Golden Pillar's words stabbed straight into the Sea King's heart. Couldn't those around him see what was churning inside? Just a petty little man. What had gotten into the Sea King? Once a true hero, now he was nothing but hot air, nothing but his title. He's such a coward. Back when he hadn't attained this status, he was still someone bold in battle, passionate in love and hate. But since becoming Sea King, he's grown weaker by the day, complacent and unambitious, thinking only of how to protect his position. He's nothing but trash. Those in the know shook their heads in silent resignation. But there was nothing they could do now. Seeing the day drawing to a close, they too wanted nothing more than to return to their quarters and rest. Continuing this martial contest any longer seemed utterly pointless. Battles between cultivators are inherently different. I say we needn't follow any rules. Break this formation and you'll reap what you sow. It seemed the Sea King was truly prepared to tear off the mask of civility. Rules be damned, he intended to slaughter them all outright. Instantly, boundless killing intent surged from his body. The Dragon King's trident in his grasp flashed with light, as if poised to clash with the Golden Pillar at any moment. The Golden Pillar showed no sign of backing down. He drew his sword, its golden blade flashing like a celestial being descended from the heavens, utterly indifferent to everything before him. Prepare to strike. Every combatant drew their weapons, instantly saturating the battlefield with a palpable aura of murderous intent. Just as the situation threatened to spiral completely out of control, a figure abruptly descended from the heavens. No one had even noticed when this individual had appeared. Ancestor Kuanpeng. Those with keen eyes immediately recognized this creature's identity, none other than the pure-blooded Kuanpeng who had mediated the feud between the Sea King and the Peacock King at the last banquet of the Sea Clan. Though his bloodline was damaged, his power could be said to rank among the absolute pinnacle of this world. The moment he appeared, everyone held their breath. The old man hadn't declared allegiance yet, so no one dared provoke him. If they angered him and he switched sides, the battle would be over before it even began. Allow this old man to speak some unwelcome truths. Might you be willing to hear my humble opinion? The Kuanpeng ancestor, now in human form, smiled faintly as he surveyed the crowd on both sides. Chapter 77, A New Contest. Kuanpeng, the ancestor, that name resonated as the most formidable in this world. Even the most inept understood the weight those words carried. As the pinnacle of this world, as long as he remained, no one could easily obtain what they desired from his grasp. Ancestor Kuanpeng, speak your mind directly. Even an arrogant and domineering figure like the Sea King had to temporarily avoid confrontation. After all, he knew his own limitations all too well. Since the Sea King has spoken thus, this old man shall hold nothing back. Your war between the Sea Clan and the Human Clan, by all logic, this matter has nothing to do with me. It was originally between your two clans. Were this old man to meddle, would it not make me seem ignorant, clinging to my age and authority? The ancient Kuanpeng ancestor made a show of pacing back and forth between the battlefields of the two races, surveying every member of both the human and sea clans. Yet no one could fathom his true thoughts, for who could outwit this ancient monster? But seeing so many of our kin perish on this battlefield, it pains me deeply. We're all cultivators who understand how arduous this path truly is. After enduring countless trials to reach this level, just as we stand on the brink of greater heights, to lose our lives so needlessly, how agonizing is that? I believe this, since we must fight, so be it, it is your affair after all. But does not military strategy teach us? Attacking cities is inferior, attacking hearts is superior. To make one's foe concede in utter conviction, to win without shedding a drop of blood, that, I say, is the mark of a true hero, of genuine skill and prowess. Senior Kuanpeng, if we follow your logic, should we just abandon combat altogether? Hold some kind of martial arts tournament right here on the battlefield, then have both sides line up their troops and strategize against each other? A mocking voice cut through the silence. Who didn't understand these principles? But could battles between cultivators truly be governed by common sense? What purpose would cultivation serve without combat? Might as well just study military strategy in seclusion. Besides, expecting mere words to win over these warriors? That's nothing short of a fool's fantasy. Of course, I didn't mean that. I understand exactly what you're thinking, to inflict devastating strategic blows and heavy casualties on the enemy. But the gap between cultivators is simply too vast. We can't fight like that. Forget about the techniques of kings or pillars of the realm. A single casual move could slaughter countless opponents. Even among peers, the disparities are staggering. Ancestor Kuanpeng, you've been speaking for quite some time now, yet you still haven't offered us a viable solution. At this point, the Sea King was losing his patience. Was this old man suggesting they abandon outright war? How could they achieve their objectives then? After all, the Sea Clan's military might now completely overshadow the human clan's an absolute advantage. How could such a favorable situation be squandered with mere words? Sea King, I certainly did not mean that. As I said, the war between your two races is not something I can intervene in. However, I have come this time bearing a better solution. Within the endless glaciers of the north lies a shattered divine palace. It was once the dwelling place of the northern deities, but now it has become a forbidden land. The Forbidden Temple of the North? But what does that have to do with our conflict? Everyone frowned. As one of the world's forbidden zones, the Forbidden Temple of the North was notoriously dangerous. The slightest misstep could plunge one into an abyss of unimaginable depth, its peril surpassing even that of the Kunlun Temple. This Forbidden Temple was actually left behind by a unique deity. Within it, he constructed a special place, the extra domain battlefield. Entering this battlefield has strict requirements. Those who fall short cannot enter, nor can those who exceed the standards. Only those who have reached the pinnacle yet have not quite grasped the threshold are permitted to enter. Upon hearing the ancient ancestor Kuanping's words, the more astute among them began to grasp the implications. It seemed this old sage had come prepared. This outer realm battlefield serves as a training ground for that extraordinary being. Various treasures appear there unpredictably, and it operates under a comprehensive system. Each entrant receives a jade token. Monsters, manifestations of the battlefield's laws, emerge within. Defeating these monsters earns points, and similarly, seizing another's jade token also yields points. Each of your 2 clans shall select 10 representatives. In 3 days' time, within the Forbidden Divine Palace of the North, I shall open the outer realm battlefield and send your chosen ones inside. Upon their return, we shall tally the points earned. The side with the higher score shall be declared the victor. The Kuanping ancestors' proposal naturally delighted the human clan. Though sacrificing 10 elite warriors was a significant cost, this delaying tactic was invaluable. Moreover, with the demon kings unable to intervene, their odds of victory would undoubtedly improve. But, Kuanping ancestor, would a single victory here truly be enough to end the war? Doesn't that seem a bit too lenient? The Sea King's expression darkened. This would erase their advantage. Without victory, were they to simply swallow their pride and leave? That would be utterly humiliating for the Sea King. Besides, his purpose here wasn't merely to win. It was to destroy the human race's foundations, even annihilate them entirely. A meal must be eaten bite by bite, a journey must be walked step by step. Sea King, I know what you're thinking. This victory doesn't mean either side truly won the war, it's merely a means to restrain your high command. Furthermore, should the human race prevail, your Sea Clan must grant 1 request from the humans. Should the Sea Clan triumph, the humans must grant 1 request from the Sea Clan, provided neither demand is unreasonable. With the Kuanping ancestor meddling in the middle, the Sea Clan knew that annihilating the human clan in the coming days was no longer feasible. Yet they had devised countermeasures. The Kuanping ancestors' terms were not unreasonable, they were already a significant advantage. Securing additional gains would only be better. Should our Sea Clan prevail, you shall dismantle the defensive formation and present its array diagrams to us. The Sea King had long coveted that wondrous formation, while the human clan also presented their own demands. If the human clan wins, no demon kings including our own peers of equal strength shall participate in the war. By restraining the enemy's core forces, this battle could be fought. Chapter 78, Selection. Thus, after brief deliberation, both factions withdrew to their respective strongholds to prepare. Minor details were communicated directly by the Kuanping ancestor to the leaders of both sides through secret transmission. For the human race, this was a gamble worth taking. As long as the demon king of the Sea Clan refrained from action, their situation remained manageable. Though their cultivators were few in number, the power they could unleash after special training made taking on 10 opponents no great challenge. Conversely, the Sea Clan was internally far from harmonious, who knew when one of their own might defect? The Sea King's strategy was even simpler. What made the human race so formidable now? Wasn't it that defensive formation they'd somehow acquired? Even if that formation were destroyed or deactivated, their true core, all their main forces and resources, wasn't even in the Sea City. Therefore, obtaining the array diagram is paramount. Once in hand, studying it would allow them to effortlessly dismantle this peculiar formation. Could they possibly possess several other equally potent arrays? If that were truly the case, the human race wouldn't be holed up like this. Someone would have already emerged to harass them incessantly. Both sides harbored ulterior motives while simultaneously selecting promising young talents or renowned elders from their respective camps to participate in this contest. According to the rules, king-level beings were barred from entering the extraterrestrial battlefield, so candidates could only be drawn from the top combatants below that rank. Father, your son begs to fight. With dedicated medical care, AOG's injuries had healed almost completely. Now kneeling before his father, he felt a burning resentment he couldn't suppress. That Chen Xian had actually defeated him. If this went unchecked, what would become of the future? The Sea King frowned slightly. He knew his son's capabilities well. AOG was undoubtedly the top contender in this competition. Yet, the battle between AOG and Chen Xian had irreversibly altered his mindset. Now AOG's mind was consumed solely by revenge. Those who entered the arena with him would inevitably seek to curry favor. If he were to be thrown off balance by reckless orders, not only might Chen Xian escape unscathed, but the entire contest could be lost. Son, it's not that your father doesn't want you to go. It's just that this matter requires further discussion. You may withdraw for now. The Sea King waved his hand, signaling AOG to withdraw. Though reluctant, the young man dared not defy his father's will and slunk back to his quarters. Only the Sea King's trusted confidants remained in the Grand Hall. Gentlemen, this contest is no trivial matter. We absolutely cannot lose. Does anyone have any recommendations for suitable candidates? The Sea King stroked his chin. While the current generation of the Sea Clan boasted many formidable fighters, the opposing side would undoubtedly field figures like Chen Xian and that Mr. Jianhe. Regardless of Chen Xian's combat prowess, Mr. Jianhe alone far surpassed most of the Sea Clan elders. Though our clan boasts abundant talent, the gap between tiers is vast. Currently, only young Master AOG can shoulder this heavy responsibility. Beyond him, sending others would merely be icing on the cake. The ancient servant with the massive turtle shell stepped forward, bowed respectfully, and voiced his thoughts. However, his words left the others somewhat dissatisfied. Young Master AOG may indeed be the most gifted and capable among his generation, but our Sea Yaksha clan is not without talent either. After all, we are the most populous race within the Sea Clan. Finding a few capable individuals should not be difficult. One of the 10 great Sea Knights stepped forward, his displeasure clearly visible. The Sea King frowned slightly but continued listening. Then, in your esteemed opinion, whom should we send to assist him? Your Majesty, my clan has 2 elders of formidable cultivation. They rank among the top masters in the entire Sea tribe. If we could send these 2 to assist young Master AOG, I believe we could rest assured about this matter. So this fellow was also recommending 2 young men, albeit from the Sea Yaksha clan. They were brothers, both elders of the clan, possessing terrifying strength with few equals. United, they were confident they could defeat Chen Xian. We mustn't view Chen Xian as our sole threat. Remember, overconfident armies are doomed to defeat. The human clan also has capable individuals. Take that Mr. Jianhe, for instance. If he were to join the fray, how many could stand against him? This single sentence caused the arrogant Sea clans to begin reflecting on themselves. They had all thought coming here to fight would be like a leisurely outing, casually slaughtering a bunch of human cultivators and severely weakening them. But now it seemed they had been pushed into this situation by these very people. I do have one candidate in mind, though he currently languishes in the deepest dungeons of the Dragon Palace. The Sea King's words immediately piqued their curiosity. To be held in such high regard by the Sea King, even compared to their opponent, Mr. Jianhe, it was well known that Mr. Jianhe possessed terrifying abilities. Defeating him would require controlling his core, otherwise, it was virtually impossible. Could the Sea King be referring to Long Wang, the very one who instigated the rebellion? I captured him within the Dragon Palace. He's been imprisoned for over 30 years now. The Sea King sighed deeply, his brow furrowed as he surveyed the faces below, slowly clouding with confusion. He remained reluctant to speak further. Long Wang is indeed a formidable opponent, though he's notoriously difficult to control. Rest assured, should he dare cause trouble, we have means to eliminate him as well. While the Sea tribe was heatedly debating who should go into battle, the human tribe was on the verge of madness. Regardless of their individual abilities, they were all scrambling to be the first to enter, determined to show a spirit that feared nothing, not even being crushed to pieces. We will deliberate carefully on this roster. Please, everyone, calm yourselves. Several pillars of the nation calmed the situation. Both sides now had their own plans. The human race's list would be delivered that very night. Chen Xian, Lu Yun, Hua Changxiong. With each name called, the others fixed envious gazes upon the chosen individual. We must win this battle and win it spectacularly. Chapter 79, The Outer Realm Battlefield. Amidst the clamor, both sides finalized their lineups for the upcoming contest. Though battles between peak-tier combatants below the king level were ostensibly decided by comparing points, the simpler approach was undeniably to eliminate the opponent entirely. That way, any points they held would be forfeited, and without points, they'd have no chance to earn any. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. On the 3rd day, both sides arrived at the Forbidden Divine Palace in the north with only a small contingent. This colossal palace, carved from ice that had remained frozen for 10,000 years, stood as a single, seamless structure, its presence strikingly conspicuous. The Kuanping Patriarch, possessing overwhelming power, had seized control of this colossal shrine. Everything within had been thoroughly exploited by the old man. Given the resources at his disposal, it was hard to fathom the staggering achievements this lineage had attained over the centuries. Honored guests, this old man has been awaiting your arrival for quite some time. Please, come in. The ancient ancestor Kuanping smiled broadly at the crowd before him. Aside from the 10 contestants, only a few high-ranking figures from both sides remained. They exchanged cold, mocking glances, their eyes gleaming with murderous intent. Even having come here from the battlefield, they had not forgotten their mission. Besides Chen Xian, the human race has sent 2 other formidable opponents, this time one of them being that Mr. Jianhe. Within the Sea Clan's ranks, AOG frowned slightly as he observed the human camp. Chen Xian's strength was beyond question a powerhouse who could stand shoulder to shoulder with him. As for the others, he knew them well enough. Should they cross paths, save for Mr. Jianhe, none would likely escape his grasp. Didn't that fellow look at us just now with the same thought? Yeshia shook his head helplessly beside him. The gap in strength was truly vast. Frankly speaking, aside from AOG, who among the C-clan could possibly be Qin Xian's match? We've studied the rules of this extraterrestrial battlefield. Everyone's position is randomized upon entry, so it's impossible for a group to gang up on one person. Your task is to avoid contact with Qin Xian at all costs. That guy is utterly bizarre, incredibly powerful, and extremely difficult to deal with. AOG privately warned those close to him. These individuals weren't fools either. Moreover, their presence here was essentially that of a suicide squad. As long as they ensured AOG's appearance, that alone would suffice. Why do these guys carry such an odd aura? Could there be a trick involved? Mr. Jianhe whispered to Chen Xian. They had barely entered the forbidden divine palace when they felt the gazes of the C-clan members. Strangely, it didn't feel like they were looking at enemies, but rather with a bizarre mix of contempt and madness. There is indeed something off about these fellows. Chen Xian nodded slightly. His heavenly gaze technique also detected peculiar sensations. The aura emanating from these individuals contained a strange, black energy. Every C-clan participant except AOG possessed this peculiar force. Better safe than sorry. Once we enter the domain battlefield, stay close together immediately. We don't know what lies within yet. Under no circumstances should you engage anyone until you've confirmed your teammates. Understood. Each harboring their own hidden motives, the group approached a massive gatehouse that had suddenly materialized. Within the vast expanse of the immense blue palace, this black wooden archway stood out jarringly. Now, an eerie blue glow emanated from within its structure. This is the entrance. I'll open it now. Proceed inside. The Kuanping ancestor had already relayed all necessary precautions. Now, raising his hands, a peculiar force emerged from his palms. Instantly, a twisted vortex slowly materialized within the archway, serving as a passage to another world. Though called the Outer Realm Battlefield, it was actually a bizarre space modified from a minor world. Spaces of this caliber could only be created by those with exceptionally powerful spatial laws. As for what kind of deity had once resided here, no one knew anymore. Let's go! AOG sneered coldly, flicking a defiant gesture at Chen Xian before charging in with his men. The moment they entered the vortex, they vanished clearly accepted into the Outer Realm battlefield. We're going too. Chen Xian took a deep breath and led his group in as well. Amidst a familiar distortion, they entered the extra-dimensional battlefield beyond the realm. Here, all manner of strange energies surged ceaselessly. When Chen Xian finally stood firmly on solid ground, the scenery before him had completely transformed. He now stood amidst a vast, unbroken mountain range. Suddenly, a jade token appeared at his waist. Holding it, he could sense basic information about this place. It randomly spawns law monsters of levels 1 through 9 at irregular intervals. These monsters vary in combat strength, and the points earned from defeating them differ accordingly. Chen Xian stroked his chin. This meant targeted hunting would be essential. While others might hesitate, Chen Xian, empowered by his heavenly vision technique, now possessed godlike perception in this realm. A faint golden glow emanated from his eyes, accompanied by an ethereal, otherworldly aura radiating from his body. One after another, beams of light formed from distinct auras appeared before his eyes. The basic locations of those individuals were already mapped out in his mind. At that very moment, Chen Xian noticed that a C-clan participant had already engaged in combat with a human clan participant. They were not far apart to begin with, and now their two auras were already intertwined. Elder Mo Wu is formidable, and his opponent is equally matched. There shouldn't be any major issues. Chen Xian frowned slightly but still hurried toward that direction. Elder Mo Wu's strength was among the top tier, especially his defensive techniques. Engaging him in a one-on-one fight was often a thankless task. But just as Chen Xian neared their battlefield, he saw the dark portion within the C-clan participant's aura suddenly swell to immense proportions. Immediately after came a piercing scream and the deafening roar of a massive explosion. No! Chen Xian cried out in alarm, charging into the battlefield at top speed. Through the slowly dissipating black smoke, he saw Mo Wu lying on the ground in a pitiful state, his body torn to shreds. Opposite him stood the weakened C-clan participant, his right hand blown off. Chapter 80, The Endgame. Clearly, these C-tribe fellows had no intention of honoring their agreement. Each of their contestants had been subtly tampered with. Chen Xian still didn't know what that strange black aura was for, but there was no doubt that when unleashed, it could deal devastating blows to the contestants. The cost, however, was that the user would be drained of all their power and that part of their body containing the black force would be destroyed. This feels strangely familiar. I swear I've seen it somewhere before. After disposing of the half-dead sea creature contestant, Chen Xian brought his body over for inspection. He discovered remnants of that black aura still lingering within the corpse. The immediate priority now was not to uncover the origin of these entities, but to avoid direct confrontation with these deranged fools at all costs. Chen Xian activated the heavenly gaze technique, determined to locate all remaining members swiftly. With one already eliminated, their group now numbered only 9, matching the enemy's strength. After losing 3 members consecutively, the survivors were finally gathered by Chen Xian. Through analysis, Chen Xian and Mr. Jianhe uncovered a peculiar truth: the black aura emanating from the Sea Tribe contestants originated from the heavenly demons. Indeed, after the Sea Clan struck a deal with the heavenly demon, the demonic entity would never stand idly by regarding the Sea Clan's affairs. In this battle, the heavenly demon had fused a certain power from itself into these contestants. While not a direct intervention, it allowed them to unleash combat strength equivalent to the heavenly demon's own level. This meant that even in a one-on-one exchange, the Sea Clan could guarantee a 100% kill rate. This was a completely insane tactic, and they had staked all their hopes on the crucial figure of AOG. If AOG could eliminate Chen Xian, their side would retain at least 1 or 2 contestants, while the human race would be utterly annihilated. Regardless of whether they held any points, the human race would be defeated. Then let them taste our might. After analyzing the enemy's tactical outcome, Chen Xian erupted in fury. Such despicable tactics, even if they won, what glory could there be in that? And they had the audacity to display it so brazenly before them. Amidst the fierce clash, Chen Xian unleashed overwhelming dominance, crushing each Sea Clan member one by one until only AOG remained. This young prince of the Sea Clan was born with an arrogant spirit, defiant to heaven and earth. Coupled with the humiliation he had suffered at Chen Xian's hands last time, his fury now boiled over. Fighting with desperate ferocity, Master Sword River sacrificed his life to restrain the prince's movements, allowing Chen Xian to strike him down. With the Sea Clan utterly annihilated, only 3 human contestants remained. Upon learning the truth, the Sea King descended into madness. He tore up the contract without a second thought, intent on seizing the chance to kill his son's murderer. However, he was restrained by the ancient ancestor Kunpeng. The human and Sea Clans had completely severed ties. Given the Sea Clan's numerous despicable acts, more demon clans chose to join the resistance against them. Both factions grew ever larger. From the Sea Clan to the Human Clan, the Peacock Clan, and the Monkey Clan, nearly every cultivable creature across the entire continent and world joined this epic decisive battle. This war would fundamentally reshape the entire world order. Emerging technologies born of the technological age fused seamlessly with cultivators, giving rise to the field of genetic engineering spiritual energy studies. Under the guidance of this specialized field, marvelous innovations emerged. First came cultivation-enhanced armor that could be bonded to practitioners. This was swiftly followed by gene potions and genetic engineering tailored to the unique physiological structures of cultivators. Bolstered by these formidable aids, the ranks of human cultivators surged exponentially, their innate talents reaching terrifying, unprecedented heights. This war finally concluded when Chen Xian ascended to the immortal realm. At that moment, the power within his body was finally awakened. Utilizing the sword borrower system for enhancement, his body became imbued with immortal qi. This immortal qi interacted with the primordial laws of the world within his body, producing a unique effect that gave birth to the concept of reincarnation. This concept of reincarnation then prompted the causal forces trapped within the blades to transform into a unique energy source within Chen Xian's body. From that moment onward, Chen Xian possessed the superhuman ability to bestow celestial energy upon other top-tier powerhouses. Having neutralized most of the Sea Clan's combat strength, Chen Xian gathered all those who had already taken a half step toward the threshold. He infused the divine energy into each of their bodies. Gradually, traces of Chen Xian began to manifest within them. Using his own power, he transformed these individuals into immortals. The powerful karmic forces within them then became energy that nourished and fed back into Chen Xian's own body. It could be said that the current Chen Xian was neither human nor god, nor any kind of demonic entity. He had become a symbol of cyclical power, a unique embodiment, a tangible manifestation of the void itself. From that moment onward, Chen Xian embarked on a path of rapid ascent. Within a short span, he rose from a newcomer to the immortal realm to the level of an immortal king. Even the legendary Chaos Demon God was driven back by the sheer terror of Chen Xian's power. The final war erupted between the demon realm and the 99 heavens. Their aim was to undermine the immortal realm from within, but they failed. Their premature intervention instead spurred the rapid rise and development of the human race and other demonic clans. Within mere centuries, the immortal realm's strength had grown to rival that of the demon realm. Both sides engaged in an unprecedented, colossal war that ultimately laid the foundation for the immortal realm's counteroffensive. Under the leadership of Chen Xian and the Assembly of Divine Kings, the leaders of the heavenly demons were beheaded, most of the demon generals were slain, and the heavenly demons suffered devastating losses. Seeking refuge in the netherworld, the demons found that when the immortal realm prepared to invade the demon realm, the two worlds mysteriously merged into one. With the power of reincarnation now under Chen Xian's control, the netherworld stood no chance against him. By merging with the demon realm to create a new chaotic entity, it unexpectedly surpassed Chen Xian's own capabilities. In the final showdown, Chen Xian lured them into the Kunlun Divine Palace. The power of the gods manifested once more through them, a frenzied force born from the very essence of this world. Upon each god's demise, its power merged into the fabric of the cosmos. Chen Xian harnessed this power to defeat them, but suffered severe injuries in the process. With no other choice, he consumed the combined forces of both entities, causing his physical form to completely dissipate. His soul, however, transformed into a fundamental concept within the cosmos: reincarnation.